Yeah. Then he went to the bar at the top of the mountain that they go to, Mount Panorama, wearing the jacket you win for winning the 24 hour. That's at the Bathurst race. I'm thinking Le Mans still, sorry. So ingrained being here. And he said he walked in and it was like the Blue Oyster Club because it's all Australians and he was a Brit, a Pom, that had gone and won their race. And the place went completely silent. And he said the only words he could think of were, drinks all round. He said, for anything he made for winning the race, he said it was all spent on this lot. So that's what he had to do. But Le Mans, he did Le Mans a number of occasions, quite extraordinary. But right from 81 in a Mazda RX-7 to start with, all the way through to, would you believe, in 1995 still, in a 220 Jaguar, and in 93 as well, with TWR them as well. But his memorable days are, of course, with Tom Walkinshaw Racing, 86 and 87. I've done this one because, obviously, Jim will like this. In 86, who did he drive a silk cut XJR6 with? None other than Gianfranco Brancatelli and Hurley Hayward. There you go, Jim. 87 was a little bit more interesting, with Jan Lammers and John Watson, no less, in the XJR8 then. However, you talk about kahoonies, Joe. When was into his stint at night, I think it's about 3 o'clock in the morning, about 3 laps in, went on the Mulsanne pre-chicane in those days. The tyre exploded. Apparently, it was in the press at 240 miles an hour, is how it was reported. Now, I had the pleasure of talking to Wynne about this once, many years ago, 20-odd years ago, when we were actually sharing a Group C car from that era together, which was lovely, an absolute delight to have it firsthand. And he very calmly just said, no, he said, Snowy, that's an exaggeration. It was only 234. Okay. So the left rear tyre lets go at 234 miles an hour just before the kink on the Mulsanne, yeah? As you can imagine, mayhem ensued. The car hits the barriers, turns over, and is going down the track upside down. Now, directly from the horse's mouth, imagine this. Wynne is sitting in the paddock diner at Silverstone recounting this to me as calmly as anything. Calmer than all three of us are here right now with everything going on in the background. But he sits there with a cup of tea in front of me, and he's just saying, well, see what happened to Snow? It turned over, he said, and it went down the track. He said, it didn't keep rolling, which was good, so it just stayed inverted. That was a blessing. I'm thinking this is still a blessing. It's probably in excess of, well, around about the 200 mile an hour mark still at this point, maybe a bit under.
Yeah.
And he said, and the roof had gone. And he said, the problem is, Snowy, he said, I always wear an open face helmet.
Wow.
So I've kicked my head to one side and the roof's gone. And I thought to myself, and I quote 100%, now, Winston, this isn't so good.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're doing 100 and plenty, aren't you? Upside down the Mulsanne.
Yeah.
And it did come to a halt, and it did survive it. Would you believe? Totally unscathed. He got out of it, got back to the pits, and Walkinshaw said, right, go and get yourself some physio. We've got a race to run.
Wow.
Now, talk about goonies.
Yeah. Look, right, so that's good. That's good. So Wynne, an icon of particularly British motorsport, but as you say, Australian as well, and car.
Well, I had a choice of cars, and they were both Astons, of course. And I've got to have an honourable mention to the Muncher from 1977.
Yeah.
The Robin Hamilton car that went to Le Mans and, against all odds, finished 17th overall and achieved a staggering 188 miles an hour for a front-engined car. If I say home-built, that sounds very, very unfair, but a Aston Martin specialist, not even a dealer, Robin Hamilton, built the car. He had Dave Priest, an Aston Club racer, who was our family dentist, unbelievably, in the car, and, of course, Mike Salmon. But it wasn't an official entry. It was supported. So I've got to really go with an official factory entry. The 1963, so a generation before, a decade before, the DP 214, Development Project 214. 212
brilliant.
was at Le Mans in '62, built for Graham Hill, on his way to winning a world title. Can you imagine that F1 world title? So put him in a sports car, put him in an Aston. Yeah. Now that car had, if you remember, a lovely curvaceous tail on it, like a 250 short wheelbase Ferrari and Zagato Astons at the time, and it created lift. That was the problem. At over 175 miles an hour, thereabouts, it created lift. And just picture Graham Hill in his voice, saying to John Wyer, it's creating lift. And apparently John Wyer looked him in the eye and said, "How do you know, Graham?" And he said, "Well, it's very simple, old boy." He said, "Every few metres down the Mulsanne," he said, "the rear tyres chirp and the rev jump up 500 revs."
Jeez.
Okay. So, hanging on to that. So what did they do? They put a cam tail on the back of it, and what then found its way onto the DB6 road car, hence it looks so different, to stop this happening. So two of those cars, DP214, only one of which exists. The following year at Le Mans, 186 miles an hour in 1963, front-engined, 3.7 litre, normally aspirated, on wire wheels and cross plies down the Mulsanne in 1963. Just think about that.
I am thinking about it, and I've gone all sweaty.
Yes. I mean, just remember Hamilton's car in 1977, so, over a decade later, only went 2 miles an hour quicker.
Yeah.
And it wasn't really until the AMR ones in 1990 that we got cars going even quicker and breaking that officially. So that record stood for, till 1990, 20-odd years. A front-engine GT car based on a DB4 GT.
That is amazing. And, yeah, I mean, I can see that, and I can imagine that halcyon days, that there is an awful lot to think about there. Thank you, Snowy, and thank you, Joe, because those are great choices. Anorak fact coming up.
Yep.
That monocoque that Winston crashed went on to be the basis of the prototype XJR15.
There you go. I didn't know that.
Go.
There you go, yep. Joe. We can sleep now.
Yeah. Well,
zip it up.
You're not going to be able to sleep for the next week nearly.
Yeah.
So,
a week of sleep.
Anyway, thank you, gentlemen. I'll let you go and find a shady place to sit, and PJ and I are now going to sit and deliberate and announce a winner very shortly. Thanks, Peter. Thank you, Joe.
The Historic Racing News Radio Show.
Right then, Paul Judd. That was a difficult one.
It was. We had some fantastic choices, didn't we? There.
Yeah.
So John Hindhaugh went for Sterling Moss in an Audi R8 on the pre-chicane modern circuit, and I love that as a concept because Sterling did do Le Mans an awful lot in the 50s, but was always the hack. He was often sent out to be the pace setter to break the other cars. So hey, put him in a virtually unbreakable car. It's just got to work, hasn't it? Basically, as a combination, and with no chicanes in place, how quick would that Audi be down that long straight? That would be absolutely superb. So love that as a whole concept. And then Jim went for Vic Elford in the Peugeot 905 Evo, which was probably one of the ultimate of the 3.5 litre right at the end of that Group C era when the cars virtually had Formula One engines. Such a quick car. And Vic, well, he's quick Vic, wasn't he? He'd be super quick Vic in that Peugeot. And, this is a man, could win in almost anything. So actually a man brave enough to take the 917 down the Mulsanne in 69, wasn't it? When it was just weaving from side to side. He said he was just letting it drift across, touch it back. Scary car. So incredibly brave driver on the 1967 circuit. Again, so back in the day when the circuit was certainly less chicaney, shall we say, than today. So again...
That's another new word concept. You created.
Oh, I like extending the vocabulary, to be quite honest. I'm still looking for a way to get the word obstreperous into one of these podcasts.
I'm sure you will.
Joe Bradley, yet again, we're going to have to discuss this at some point, went for Warren Hughes. He's cropped up before in corridors with Warren, hasn't we? Well, Warren, fantastic driver, single-seaters, Formula 3, into sports cars, touring cars, etc. I think the Porsche 917 would be very, very different to anything that Warren's ever driven before. Off the top of my head, possibly in historic, and it's passed me by, I don't think he'll have driven a space frame, shall we say. Certainly not one with such...
It was interesting to hear Joe talking about the fact that the main reason for choosing Warren was simply his bravery. And that you certainly needed bravery to drive those cars.
I probably shouldn't admit this, but I was once in charge of a 917, and I opened the door and I looked inside it, and I thought, if you step in and you don't put your foot on the right steel tube, your foot goes straight through that fiberglass floor. And to be sat in a little seat with a piece of fiberglass under you, and then maybe 2 or 3 inches below that, tarmac going past at 200 miles an hour. And of course, those cars would touch 200 miles an hour in 4 different parts of the circuit in period. Bravery is exactly what you mean. So maybe that actually is a better call than I was originally actually giving it the choice for. Peter Snowden went for Wyn Percy in the Aston Martin DB215. I have to say, I think Wyn is possibly a driver who would appreciate what the DB215 actually is. I think he would have that feel for history, and I think Wyn's slightly unfairly treated at Le Mans. I think he's primarily remembered actually for having that ridiculously high-speed accident in the Jaguar in the late 80s when it slid upside down forever, it must have seemed, and almost wore away the roll hoop. So certainly a fantastic driver, and soft spot for Wyn Percy because I was at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago and actually have a Wyn Percy story to share with you all at some point. So we'll backtrack on that one again on the 89 track. So 89, interesting choice, and I think all fantastic combos.
And tell me, what would your choice have been? I mean, you're in the judging panel rather than anything else, but what would you have gone for?
I have to say that I loved this as a topic, and yes, I will be at Brands Hatch commentating it. Sorry, Brands Hatch Silverstone commentating at MG Live that weekend. I didn't realise when I accepted that gig what weekend it actually was. But certainly for my driver now. For my driver, I'd have gone for someone who raced only at Le Mans twice, but a man that Niki Lauda called a driving genius. This is twice world rally champion Walter Roll. So this is first man to do Pikes Peak in under 11 minutes. Back when it was, again, a loose surface. Yeah, winner on the track. Phenomenal in the Quattro 200 in Trans Am in the US. And, so he would be my driver, a man who's used to being on the loose. And for a car, now, this is almost the oddity from the Group C era, I think, at Le Mans. It's the Porsche 961, not the 962, but the 961, which was actually developed from the 959 rally car that they've been using. So it's a 4-wheel drive car. It had the engine from the 935. It had the brakes from the 962 Group C car. And for those with a good memory, it ran at Le Mans in 86 as a plain white car, and in 87 with Rothman's livery on, although it did actually crash and catch fire.
I remember that now. Yeah.
That would be the car I would go for, because we're talking 4-wheel drive, we're talking Walter Roll. So where do we need to put him? We need to put him on the loose. And that loose surface is going to be, for me, that 1923 track. The very, very original unpaved circuit. Now, that's a 10-mile lap back in those days. And the fastest lap actually was quite surprised me with how quick it actually was, because the fastest lap there was quicker than you'd think, to be quite honest. It was actually done in 9 minutes, 39 seconds. That's a fair old lick, actually. I don't quite think that Walter Roll will probably halve that time, but I think he could take a goodly chunk off it. Let's put it that way. And I think we're talking minutes would be slashed off it. But how spectacular would that car see? Because he couldn't resist it, could he? He's renowned for when he was in Trans Am, actually going out in the wet once when no one else did and just sliding the Quattro round to entertain the hardy fans. So he would not resist it. And that would be, I think, a sight for the ages. So Walter Roll, Porsche 961, back on that original 1923 circuit.
Which was pretty much like a rally special stage anyway, wasn't it?
Very, very much so. Yeah. It was. You go back to look at the pictures, and It was a year when it was actually a wet Le Mans. It was rain, it was hail, and he'd be in his element, or elements if it's rain and hail.
So, thinking caps are well and truly on now. Don't forget that you can listen to every edition of the show via the archive, which is on radiolemans.co, and you'll find the latest show, which comes out on the first and third Wednesday of every month. You can find that there as well. You can also download all our shows wherever you normally get your podcasts. So in true Oscars style, I can see that you've got your gold envelope there.
Poised and ready to rip it open.
Would you like to announce the winner?
Certainly, and the winner is Sterling Moss in the Audi pre-chicane. So, John, fantastic choice. Who wouldn't want to see that at Le Mans?
Oh, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I think that is the one, but a huge thank you to all of our Historic Racing News panelists. A special thank you to John Hindhaugh for being such a good sport in taking part, and thank you to you, Paul Jota, as well. Don't forget, please, to have a look at the Historic Racing News Facebook page and lose yourself for an hour or two on our YouTube channel, where there are over 100 unique videos. Thanks, PJ. That was good. Thanks to everybody. From me, Paul Tarsi, and from all the team, it's goodbye. And if you have been, thanks very much for listening.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Le Mans Milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
This milestone has been chosen by Jack Tollett. 2 weeks in 1967 saw an incredible achievement for AJ Foyt. On the 31st of May, he took his third win at a rain-delayed and restarted Indy 500 after taking the lead with 4 to go and picking his way through a last-lap crash. On the 11th of June, paired with Dan Gurney, Foyt won Le Mans at his first attempt. Their 7-litre GT40 led from the second hour and at the flag on Sunday became the first and as yet only All-America car, driver and team to win the race. Ferrari 330 P4s completed the podium and all the top 3 covered more than 5,000 kilometres, a new distance record. Fastest, furthest and a new lap record. Plus, Dan Gurney initiated the tradition of spraying champagne after a victory. AJ Foyt is one of 5 drivers who have won at their only appearance at Le Mans. The most recent was Nico Hülkenberg in 2015. Fernando Alonso won both of his starts, as did Jean-Pierre Wimille in the late 1930s. The all-time best 100% record goes to Bentley boy Wolf Bonato, who completed a hat-trick of consecutive wins in his only 3 outings from 1928 to 1930.
Le Mans Milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Live coverage of the world's greatest motor race, the Le Mans 24 Hours. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. It is the 2023 100th anniversary edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And we're now at race morning, the final session before the cars will next be seen out on track. And a final opportunity to get cars out onto track for 15 minutes of warm-up. This became the pattern of play really during 2020, when in the first COVID year, warm-up was significantly shortened from a longer 45-minute session to just 15 minutes. And it doesn't really allow you to do much more than maybe 3 or 4 laps to shake the car down, and that's certainly going to be the case for the 777 D-Station Racing Aston Martin, the number 13 Tower Motorsport LMP2 car that's been built up, and also you fancy that the 38 Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963 has a little bit of much needed mileage to be done as well, because that car was not able to qualify on Wednesday afternoon and subsequently could not get through into Hyperpole. My name's Johnny Palmer. I'm joined by Bruce Jones, part of the Radio Show Limited network of presenters, and we are here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM for the big build-up, Bruce Jones. We're almost into this afternoon. In fact, the session will begin at midday on the dot, but it's very, very short.
Very, very short, and we always know this session is simply important to everyone. Just get a sighter in. What we've had is incredibly hot weather here at Le Mans. Little drops of rain in the sky this morning, nothing quite settling, but there's a code orange weather warning for between 3 o'clock and 7 o'clock this evening, just across the start of the race. But really, it's mainly for teams that have stumbled before. And the 777 Aston Martin Racing entry from D-Station is the one that is a brand new car. And that will be going out on track. We hope to use all of the 15 minutes available, because that was involved in a big accident a few days ago, and a brand new car came down for D-Station Racing. We'll wait to see if that gets on the track. And for other people, it's just simply a chance to assess the conditions of the track this morning. But we've had a couple of races. One is only just finishing now, the Porsche Carrera Cup event, and earlier we had Ferrari Challenge. So they may have put down some oil and some dirt on the circuit as well. It's a sighter, and it's one in which the team chiefs all say the same thing year in, year out. Do not drop the car into the barriers on race morning. That is the message that is loud and clear. But 15 minutes, it's a question of what can go wrong rather than right. It's about ticking some boxes, but really it's for those teams that have had a problem with their cars and need to get them out on the track and check them out. But here we are, all set for the centenary of the Le Mans 20 Hours. 1923, it kicked off. 2023, we're here. It's not 100 races completed. Some years they went missing, of course, over the course of the Second World War. Didn't really start until 1948. But here we are. History will be made yet again, Johnny. But this is just a tiny interlude to get the day going.
And it'll be a chance, well, depending on whether they take it, for the two Ferraris, the 50 and the 51. They sit on the front row. Antonio Fuoco setting that 3:22.982 in Thursday night's Hyperpole session, and by 0.773 of a second quicker than Alessandro Pierguidi. So it was a big chunk of time, about the same back to Brendan Hartley's Toyota as well. But again, they'll want, I'm sure, to get a couple of laps in at least, but Paul Trustwell, and good morning to you as it is, just 5 more minutes of the morning to go at Circuit de la Sarthe. It's, as we always say about warm-up, risk versus reward, and that careful balance.
Exactly so, yes. And I feel a bit kind of like I've slept in somehow with the warm-up only starting at midday. Very often, you know, we have a very early morning warm-up. But yeah, the way that the timetable has been jiggled around with, and I think like a lot of people, the ACO learnt from the COVID years, and by force majeure have developed actually some good ideas. Although it's only a 15-minute session, it is worth doing. Obviously, you're not going to be able to do lots of practice pit stops, but you are going to be in a position where you can do some laps. And I think the important thing to bear in mind is just how much work will have been done on these cars over the course of Friday, because they've had Friday, the teams to have worked on the cars, and they will have been so much work done that they'll value greatly this opportunity just to send the cars out for a couple or 3 laps. Don't read anything into the times, they will be meaningless, but do read into it just how ready people are. If the car kind of comes out 5 minutes into the session, you'll be thinking, well, why didn't they come out kind of right at the start? And if he doesn't come out at all, again, that doesn't mean anything either. They may just have decided that balance that you described, Johnny, risk versus reward, we're confident enough in our ability to put a race car together. It'll be good to go come the 4 o'clock race start.
Reaching the end of a very frenetic Porsche Carrera Cup event with as many as 62 cars entered into it, pretty much a track limit, I think, certainly for that championship. A combination of Porsche Carrera Cup France and Benelux and a few others thrown in to the mix for luck as well. And Dylan Pereira winning that by only half a second from Marvin Klein. So M-Tech competition, the 192 Porsche out top. Dorian Bacalacci, who was leading, messed it up somewhat at Indianapolis, the left-hand.
No. That was actually Giretti that went off. Dorian Bacalacci was leading and didn't react when a slow zone was cleared, and suddenly he was from first back to fourth in the blink of an eye as the others got the power down, and that is why we had Dylan Pereira working his way to the front. But and earlier in the day we had 7 cars more than that. 69 cars started the Ferrari Challenge, and I can guarantee 69 did not finish. There was more than a little incident. Let's hope we have no incident ahead of us in the morning warm-up. The pit lane is starting to look like a very busy place indeed. Another minute and a half until the green light will be shown at pit exit. But always, even just with the 15 minutes, you do see some teams hanging back a little bit. They've all got different agendas, but I think it'd be very weird for any team not to send their car out this morning.
So just over 60 seconds to go before this session is live, and you'll blink and you'll miss it, really. We'll find out in a moment or two here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM just how many takers we've got for warm-up. But before the session starts, let's check the weather here at Circuit de la Sarthe.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Currently 21 degrees Celsius around the track, but with high alerts, orange warnings for thunderstorms from about now actually through till certainly the race start time and beyond as well. As many as the opening first 4 or 5 hours affected by the threat of thunderstorms and occasional showers as well. How badly will they affect the weather? We'll have to wait and see. That's the Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel, where you can see the Le Mans class winning AC Cobra on track next weekend.
On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Very shortly we will have a green flag, but there is definitely some moisture in the air to greet the cars as they head through Dunlop Curve and up towards the chicane for the first time. And yeah, there's a course vehicle out on track as well. In fact, that looks more like a flatbed perhaps, which is working its way down the main start-finish straight. It's going to potentially dive to the escape road to the left. No, it will continue on. And there's a mass of tyre trolleys in pit lane as well. So quite clearly this warm-up session is going to be delayed because it was meant to be midday through till 12:15. We do at least have some hypercars out on the pit apron, including the number 7 Toyota. Is that Mike Conway's helmet?
Mike Conway on board.
With no wheels on his wagon, though, yet, so an indication as to how far away from this session starting we are. Ferrari seem a bit further down the jobs list, as in they found 4 Michelins for one of the 2 Ferraris, 50 and 51. I keep saying the Ferraris. There are plenty of Ferraris in GTE AM as well, but generally speaking, when we say the Ferraris, we'll probably be talking about the hypercars, the LMH machines, the 50 and the 51, and it'll be 50 starting ahead of 51 on the grid for later on.
So effectively halfway through the 2023 FIA World Endurance Championship, and yesterday we had the dates announced for 2024. Imola will be on the calendar as well next year in an 8-round championship. So it is a growing the World Endurance Championship, and of course if you've been away for a couple of years and now suddenly looking at the hypercar class, you'll be going, wow, from 5 cars in 2022 to 16 this year, and the return of Ferrari is giant. 50 years away from the top class of the World Endurance Championship and other series in between. And now we've got this great mix with Porsche coming back into the fray, not just with works cars, but also, of course, with the Hertz team Jota entry as well. Living with the history of Porsche. Had to have Cadillac here as well is fantastic, and their 3-car attack is certainly one to watch. And what we, as fervent racing fans, all enjoy is having the diversity, the names, the manufacturers coming back in. The pot is being stirred, and what the outcome of this year's race is going to be. But it's going to be very special indeed for the Centenary, as all these new teams and manufacturers take on Toyota for the very, very outright honours of this race.
I think
all
the
is set. Still wait. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, I was just going to say the other thing, Bruce, is going to be how the teams deal with track limits, because during the qualifying sessions, during the free practice sessions even, very often drivers were going over track limits. It's an automated system for determining track limits. It's not just a marshal looking out and saying, oh, that one went over a bit. It's a camera activated system, so there's no arguing with it. But we've had something over 1,000 track limit offences in the free practice sessions leading up to this. It's inevitable that there's going to be track limit penalties being handed out, but it could well be the number of stop and go or drive-through penalties that you get, which determines the outcome of the race.
Certainly something that's crossed my mind. So just talk us through the warning system. How many do you need to accrue before you start getting in the zone of danger?
That's my problem. It hasn't been published. They've put into the regulations that they are going to have a system. I am sure that they will have told the drivers in the driver's briefing what it is, but I'm afraid I don't know. You know, the normal system is 3 strikes and you're out, or 3 strikes and you get a drive-through, and then after the drive-through, it starts to follow through with stop and go type of penalties. Another aspect to it is that it is the car, not the driver, that accrues the penalties. So you may get into the car, go over the limit once, and suddenly find you've been penalised. You can blame your co-driver for that because he's the one who's kind of accrued them. But it is something that they're going to have to take care about. And so, you know, we've got that to think about. We've got the general race strategy to think about, and then the question of tyres. I'm seeing that at least one Cadillac is going out on wet tyres for this warm-up session.
Track is declared wet. I noticed the banner across the bottom of the timing screen. So
that's good, because otherwise he wouldn't be allowed to.
Indeed.
There is a tyre allocation. They're only allowed to use 14 sets of tyres over the course of the race, unless you're in a GT car. Then you get 15 sets of tyres. Lucky. But of course, that's only the dry weather tyres. If it's a wet weather tyre, you can use as many of them as you like. And if you're in the innovative car, the Garage 56 car, no limit at all. You can use all the tyres you want on the Chevrolet Camaro.
I was just reminded of the 4 different choices of tyre within Hypercar, at least. The Michelin Pilot Sport, soft, medium and hard slick tyre. And there's also then the, I think it's indicated by a blue panel, the wet.
The wet. Blue,
wet weather
blue
tyre.
for wet.
Blue is wet, white is soft, medium is
rain.
Yellow, and hard is
From the
red.
sky.
And if you're really close to them, they actually have that initial on the sidewall.
Yes.
So our pit crew will be able to see what if they're really close
intermediates in Hypercar and no intermediates in LMP2. I believe they still exist in GTE AM though.
Again, I'm not sure about GTE
Pretty sure they do.
AM.
They do in ELMS anyway.
Yes.
So if it abides by the same kind of rules, then that will be the case. Joe's been working incredibly hard. This is Joe Bradley, part of our CrowdStrike Pit and Paddock reporting crew. And good afternoon as it is now, Joe. Chasing the story about Hertz Team Jota. They've not had a great week so far.
No, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of just why the number 38, the Porsche 963 of the Hertz Team Jota team has been put to the back end of the grid. It's some sort of technical infringement. I'm still working on getting an idea from the team, and we will do that. We're still clearing up Porsches from the Cup support race here down in pit lane. The cars that have limped back to the pit lane and cannot limp any further. One, for instance, has got completely broken steering. That's been recovered on a flatbed. So we're still a few minutes away from getting this what we refer to as the morning warm-up, isn't it? And with just 15 minutes running time around this pretty long circuit, that's going to be that clock is going to tick very fast. And just to give you an idea, the number 28 Jota team LMP2 entry, they are going to cycle through all 3 of their drivers just so basically they can have a go and sort of waking up to the fact that they're here on race day. So we're going to see the 28 Orica of the Jota team out of the pits, back in, out, and whoever the third driver is, he might even sneak one past the pitch. You never know.
The reason why the car's got to start at the back of the grid, Joe, it's not a technical infringement. They had a technical problem preventing the car from qualifying. It just didn't do any laps in the first qualifying session. That was the one that ran from 7 till 8 on Wednesday early evening. So no laps completed, no chance of getting into hyperpole. And the rule is, just like when we were at Spa-Francorchamps for round 3 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, if you don't make it out in qualifying or you crash during the session, like Brendan Hartley did, you start from the back, irrespective of what class you're in. It's not as if they group the hypercars together and put the non-qualifiers at the back of what is a 16-car grid today.
It's curious thing is, though, Johnny, that the original provisional grid that was issued by Al Kamel actually had the number 38 at the back of the hypercars. Whether that was an Al Kamel mistake or whether, well, quite what had gone on, I don't know. But I agree with you that the regulation, the WEC regulation, demands that it starts at the very back of the grid. But the regulations just seem to have been forgotten by Al Kamel somehow.
Let's get a bit more from Joe with our CrowdStrike pit lane report, because you now have managed to find the main man at Hertz Team Jota, Sam Hignett.
Yeah, I wanted the answer, and so we've gone to the man at the top, Sam Hignett, Hertz Team Jota. Sam, your Porsche 963, you're unable to take part in the hyperpole session, and you guys, you don't go back to 8th place, which you'd already earned, but you go back right to the very back of the grid. What happened exactly?
Yeah, so we had a technical issue during the qualifying session, actually, so we weren't actually able to compete in the qualifying session. By the WEC rules, that puts you to the back of the grid. That's very clear. What we've been talking to the stewards and the race director about is the fact that the supplementary regs also state that the grid should form up hypercar, LMP2, GTM, and they're the supplementary regs for Le Mans. So that's been what we've been negotiating, talking to the stewards about. There is now, unfortunately, a final grid out that puts us at the back. But, you know, it's a long race. The reality is it's not the end of the world, but it's just painful, waste of energy, frustrating, trying to argue these things when, for all manner of reasons, commercial, safety, it would make more sense to be at the back of the hypercar grid.
Yeah, it takes away that jeopardy. Your driver's going to have to find his way by all those GT and LMP2 cars, isn't he?
He is, you know, Antonio will start, and we have every faith in Antonio. But, you know, at the end of the day, the rules are the rules. We, unfortunately, had a Control-Alt-Delete moment with the car that, between us, Porsche, Williams, Bosch, and a number of others, we weren't able to fix in time. But subsequently, the cars run really well. So,
in a strange way, Sam, does it kind of take a little bit of pressure off? You've only got one direction to go in now, and that's forward.
Yeah, I suppose you could argue that. Maybe have a word with my sponsors about that, but let's see.
Yeah, I'll let you have one. Have that one, Sam. Sam, I'll leave you to it. Best of luck, mate.
Sam Hignett.
CrowdStrike. Data protection 24/7. For more, go to crowdstrike.com.
Sam Hignett from Hertz Team Jota, detailing and makes a very good point about precisely why that car starts on the back of the grid. You've effectively got the FIA World Endurance Championship sporting regulations clashing with the supplementary regs of this event in its own right. And Sam's quite right. There is a piece that says when you're gridding the cars up for the 24 hours of Le Mans, they should be in 3 distinct groups. So I can understand that discussion process that was taking place not too long ago. Paul Trustwell a moment or two ago held 5 fingers up to me. I don't think he was trying to insult me in any way. That's 5 minutes to go, now probably 4 minutes to go till the start of the session.
Which effectively allows the cars out of the working area, which is the bit of the pit lane between the big wide yellow Michelin stripe and the box itself, into the fast lane. The pit lane split into 2 lanes, the working area and the fast lane, and with 5 minutes to go they're allowed into the fast lane to join the queue at the red light. And of course then it becomes a bit of a problem if your box happens to be up at the top end of the pit lane towards pit out, and then you're stuck trying to work your way into a queue, just as you seem to spend a lot of time in traffic here at Le Mans trying to work your way into somebody else's queue.
One bit of very good news, Paul, is the fact I saw the 777, the D-Station Racing Aston Martin, looking hale, hearty and ready to go. This was the car that got T-boned, and effectively it's a different car now, isn't it?
I was going to say, it's not the car that got T-boned because they've replaced it. But good to see it out, yes, absolutely. Desperately bad luck for Casper Stevenson on his out lap in the free practice session on Wednesday. Lost the car on the cold tyres going up out of the Forest S's and struck the barriers, and then even more unfortunately, as the track was being neutralised for that. Got T-boned, you say, by Stephen Thomas in an LMP2 car. Both cars very badly damaged, and neither of them were able to take part. Sorry, the 777 wasn't able to take part in the qualifying session. The number 13 car wasn't either able to take part in the qualifying session, so that's why those two cars are starting at the back. But at least we saw the number 13 out. The Town Motorsports LMP2 car was able to come out later on. It was a big repair job for them, but not quite as big a repair job as it was for the D-Station team.
Let's take this opportunity before we do go green for this afternoon's warm-up to get another CrowdStrike pit report, this time from Peter Snowden, welcoming him to the pit lane for the first time this week. So welcome back to Le Mans, Snowy. You're positioned at Ferrari.
Yes, and they've just gone out. The number 50 car, the pole-sitting car, was sitting there on its wets, on jacks, would you believe, and very last minute they've just put it on, obviously onto slicks to go out, but it was sitting there quite surprisingly on the wets, just I guess for sitting in the pit lane, the working area, and the 51 car was just refueled, I would say, very much last minute. I don't expect you to do a splash and dash full warm-up, but that's what it appeared to look like. I'm going to have a quick chat with Tom Ferrier, but he's asked if we can just get 5 minutes into this session before we had a chat about that D-Station 777 car and the work involved in that.
Sounds like a last-minute decision from some teams as to which rubber they're going to be using, because this is a pretty large footprint of a racetrack, not quite to the scale of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but nevertheless, actually some team radio from Toyota. Or race director, beg your pardon.
1 minute, under 1 minute to the start of the Centennial warm-up session. Under 1 minute to start the Centennial warm-up session.
That is Ramsey Fires, who is the second in command, if you like, behind Eduardo Freitas as the race direction team. And Porsches have won the race to get to the front of the queue for warm-up. It looks like, well, certainly two of the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars. I'm still trying to work out the difference between those two, or three fairly similarly liveried cars, the 5, the 6 and the 75. Thankfully, the mighty 38, which is also a 963, is painted in that brilliant gold from its Hertz sponsorship. And the 50 car is third in the lineup. Ferrari not too far away in their garage positions from the end of pit lane. Let's go to Joe Bradley for a latest weather update then.
You mentioned a couple of minutes ago, Johnny, as we go green flag at the pit exit, it's been declared a wet race. That's because there is precipitation in the air. I can feel droplets on my face and it's kind of spitting. That's an English term, I know, a British term, but I don't think it's going to, at this rate, affect the track condition, so we should be fine on slicks.
Yeah, the point I was making is that, of course, this track goes from almost village to village. Certainly, it's an 8.5 mile footprint, and Mulsanne Straight is a significant distance away from the start-finish line. Likewise, Indianapolis and Arnage, that end of the track, could be affected by wet weather, whilst the start and finish line is dry. So leaving the decision as late as possible as to which tyres you want to go out on is a wise one, but it's going to be slicks for the majority, if not all, Paul.
That's right. It was Martin Brundle who once described the Le Mans track as being a track that went somewhere. So you went to Tertre Rouge, and then you went to Mulsanne, and then you went down to Arnage, rather than just going round and round, round an airfield or a park or whatever it is. And I kind of, that was one of those descriptions that sat with me and describes the Le Mans circuit quite well, a bit like the old Spa used to go somewhere.
I think I did a first at the Nürburgring last year for the 24 hours, in that our accommodation was inside the circuit.
Yes.
So you have to go underneath part of the track at Kittelbach to access where we were staying, and yeah, you think the whole thing wraps around our beds effectively. We're not doing that this weekend at Le Mans, but it is possible to do that. Plenty are, of course, in the campsites.
Now, my weather app tells me that we're going to get away with it for the next 15 minutes.
Okay.
But my screen tells me that rain has been reported at MP5, which is very early on in the lap, just going up towards the Dunlop chicane and beyond.
Well, I must say, looking down at the first cars, those two Porsches that leading the field around, they have dots of rain on their windscreen down at Mulsanne as well. Nothing really to concern the drivers too much, but if it's going to fall, it's only surely going to be spitting. But windscreen wipers on the number 6 Porsche, so maybe a confident sweep as they exit Mulsanne corner. Line astern, number 6 and number 5 pressing on at the moment, just getting a feel for this track. I don't think it's going to feel anything other than fully dry beneath their rubber, but again, it's just something they've got to monitor, something they're getting the feel for here in this, well, not morning warm-up. It kicked off just after midday. It's only 15 minutes. We're already eating those. We've already had the first driver warning for track limits. Sean Galale, take the bow. So on the outlap, car number 31, one of the Team WRT Oricas, and that won't be the last. You can be sure of that. It certainly affected qualifying.
Tell you all that as big as the event is, it's just a race. We can only give our very best. There's no point in putting extra pressure on anybody, or just execute, do what you know, and we're going to be okay.
That's a Big 10-4, Seb. Thank you.
It's just...
Well, wise words from a driver born and brought up in Le Mans. Race all round the world. Sébastien Bourdais aboard one of the Cadillacs, car number 3. But yeah, drivers, the last thing they want is extra pressure.
Well, did he say it's just a race?
He did. I saw you fall off your chair, Paul.
The point, what surely was surrounded what happened to that car during Hyperpole, though.
Yeah,
it burst
exactly.
into flames.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. And
how much work have they had to do in the day and a bit?
They've definitely put a new engine in, because I read that on social media.
Were they going to do that anyway, though? There was a bit of a race engine, surely.
Which one would expect so. Although I think they might have gone for the race engine already by the time they got to the Hyperpole session. But you're right, it was a big problem. And as Johnny Molan was telling us, the problem with fire is not just the damage caused by the fire, but it's the consequent effect of putting fire extinguishant onto the fire, and that gets everywhere.
It was absolutely covered as well. I thought actually they'd controlled the fire pretty well. Let's hear more Team Radio, Toyota.
Quite a lot of vibration. Exterior related.
Copy.
Yeah, it's raining quite a bit in 2013. Hard to assess the thing like that, but it's raining quite a bit.
So clearly there is rain on the circuit. Sébastien Buemi in the number 8 Toyota reporting that, but that was further, or as far away from home as you can get. The run out to Mulsanne, then through those very fast right-hand kinks and into Indianapolis and Arnage. So that clearly that section of the track is pretty slick, pretty tricky on coolish slick tyres. They will have been heated because tyre warmers or tyre heating is permitted again at the 24 hours of Le Mans. The number 3 Cadillac, we just heard about a radio message from Sébastien Bourdais with that, but Peter Snowden has spotted that the sister car, one of 3 Cadillacs that are here competing at this year's race, the blue-fronted number 2 has come into the pits, Peter.
Yeah, it's gone out on a set of very scrubbed wets, if there's such a thing, and they've swapped and just refueled it, putting onto a brand new set of wets. That's the number 2, and it's clear.
Okay. So they are maybe just taking the very top surface of wet weather tyres off, so that you've got a scrub set potentially for the start of the race, which will be, I reckon, heavily affected by wet weather, or at least frequent showers. Now, an LMP2 car has stopped.
Nicolas Lapierre, Cool Racing.
Exit of Arnage, driver's right.
Just what the doctor didn't order. It was all about getting around, and I thought it was quite clear what Cadillac were doing with the number 2. Get your wet tyres just scrubbed in a little bit. We're already a third of the way, more than a third of the way through this 15-minute warm-up session, and one Cool Racing Orica in the pits and leaving the pits, but the sister car with the super experienced Nicolas Lapierre stopped at trackside. So that is their warm-up, one would presume, pretty much over and out, even if the Frenchman, the 39-year-old Frenchman, gets it fired up and brings back to the pits. But the other team's still cycling through their drivers. Corvette Racing looks like that's the taller figure of Nicky Katzberg coming in to take over. So they'll be doing what some of the teams wanted to do, put all 3 drivers.
Let's go back to the pit lane for this CrowdStrike pit lane report. Peter Snowden has found Tom Ferrier of D Station.
Tom, 24-hour race Le Mans is always challenging, but you've had a challenging week already. Tell us about it. Took your 777 car.
Yeah, I mean, that is the only one that's been challenging, fingers crossed, so far. Yeah, really nasty accident. I mean, it's Le Mans, isn't it? An innocent mistake can lead to something that is far more dramatic. So, yeah, driver's okay. That's the main thing. chassis knot. So we had to bring a replacement chassis over from the UK, and boys did a great job on Friday getting it all ready, and we got out on Friday night to do the night practice. And
just a round number, how many hours does that take to put that right, to change that chassis?
We were pretty lucky because it wasn't a brand new chassis. It was one of our ELMS cars that had actually been stripped already. So in terms of brake lines, electronics and everything was already in the shell. So it was really getting it here, engine, gearbox, bodywork. The vinyl guys didn't like it. They had to wrap a whole car in spares again. But it was, I think it arrived at 8 a.m. and we were out for practice at, when did it start? 10. So very good job by all.
That's pretty impressive. What do you charge per hour at TF Sport?
I got too much. Well, not enough, my wife would say.
I was going to say, I'm sure it's the wrong way round, isn't it? Just your 3 cars out there now in the warm-up there. The 25 car you left to go out a bit later. Any particular reason? Just spread them out, or?
No, just engineers doing their own thing, their own checks and own plans, basically. So yeah, I mean, it's always nice when it starts to split with rain in warm-up, but it's really a session just for the guys to do the final checks, get the fuel alarm, make sure they're happy with the fuel numbers, radios. So yeah, and then it'll be lunchtime.
Tom, thank you very much. I'll let you get back to your desk. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll talk a lot more during the race.
Very well.
CrowdStrike. Data protection 24/7. For more, go to crowdstrike.com.
The 33 Corvettes circulating just ahead of one of the Aston Martins entered into the race. By the way, quickest time so far, after really only one proper go at it. There was an outlap and then a reasonably, well, not really a quick one, 3:38.025, bearing in mind the pole time is a 3:22.9, but 3:38.0 from Laurence Vanthoor, James Collado, that was in the 6 Porsche. The 51 Ferrari of James Collado has done a 3:38.6. Nico Müller in the 94 Peugeot 9X8 has done a 3:38.833. Fastest LMP2 time early in this very short session, Dries Vanthoor in the 923 Racing Team Turkey LMP2. We were wondering, one or two of us were wondering whether the penalty that the 33 Corvette will need to serve after a yellow flag infringement during free practice 4 might be able to be served in this session, but the fact that the 33 car is circulating right now suggests not, and the man, well, straight from the horse's mouth as it were, is Ben Keating, now chatting to Joe Bradley in this CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, he's literally just took the car out. The 33 Corvette has come back in. Ben handed over to Nico Veroni. Ben, firstly, how's the track out there?
Well, the track is fine. You know, I wasn't sure how much grip there was going to be. You know, we were getting sprinkles on the windscreen the entire time, the entire lap. And, you know, a few hours before the start of the race, it's not a time to take any risks. So I was going really, really slow, really conservative, probably too conservative, but I'd rather it be that way, you know, because I just didn't know how much. I didn't want to get to a spot on the track that was heavy rain. I was on slick tires, so I just took it really easy. But the track is fine. You know, it's right now for sure. It's not wet. It's just drizzling.
What's happening with this 5-minute stop and go? Can you do it in? Do you have to take it in the race?
No. What's happening with this 5-minute stop and go is that it's poor journalism.
Okay, that's the information we've been given.
Yes. Since then, there's been a retraction of that article, and but nobody reads the retraction. So
we missed that one.
So in night practice, there was a single waving yellow as I drove down the straightaway, and from my understanding of the flags, I'm not obligated to slow down my pace unless there is a double yellow. I can't pass anyone under a single yellow, but I am not obligated to slow down. I was by myself on the track, and I got a penalty because I didn't lift under a single yellow, which I don't agree with. But they gave us a 5-minute stop and go. We stopped a minute and a half before the checker, but because there were cars that went by the checker and stayed on track for another 4 minutes, they have said our penalty has been served.
excellent news. I'm happy that you've clarified that for us, because we were really worried. That puts a completely different perspective on the race ahead for you guys then.
That's right. The fact is that, unfortunately, they didn't know that it was already served. All they saw was the penalty. But they said it would have to be done in the race. The fact is that if we still had to serve it, we'd be serving it right now in warm-up. We're not going to have to serve it in the race. I expect better, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, great stuff though, Ben. I'm happy to hear that. Great luck.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn.
Well, great clarification on Joe Bradley's part, and Ben, you could sense, has been a little rattled by that, but clearly many conversations have been had in race control and with team manager, along with those that kind of put those penalties out, and presumably somewhere in the long document list there is information to say that that has been rescinded. So the 33 car is going to return to the session, tucked in right behind the 311 Action Express car from Cadillac. So all the General Motors cars situated nose to tail in the pit lane, Paul Trustwell.
I am frankly amazed. Every single car has been out. We've still got minutes or so remaining on this session. Not everybody has completed a flying lap, in other words, a lap that starts and finishes across the start-finish line, but everybody has been out, all 62 of them. And that surprises me, because I thought there's no obligation to take part in the warm-up, but everybody has done.
Maybe it's just simply the opportunity to try these slightly changeable conditions, and as we mentioned, scrub some tyres in. Ferrari have just gone top, Paul. James Collado now at the top of the pile, a 3-minute 34.5 second lap, so it's going the right way. Nicholas Nielsen is third fastest, but it's a Peugeot in second place. Nico Muller, the Swiss racer, has tucked in behind. Yes, of course, these times are meaningless, but for Peugeot, they'll need all the fillip they can get on home ground with their radical, exciting, but thus far not enormously quick 9X8. But well done to Nico Muller there, second quickest.
James Collado heading out of Arnage with one of the Peugeots just ahead of him. Peugeot looks to have pretty good initial getaway from that right-hand, 90-degree right-hander at Arnage, but then the 499P in the higher gears is able to match the straight-line speed of the rear wingless 9X8. There is something going on, though, at Mulsanne Corner right now, which may involve, I was about to say one of the hypercars, but no, they've both squeaked through, including the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, driven by Andre Lotterer, and in fact the yellow flag has been withdrawn very quickly. We'll do an hourly update in just a tick, but before that, a CrowdStrike pit report from Peter Snowden.
Yeah, just down at Glickenhaus, and both cars, 708 and 709, come in consecutively from slicks onto wets. They're going back in, and the 708 car right us now has just got a driver change with Ryan Briscoe just jumping on for what must be a matter of seconds of this session to go. And he's on to a fresh set of wets as well.
Well, the checkered flag has just waved, so that will have been spiked for them. So the session is completed, but of course, the vast majority of the cars stood out on the track, and actually, we are just going to sweep through with almost all the cars getting a flying lap. Let's go down and hear from Joe Bradley with Harry King.
Wrong, Harry. It's Harry Tinknell.
Harry Tinknell.
He's in the 88 Proto competition Porsche. Harry, the question on everyone's lips is just how much of is this spit of rain affecting the track conditions out there?
Yeah, it's like that psychological rain where you can see it on the dash, or the windscreen, should I say, but actually in the car you don't really feel it. So I sit out and in, so maybe after like 1 or 2 laps you get the pressure up. I actually think, like, looking at the times, it's probably not really affecting it at all. But obviously you've got in the back of your head, we've got a 24-hour race, so we don't need to be a hero in a 15-minute warm-up. So I think everyone's taking it slightly easy, but reality is, if this was the last 10 minutes of the race, I think the lap times wouldn't be that different.
Forecast is going to be for a bit of a downpour, early evening tea time-ish. What's that going to do?
Yeah, I wasn't saying, rain before the race and then maybe stopping for a bit. So maybe a little bit of the 2021 race where we had big rain at the start, but actually not raining, just the track very wet, drying out, and then, yeah, looking like a bit of rain maybe as the sun's starting to come down a little bit. So going to make it exciting for sure. And I think, obviously, key to the race is keeping it on the track, and new safety car rules this year. means that actually that longevity in terms of staying, just keeping the car in one piece, staying on the lead lap is maybe more important this year compared to previous years where you just had to go for pace, because if you got too far away from a safety car from the leader, then you could drop safety cars back and then very hard to gain it back. So
everything you've just said, I'm just thinking, it's great, isn't it? It's so exciting, what you've just described there. There's so much jeopardy, there's so much drama. Best of luck, mate. Wish you very well. Speak to you later. Thanks, man.
That's Harry Tinknell.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn.
Harry Tinknell, folks. Harry Tinknell rather than Harry King. But in fairness, Joe Bradley did say to you, Bruce, that it was Harry King. And I thought, well, he's not in the 24-hour race. He might have been in that Porsche race hidden further down in midfield. And he also had a tremendous result at the Monaco Grand Prix supporting race only a couple of weeks ago. Massive confusion down in pit lane for Peter Snowden. Let's take this CrowdStrike pit and paddock report.
Well, that's normal for me anyway, but thank you for that, John. But the 708 Glickenhaus has had Pla at the wheel. He brought the car in. The car was swapped from slicks onto wets, as I said. He hopped out of it, and Ryan Briscoe jumped into it, as we discussed. The checkered flag went, and then Ryan Briscoe's just been pulled out of it, and Roman Dumas has got into it. Roman Dumas has now been pulled out of that car, and Pla put back in it again, and it's now been put back in the box. So if you can decipher all that, then you're better people than me, but we know that anyway.
Well, if you'd hung around, they might have stuck you in it, Peter Snowden, but never mind, another year perhaps. But so the session has been completed. The fastest time, 3 minutes 30.113 seconds. James Collado for Ferrari, the second Ferrari. Nicholas Nielsen aboard that is the next fastest car, but the best part of 3 seconds in arrears. Then Sebastian Bourdais completing the top 3 for Cadillac. The best of the Toyotas is down in 5th place behind the faster of the Peugeots. So really, really quite a mix at the top, but it was about keeping it simple, keeping it safe, and we didn't even get all the cars running a flying lap. But as Paul Trustwell pointed out, everyone went out in at least in one lap.
Let's just go straight back to Snowy to get a further thought on the Glickenhaus drivers.
Well, just been pointed by my good friend Bruce there, Ben, who's very kind about driving the car. I wonder if they were just practicing driver changes in the pit lane.
Makes sense to me, yeah. And a chance whilst the car is pretty warm after a session and as close as you can get, I suppose, to the end of a race stint to get a driver out. But it sounded like the driver that had just got out then got back in again, and that shouldn't actually imitate how they're going to be doing it in the rotation, because it tends to go driver 1 to driver 2 to driver 3 and then back to driver 1 again, and the ingoing driver tends to help with release of belts, and also the outgoing driver will make sure that the belts are done up when it's very tricky to see beneath your helmet and to look down, certainly when you've got a hands device strapped to the back of your neck as well. By the sounds of things, they were doing a driver 3 to driver 1 dummy driver change effectively, and plenty of teams will be doing that now in the closing stages. It will have been rehearsed to death already, but there's no reason why you shouldn't do an extra one for luck at the end. So it's an all Ferrari top time for the end of warm-up. I'm going to say front row, but that kind of doesn't work. 3:30.113, as Bruce said, and then a bigger gap of 2.8 seconds back to Nicholas Nielsen from James Collado's time. I don't want to say this too early, Paul Trustwell, but it looks like everybody has got back unskirmished as well.
Yes, I don't think we've got any, just looking down, who are still shown as either not having taken the checkered flag or being in the pits when the checkered flag waved, which are the two conditions for the end of the session.
Let's go to Peter Snowden for a pit and paddock interview with Romain Dumas from Glickenhaus.
Roman, a little bit of a driver change practice there?
Yeah, nothing special this morning with the weather, you know, on top of that, just to check if everything is running fine. So, yeah, all okay, we are ready. We will see, I mean, at the end, you know. Finally, we start this race, that's the most important, you know, it's a long week.
It is, and just that little bit of warm-up there. How was the track? How was the weather? We saw a few wipers on. Was that just confidence, or is it more just psychological?
Oh, you know, I think it will be like that for some hours at the start. So, I mean, it will be the same for everybody. What will happen with the tires, we never know. Hopefully not big shower in one side of the track, you know. But that's Le Mans. It was not normal that it was so nice the weather for 1 week, so it has to rain somewhere.
Yeah, indeed. Well, good luck with the race and look forward to talking again later. Thank you, Roman.
Yeah, rarely do we.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
Rarely do we get as many days in a row of good sunshine. So we had Wednesday and Thursday glorious. Friday, the temperature did dip and some pleasant breeze just taking the edge of the top temperature away. But, I mean, you and I were talking, Bruce, throughout the Wednesday and Thursday sessions, the clouds are going to break at some point. There was a reasonably heavy downpour yesterday that we got caught in, actually, as we were walking into the circuit, and I think it's likely to be, when we get properly thunderstorms, you know, sustained heavy weather, and as Romain Dumas suggested, maybe not the whole of the track affected in one time too.
Well, we've seen that before here, and it really, really catches the teams out, unsurprisingly. If that's not in daylight, if it's in daylight, that's not so bad, but clearly if it's after nightfall and we get part of the track wet, that's going to be a really tricky thing. But it does seem more rain is on the way. It does seem the rain that's going to be coming is going to be super, super heavy. So some of the crews might be going, do I have to be the start driver? Of course not. They're all pros and leading AMs, but let's see how we get on. But for now, we'll take that as a dry session with a little bit of assistance to scrub those slicks. But certainly cameras above the circuit still showing raindrops on the lenses of the helicams. But that was a little session, a short session, but many, many times over the past few decades, we've had incidents of cars going off in warm-up. At least we don't put a tick in that box, Johnny.
Let's give you the times in the other categories, because it was United Autosports who were fastest with their number 23 car in this afternoon's warm-up. Tom Blomqvist with a 3:38.818. Second fastest, the 34 Inter-Europol competition Orica with Fabio Scherer at the wheel, 3:41.024, and Matthias Besch in the best of the Pro-Am positioned LMP2 cars, number 14, Nielsen Racing. That's the one that sneaked into Hyperpole after a post-session decision, relegating the 923 out of Hyperpole and putting Nielsen Racing into the top 8. It did a 3:41.153. DKR Engineering's number 43, Maxime Martin, achieving a 3:41.874. In GTE AM, it was a Kessel Racing 1-2 for Daniel Serra and Kay Cozzolino, 57 faster than 74, 3:55.0 versus a 3:55.771. Jan Halen in the 16, the blue Proton competition car, a 3:56.833. Francesco Castellacci, fourth fastest for AF Corsa, number 54. It was a 3:57.245 for the Italian. And Louis Pret, the Monegasque driver for JMW Motorsport, number 66, doing a 3:54.764. Notice that the top, the four positions, although from the top 5, 4 of them are Ferraris, but you know, you don't read much at all into the pace set in warm-up. James Collado was fastest in the session. He's now chatting to Peter Snowden.
James, thank you very much for your time. I know times aren't that important that session, but you've still topped it. That's it's got to be something psychological, hasn't it?
Oh really? No, it's just a warm-up. I just wanted to check the car was okay and all the the switches were in the right position. Yeah, I got a little feel for the balance. Just to check, it was all like we'd had in the practice sessions, and yeah, the car seems to be so far in the window. So let's see for the race.
Well, you're smiling, which is good.
Well, for now. For now.
Thank you, James. Thanks very much for your time.
James Collado, driver of the number 51 car, giving very little away, it has to be said, but why would you? And bragging rights, well, no, not really, because we were just wanting to put some kilometres on their 499P for the first time on Saturday. Now, a moment in the Mission H24 project, which is this ADES-based, essentially LMP3 car, but run with hydrogen cell technology. And it is circulating together with the Toyota Corolla GR hydrogen demo lap. Now, this is the first time I've seen this car, numbered as S32, a similar kind of project, Bruce.
Yeah, well, for a very, very long time, I've been enormously interested in hydrogen cell cars. A good friend of mine is now building them as prototypes down in Wales. That's a company called River Simple, but certainly Pierre Fillon and the ACO put an enormous amount of impetus into this form of motive power, and hydrogen cell will be coming up somewhere soon. But that Corolla has really caught my eye. It says, I'm just trying to look at the flanks again, it says rookie racing on the side, so clearly intended to be at one end of motorsport, but it's a different take on, of course, electronic propulsion, but hydrogen, the emissions from the car are water.
Yeah, nothing more harmless than H2O, and that's the purpose of this. So again, Le Mans at the forefront of burgeoning technology, and already available in some cars and some public transport. Actually, some buses use the hydrogen technology already, but can you run a car for 24 hours and at a reasonable speed using the hydrogen technology? That is surely the next target, and 2024 was singled out as a significant year for that project. Also out on the track now, the Bugatti, which now, is this electric? Is this hydrogen? I actually don't. We are still, of course, tracing stories from the warm-up session, and Joe Bradley, working hard with a CrowdStrike pit report, has found Albert Costa from the LMP2 class.
Yeah, the number 34 in the Europol car. Albert, I just wanted to check, everything good? You're all set for the race?
Yeah. Well, the weather is still, a bit, I don't know what's going to happen, but it's looking pretty good. The car is running smooth, and we just need the luck in our side, and the rest will come.
What was that warm-up session all about for your car?
To be honest, I asked the same question because this is my first 24 hours and I never did it before. So I asked the team, what are we doing for 50 minutes? And they say, it's just to check. Because from yesterday to today, we put a lot of small parts, new parts in the car, and we just want to check that they are running nice and we don't have any issue. We don't push because, as you can see, the times are very slow compared to the free practice or qualifying sessions. But it's good to check that the car is running without any alarms or whatever is happening. So it's to get ready for the race.
From a driver's point of view, though, you didn't really get a chance to really get a feel for anything. It was just literally see if anything falls off.
Today, I think yes today, because the weather conditions has changed a lot from the previous days, from the product to today, because it's the first day that is cooler condition and it's raining a little bit, so you get a little bit more used. To be honest, I was not driving, but I wish I was driving, because you always learn.
And this being your first Le Mans 24 hours, the crowds are building. Do you get a sense of, wow, I'm at a big event here?
You see my smile in the face?
No, you haven't stopped.
I'm really happy. I'm enjoying a lot in and outside the track. The atmosphere is crazy. I always heard really good stories about this big race, and now I'm part of it, so it's amazing. It's been a really nice days, and I hope to keep it up until tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, it's great passion, Albert. I look forward to speaking to you in the race, mate. Thank you.
Albert Costa of the LMP2 class. Joe Bradley bringing us that CrowdStrike pit lane report, as the cars that have just taken part then in warm-up are being, well, at the moment, spun through 90 degrees and pushed back into garages. Some of them still out on the pit apron as they rehearse driver changes. That is afternoon warm-up, as it is this year, now done and dusted, and thankfully all of the 62 cars that took to the Circuit de la Sarthe asphalt have returned in one piece, and just a little bit of running for those that have been desperately wanting some through the course of the week, but for various reasons have not had the required track time to this point. The next time we'll see all of those cars will be on the release lap and also then the dummy grid ahead of the 100th centenary year running of the 24 hours of Le Mans. All of the build-up, though, with our race car engineering countdown to green will be live here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. My thanks to Joe Bradley, Peter Snowden, Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer. Stay listening, though, because we have plenty more to come between now and the big build-up to the 100th anniversary race.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to lunchtime at Le Mans. My name's John Hindhaugh. It's 91.2 FM around the circuit, around the world on RS1, and we are into our sort of our brunch session at the moment. Sacred Cafe Sport brunch. Feeling like a little bit of a little bit of a cafe vibe going on in our Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre at the moment. Hashtag HaggertyRLM if you want to get in touch with us. I have got the cup of... Oh, that was a bit hot actually. Not a great way to start the programme. Out on the circuit at the moment, somewhere near 80 Le Mans cars that have been here in history. Il Monster is out there from Cadillac, GT40s, Matra Simcas, and Guy Smith is in the 2003 Bentley. I'm really rather hoping that he will decide to drop away and give us a little bit of a show by the time he comes back. Leading the parade, the old number 1 Bentley, I think that is the car that was number 8. 7 and 8 have been very, very successful cars around here, mainly down to the fact that for many years they were numbered and lined up, in fact, regardless of practice and qualifying times, by engine sizes, and the biggest sizes of engines got number 1, and they started at the front. So wherever you're listening at the moment, good to have your company. Hashtag HaggertyRLM. Let me know where you are. And we're on XM and Sirius XM in the US. It will be Sirius 138 XM 202. And we've got a few bits and pieces coming for you in the next hour or so as we head towards our countdown to green, and we'll have the guys on the grid for that. Let me take you back to the Nürburgring a couple of weeks ago, when we've all been hearing recently about how GT3 cars are coming to Le Mans next year. One of the most successful GT3 manufacturers is AMG, and as I say, a couple of weeks ago I spoke with Stefan Arndt, who is the man at the head of AMG, about the plans for the future and where that particular class is going. We'll get to that in just a moment. Hello to Simon Hoff, who had a nice meal in...
I'm Stefan Wendel. I'm head of customer racing at Mercedes-AMG Motorsport.
Stefan, Mercedes-AMG customer racing has been an integral part of particularly GT racing for a very long time now. Approximately how many customers are you servicing around the world?
Oh, this is difficult to say. I can tell you that we sold now from the current GT3 model over 260 cars, and 200 GT4 cars, and now we just we had our Track Series car last year, which was very successful release with 55 limited units, and now we just started our new contender, the new Mercedes-AMG GT2 car. which will be approach the market from July, August.
Now, you have a relationship with CrowdStrike Racing. They'll be racing one of your cars in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa this year. The relationship goes somewhat beyond just supplying them with a car. There's a business relationship as well between your company and CrowdStrike?
Yeah, actually, we have a widespan relationship with CrowdStrike coming from our Formula One team, then from our safety cars, where they are supporting us. And then actually we have George Kurtz joining our customer racing family and racing in the US and now worldwide.
George, we've seen him with our IMSA content, of course, for IMSA Radio. We've seen him develop as a driver. He has very little experience before he started. He's a businessman. I often wonder what people like he and maybe Ben Keating and some of the other bronze drivers would have been like if they'd started at 8 and 9 and 10 like most racing drivers do. What is it that George has done that you've seen that has benefited him as a racing driver? How's his approach been and how have you been able to help him with that?
Actually, I met him first time, I think, at the 24-hour race in Dubai when he was racing with SPS. And he was a typical gentleman driver, I have to say. And then there was a lot of passion for the sport. And I immediately noticed in my talks with him that he was interested a little bit more in the sport and how it works and how everything could be settled in the right direction. So, and then later on, I think when he found a way for himself that he wants to be successful in motorsports, he took the right decisions, you have to say now after a few years. And he's running his own customer racing approach, same as his business. So very professional. He's analyzing in detail what is needed to get successful. Means he tested a lot, he's driving a lot, and all different kind of races all over the world, from Spa, Dubai, Jota, the 24-hour series, IMSA, World Challenge with the SRO in the US. All those things he tested, and he tested different teams and noticed the different ways of working in between the teams. And I think all those informations he took together, and now he found his environment with all the things together, and always supported from Colin Brown, which is a great coach for him. And they two together with the engineering team, and now in hands of Riley Motorsport, they're getting really successful.
I suppose, in some ways, dealing with what we call gentleman drivers, the bronze drivers in FIA grading, in some ways can be even more difficult because they come from such a varied background. When you deal with racing drivers, you pretty much know what they've done and how they've got to where they are. These drivers have come from various backgrounds, have massively varying degrees of experience, or indeed none at all. How do you, in the customer racing department, how do you adapt your approach? Is it almost have to be a one-on-one personal touch?
Yeah, I think it's very, very important to get in touch with them in person, to notice and to get a feeling what are their individual needs. Because it always different from gentleman driver is a very cute word, but those are, I would say, late professionals, which are starting their dream very, very late, and we are there with our products and living the dream together. So this is actually where customer racing is made for. On one hand, we have here such spectacular races. We here 24-hour race, Nürburgring, 24-hour race Spa, where we have pro lineups. But in the same time, in the same race, we have silver class runners with the young guns trying to start their dream and getting professional later on and show what they're capable to do. And we have Gold Cup or Gentleman Pro-Am racing, where drivers like George joining a team, share the car with a professional and fighting against other Pro-Am gentlemen pro combinations. And everyone has a different approach to this. So I met all kind of different personalities, and it's very, very interesting to work with them, and I learned a lot.
It's easy to say we value our customers. Everybody would say that. But at AMG, you've taken them into the loop in helping you design and develop your customer racing cars, GT4 and GT3 product. Even to the point of, with the GT3 car, I remember, I think the car came to Barcelona before it was signed off and homologated to let some of... Portimao, that's right, thank you. I knew I was there. Before it was signed off and fully homologated, to get some feedback from those late starting professionals, I'm stealing that, to give some feedback. That's quite a commitment from AMG.
It is, but we learned very early, already with the SLS, AMG in 2010, where we started our customer racing project. That on one hand we try to get everything in the highest technology and the safest way on the racetrack. But when we arrived a certain level of our development, then we learned, and we think it's a very important point, to bring the final customer into the car and learn from our side if everything is usable. If it starts with the steering wheel, so it's very nice to have a Formula One-like steering wheel. But if nobody can read the numbers and notice after half an hour racing which button is made for, then it's probably not the right way. Yeah. So means and we changed a lot also doing the development, because we negotiated, especially at the steering wheel, how many functions should be on the steering wheel, how far they should away from steering with your thumb, the buttons, and so on, and how much not so necessary, not on a lower priority functions could be in the middle of the car. So those things are very important to make life in the car easy, and this is the feedback we receive from our customers, that they are sitting in a safe car, in a safe environment, and everything is handling well, and they just have the necessary things in front of them to focus on racing, but always with all the other functions in their mind.
You said a couple of words there that really struck a chord with me. Technology and safety. And of course, that is what CrowdStrike does every day. Have they been able to help you from a business point of view with their product?
Sure. So we found already 2 years ago a way to share or to join forces in our strategy platform. So we have a company called Paystack, which is supporting us on the race strategy, live timing software, and they work together and now joining on AWS cloud servers.
And of course, so much information is bouncing backwards and forwards, even in GT racing, but particularly in Formula One. And that it's really important that that is good information, it's clean information, and that it's kept for the right people to see, shall we say?
Yeah, all those data protection is a very important thing, and for everybody, but also especially for us as AMG. We have to be very, very careful what kind of information we are allowed to share. Because on one hand, it's in our interest to share information to make all our customers stronger. On the other hand, we have to make sure that it's the right environment and that we are in the right lawsuits also to take the right decisions. So from this perspective, it's very important for us to have the right partners who are able to give the right protection for this.
I accept that this probably wasn't your decision, it's because it's not what falls in, but why was CrowdStrike the right choice for you and your data?
Of course, they are safe, they have the same approach as us, so we want to have the safest possible car for our customers. You know, our customers, the main customers, they have normally two problems, and one problem is time for their passion, and the other problem is safety, because themselves and also their families sometimes are concerned. Motorsport is dangerous. Okay, it is. It's a lot of fun, but it is dangerous. And then at least they want to sit in a safe environment and want to be protected. And talking about software and data, it's not so much passion involved maybe, but on the other hand it's very important, and I think you feel safe if you know where your data is going to.
Stefan, thank you very much for speaking to us.
yeah, thank you too.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Top temperature 24 degrees round about 7 o'clock tonight. Currently 22 degrees here on the end of the Bugatti circuit. Race start 24 with a 51% chance of showers. Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel. Book tickets at bicestaheritage.co.uk and save 20% with the code RSL.
On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
XM and Sirius listeners joining us in the States, Sirius 138, XM 202, as well as our normal places around the world. We're in the brunch period. Nick Damon and John Hindorf enjoying a Sacred Cafe, Sacred Sport drink here. And also, we've got the opportunity. Well, you could have had one. You could have had one.
Could have had one. Throw the camera.
Camera, yeah. And also the myriad of Porsches that are out there on the circuit.
I'm surprised you can concentrate.
I'm actually really liking the Matra Simca, the car that Henri Pescarolo won in out there at the moment. Hashtag Haggerty RLM. This is your part as well of our build up to the race. We'll have our full countdown to green, Paul with the grid to come as well, and then something a little bit special for countdown to green. I'm not going to spoil a surprise for you, but
don't you mean me and Di on the grid? Me and Di on the grid would be the special thing, surely.
Always, you and Di, and you've got your gold wrist. You've got your gold armbands.
I have to be honest, the wristbands are rather spectacular. They should have been for the Bob Sinclair concert last night rather than this. It does look like you're going to an Ibiza club with your gold band saying grid.
Centenary grid.
See, now I would normally cut that off, but now I might put that thing that your kids do and wear it for the entire year.
You need to put it on slackly enough that you can take it off, and then
they'll probably test that.
Do you think?
They have stepped up the let's make sure you got the correct pass today.
Hello to Steve Fall, who said you've been the voice in my head for a long
there
time,
we are.
and will be for the next day and a bit. And a shout out to the Nodding Dogs, and hello to Simon Hoff, who I was going to mention before we got into Stefan Wendt there in that special CrowdStrike feature just before the weather. A nice meal in Arnage last night, and they were making chip butties. So, lovely.
Oh, right.
Cultural exchange
I think
there.
that's very good, yes. Here is our foie gras and our escargot and our cuisine, our glorious cuisine. What have we got? Got some chips.
Yeah. Rob Janer, thanks for all the coverage so far this week. Wishing the whole team all the best for race. Good luck. It was actually relatively easy getting in this morning. A number of people, including Otter FR, saying that as well. Chris, hashtag 488 is in Kent for the Centenary.
Marvellous county.
But they have got a 1988 theme with all the Silkcut Jaguar gear down there. That was the year before I came, and we were Silkcut Jaguar sponsored in 1989, although it was a Sauber Mercedes victory. And we've got the 88 winning car out on the circuit at the moment. Hello to Sarah Rigby, to Graham Grummy, 1976, getting set to watch on Discovery Plus, but I'm sure we'll be using our audio
of course,
on
yes,
that. With our
absolutely.
Omologato in-race timer.
That's right. The ridiculously popular Omologato in-race timing Studiovision. There's a number of people who've tuned in today expecting to see the warm-up and expect to see 3 to 5 people chatting away. I mean, in fairness, they stayed around, so obviously it wasn't that bad, but I can feel the confused faces. If you don't know what Studiovision is, it's quite confusing.
Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen this week, Nick. You arrived on Tuesday, so you've been here for all the substantive settings. What's the mood been like? This is a professional race. There are professional teams down there, and as part of the CrowdStrike Racing pit team, you've been watching and listening and interacting with them. Do you think they're getting caught up in the atmosphere? Or have they
the
got
really,
to focus
really interesting thing about this event, John, is there's the frisson about it being the 100th, and of course the excitement about the reinvigoration of the top class is palpable to all of us. However, when you walk, as I do, through the back of the garage into the pit lane, it is no different from any year. There is no difference. For us there is, because there's more. We think there's more stories. But you look at the way the pit lane's working, you look at the activity in the pit lane, what they're doing, what the teams are doing, it's the same. There's no one's pulling a streamer out because they've got 3 Cadillacs here. It's not. That's not what it is. That's the most remarkable thing. The rest of the environment is so different. The pit lane is the pit lane. Now it's full. It's busy. But it was busy last year. There were 62 cars last year as well, and that makes it very cramped. And of course there is a new sort of allowance this year to launch the cars at 45 degrees, which is a new rule which you couldn't do before. So they'll be able to. So what you'll see is when they come into the pits, when it's very, very busy, rather than having to roll the car back or wait for the car in front to go, you can stick up a dolly jack and turn the car 45 degrees and launch it out that way, which is a very intelligent change. But apart from that, I would say for us, I think there is a difference. I think for the competitors, it's a 24-hour of Le Mans.
Yeah. I spoke to one of the race engineers at United today, and he referred me to their highly experienced car controller about this coming into the pits. And I think most of the top teams have worked out it's actually quicker to drive in at the 45 degrees, put the car on the dollies, and then put the car exactly where you want it, and then drop it off the jollies. Now, you cannot work on the car while it's on the dollies. So you lose a little bit there, but you lose far less than if your driver has to stop short or indeed go long and be pushed back.
Absolutely. The pushing back is what takes time. Now, United Autosport schools are very, very lucky. It's their first in, so they should, unless they're going to block themselves, always be able to drive straight into their pit box. There's also a bit of a gap between UA and Toyota are next to them, because of course it's a prefab where UA are in, so so Toyota don't have a completely clear ramp. It's not quite so bad. The rest of the pits, apart from that very small gap, which I think is between pit 28 and 29, which is a couple of the Aston pits, they are nose to tail. So the only other team that has a minor advantage is the AF Corsa Ferraris, because they have about 6 foot of extra gap of non-used pit as it goes from the old pit lane to the recently added annex, the row of woe, the lane and shame.
Who's that, did you say?
AF Corsa Ferrari.
No, they don't, because there's a Ferrari garage right next to it now.
It's filled. It's a 4 foot gap.
Oh, okay.
It's 4 feet, John. That's what I'm not saying they got a gap. They got 4 feet, or 6 feet. And then of course the other team that has an advantage, which doesn't matter to anybody because they're not actually in the race officially, but they are not, is of course the Garage 56 and the Camaro, who have a free exit, of course, because they're the last in the garage. So, but it is going to be a major theme, because one of the things we saw last year was that it appeared to be that the cars ended up not running alternate strategies. They're all running to fuel, and they can all do the same over laps. So you would see every single MP2 coming at the same time, and they're long cars. You'd see every single hypercar coming in at the same time. So, if you get at any point where more than one class is coming in, it's absolute chaos as far as finding your pit box is concerned.
It's Nick Damon, I'm John Hindhaugh. This is our Sacred Coffee Brunch. We're in the cafe at the moment, as you can hear, a little bit of a,
frisson.
Cafe society going along.
Well, that's you and I, John, isn't it? Cafe society.
Always. So we've got our Sacred Coffee here. If you're watching, I can do it that way as well.
I don't know.
In case you're watching on Studiovision. Studiovision with you right the way through now till the end of the race.
In 3 parts.
In 3 parts, yes. We know that some of you are going to be watching pictures. We're not doing pictures here. We're not talking to TV. Sometimes we don't even have the same pictures as TV. We won't have the same sound as TV. We've got radio audio here, although we can select race direction and pit to car audio as well, which obviously we'll do if it's something that is relevant. But I know that some of you like to queue it up, so this year Omologato have stepped up for us. They are partnering with Nielsen as well, with one of the gold cars in the race. Nielsen Racing from Corby in Northamptonshire, the closest race team to me actually, when I'm at Hindhaugh Towers. And the Omologato in session, or as it will be from now, in race timer, just to help you sync up if you are watching pictures from somewhere else around the world. At Radio Le Mans, #Haggerty RLM. Hello to James from JGC Porsche Specialist at Brackley. He's here at Le Mans. I think they're at Porsche. He's at Porsche Curbs with Ryan Smith. Not the Ryan Smith from Corvette Racing. This is Ryan Smith from Hunt Smith Detailing. Also,
almost the same.
Also Brackley. two massive car fans. James races a bit himself. He's got a Boxster race car, and he's forgotten more about Porsches than most people know. And he's fettled my Porsches a few times down through the years. And Ryan makes sure that they always look absolutely pristine. And fellas, hope you're enjoying the race so far, the race week so far. Talking to Porsches, a huge array of Taycans.
Every single Taycan estate in the world is currently going down the front of the straight.
I think you'll find that they are sport Turismos there and cross Turismos. I don't know what's made them cross, but
it's an estate.
I do like a wagon.
Fast estates. That's what you should. That's the only car you should ever buy. Never buy an SUV. Buy a fast estate. Speaking of someone owns one.
I still think one of mine would look pretty good in that multicoloured wrap that they've got on for 75 years. Also saying hello in this sacred coffee brunch period to Bjorn, who's found their spots for the build-up and the start on the grandstand. To Graham Ingleby. Hello to all the Le Mans virgins, including my son Joel, sitting up at the podium, soaking up the atmosphere and listening to Haggerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM. Neil Gardner is tuned in, and he's starting his Le Mans doodle early. Oh.
No.
20th anniversary of Le Mans.
Is it a picture from Studiovision?
No, it isn't. That would be scary, wouldn't it?
Oh, right, okay.
It's the 20th anniversary of Guy Smith, Dindo Capello and Tom Christensen's win, so it's going to be the EXP8 that he is.
Mohammed bin Suleiman is here.
Is he? He'd be. I notice he's not mingling among any proper spectators, because he probably wouldn't get out again.
I don't know, as long as they're Red Bull fans.
Marcel, do stop it. Marcel, greetings to the collective, to my Swiss friend on the banking at the S's, and he's been sampling the local adult beverages. Johnny, shortly the greatest expression of radio broadcasting upon us. Hindhoff given the appropriate reverence to those who have left us in the role of honour. It's a long one this year, so you're going to have to sit down for that. I think we'll start that immediately we get on the air at 2:30 for our countdown to green. And sadly, I'm afraid to say, from my point of view, there's quite a lot of very good personal friends on there, so you'll have to bear with me getting through that. Marcus Miller is tuned in from Ireland, and Jesse Young, New South Wales South Coast, set for the motor race of the year. He thinks it's going to be one to remember. It's been a good week, Nick, let's be honest, as we're settling in here before the cars and drivers start coming onto the pit lane. You get the opportunity to go onto the pit lane and to the grid. What have you seen this week that has caught your eye in terms of how people are going about their racing that maybe makes you think somebody can challenge Toyota at the front of the field?
I think that the interesting thing is that a number of the teams outside of Toyota have had little minor niggles, and they've hidden them well. Behind, or no, we're not quite going out now, or just a single car. Obviously, the most obvious one was the the Cadillac with the fire in qualifying. But that was on the back of the fact they've been having problems with their fuel tanks prior to that, and they changed fuel tanks in two of the cars, and then they have a fuel leak. Now that is almost certainly a fat finger situation, putting it back together again. But you see, okay, that's an interesting problem. The Porsches have had a lot of little niggly issues. Fine, that's the point of practicing qualifying, is to sort them out. The Peugeots have been non-stop niggly issues, and Toyota have been trundling around. And I know there was a problem with one of the Ferraris on Thursday. In terms of ultimate pace, I think the revisions to the balance performance and the layout of this track, which, let's be honest, is almost certainly what some of the other teams have designed their cars for, rather than Portimao and places like that, has enabled the teams to see what you saw in qualifying and have a comfortable margin fastest of one of the other cars, be it a hypercar rather than an LMDH, and the LMDH and the Porsche being very, very close as well to the Toyotas. Once we get rolling, my feeling is we're going to have a fantastic first 3 or 4 hours where anyone could be in the lead, and if it's damp, anyone could be in the lead. But as the race goes on, as little things happen, you just kind of have the feeling of inevitability that the better operational knowledge and the better experience operationally, and the fact the bulletproofness of the car is going to move Toyota to the front. Now, there's nothing to say that a Porsche or a Ferrari cannot have a completely trouble-free run, because they can. This is a weird thing about these cars. You can have the most fragile machine in the world that's breaking down every 2 minutes, and suddenly it runs an entire race. Much as you can have a car that looks reliable and breaks down the third lap. So the thing to say that is just, if you were sitting down and betting your house, who do you if you're going to say choose two cars to have trouble-free runs, they'd both be Toyotas, wouldn't they? That's what you choose, and that's what it really is. You're really against pace, against reliability. And let's remember, when Toyota joined this championship as the saviour, let's be honest, back in 2011, no one gave them a chance to do anything, and they were beating Audi on pace a few hours in. And then the operational things and the reliability faded away, and Audi won. But you've got to remember that's what happened. So my feeling is we'll get to the end of a WEC race 6 hours in, and I think it's at best 50-50 Toyota will be leading, but we get to dawn and we get to like 2 in the afternoon, and I think we'll see the Japanese mark at the front.
LMP2, the last time at Le Mans as a WEC class, and that's caused a bit of chat. Let's be honest. There's a lot of teams. As soon as that was mentioned, United announced their intention to move to IMSA and do a full IMSA season with 2 cars. Now, that clearly has been in the works for a while, but I think they were being tremendously respectful and not announcing that until what we all knew was going to happen. We've been talking about that since this time last year. United are going. Others to follow, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the reason that the WEC have done what they have done is absolutely, fully understandable, and in my opinion, fine. 100%, because they are going to have theoretically 18 to 20 LMDHs and hypercars next year, and they're going to have a number of factories who want to put in GT3 cars, and they've got 36 to 38 slots. That's it. That's the most they can have. They haven't got room for a P2 class, because remember, all these other cars are being run by manufacturers, and manufacturers mean activation cash, and they mean marketing, and they mean promotion. Whereas the LMP2 run by privateer teams, for us racing purists, are fantastic, but for big racing series, not what they need for a World Championship. However, of course, and it needs to be stressed, that it will still be the premier class in European Le Mans system series, Asian Le Mans system, and still be able to race in a competitive class IMSA as well. So it's not they're being jumped, they're being dumped.
And because of that, because they are still the top class, 15 places guaranteed here last year, and that actually provides a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I don't know if it does. I think if you need to have 3 classes. Otherwise, I have 2. We've gone from 4 classes down to 3 this time, and to go from 3 to 2 for next year for the Le Mans is I think it's difficult. I think you need to have multiple classes. It's multi-class racing. The whole point of it. Now the differential between GT3 and hypercar is massive. Yeah, it's going to be.
Now, is that
GT3 is going to do 404 flats, aren't they? Probably.
What were they doing earlier on today?
They did about 404, so they weren't really the best ones there. So you'd say about 4. So it's going to be 30 seconds a lap. So yeah. But the other thing about the MP2 obviously has been so successful. The Oracle 07 has been so successful. So many people have them. You can run them. They're knocking. Everyone can get hold of one. They're relatively. Everyone knows how to run them now. It's as close as you can get to a plug-and-play prototype series you'll ever find in the world. It's been so successful. In my opinion, it's killed future LMP2. Because there is no LMP2 in the future. All these people, these manufacturers announcing their hypercars, their LMDH cars are based on LMP2 chassis. What chassis? That's the sad thing is, I think, John, there is not going to be another LMP2.
So does LMP3 take up the cudgels in the regional series?
It's probably because
that worked to a point in IMSA with the old DPIs or the previous DPIs, which are about as quick as the GTPs are, although the GTPs are getting quicker.
You need a faster P3.
Well, that could happen.
Because the issue really is that the thing about because when P2 came out, we had P1 and we had proper P1s. You know, we had the fastest cars ever around here, 314 Kobayashi. So getting a P2 doing 326s or 330s was fine. Now they've tried to bring back the costs and reduce the power the energy consumption. The hypercars are doing well. We obviously saw a 323 from Ferrari, but the fastest we're going to see in the race is about 327. Which was the race pace of the P2s. And they had to strangle them twice to get them for a gap. So what you actually need is, when you have a 3-class system, is to have a reasonable gap. Let's say, I know it's slightly faster than that, we're saying 4 minutes for the GT3s, 3-minute 30s for the hypercars. You want a class doing 345s. And that is not P3 at the moment. But it's not P2 either. You need P2.5.
Well, they are being slowed a little bit at the moment. Quick word on the GTs. Last time for the GTEs, all GTE AMs here, so that means you have to have a bronze driver in there. It is GT3 next year. I'm not a fan of that. I've always said that. It'll come down to how well they race. I think bringing in GT3 in only a 2-class or 2.5 class system, it's a bit of a neither now nor summit, lads. And we'll talk about that in a minute, actually, because we've got Andrew Marriott on the line with a Marriott menu.
Marvellous.
Menu? Marriott's memory.
No, menu is dinner.
Well, he does. Andrew's
I'm
always
sure he does one on food.
He's always liked a good meal. And over the last 100 years, the race has been running. There've been over 10,000 different drivers taking part. Not all of them have run with their own names. Andrew Marriott joins us now to talk about some of those who've used nom du cause. Afternoon, Andrew.
Yeah, John. In fact, just a quick plug for my book, still available. Is there much more of this? There is a chapter about pseudonyms, but particularly Le Mans. What got me thinking about this? I was at a classic historic meeting a couple of weeks ago at Donington. I was looking down the entry list, and I saw a bloke whose name was Eric Stahler. Eric Stahler. I know that name.
Very good.
He was the Ferrari driver in the Le Mans film, the one that Steve McQueen, then as Michael Delaney, gave the V sign to with that famous painting. So I thought, well, who's this bloke? So anyway, I went sniffing around and I found in the back of the garage this so-called Eric Stahler, and he was obviously a fan of the film and of Steve McQueen, but he was actually a hotshot German lawyer who did a lot of work for the German government on buying equipment and so on. He raced under this assumed name, so that sort of set me thinking about Le Mans and pseudonyms. And of course, the one immediately comes to mind is the man who won in 1995. John Winter, in inverted commas, whose real name was Louis Craggs. And, of course, sadly, I think you probably know this story, John, that he subsequently moved to America, ran a toy business in Atlanta, strangely enough, and then took a gun to his head. Not really sure why, but in between that, he had quite a lot of success, as well as winning Le Mans. With Paolo Barilla and Klaus Ludwig, that win. He was third in '88. He raced in the Inter Series. He won at Daytona in 1991 for Joest, together with Jelinski, Pescarolo again, and Hurley Haywood. He had a victory at Elkhart Lake. So he was a pretty decent pilot, was John Winter. I knew him a little bit at the time. I have to admit, I didn't realise it wasn't his real name, but John Winter was Louis Craggs.
He used that nom du cause, I suppose you would call it, mainly to stop was it his mother?
His mother.
He didn't want to know that he was. I mean, he was racing 956 Porsches with Jost and stuff. These were pretty hairy things, and that win in '85 was, as you say, with Klaus Ludwig and Paolo Barilla. But it was something to do with his mum, wasn't it?
It was absolutely to do with his mother, and he raced for several years without her ever finding out. In fact, she didn't find out until he won Le Mans. And then his picture was all over the German papers, of course. And that's how she found out. I don't know what her reaction was, but maybe that's why he moved to America.
Yes, maybe indeed. Plenty down through the years, as we mentioned. Perhaps one of the most tragic, of course, was Pierre Levesque,
Yes.
not his real name, who was part of the 1955 disaster. His real name was Pierre Eugene Alfred Bouillon.
Yes.
And he actually raced, I think it was, and I'm reading up at the moment, and I think it was his uncle who...
It was, yeah.
Who raced...
His uncle was a pioneer racer. I mean, he must have been a pioneer racer because he died in 1904. Right. And apparently Pierre just really looked up to him. And so to honour him, took his name when he was racing. And of course, he had a terrific career. And, you know, mainly in Talbots, he raced at the dawn of the World Championship in Formula One. He did 6 races for Talbot. Now, this is meant to be Marriott's memories. I can't actually recall him. I wasn't there at the time. I'm not quite that old. But, of course, he also had that race when he led virtually the whole race and broke down in the last hour, and nobody else drove the car.
Correct.
He knew that the car had got a problem in the engine. He felt a very bad vibration. He was afraid that the co-driver would not coax it along, and so he insisted on driving the whole race.
Correct.
And in the last hour, think of the crushing blow of this. The thing, actually, the crankshaft did let go, or one of the bolt broke or something, and he was out of the race in the last hour, in the lead, I think, by a couple of minutes.
Oh, more than that.
You couldn't think of anything worse than that.
It was 4 laps in the lead, and
4 laps in the lead.
So it took over 20 minutes before the Mercedes, the Mercedes came through to win. Ironically, and given what happened, it was Uhlenhad, who was the famous Mercedes designer and engineer, was so impressed with Levesque and his driving. Not planned, as Andrew said, to do that full race on his own. He felt he couldn't. Of course, he didn't finish, so the car didn't get, even though it should have been classified, it had done enough laps to. Of course, it couldn't. It didn't cross the line. So Uhlenhad had said to him, if and when Mercedes come back, you can have a drive. And I think it was 52, wasn't it, that he had the problem? Mercedes concentrated on
52, and then 53 finished 8th. And then I don't think he did at 54. And then 55, they put him in the Mercedes team with John Fitch, as you say. And then one of the interesting things was that, you know, just before, at that famous crash, it said that he knew there was a big accident happening, and he managed to signal to Fangio, who was just behind. And Fangio said later that it helped him avoid the wreckage. Now, I'm not sure if that's true. I mean, they're never quite sure about how many people died in that awful accident, which of course subsequently stopped racing in Switzerland for years, and I think Norway as well didn't have any racing. But you know, it was 80 odd people were killed, and I believe there was a lot of magnesium in that car.
Correct.
And it burned. In fact, Levesque was thrown out of the car, wasn't he?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, but
who do we think was? Do we think John Winter was the last person to race under a nom de cause? I'm trying to think.
No. Nelson Piquet.
Oh.
Of course, Nelson Piquet is not his proper name. It's Nelson Sotomayor. Of course, but always raced. But he raced, remember, the first Schnitzer BMW.
Yes.
And then there was Charles Voltzmann. Quite relatively, and remember he raced in that Lola. Charles Voltzmann, he was he meant to be a flower dealer, but he did deal in other things, which got him in a lot of trouble actually. And the other one we remember particularly in the heyday of the 50s was Jean Berlies, whose actually real name was Jean Blaton. He was the Ferrari importer for Belgium. He had some pretty good runs in yellow Ferraris, of course, and was close to Jean Swatters, who was another Ferrari dealer. So there's been a few, and I suspect there's a couple we've missed, you know, but interesting to race under. I like nom de guerre. I mean, you know, motor racing is pretty much a war, isn't it?
It is.
So, but, yeah, so interesting, and well, I'm sure there'll be somebody else in the future who got, for whatever reason, whether he wants to honour his uncle, not let his mother know, or keep himself out of jail, will be racing there again under a nom de plume, or shall we say a pseudonym.
Thanks, Andrew. Andrew entertaining us as ever with his memories. We've got cars out on the circuit as they go round to line up the grid. Individuals are heading to the grids as well to mark up where the cars will stop. We've just had a couple of Raphaels over the top at 0 feet on full afterburner pass. It is the brunch show with Sacred, and spoke to Tubbs this morning actually. 350 kilograms of beans.
Really?
He's bought here just for his customers. Hey, hello to Matt Cooper. Hello. Shout out to his dad watching and listening while I'm in the garden sunbathing. 9 years to the day since my grandfather's funeral. He was a lifelong fan of the race. Could Graham? He visited all the years he could. Graham and Val would love a shout out for John. Done for you. Such an emotional time this for everybody, isn't it? Gavin Powers, can't wait for the countdown to green, already emotional. Sid's tuned in, Tet Rouge is ready and it's very busy. Jason Kerr, my brother Simon and I, opposite Garage 56. Looking forward to all sorts of action on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. Viz Patel, would LMP2 be better off being branded as LMP Privateer, where at full pace they could compete for overall wins against the factory efforts? Did that in IMSA when Colin Brown and John Bennett nearly won the championship and all the manufacturers complained.
Well, there they are, yes.
Because they didn't want their super duper factory cars. Ferrari doesn't want to be beaten by an Oreca. You can buy a Ferrari. They don't want to be beaten by a Peugeot or a Toyota, but at least another car.
Yeah.
They want to be beaten by an Oreca.
Yeah, you want to be beaten by a car you can't buy rather than a car you can buy.
Yeah, absolutely. Quick chat. GTE, we know, is disappearing. Quick chat, calendars. Let's talk about calendars. FIA World Endurance calendar revealed. We're back up to 8 events and 8 different countries. Qatar, we know, have bought the rights to the prologue and the first race, and that will be March the 2nd. Then we're off to Italy. 1-year contract for Imola, because Monza can't hold it at the moment because they're going to be refurbing. Then it's Belgium before Le Mans. Then we're here at Le Mans. Then it's Brazil, USA. They're going back to the Circuit of the Americas. Brazil's Interlagos, by the way. USA, Japan, and Bahrain. Clash. One of those is a clash, isn't it, with IMSA and Long Beach Grand Prix. I don't think that's going to be that much of a problem.
Lots of clashes with Formula E, which can be a problem.
The big one is the Spa round clashes with the Nürburgring 24.
Oh, yes.
90 kilometres apart. I'm not sure how smart that is in terms of getting a... That means it must be round about...
Just sounds like a challenge, some of the drivers, to do both.
And the spectators.
Yes.
Because, of course, WEC race on Saturday there. They don't race on the Sunday. So you could, I suppose you could do
could
both.
Be in the team and only drive for the GT3 later. Well, of course, they have GT3s in this anyway, so yeah.
Well, and that's why it's the problem, though. That's my point.
Yeah.
You're going to have manufacturers trying to split across, although there's not supposed to be any manufacturers' teams in the WEC next year. It's supposed to be Pro-Am. It won't be. It will be factory-supported teams, and they'll get factory drivers in through the back door. It's
obviously
it's already a slippery slope to disappearing by somebody building a class killer so they can win Le Mans, as far as I'm concerned. But hey-ho. Asian Le Mans series. Oh, has anybody got the bottom why it's 1,912 kilometres in Qatar? 1918, kilometres in...
Is that it? Is it? No?
1812. I was right the first time.
Is it overture?
Sorry. Yeah,
that's not a prologue, it's the overture of the season.
That's the one before. Asian Le Mans series goes back to a pan-Asian calendar. December and February. December 23, February 24. A couple of races in the first weekend of December in Sepang. Then the 4th of Feb, which is the week after Daytona, I think. So good job, Bathurst moved. That's going to be at Dubai. And then the 10th and the 11th of February at Yas Marina. So 5 rounds rather than 4. And that, of course, is SRO that will be running that on behalf of the Asian Le Mans Series and LMEM. Back to that split calendar sort of thing?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the last 3 years, or due to COVID, they've had this very condensed Dubai, Yas Marina over the course of about 10 days. I think adding Sepang's good. I think Sepang's a very, very good circuit. It's woefully underused. I think due to the fact it won't necessarily pay some of the licensing fees for people. And then I think it's a good calendar. I mean, the teams will say whether it's about logistics, about getting the cars out to Malaysia. I'm sure the gap between Malaysia and Dubai is so they can sit on a boat and travel there over Christmas and January. But yeah, I mean, their cars taken out of circulation when there are other events going on, but I think it should be. Yeah, I think it's a good upgrade, and I'm sure they'll be looking to pull it up to a couple more events if the teams agree for the following year.
Tim Gray and Rob Lomas are back over in London. Have told me it is named after the Qatar National Day, which I looked that up to find out when it became a nation state in the modern sense of the word, and I couldn't make it work. It's the 18th of December, so it's 18th of the 12th.
Is it, or is it the Muslim calendar, which is different from ours?
No, it's 18th of December.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that will probably be about a 10-hour race. I presume they will put a stop on it, so it will be 18-12 or either 8, 10 or 12 hours as they do at Sebring. That's for the WEC as far as that's concerned. It appears then that we're moving back. We're hearing that the word is that Monza, that Imola race is for 1 year only. Silverstone potentially to come back in 2025 in April before the Le Mans break. They've been trying to get it in there, but they wanted it later in the year, and that clashed with MotoGP. So potentially still an increase in calendar when we get to 2025.
No, just an observation, they are parking the cars in a very different way this year. Cars are slowly rolling out onto the grid.
Oh, yeah, on the grid,
and they're not leaning them against the pit wall.
Yes.
They were at a jaunty angle. Now they're in the middle at a jaunty angle.
Okay. Final thoughts about those two calendars, Nick? The resurgence of the...
Am I allowed to be honest?
Yeah.
Why are we going to Brazil again? They keep trying to go to Brazil. For what reason? Because we all know what's going to happen. They won't do the upgrade they say they're going to do. It's unlikely anyone will get paid, but, you know.
They're still not in the new pit lane that we were promised.
In 1991. Or 1998, sorry.
Several times. On the circuit at the moment, Pierre Fillon, himself a very accomplished racing driver with the president of the FIA in a Porsche.
Who was putting it into super sport mode.
No, he wasn't actually.
Oh, no?
I know what that button does on a Porsche.
What does it do?
He was turning the fan up. that is turning
up.
I
kind of launch control, I'll get it all on.
All I want to know is, has he got 91.2 FM on the stereo? Of course he has. Hello to Ed King and to Jesse Young. My only concern with the calendar is how close the last Asian Le Mans series is to Bathurst and whether that could impact any team from that series wanting to run at the mountain. The problem about all of those is once you've put GT3s in the World Endurance Championship, how does that impact, even if it's only 16 of them, how does that in fact impact the other championship in terms of the calendar? And I think that's the worry. We're going to let Nick go in a moment. He'll be down on the grid for our countdown to green, which starts at about 2:30. Coming up in a half an hour's time, Paul Truswell will read you the grid for the 91st running of the Le Mans 24 Hours on its 100th anniversary. We've got Glickenhaus problems with the number 708 being pushed back into its garage. It's not gone onto the grid. We'll follow that one up in a moment. This weekend is big here in France. Next weekend, it's the 10th anniversary of the Bicester Flywheel Festival at Bicester Heritage. We'll hear more about the excitement. We'll have that for you in sound and vision if you can't get to it. This has been Sacred Coffee and our brunch programme here at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Also coming up, Colin Brown in conversation with us from the CrowdStrike Racing team. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned to 91.2 FM. We're building to the 100th anniversary of the Le Mans 24 Hours.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Well, here we are at Bicester Heritage, and hoving up onto the horizon is the 10th Flywheel Festival. Delighted to say that Jack is joining me again. We're out on the terrace at the moment, enjoying a bit of sunshine. All starting to come together, all very real now. Jack, tell us a little bit more now as we're starting to get the whole character of the event is starting to building with the cars and the aeroplanes that are going to be coming in. First of all, are you looking forward to it?
I will be. I think there's a lot of work to go on in the build-up, but we're getting there, and yeah, I can't wait to see the track in action, to be honest. And some of the cars that we've got coming truly encapsulate everything that we're doing here at Bicester Heritage. So there's new cars, old cars, electric cars, vintage cars, race cars, all sorts of things, and they'll all be grouped together in various ways to create a bit of intrigue. So you'll see a car necessarily that you wouldn't necessarily normally see together. So you could watch a Bugatti followed by a Polestar.
Okay, so tell me how that's going to work then. There's a variety. I've got a timetable here which is full on from 10 o'clock in the morning on Saturday and 10 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, both going through till 5 o'clock. That's on the Father's Day weekend, the weekend after Le Mans. Rally cars. Well, rally cars is fairly self-explanatory, but what sort of eras are we looking at there?
So in many ways this one is less self-explanatory than it could be. So they're not just Group A cars, Group B cars, WRC cars, but with people like Blue Diamond on site and Hero ERA, we are very much an endurance rally site as well. So you could have a Subaru Impreza that was driven by Tommy Mäkinen, followed by a Riley from the 1930 TT, because they still rally today in a very complicated way of getting from A to B at a period of time specifically penalised by the second. So it's a proper challenge in a very different way to Impreza.
The Bristol Blenheim and the Spitfire will be flying in around about 10:30 on the Saturday morning. If you haven't heard about that, this is very exciting. I believe a Mark 1 Spitfire as well.
Yes, I believe it's the earliest airworthy Mark 1, and then it's the only airworthy Blenheim in the world. And Blenheim's the prototype Blenheim actually came here as a mule, effectively, to train the engineers and the people that would go up in it. And this is what the aerodrome company at Duxford have called this, is the spiritual home, effectively, of the Blenheim.
Wow.
To Duxford to the Spitfire is what RF Bicester is to the Blenheim. So it's a bit of a homecoming, and it's I'm sure it'll be quite an emotional thing to see, whether you appreciate vintage aircraft or not. Just the sight and the sound of it coming in will be quite special.
It's certainly one of my highlights of the weekend already. All right, let's rattle through some of the other collections, if you like. The 1963 Diamond Collection. Right, well, 1963, definitely a big for motorsport fans and for rear-engine car fans, a huge year. That was the first year of the Porsche 911. So that clearly, we're going to get some 911s in that?
Hopefully a 901.
Ooh!
If we can find one. So, but then, it's a bit of a conceptual group, that one. So
this is the difficult second album, is it?
Yeah. So any car with a link to 1963. So McLaren started in 1963. There was no McLaren in 1963, but he went racing in a Xerox, I think. But there will be McLarens, because it is the start of that for that era, effectively. The 911 will have a brand new 911 from Porsche, and hopefully a 901. But then also we'll have a Giulia, because the 105 series. The Coupes came out in 1963. The Fulvia came out in 1963. Mini Cooper S came out in 1963. All sorts. Lamborghini launched in 1963. Iso Griffo came out Concept came out in 1963. So it's an oddly good year for cars and racing. So yeah, it should be interesting to see the cars together.
Aero cars is the next category. Now, Is that aero-engined cars? Is it aerodynamic cars? Is it flying cars?
Yes, basically.
Ooh.
So the 27-litre aero engine car could be followed by a Grand Prix car, or it could be something with a big wing.
That would be good.
Or it could even just be a Spitfire, Triumph Spitfire.
I like that.
So again, conceptual.
I like that. I like that. The pioneers. Now that's a broad subject.
Yes, yeah. So we're quite lucky with this site. We have things like Bentleys, which have pioneered superchargers, obviously. We've also got the MGK3 Chassis 1, which is the first supercharged MG. But also in there you'll see Model Ts that were driven on fairgrounds in America, a thing called pig racing, where you do a couple of laps, pick up a pig, do another couple of laps to the end of the race. And it doesn't get any more pioneering than a Model T. But then to go with that, we'll have an Austin 7, which is also still in competitive, so it rallies now. But also Mazda are going to bring the RX-3, which is one of the first mass-produced rotary cars, and sounds incredible. So it's another wide mix of cars. That there are so many pioneers and pioneering things. So Peter Stevens is in that category with his special.
Oh.
So
Peter Stevens, renowned designer of many beautiful things. I actually think he did some of his best work on the Rover 75, if I'm quite honest. I thought that was a very well prepared and proportioned car. Spirit of America.
Yes. Again, doesn't have to be American. American links. So there's a Shelby Cobra, original Cobra, which was in Viva Las Vegas, and then went to the Carroll Shelby Racing School. So it would have been driven by some good people. But then alongside that will be the Bentley Pikes Peak Continental GT. So the record, I think, is still the record holder officially. So that will be going around the track, and apparently it doesn't like to go in a straight line. So that should be good. And then we'll have another Model T and various other things. There's the Turner, which is a British 50s sports car, but which the majority of which went to America, including this one. So it kind of encapsulates the export or die era of British sports cars.
And Andrew Marriott will be delighted about that as an aficionado of Turners. Historic Carts. Now, Historic Carts has actually really exploded in the last probably only last 5 to 10 years. You couldn't give old kart chassis away not so very long ago, but there are now a number of different championships around the UK and Europe. Why have you brought those here?
Well, these particular karts are particularly special, to be honest. So they have certain drivers have driven them in period when they were starting out, and they may have reached the very top potentially. So we're just firming those up. But that should be quite special and noisy, I suspect, and smoky.
Noisy and smoky. There will be two-strokes. Yes, chain-driven two-strokes. There will be. That takes me back to my motoring and motorsport roots there, as does the next category, which is the Le Mans Centenary celebration. Le Mans 24 hours. The week before, we'll be celebrating the 100th anniversary of the first running. I mean, that in itself, we could have done a full weekend about Le Mans Centenary, because the amount and the variety of cars down through the years. So you had a lot to go at there. How easy or difficult was it to pick some of the cars out that you've got?
Well, Le Mans hasn't helped.
Le Mans doesn't change its date very often, in fairness, Mr. Phillips.
No, they've monopolised the cars, understandably. But we've been quite lucky. Bentley love coming here, and they're going to bring the original Birkin blower. So this was the car that effectively started Bentley supercharging, whether they wanted to or not. And this is the car, whether you believe it or not, was the car that pushed Caracciola out of the race by going too quickly. So it's a very special car that they don't get out too often anymore. And this is the car that was the basis for the continuation cars. So just being around that guy it has an aura that you're just transported back to 1930 and stones and
squint a little bit, and it all goes into sort of black and white and a bit impressionist painting. Absolutely. And that's going to be very evocative. Some newer machinery as well, as you say, that problematical in that quite a lot of them will have been at the Circuit de la Sarthe the previous weekend.
Yes, but the R9R prototype, which is another link to Peter Stevens. So this is the XJR15 before it was the XJR15. So effectively underneath is a XJR9, which is how we can fit it into the Le Mans category. They've never actually raced at Le Mans. So it's the prototype that would have been presented to Jaguar, which then made them say, we need a Jaguar badge on this. So it's technically it's a TWR R9R rather than a Jaguar Sport XJR15. So it's a very special thing.
I don't think even I've seen that one before, so that's good. Magneto to electric. I like this. They say there's nothing new in anything. If you go back far enough in motor racing and automotive history, you start finding things that you think were only invented yesterday, and of course they weren't. As we started personal transport, it was internal combustion engine, steam, and electric. People tend to forget the electric bit. So what have we got here? I'm intrigued by this.
Yeah, absolutely. We're hoping to have a sort of turn of the century electric car, whether that's an Edison or something, because it was one of the three modes of transport that was being explored. The initial land speed records were done in electric cars. So, and with Polestar being on site here as a specialist, it gives us a bit of an opportunity to go from the importance of electricity in vintage cars, so the magnetos, without a magneto and the electricity going through that, a Bugatti Type 35 wouldn't start.
Correct.
So we are making that connection between electric cars, of modern electric cars, and electricity within vintage cars.
Yeah.
And ideally we'll get a turn of the century car following a Polestar BST.
Nice.
With a Type 35 Bugatti followed by a little car company Type 35, which is a reduced scale Bugatti sanctioned electric car, which is baby Bugatti as built for Ettore's son, but electric powered. So again, it's a lovely little connection between the future of motoring, historic and mainstream, I guess.
Two more categories, motorcycles. That's nice and wide as well. This area of the world, sitting as we are right in the middle of the carbon fibre triangle, great history of motorcycle racing and trials as well around this area. What do you think we're going to see in the two-wheel pack?
So we've got I think 10 bikes coming, on track at least, and then many more will be on site. Among them will be an Isle of Man TT. There's a Heron bike, and then on the other side of the spectrum we'll have a Harley Davidson that was part of the Canadian Air Force. So I suspect it'll be louder than it will be fast, but it'll still be an impressive sight. And then everything back to the pre-war bikes as well, which so the earliest speedway bikes, which would be quite good.
I like the idea of having a Harley Davidson that has Air Force connections, particularly at this place, because you have the feeling that there would have been a number of RAF and American USAF pilots around here bombing around the lanes on those down through the years. And finally, the Brits. Right, so that means... Oh no, we're not going to be giving out awards for Best Album of the Year here, are we? What's in this?
Well, we had a lot of cars that we couldn't turn down. Unfortunately, they were all British, so we were given a category name effectively. So among them would be just an Austin A40. Yeah. There could be a DB4 GT. So it's again a very wide spectrum of cars that we're going to put in together. From basically, as long as they're fast, noisy, and British, they'll be in that category. So.
And all of these cars that we've mentioned, plus all the ones we've mentioned, will be going around the circuit. There will be a moving display. It's not racing. Let's make absolutely certain that everyone understands that. I suspect some of them will be driven quite spiritedly, knowing and having seen your list of some of the drivers and owners there. This is the weekend of the 17th and 18th of June. It's the week after Le Mans, right? For those of you who count your year that way like I do. If you can't be here, tickets are still available, but if you can't be here, then don't forget you'll be able to watch it and listen to it live via Radio Show Limited and via the Bicester Motion and Bicester Heritage website, as well as on YouTube. We'll publicise all that as we get over it. Jack, thank you very much indeed. I know there's a bit more work to go on, but I can see what our listeners can't, because I can see your list, and there's a few things on there that I'm very excited to see. Can't wait for that weekend. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you. Look forward to seeing you there.
Hello everybody, this is John Hindhaugh in the paddock at Le Mans for the 100th anniversary here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. I'm down at CrowdStrike underneath an umbrella, taking a little bit of shade from the sunshine with none other than Colin Brown. Colin, welcome to our airwaves, and welcome to your second attempt at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. This is just an extraordinary event, at an event that's always extraordinary, but it seems to have been to the power of 10 this year.
Yeah, it's great, man. I love being back. I wish I would have found a way back in the last however many years it's been, 16 years, I think, since I've been here.
It can't
2007.
be.
2007. It's crazy.
What, you were 11 then, were you?
I was 17. I wasn't far off of it. But yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun to get back here, run some laps yesterday, and yeah, this event's going to be crazy, being the 100th. I'm glad that I guess in a way I've sort of missed the COVID years, because it feels like, I'm coming back at what was going to be one of the biggest years ever for Le Mans.
And LMP2, a slightly different LMP2 to, in terms of the specification, to what we're used to seeing in IMSA competition. Significant?
I would say significant, yeah. I mean, I obviously on the IMSA side drove the Orica LMP2 in 2018 with John Bennett at Core. So that was the full downforce, full power level. And since then, it's gotten less power and less downforce, obviously on a Goodyear tire, and we're on Michelin. So yeah, a lot of differences for me personally. And I think from even last year, they've taken a bit more power out of the car. So, just getting used to that, understanding the differences and how to make the lap time. It's a bit different when they take away some of the power to how you drive and how you find lap time. Some corners before where it wasn't so important to have min speed, but get to the throttle early, it's switched a bit because we just don't have the power to make up. So it's a bit more like roll speed in some places. So,
more like a GT car then, in some respects.
Yeah, in some respects, more like a GT car, or even, that reminds me back of racing go-karts when I was in, Yamaha Junior Can class. You just had to roll momentum in a lot of places. And it feels a bit weird to be saying that about an LMP2 car, but yeah, they're still fast cars. It's just you do it a little bit differently.
You built up such a great relationship with John Bennett down through the years with Core. You've got the opportunity this year in GTP back in IMSA, and congratulations for that. How's that been going? How do you feel that you've transitioned? Well, you always knew you could do it, but you've got to prove that to yourself in some respects.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate it, of course, first off. And yeah, really excited about that opportunity. I'm glad, we were able to obviously win Daytona. That was a big one for us, a good way to kick it off. But for me personally, I've really enjoyed getting back in the top class in IMSA and having some good success. And personally, I've had some really good runs in, Sebring and Long Beach and Laguna. So yeah, it's great, being part of a development of a new platform, a new car with Acura has been a lot of fun. Super smart people at HPD, so neat to learn from those guys and provide some feedback and be able to kind of push the whole program forward. It's been a lot of fun.
And also starting a new relationship with another driver, George Kurtz. You've been instrumental in looking after his driver development for a little while now, and these late starting professionals, as they've been described to me by a couple of people, which I think that's a fantastic description for them. What is it that you can do to help George along, because he has come along massively in seemingly a relatively short space of time?
Yeah, George and I actually have been working together since 2014, 2013. So I've been coaching him since he was in Radical series, and just sort of coached and been a part of him up through, to where he is now. So many of my friends are like, oh, I knew you coached this guy, and they kind of forget the fact that we've been working together for so long. And, they're like, this guy came out of nowhere. I'm like, well, not really.
Not really.
He's been working really hard. And, for anyone that knows George or sees the success in the business world that he has, I mean, he's such a driven, such a hardworking, such a focused person. And, he takes his racing no different. I mean, he wants to be the best and continues to just push people around him to extract that.
Yes, so 9-10 years to become an overnight sensation. It sounds
Exactly.
It's just like the rock and pop business and what we do, to be quite honest. George, in his day job, of course, CrowdStrike, he's a very analytical, very deep thinker, used to dealing with data. How's that helped the way he's been able to particularly make the transition into the faster prototype?
It's been huge, right? He's such a numbers guy, data guy, video guy. He takes all that in, and he has an amazing ability to process that and convert that to what we're doing on the racetrack. And Yeah, I think it's just his hard work, his dedication to like sitting there really looking at the video, really looking at the data, and he's got a great ability to kind of look at the lines, and we can talk through it. Again, we've been working a long time, so we speak the same language, but he's able to take that, look at it, and not just go, okay, I need to do X, Y, and Z, but he's actually able to go on the racetrack the next lap and change his driving, which is impressive.
Do you think that's because he works in concepts? So a lot of people would look at that, and you'll have worked with people who look at that, and they'll nod, but you can see it in their eyes. All they're seeing is squiggly lines. And you'll say, look, here at turn 4, you're braking a bit earlier, or you're getting on the throttle too late. But they're just seeing squiggly lines. He's actually visualising that from what you see.
Absolutely. I think that's the case. And I think he's got a good natural ability to drive. And so you combine that with that kind of work ethic piece, and that's the recipe for success, where, some of these guys who have started later in life maybe don't have that natural ability. They might work at it hard. They might understand what they want to do, but it's hard for them to do. Or a guy that's got natural ability but just won't work at it at all, right? Just doesn't make those jumps, right?
Yeah.
So I think George has got a great blend of both of those features, and is able to prove it on the racetrack. And it's crazy.
He works in an industry that has large problems, and they're coming at him quick, and that looks very daunting. You break those problems down into smaller bits. Same sort of thing with what you guys have been working together with?
Yeah, 100%. His ability to, to take what seems like an insurmountable amount of a mountain to climb and just, bite-size it down and make his way through it is great. I mean, he's an incredible guy at being able to process so many different things too. Like his contact switching on a race weekend. He's, dealing with a business thing. Hey, let's look at data. Hey, let's go do a TV interview. Hey, let's go back in the car. He's incredible compartmentalizing things.
Wow, that is impressive, because most people have to focus on one thing or another, particularly when it's not the thing that they're most used to doing. Put me in a commentary box and give me a headset. I'm kind of okay. I'm in my comfort zone, but that's my comfort zone.
Right.
But then ask me to do that and jump into a racing car. When I've been asked to do that, I've said, no, I want to take the racing car seriously, so I won't commentate this weekend because I need to process it. That's really extraordinary. Now, CrowdStrike itself, and you've been involved in some of the events that CrowdStrike have been putting on around, particularly around sports car racing. We know that they're involved in Formula One with Mercedes, Petronas Formula One team, with the CrowdStrike Formula One safety cars. Within the sports car world, they've been running some very interesting programs with, the term is C-suite. Now, I'm not a businessman, but this is chief something officer, chief executive officer, chief financial officer, chief technical officer. So C something suite personnel. And you've been involved with that. How have you been able to find some kind of synergy between what CrowdStrike do and between what they do in their business and what happens at the racetrack, and what's your role and George's role in that thing?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think they've done a really good job, CrowdStrike, at sort of activating and promoting the brand, right? They don't just slap a sticker on the race car and George drives. So seeing these guys come out, these executive level folks come out, some customers, some of their employees that come out, they get kind of a behind the scenes look at what's going on. They get to integrate in with what we're doing as a team. And then, of course, we do the kind of typical, evening dinners where we're able to kind of talk to those folks one-on-one, explain a little bit about what goes on and, the parallels between racing and what the cybersecurity business is. I mean, you need a lot of the same things. I mean, it's all the details matter, every second sort of counts on the cybersecurity side and of course at the racetrack. So I think a lot of the kind of same things, the kind of way people think in both industries is similar, and they understand the team aspect. And I think there's just a lot of things that draw parallels where folks that come out that might not have been exposed to racing really kind of click and they understand what's going on and they buy into, man, we can use this data, we can process it, we can go faster, we can utilize the teamwork aspect and go faster. And I think it's a lot of the same things in that business as well.
And in cybersecurity, effectively, you are competing against the bad guys, really, and therefore you've got to be one step ahead. You've got to be strategically one step ahead, planning one step ahead, because there's some very good brains out there wanting to do very bad things, presumably.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know all the ins and outs of George's business, but I know.
I don't think anybody does, and I think that's the point, to be quite honest.
But I know there's a lot of bad guys out there trying to outsmart, the good guys, so to speak. And I think it's, kind of the similar thing in racing, right? Each team's trying to outsmart the other team, to your point, whether it's strategically, performance, how you implement your drivers. And yeah, a lot of the same things go down in his business. And, it's funny when you talk to him about some business detail things, he's like, that draws me exactly to the same situation we had here on the race team.
Yes.
Like I've been through this already this week with a different cast of characters, but the same sort of things.
Like different cast of characters, same plot line almost.
Exactly.
Coming back to George and his driving in the race and the way he analyses things, I think is really interesting, because we know, don't we, that in LMP2 the margins are fine. In LMP2 Pro-Am, those fine margins are normally dictated by the bronze driver. So in point of fact, we expect James Allen, your Australian teammate, and we know what you two can do, so we kind of take it as read that, right, those guys will get in and they'll be fast and they'll go out and they'll churn off the lap times. So in some respects, is there more pressure on George than... There's always pressure on you two, but you know what I mean? More pressure to perform because it's more likely to affect the final result.
No, I think that's a great point, and we talk about it often, how the bronzes have the largest influence oftentimes in Pro-Am racing. Sure, you get the time where it lines up at the end, there's a safety car, everyone's brought back together, and the pros' last few tenths matter. But, in a race like this, I think it's about minimizing mistakes, not, putting yourself in a bad situation. And, yeah, I mean, it's a tall order, right, for George's first ever Le Mans to come here. There's so many drivers in the bronze category that have had tons of Le Mans experience. So, he's got a big ask, and he's the one guy I know that can definitely step up to the plate.
Something that you've done with George that I think is very interesting. It's not unique, but it doesn't always happen. You've encouraged George to drive a lot of different race cars, and not just coming up through the ranks, radical to such and such to such and such, and working his way up to LMP2. But while he's been driving LMP2, he's been driving GT3s, he's been driving other stuff. There's a danger there that you can confuse somebody, even a good driver, jumping in and out of two different cars that require slightly different driving styles can be confusing. Why did you think that was a good idea with George, and how has he reacted to that?
Yeah, great question, and I think we already touched on it a little bit earlier when I said, man, this guy's incredible at context switching between different things, right? I mean, he's such... the way his mind works, he can compartmentalize each of those different kinds of cars he drives, look at what he needs to do better in this car, and switch to the next one. I mean, we've had tests in the United States before where we're 2 days in a GT3 car, the next 2 days in a P2 car, and he's able to just switch and hit the ground running. And he's just, that's the way his mind works. And I think for him, the challenge and the pressure is something that makes him kind of step up and excel. I think when it gets almost too easy or too the same, it just becomes boring. He needs that constant challenge. Yeah.
You see, he was born to be a racing driver. Racing drivers don't like sitting around doing nothing. They just get themselves into trouble. We've got to keep challenging. We know that. It's not been the overnight success that people on the outside say. We've made that point already. But there has been, in the last maybe 18 months, 2 seasons, a noticeable a change in George's self-confidence, in the way he's driven. Have you noticed that? And what do you think was the catalyst for that? Was there one almost light bulb eureka moment?
That's a good question too. I don't know. It's tough. I think it's a bit of having some good results. Helps him believe that he is at that level and can compete at that level. Good. And then because of that, he goes, man, I know I can do this. And he wants to work harder because it did give him success. So I think it's a bit self-fulfilling. The more he works, the better he does. The better he does motivates him to work that much harder if you can find a way. And I think just gains his confidence to the point where he believes in himself that, hey, I can be as fast as any other bronze driver out there. And this year has been a great example in the P2 car. He's been, obviously pole in Laguna against guys that have had years of LMP2 experience, and he's in his, third ever race in the car. So
in a track that's really easy, by the way, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. No, not at all. Low grip, really difficult to drive, and he pulled out an absolutely stunning lap when he only had 1 lap to do it as well, because of the way the session came out. I mean, absolutely perfect example of someone who needed to pull out something and believed he could do it.
Absolutely, and I think that is where that confidence piece and your ability comes into play. If he had too much confidence and the ability wasn't there, we've all seen that ends bad. Yes. But when you start to get the confidence up and your ability can back it up, then you just start to have this self-fulfilling up. And I think that's, what's happened to George in the last 12 months or so is, just that self-belief matches his ability, and man, the sky's the limit.
It's been a great performance by the both of you, not just this year, but in everything that you've done together beforehand. Good luck in the race at the weekend, both you, James Allen, and George Kurtz at CrowdStrike Racing. I'll say enjoy it, but I know you will, because you're getting it. So long as you're getting it good.
How can you not, right? No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good race well, and be safe.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So the 91st edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, these are the provisional grid positions based on the results of 2 qualifying sessions. The qualifying session on Wednesday evening, early evening for 1 hour, and then a very hectic hyperpole session on Thursday evening. This is how they're going to be lining up for the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2023. On the front row, it's 2 Ferraris. Car number 50, Antonio Fuoco, set the time in qualifying in the hyperpole session. Miguel Molina and Nicholas Nielsen are his co-drivers, and it's number 50 on pole. Number 51 alongside on the starting grid. Alessandro Pierguidi was the driver who participated in the hyperpole session, and he'll be joined for the race by James Collado and Antonio Giovinazzi. So 50 and 51 is your front row. The second row is the first of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Toyota GR010 hybrids, car number 8. That will be Sebastian Buemi, being joined by Brendan Hartley and Ryo Hirakawa, and they'll be starting on the inside of row 2, and alongside them, car number 75 is the Porsche from the Porsche Penske Motorsport team, Felipe Nasr, Mathieu Jaminet and Nick Tandy, the drivers of that one. 8 and 75 then on the second row. The third row on the inside there is Toyota number 7, Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi and Jose Maria Lopez. They're in car number 7 and starting from the third row. And on the outside of the third row is car number 2, the Cadillac V-Series R of Earl Bamber, Alex Lynn and Richard Westwood in car number 2. And that's the third row then, 7 and 2. The fourth row of the grid is car number 5, another of the Porsche Penske Motorsport Porsche 963s. Dane Cameron sharing with Michael Christensen and Frederic Macavici. That's car number 5, starting on the inside of the fourth row. And on the outside of the fourth row is car number 3, the Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais, Renger van der Zande and Scott Dixon. He had his fastest time disallowed in the hyperpole session as he caused a red flag. That's why that Cadillac is starting as far back as it did, or as it will, on the fourth row of the grid. So 5 and 3 is the fourth row. On the fifth row of the grid, those cars I've just spoken about were in the hyperpole. The fifth row of the grid was from the proper qualifying session, which happened on Wednesday, and that was, first of those is car number 6, the Porsche 963 of Kevin Estre, Andre Lotterer and Lawrence Vaptour. That's car number 6, and alongside them is car number 93, the faster of the 2 Peugeot 9X8s. This is a car to be driven by Paul Di Resta, Mikkel Jensen and Jean-Eric Verne. That's on the 5th row. The 6th row is the second of the Peugeots, number 94, so the 2 Peugeots qualifying next to each other, not quite alongside one another, but the other 9X8 Peugeot then, Loic Duval, Gustavo Menezes and Nico Muller in car number 94 on the inside of row 6. And on the outside of row 6 is the first of the Glickenhausers. That's car number 708, which is Romain Dumas, Olivier Pla and Ryan Briscoe. Car number 708 on the 6th row. 7th row of the grid is car number 311, the Action Express Racing Cadillac for Pipo Derani, Alex Sims and Jack Aitken. That's on the 7th row of the grid. And on the outside of the 7th row is the second of the Glickenhausers, car number 709 for Frank Mayer, Esteban Gutierrez and Nathaniel Verton. That's row 7. On the 8th row of the grid is one hypercar, being the car number 4, the Floyd Vanwall Racing Team, Vanwall Vandervelde 680, give it its full title. Tom Dillman sharing with Esteban Guerreri and Tristan Vautier. And then alongside them will be the fastest of the LMP2 cars, and that was the IDEX Sport Orica Gibson, car number 48, which is being driven by Paul-Luc Chatin, who set the time in qualifying, Paul Lafargue and Laurence Her, the drivers of the number 48 car. And as I say, they'll be up on the 8th row of the grid, sharing that 8th row with the Vanwall. The 9th row of the grid, car number 28 for Jota, is the David Heinemeier Hansen, Pietro Fittipaldi and Olivier Rasmussen. That's car number 28. And alongside them will be number 41, the Team WRT Orica for Rui Andrade, Louis Delatraz and Robert Kubica. So 28 and 41 is row 9. Row 10 is car number 47, the Cool Racing Orica for Richard de Guerus, Ladislav Lomko and Simon Pagano. That's the Cool Racing car number 47, and alongside that, number 63 for Prema Racing is the Orica of Mirko Bortolotti, Daniel Kvyat and Dorian Pan. Number 63, 47 and 63 on row 10. On row 11 is car number 14, the Nielsen Racing Orica, which will be driven by, that's the fastest of the Pro-Am cars, incidentally, in LMP2. Rodrigo Sales, Matthias Besch and Ben Hanley in the Nielsen Racing car, and alongside them, also for Prema Racing, is car number 9, John Manuel Correa, Felipe Ugran and Bent Fiscal. That's the number 9 car, so 14 and 9 on row 11. Row 12, the last of the Hyperpole cars from the LMP2 category, number 10, the Vector Sport Orica. This is Ryan Cullen, Gabriel Aubry and Matthias Kaiser driving the Vector Sport car number 10, and they'll be sharing that 12th row of the grid with the next of the LMP2 cars which qualified from the main qualifying session on Wednesday, and that will be the car of the Racing Team Turkey, car number 923 of Salih Yoluk, Tom Gamble and Dries Van Tour. They were demoted out of the Hyperpole in the end and didn't take part in it, but they'll be starting on the 12th row of the grid. The 13th row of the grid is car number 45, the Algar Pro Racing Orica for 2 Americans and an Australian, George Kurtz, Colin Brown and James Allen, also running in the Pro-Am class. That's number 45, and alongside them is the number 22 United Autosports Orica. Very disappointed not to be in the Hyperpole, but looking forward to a better race than they had last year at least. Phil Hansen, Felipe Albuquerque and Frederic Lubin, the drivers of the United Autosports are, which will start from the outside of row 13, 45 and 22 then on that row. On the 14th row is car number 65 for Panis Racing, Manuel Maldonado, Tymon van der Helm and Job van Outert for Panis Racing, number 65, and alongside them the number 34 car for Inter-Europol competition, and that's Jakub Smiskowski, Albert Koska and Fabio Scherer sharing the driving of that car, number 34. 65 and 34 is row 14 then. On row 15 is car number 23, the second of the United Autosports car, Ollie Jarvis, Tom Blomqvist and young Josh Pearson, youngest driver ever to drive at Le Mans. That was last year. He's obviously older since then, but I think he's still the youngest driver in the lineup here at Le Mans this year. He's on the inside of row 13, and on the outside of row 13 for WRT team is car number 31, Sean Galale, Robin Frines and Ferdinand Habsburg starting for WRT in car number 31. 23 and 31 on row 15. On row 16 is car number 37 for Cool Racing, Alexandra Coigny, Malta Jacobson and Nicolas Lapierre in the number 37 car. And alongside that, in the number 80 Orica for AF Corsa, is the drivers for Francois Perrodo, Ben Barnicat and Norman Nato in car number 80. So 37 and 80 is row 16. Row 17 for car number 43 Racing for DKR Engineering, Tom Van Rumpy, Hugo de Wilde, and Maxime Martin. Full lineup of Belgian drivers and a Belgian team there in car number 43. And alongside them on that row will be car number 35, the Alpine Elf team of Andre Negrão, Ollie Caldwell, and Memo Rojas. That's number 35 on the outside of row 17, sharing with the DKR Engineering car number 43. Row 18 is the number 30, the Duquesne team car for René Binder, Nico Pino, and Neil Jarni. And they're in car number 30. Alongside them will be car number 32, the second of the Inter-Europol competition cars. And this is the car of Mark Kvarme, Jan Magnussen, and Anders Fjordbach in number 32, 30 and 32 on the 18th row of the grid. And the 19th row, the final of the LMP2 cars, is car number 39 for Graf Racing. And this is Roberto Lacorte, Guido van der Garde, and Patrick Pile in the Graf Racing car number 39. And alongside them is the car running as the innovative class, the Garage 56 car, number 24 it is, Hendrick Motorsports, a rather remarkable cup car, Chevrolet Camaro ZL1, to be driven by Jimmy Johnson, Jenson Button, and Mike Rockenfeller. The driver lineup there. And that car originally was supposed to be at the back of the grid, but it's going to be actually starting from the back of all the LMP2 cars and ahead of all the GTE AM cars. No GTE Pro class this year, so GTE AM makes up the remainder of the grid. And the fastest car in the Hyperpole, which had to be completed by the bronze driver from the driver lineup in GTE AM, and that led to Ben Keating in the number 33 Chevrolet Corvette setting the fastest lap and therefore fastest time in GTE AM, and therefore he will be starting on the 20th row of the grid ahead of everybody else. 33, and alongside him will be the bright orange Aston Martin, car number 25, the ORT by TF entry for Ahmed Al-Hati, Michael Guinan, and Charlotte Eastwood. They're sharing number 25. So it's 33 and 25, Corvette and Aston Martin on row 20, but the first row as far as the GTE AM class is concerned. Row number 21 is an all-Ferrari AF Corsa affair. Car number 54 is there on the inside of that row. This is Thomas Floor, Francesco Castellacci, and Davide Rigon sharing the AF Corsa car. And then the other AF Corsa car alongside that is car number 21, Simon Mann, Ulysse Poe, and Julien Piguet, car number 21, on the outside of the 21st row. 22nd row is car number 83, another Ferrari, this entered by the Richard Mille team. It's still an AF Corsa entry though, to be driven by Luis Perez Companch, Alessio Rivera, and Lilo Wadu, the female driver who was the first to win a race in one of the earlier rounds of the championship. So that's number 83 on the 22nd row of the grid, and alongside them is yet another Ferrari, car number 57, Takeshi Kimura, sharing with Daniel Serra and Scott Huffiker in the Kessel Racing car number 57. 83 and 57 then on row 22. On row 23, number 55, is the GMB Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage for Jens Muller, Marco Sorensen, and Gustav Birch. And then on the outside of that 23rd row, yet another Ferrari, number 74, this one for Kessel Racing, Kai Cozzolino, Yorikatsu Tsuchiko, and Naoki Yokomizo. That's number 74. And they're on the 23rd row of the grid alongside the GMB Motorsport Aston Martin. Going back to the 24th row of the grid, and the fastest of the cars that weren't in the Hyperpole for GTE AM, and that's car number 77, the Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche, Christian Reed sharing with Mikkel Pedersen and Julian Andlauer, and then alongside them for GR Racing, car number 86, is the Porsche in the vaguely gold colours, I suppose, Michael Wainwright, Ricardo Perra, and Ben Parker. That's car number 86 on the 24th row of the grid. Row 25 is car number 100 for Valkenhorst Motorsport, Jeff Seagal, Chandler Hull, and Andro Harrianto, the Walkendorf Motorsport entry of Ferrari. Don't be deceived by that, but the 100. And alongside them is the Iron Dames Porsche, and that's car number 85, and that's being driven by Michelle Gatting, Rahel Frey, and Sarah Bovey, and that is on the 25th row of the grid. On the 26th row of the grid is car number 60, another Iron car, this Iron Lynx, rather than Iron Dames. The Iron Lynx car number 60, Claudio Schiavoni, Matteo Crisoni, and Alessio Picciariello. And alongside them is the number 72 car, the Aston Martin Vantage from the TF Sport team, to be driven by Valentin Hasse-Clos, sharing with father and son lineup Arnold and Maxime Robin. Arnold Robin and Maxime Robin. That's the number 72 car, starting on row 26. Row 27 is car number 56, the so-called Rexy car, the very distinctive green Porsche. PJ Hyatt, Gunnar Jeanette, and Matteo Cairoli sharing that car. And alongside them is another Porsche, car number 911, and this is the one to be driven by Michael Fassbender, and he's sharing with Ricard Leitz and Martin Rump in the 911 with the number 911 on the side. So that's 56 and 911 on row 27. Row 28 is another Porsche, car number 16, and this is the Proton entry for Ryan Hardwick, Zach Robichon, and Jan Halen. And alongside them is an Aston Martin, car number 98, racing for Northwest AMR, Heart of Racing on the side of the car, to be driven by Ian James, Daniel Mancutelli, and Alex Riberas. That's the number 98 on row 28, alongside number 16. And then on row 29 is the Ferrari number 66 of JMW Motorsport, Thomas Neubauer, Louis Pret, and Giacomo Petrobelli, number 66. And alongside them is car number 88, another Proton competition Porsche. And this is Harry Tinknell, sharing with two drivers who, beginning of this week, didn't even know they were going to be here. Don Yount, the American, and Jonas Reed, son of Christian Reed, driving in car number 88 for Proton competition, and they'll be lining up alongside number 66 on the 29th row of the grid. The 30th row of the grid is car number 36 for the Alpine Elf team. And I've just realised that is a mistake on this list, because both 36 and 13 will be starting in amongst the LMP2 cars, and I failed to say that earlier on. So 36 and 13 will actually be starting on the 19th row of the grid. That's 36, the Alpine Elf team car, to be driven by Mathieu Vachier, Charles Milesi, and Julien Canal. And alongside them will be the number 13 Tower Motorsports LMP2 car for Stephen Thomas, Rene Rast, and Ricky Taylor. As I say, they'll be starting on row 20, in fact, come the race. And then we've got two other cars to mention, and again, one of them is the Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963, starting from the Hypercar class. That's car number 38, who didn't do any laps, or didn't do a timed lap in the qualifying session, didn't participate in the Hyperpole, so they'll be starting from the Hypercar grid, but from the back of that grid, and that is the driver lineup of Antonio Felix da Costa, Will Stevens, and Yiffy Ye. And then the final car on the grid is going to be the number 777 D-Station racing car. This was a car that had a big crash during the pre-practice session in the hands of Casper Stevenson, but they managed to get a car back together again, or get a new car and get it set up. Casper Stevenson then sharing with Satoshi Hoshino and Tomonobu Fuji, number 777 at the back of the grid for D-Station Racing. So that's your grid, 62 cars on it for the 91st 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Not burn their dries.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On Sirius Channel 138 and XM 202 and around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans, the countdown to green.
Well, hello everybody and welcome along to History in the Making. This is the 100th anniversary, a century since some enterprising citizens of a town in the middle and to the west of France decided that they would take it upon themselves to run a motor race. And not just any motor race, a race that would become known immediately as the Grand Prix d'Endurance. Le Mans, already some 20 years previously, had staged the first ever Grand Prix on an unmade road just to the north and west of where we are today. In those early years of automotive engineering, Le Mans and competing at Le Mans became a byword for reliability, for innovation, and for drivers who became national heroes. And in this, the 91st running of this great race, those things have not changed one iota. Hello everybody, I'm John Hindhaugh. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans for 2023. It's not often that I am lost for words. However, right now I'm struggling. I'm up in our old area where we started doing our commentary for Radio Le Mans back in the late 1980s, and where I first did my first commentary for this broadcaster when I was promoted from the studio and playing records into being a commentator. We're at the ACO Tribune looking down on the start line, which at the moment begs the philosophical question: if we can't see the cars and the tarmac, does it actually exist? We're in our countdown to green, lots to go through. Let's check in immediately with our CrowdStrike pit reporters. Let's start with Diana Binks in the melee down there. I've no idea where you are, Diana. I can't see you at all.
Exactly, John. For anyone that's listening, there are hundreds and hundreds of people here at Le Mans, and we're it's just very, very, the atmosphere is massive, it's incredible, but we can't get to the drivers as yet because there's too many people. We can't actually find the cars as yet. So we will hopefully bring you some driver interviews as we get them. We will be running up and down the grid to see who we can find, and Nick will be at the other end.
Nick, where are you?
I'm at pit out, actually on the tarmac of pit out, which is level with where they have positioned the number 50 Ferrari, the car that took pole in Hyperpole a couple of days ago. Diana came to me a couple of minutes ago and said, is it always like this? I said, no, this is complete chaos. This is 10 times worse than it's ever been before. By worse, I mean for us, not for the public. I had a fantastic time to look around, the 1,000 people doing the grid walk. But honestly, I walked all the way up. I couldn't see a car. I couldn't see a driver. And I thought, this is going to make the job interesting. And then Diana said, should we just talk to each other? I thought, not sure we can hold a program for half an hour doing that.
They have actually changed the layout of the cars on the grid, Nick, haven't they?
Yeah, they're massively spread out. So before, they were kind of, the entire grid would cover the 2/3 of the pit lane, and the cars would be actually effectively butted up against the pit wall itself, like a person's width away. Now they've stuck them right into the middle of the track, and they've moved the front about 100 metres. I haven't seen the rear because it was too much of a walk, but they've effectively now, rather than the cars having about 1.5 metres between, they've now got 5 metres. However, that's relatively pointless because they've actually got 50 people in between them. So I'm desperately hoping they're going to clear the grid quite soon.
There's a big gap in between right in the middle of the LMP2 category.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
And I haven't worked that out myself. Okay, we'll get back to you in a second. 91.2 FM around the circuit, around the world on RS1, on Sirius XM. It's Sirius 136 XM 202. This is one of our traditions. If you're joining us for the first time, we go through some of the notable people in motorsport who are not with us, who have died since Le Mans last year. We call it our Roll of Honour. It is by no means extensive, so if somebody you know isn't on this, I apologise, but let's hope that we've got most of them and people from all walks of life and all parts of motorsport. It's long this year and it's going to be difficult because there's a lot of people that we know and would have called our friends when they were alive on this, and we will remember them as our friends even though they have passed on. And we'll start with one of those, Alain de Cadenet, racing driver, noted for 15 24 Hours of Le Mans through the 70s and 80s, and third place in 1976 in the de Cadenet Lola with the Ford Cosworth engine. Ryan Varnes died of injuries from an on-track accident at Wheat Sports Speedway, son of long-time flat-track racer Kevin Varnes. Bobby East was attacked while filling his car with petrol in California. He was a USAC, ARCA and NASCAR racer and a member of Ford's development driver program, won the USAC national title. Tony Beadle, BRSCC trackside official in the UK, representing the legion of marshals, corner workers and volunteers around the world, without whom we can't go motor racing. Paddy Hopkirk, rally driver extraordinaire, one of the best rally drivers that Great Britain has ever produced. Won the 1964 Monte Carlo Rally and became well known for his charity work after his retirement, as well as an automotive accessory business, of course. Bob Heathcote, motorcycle accident took him, I'm afraid, a photographer par excellence in Laguna Seca. What you might not know was he was the bass player for the band Suicidal Tendencies from 1987 to 89. He's died since the last time we were here. Scott Briody, a crash during qualifying for Moto America's Stock 1000 race, well known and loved in motorcycle circles. He loved helping new racers find themselves on track. Pearl Wilson, the Wilson family matriarch, mother of Malcolm, grandmother of Matt. Dave Edwards started as a competitor in the 1970s, campaigned at Brabham and a March, and he was a skilled scrutineer at Castle Combe after he hung up his helmet. Gordon Robertson was chief driving consultant at the Porsche Experience Silverstone. I've been in the car with Gordon and greatly missed by everyone in the Porsche family. Mark Wilford, over 2 decades of his professional life were devoted to rallying, first covering the series at National and then as press officer for the British National Rally Championship, and was the WRC PR and Communications manager from 2013. Sherman Smoot, aviator, passed in a plane accident in Kern County and also raced in the air races in the unlimited class at 500 miles an hour. Good friend of mine when I was at RML, Mike Blanchet. He was synonymous with Lola cars and went from sales director to joint managing director. Pretty handy in an F3 car as well, was Mike. Lorraine Gathercole, chair of the British Women Racing Drivers Club, racing and rally driver who championed women and girls in all forms of motorsport. Won the Le Mans Classic in 2012 with her husband David. Richard Moore, Tolman mentor. And Chrissy Rouse passed away after an accident in Donington Park. Chrissy was National Superstock Champion 2020, part-time maths teacher and podcast host, as well as a motorcycle racer. And staying on two wheels, Phil Reed, an English motorcycle champion, GP racer from 61 to 76, and was the first to win world championships in 125, 250 and 500cc, appointed MBE for services to motorcycle in 1979, an FIM legend. Victor Stearman, Dutch motorcycle racer who died in an accident at Portimao. Harvey Cook, Haas team member who died from cancer, a garage technician before moving to his factory role, deeply missed by his colleagues. Dietrich Mateschitz, the Austrian billionaire businessman who co-founded and was 49% owner of Red Bull. 2006, of course, he bought Minardi with Gerhard Berger and created Toro Rosso. Aliardo Buzzi, president of Philip Morris International, brought Marlboro as a brand of motorsport, F1, rally, motorbikes. He'd be remembered, I think, for convincing Enzo Ferrari to accept sponsorship after he'd repeatedly argued his machine emanated of smoke of oil and not from tobacco. Talented young Mercedes engineer from the Mercedes F1 team, Anthony Lane, just 26, has died since the last time we were here at Le Mans, as has Mauro Faggieri, a mechanical engineer best known for his work with Ferrari in the 60s and 70s, instrumental in bringing rear wings to Formula One. Greg Fordahl, race engineer and founding member of the 311 RS Motorsport in the States. Legend in the sport, won just about everything. Worked with Magnus Racing and won 24 Hours of Le Mans, Rolex, Daytona, Mobil 1, 12 Hours of Sebring. Another motorcycle rider, Keith Farmer, taken too early at just 35 years old and retired from racing in 2021 after injuries from an accident. Good friend to us here at Radio Le Mans, Simon Aaron. I know Tom's here this weekend. We miss your dad as well. Much loved writer, editor, translator and photographer. I'll always remember Simon for his chats with me saying, you're going to tell me that race was boring, wasn't it, Hindorf? Well, I'm going to tell you were wrong. He was relentlessly funny and a universally friendly person to everyone he met. Sue Baker, former presenter of the original Top Gear, motoring journalist who died from the horrible motor neuron disease. She was vice president and former chair of the Guild of Motoring Writers as well. Tech One Racing's Christopher Mellick has died in the year since we were last here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, as has Ron Overend, former BRSCC director and life member, an active supporter of BRSCC for over 60 years. Daniel Cracknell, Williams racing apprentice, died in a motorbike crash last November. Williams paid tribute to him at the 2022 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix with the team wearing black armbands, you might remember. Patrick Tombe, French racing driver, raced in Formula 1 for 9 seasons. Became a TV commentator and a politician and served as a mentor to Gilles Villeneuve's son, Jacques Villeneuve. Sid Herbert, many of you will know him as Silverstone Sid. A member of the Silverstone team for over 30 years and integral to the daily operation. He ruled the pit lane with a firm hand and a kind heart. He's the most at home in the driving seat, the Jaguar fire tender, and as a paramedic who started his career in the London Ambulance Service. Stuart Bladen was one of the UK's most prolific and widely read writers, journalist and author, founder member of the Southern Group of Motoring Writers. Phil Riley, a foundational feature in the market for collectible race cars, from Hispano-Suizes, Alfa Romeos, through to Formula 1 cars. He was employed by Huffaker Engineering as well, and was there when they won their multiple victories and championships. Andy Holbury, former colleague of ours and heard on these airwaves, former editor of Autosport and youngest ever for the publication at the time, and Racer magazine. Also went on to co-author Lionheart, covering Dan Welburn's glory at the Indy 500 and the romance of racing with Dario Franchetti. Maxi Jazz, founder member of the British band Faithless, and a decent racer in his own rights. I remember spending many happy hours with Maxi when he was running in British Porsche Carrera Cup. Most of the racing, he said, was against professional drivers, so you've got no chance. But it was satisfying. I finished 14th and I've been punching the air. He told me that once in his coach. I think that was at Thruxton, actually. Kurt Mollikins, Belgian race car and driver. He competed in everything from open wheelers to sports cars. And he won the Spa 24 Hours in 2000 and 2009, as well as Marlborough Masters of Formula 3. Vito van Koyen, an engineering team principal and singer-seaters. Vito had lived in Berlin for many years and he was active for Muka Motorsport. Mary Whittaker, a super fan, an enthusiast. Jade Edwards remembers the amazing support she gave to her when she first started. It was a Brands Hatch and Mary was there, still in the car, still grafting, still driving flat out. And Jade told us, I knew she would always take on the old 9 trolls with her support and fact and figures to make sure everybody knew how hard I'd worked and what I was achieving. Ken Block, acclaimed professional rally driver and stuntman, but known probably most for his Gymkhana videos on YouTube, killed in a snowmobile accident. First American to drive in the World Rally Championship. Dallas Smith, historic sports car chief scrutineer for many years, before he stood down from the role shortly after his 90th birthday. Mike Flaherty, British rallycross racer, won back-to-back Lincoln Hill championships in 91 and 92. Viet Honderkoper, Dutch renowned engineer. In 89, he helped Hugh Chamberlain to win the Group C2 title with their Spice. And further work with Porsche resulted in 1998's victory when that number 26 911 GT1 98 took the top honours. Another good friend who was here at Radio Le Mans down through the years, John Wickham. John was kind, he was funny, and he was empathetic, and he was a great engineer with an eye for detail. He really understood the magic and the majesty of this race. He'll be missed by everybody who worked with them. Spirit Formula One team in the 80s and Bentley here in 2003 when they won this race. Ian Dismith, long-standing BRSCC official, a stalwart of the Formula Ford community. And in 2022, he received long service recognition from Motorsport UK on their Roll of Honour. Slim Borgud, Swedish Formula 3 driver, Grammy Award-winning drummer with ABBA. With the band sponsoring his efforts for a couple of decades, he won some European Truck Championships as well. Lars Viggo Jensen started his motorsport career in an Austin Cooper in 1968 and came to Le Mans in 1984 with Jens Winther in the first Danish team at Le Mans. Jim Haynes, former Road America president and general manager, former racer himself and VP special projects of the SCCA in the USA until he went to work at Road America. Paul Chesterman, a long-serving CNC machinist at the Alpine Formula One team in Enstone. A great character, cheerful, outspoken, a skilled machinist and a family man. Lady Susie Moss, wife of the great Sir Sterling, always at his side, including after the 1962 crash. And she has died since the last time we were here. Eric Schwarzkopf, motorsport photographer and avid race fan. Loved wildlife and rescue animals as well. Robert A. Ingram, Bob Ingram, a giant in the pharmaceutical and Porsche worlds. Had the great honour and privilege to have met Bob a couple of times. By the early 1990s, along with his wife Jeannie and his sons Rory and Cam, they had amassed a collection of very special Porsches, and more than 80 world-class Porsches is now the result of those efforts. Craig Breedlove, a hero of mine when I was younger, American daredevil and racing car driver, but it was his efforts in the land speed record that brought him to my attention. Land speed records at 4, 5 and 600 miles an hour, and survived a 670 mile an hour crash. Award, an inductee to the Motorsports Hall of Fame. Lucy Foyt, the rock behind legend AJ Foyt. Lucy and AJ were married in 1955. Jean-Pierre Jabouille, racing car driver from France, the first Formula One driver to win in a turbocharged car in the 1979 French Grand Prix. In the mid-80s, helped develop Peugeot's sports car program right here that brought the third places into the 1992 and 1993. And in 1994, he succeeded Jean Todt as the director of Peugeot Sports. Trevor Boyes, Canadian NASCAR driver, 102 Cup race starts. And Bob Muir, an Australian open wheel ace. He raced in Formula V, Formula 2 and Formula 5000 in Australia, and went to Europe and the US as well. Con Tapara, stalwart of Australian single-seater racer in the 90s. Dave Price, Pricey, a long-time team owner, manager and engineer with a career that covered 6 decades. Won the 24 Hours here in 1995 and 96 with Derek Bell, of course, and the McLarens. And he also helped Team Sauber Mercedes win in 89, my first year here. Prime mover in British F3, confidant to Dom Paynos, without whom very many of us would not be in this particular paddock at the moment. His memorial was fabulously sweary and joyous, and a reminder of all of us to live our lives to the full and take more photos. Dickie Davis, presenter of ITV's World of Sports for 2 decades. Dickie presented Sports World as well, and I remember watching my first images of the James Hardy 1000, as it was in those days, with Dickie leading into it. Ken Warby, an Australian speedboat legend and a mechanical engineer by trade. Fastest man on water in the early 1970s, over 510 kilometres or 317 miles an hour. A title that still stands today, despite it being set in 1978. Red McCombs, a car salesman turned media mogul, benefactor and visionary. Invested in Formula One's return to the United States and one of the biggest investors in the circuit of the Americas. Gary Arden, English motorcycle racer, who died after an accident in Brands Hatch in a test session. 100% racer and a top fella. Justin Owen, just 26, American sprint car driver, passed away after an accident at Lawrenceburg Speedway. Dennis Arza, North American sports car driver, member of the All-American Races team, finished 6th in class at Le Mans in 77, and a routine winner for Dan Gurney, helped Toyota build its name in IMSA GT. Craig Breen, Irish World Rally Championship driver, passed away after a bizarre low-speed crash in a test in Croatia. He was a fan first and a rally driver second. His talent behind the wheel was matched only by his kind and generous nature outside the car. He will be sorely missed. Julio Cesar Castrillo and Francisco Javier Alvarez, Spanish rally driver and co-driver, who died in the opening stage of the Asturias Rally Championship. Over 20 years of experience between those two. Angelo Parello, a great figure in the history of karting. Parella, excuse me. The Parella karting brand has been absolutely synonymous with championships. He died in April this year. Christian Borrell, motorsport and automotive journalist and photographer. Alan Brown from America, the master of getting fans and drivers to the track in Speedway in the 70s, 80s and 90s. He produced the National Sprint Car Annual for 2 decades. Eric de Magna is a talented photographer and journalist with a speciality in F3000, particularly at Paul Ricard. James Smith, pioneer of Team Lamborghini Australia and their remarkable GT racing history down under, a pioneer in the on the motor industry. Giotto Bisarini, Italian engineer and test driver, had a hand in the Ferrari 250 GTO, Lamborghini Miura, Isogriffo and Rivolta, and of course his own Bizzarini 5300 GT Strada. That's a CV, isn't it? Xander Negrão, race car driver, 4 times second in the national stock cars in Brazil. Kate Ginge Jacob, Le Mans and Sebring veteran, loved her motorsport and her football, a much missed member of the Brethren in the Milans. Paul Elvis Stradrick, an all-round gentle giant and Le Mans veteran of 30 years, another devastating blow to all on Blue Nord. Rick Alshman, the American announcer for the World Outlaws Late Model Series. Rick was recently inducted into the Late Model Hall of Fame, a career that spanned more than 40 years, and one of just 4 announcers to be inducted into the Late Model Hall of Fame. And finally, another one of the marshals. We are on Ron Dent, well-loved, regular and long-standing flag marshal and starter with San Francisco Region SCCA. His friend Simon recalls we flagged many Long Beach Grand Prix together, enjoying the day with a cool down beer sat on the curb behind turn 1 in the compounds. Just as much as the racing, that was our enjoyment. That is not an exhaustive list. You may all have 1 or 2 people that you are thinking about right now who we've lost since this time last year, or for whom this race makes you think. May those that we have mentioned rest in peace, and may their memories be a blessing. .2 FM, Haggerty Radio Le Mans. Let's get back down onto the grid with the Crowd Strike Racing pit and paddock team. Nick Damon, how's it going down there?
John, it is, one word for it, less busy than before, but still chaotic. We have managed to get ourselves into the Ferrari area. It's all kind of fenced off. And I
could see some drivers further down.
Ferrari have all their drivers in this fenced off area, and I think Di can get us one of the guys from the pole team.
All right, Di, step in there. Di's a bit smaller than Nick, so she can sneak in under the radar. Can you get in there, Di? Hello, Di.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I'm here. Sorry. I was just waiting to get in to chat to the guys. Miguel? Sorry, we're just being moved, so I do apologise. Miguel, how are you feeling today about this? And the atmosphere here is pretty incredible, isn't it?
It's incredible. I mean, I think we are in the best position to be in the centenary of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, after the comeback of Ferrari after 50 years in the top class. So looking forward to go racing, and let's see where we are and what chances we have.
How are you feeling in yourself, though?
A lot of people here, but we are focused. We are on our goals. So looking forward to start and to calm down everything, because now it's very busy here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Fred Vasseur, team principal for the Ferrari F1 team. You can't keep away from motor race. You got 1 week off, yet another motor race.
Yeah, but this one is magic, and I did Le Mans a couple of times in my previous life, and it's probably the most exciting race of the season, with thousands and thousands of fans, and the enthusiasm and the energy that you have in Le Mans is very special.
How important is this comeback to Le Mans for Ferrari in the top class?
Yeah, I think it's a very good project, very strong project, but it's important for the brand to be back in Le Mans and to be back on the top class. And for us, it's a huge challenge, but it's starting pretty well. Now let's see the race. You know that it's a long one, and it won't be easy to.
And what can the F1 team learn from the Le Mans team?
It's a different approach, but I think the most important is that the motivation and the DNA of the teams are the same, that they are all in love with what we are doing. And when you see the fans and the grandstand like this, it's quite easy to be motivated.
Antonio Giovinazzi, how are you today?
Good, really good. Yeah, ready to go. It will be a long race, 24 hours. So, yeah, just emotional to be here as well, and really proud that to bring back Ferrari in the front row. So, yeah, just looking forward to race.
How hard have you? That was Frederic Vasseur there, just stepping in to knock my microphone out of my hand, but it didn't work. How hard have you and the team worked to get here?
Really hard. The car was on the track only the last July, so less than 1 year, and to be now in front of this race of 24-hour Le Mans, full of red, something unbelievable. Thanks to the team, to the people that worked really hard since this moment. With the serve, of course, now it's still a long race to go, but we put something on the history, and now we need to to push more and try to give some pressure to the guys behind, and put all together for the end of the race.
Antonio, thank you.
With Brendan Hartley standing next to the Toyota number 8. Brendan, what's the mood of the Toyota team? Obviously, hyperpole not great, but still you're the favourites for the race, though, aren't you?
On pace-wise, definitely not. We're definitely struggling for pace, but we've got the most experience. We've won the first 3 races, but as a team. Let's see what happens over 24 hours. But the 2 red cars in front of us clearly have a pace advantage, and actually Porsche and Cadillac are right there too. Maybe even in the night we'll see that quicker. But let's see. We know it's Le Mans. Everything can happen. We're gonna fight till the end.
You have the experience. So do you think that mixed weather conditions would actually suit you guys more than the other teams?
It's not sure. I think no one really wants mixed conditions unless you're on the back foot. But yeah, it's not clear. We haven't had a race yet with mixed conditions, so we don't know how all the cars are working. I haven't even tried the new wet tyres that we have for this year, so probably a lot of unknowns if it's wet.
And are you starting the car?
Seb.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Brendan.
It's Nick Damon and Diana Binks down on the front straight, actually, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. John Hindhaugh on the tribune balcony looking down at the crowds. We're live across the world on RS1 Sirius XM. It's Sirius 136, XM 202, and of course on 91.2 FM, Haggerty Radio Le Mans around the circuit. Coming up to 3 o'clock, the countdown is on. This is our countdown to green. We'll be back on the front straight in a moment or two's time. First, let's check the weather. So coming through this afternoon, more chances of rain. Top temperature 28 degrees, and that should be round about race start, but a good chance of weather in the first 2 hours of the race. Temperature tonight only dropping down to 17 degrees and another 60% chance of rain on Sunday morning. That's your weather with Bicester Flywheel Festival next weekend at Bicester Heritage, and if you go onto the website now and use the code RSL, it'll give you 20% off your tickets.
On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Let's head straight back down to our CrowdStrike pit and paddock reporters. They're currently on the hallowed tarmac. We'll pick up first with Diana Binks. I still can't see you, Binksy.
I know, but I'm still up at the front nearly. I'm with the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport. Fred Bakawaki is just chatting to me now. It seems quite calm at the moment. Are you enjoying taking in this atmosphere here?
Yeah, I mean, it's where we can spend the last moment with all the spectators and really build up this atmosphere, which is amazing in Le Mans, and we can feel the tension which start to grow up, and let's see, the start now is soon.
What's your approach to the race going to be?
will be a challenging one, especially at the beginning. We can see at that moment it's raining a bit in a straight line of Unodière. The weather will for sure have an impact on the race, and we must be strong without to do mistakes, which is always a challenge in Le Mans.
Thank you, Fred.
Thanks.
Renger van der Zande standing next to the beautiful number 3 Cadillac. First, we'll have to ask you, is it fully repaired from the fire on Thursday?
Yeah, it is, and we did a warm-up this morning. Of course, we did a few laps only, but you don't know how it's going to end up when you're doing a full stint on the second one and 33 stints in total. So, but the car runs, it's all okay. We don't want to see any fire anymore. We want to see clean stints, clean pit stops, and have a long one.
Where do you feel the Cadillacs are on pace compared to your various top-class rivals?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a difference between the hypercar and the LMDH cars right now. So hopefully that difference is small. And then rely on not making mistakes and see how far we can get. But hey, it's the first time here with the ACO, the IMSA cars, everybody involved. We should be very, very proud what we have here in the platform. But of course, there needs to be adjustments to make it even more equal. But right now, compliments to everyone involved.
Variable weather, good for you or bad for you?
To be honest, I would love what we have now. Wet in the chicanes, dry on the grid, and let's see what happens. Make a call and let's see if it works out. But we had that in Spa already. It's about making the right call, make the right pit stop. It's a communication between drivers and the team. And that's what I love about endurance racing. You know, you can really screw yourself in the beginning of the race, but at the end of the race it can happen again and come back and win this race anyway. But I'm just very thrilled to be here with my crew. It's the Laguna Seca winning car with Chep Ganassi Racing and Cadillac, so it's all good.
Great stuff. Thanks indeed, Renger.
Jean-Eric Verne, 93 Peugeot Total Energies car. I'm just walking along with Jean-Eric now, just to the car. How are you feeling today?
Feeling good, feeling ready. Weather forecast seems to hold for the moment, but we expect some rain. So yeah, always makes it quite tricky for the drivers and for the teams to make the right call. But I think it's going to be the same problem for everybody.
I know it was quite challenging during some of the practice sessions for you, but are you happy with where you've arrived at, with the information you've achieved going into the race?
Well, I think we are as ready as we can be. Then it's going to be a question of reliability, knowing if we can make the whole race with no issue. I surely hope we can. And the pace that we've seen race-wise, with high fuel and all tires seem to be decent, much better than what qualifying may indicate. So yeah, let's find out.
I see a huge amount of support here for you. We've got incredible fans here this year. How does that make you feel?
It's always amazing to see that many fans, especially for such an important race. So hopefully we can do well for them. Being French and French manufacturer, it's always fantastic. So I hope we can deliver a good one for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're listening to the Haggerty Radio Le Mans Countdown to Green. We are the CrowdStrike Racing pit lane team, and I'm going to grab a quick word with Andre Lotterer out of the six. Andre, you are the old hand here. You've won this race at the top class. You know everything to do. How different is it this year to your previous years with Porsche and Audi?
Well, it's always something new, like it's a complete new play field now with the new rules and the different cars. So, you always have to be ready for the unexpected. The car's a bit different to drive. And the team is new also, we're Porsche, but we're also with Penske, have new teammates. So, a lot of things to put together. And now we're here and, can't wait to put the helmet on, to be honest.
Yeah, as you say, you've got great teammates. You won multiple Le Mans with the Audi team, and how easy is it to get that gel back, like the one you had with yourself, the team, and Lena, and everyone else?
Well, it's always different, So it's that was a great chapter. Now I'm in this chapter and creating the future with them, and I'm really happy to share the car with Kevin and Lawrence. They're really. They push a lot. They have a lot of experience with the team actually, because a lot of the people from the team are from the RSR. So I think it's a really good combo, and it's the beginning of the project. I'm really happy to be part of it and to be here back at Le Mans since 2019 and especially 2017 last time with Porsche here. It's really a privilege, so it's very motivating.
Lots of bullets in the gun for Porsche. Are you all going to run your own races, or are you going to work as a team?
Let's see, what opportunities come up. You can plan 1,000 things, but it's always going to be different, especially now the weather might play a role. So we have to see, we have to focus on ourselves, do our thing. We're not as quick as the favorites, Toyota and Ferrari. So, we're going to push and try to stay out of trouble. And if we can help each other, of course we will. And there are many scenarios.
I'm with Pippa Durrani with the Cadillac 311 hypercar. Pippa, how are you doing?
Very good so far. It's Le Mans, and we've had very sunshiny days over the last few days, 10, 12 days, and then obviously race day, it rains. So yeah, part of the game, I guess. Normally race days, something happens. So hoping that we can have a smooth race from the beginning to the end.
We're getting some reports from fans that are out at Arnage. They're saying it's just starting to rain. I'm guessing you factored all of those conditions in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where you have to play as you go, and Le Mans always brings you lots of uncertainties, and you have to keep ticking the boxes as you go. But it's fantastic. It's a great event. So many people around here, so we try and minimize any mistakes or anything that could put us in a bad situation. Rain is one of them, but it's the same for everyone. So we try and do the best we can and be there at the end, hopefully.
How satisfying is it for you? You're a very professional driver, but you're racing with some amazing professional drivers. How does that satisfy your quest?
Yeah, very much. This is the pinnacle of the sport, of sports car racing. So to be here fighting for an overall win at Le Mans, it's quite special. There's only good drivers on the grid, so to be one of them and be fighting head to head with some of the best in business, it's an amazing opportunity. And you don't take anything for granted. You just try and do the best you can always, and hope for the best. But yeah, it's a fantastic opportunity, like I said, to be here. Not many people get to fight for an overall win at Le Mans, and so to be here also with Cadillac and with the team that I've accomplished so much in America, it's special. So hoping that we can bring it to the checkered flag, and if that's the case, in a good position.
Tom Dillman, out of number 4, the Bi-College Floyd car. Tom, of the top class, you've struggled a bit for pace. What are your hopes for the race?
The goal number 1 is to complete the race. So we will not be too aggressive. We don't have the pace for that, to play for position. So yeah, goal number 1 is to finish, look after the car, and hopefully we see on Sunday.
I mean, are you having a little mini race at Glickenhaus, the normally aspirated cars between the two of you?
Well, they are turbo. Now, here we are lacking quite a bit of power, so we cannot really fight them. We are quite. I would say we are much better in the corners, but we lack a bit of power, so it's a bit tricky to fight with them. We are, let's say, 1 second off. But we'll try to do a good race, be reliable, look after the car, and hopefully we can climb a little bit like that.
Reports all around the track of varying weather already, Tom. I mean, is that an extra problem for you, or do you see it as an extra opportunity?
It's pretty tough, of course, because where we are, it's fully dry, and then we see some image of the track that are fully wet. So it's difficult to make a choice on the tires. We still have 1 hour to go. It can dry up quickly as well, but it's 24-hour race. It's not like Spa where we had the mixed condition and you could afford, or it made sense to take a risk. I think here with 24 hours you can be a bit more conservative. So let's see how it evolves in the back of the track.
I'm with Robert Kubica out of the 41 WRT racing team. Robert, how are you feeling?
Very well, thank you very much.
So you're all set for today. What's your approach going to be to the race?
Well, as always, Le Mans is a long race. Extremely tough competition in the LMP2 category, so we have to keep in mind the race is long, keep it clean, keep it steady, not too steady, but had a good approach, good balance between speed and risk management, and yeah, let's wait and see what Le Mans bring us to the end. I hope we'll have clean race, so it's impossible in Le Mans to do a perfect race, so let's hope we can execute it as best as we can.
Yeah, it's been pretty challenging so far, hasn't it, during practice and stuff, but are you satisfied that you learnt enough?
Well, you're never 100% satisfied, but yeah, for sure conditions are different. It has been very warm and sunny for all days. Today we expect some rain. It did rain not a long time ago, although not here on the start-finish line, but in the other part of the track. So it might be even more spiciness because the weather can play an important role.
Is that something the team are monitoring quite closely now?
Pardon?
Is that something the team are monitoring quite closely, the weather?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, but you know, sitting in the garages is a bit different to then being in the track car, but of course we try to track as best as we can also the weather.
And what times do you as a driver like driving during this race? Do you like the daytime, nighttime, middle of the night?
I enjoy, to be honest, the nighttime. It's even more challenging, and yeah, once you enter the rhythm, you are like your own zone. So yeah, I really enjoy a lot night driving. Maybe also because I do not have a lot of experience, so it's something new. Thank you.
Robert Kubit with Dinah Binks. We'll go quickly to Nick Damon. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, well, up with the pole of P2, and it's Paul Luchatin who put the car on pole a couple of days ago. However, we both had a bit of... We are standing right next to the big screen at the end of the pit out, and it's given a lovely picture, I think, of the first chicane, which is soaking wet, Paul.
Yeah, it looks really wet. I just discovered that 1 minute ago. So, you know, let's see. I think we are still 40 minutes from the start. So if it stays like that, maybe it will dry a bit. But for sure, if the start is fully dry, then it's wet at some part on the track. It can be tough, difficult to choose the good tires, but it's Le Mans. We know that at Le Mans it can be dry at some part and wet at others. We will try to take care of that and to be safe, because first, if we want to win, we have to finish, so no risk at the beginning.
Paul, a Frenchman and man whose entire career has been through the ACO ladder, how proud are you being to be on pole for the 100th anniversary race?
I'm really proud. I'm really happy, you know, for my team. It's our second pole position at Le Mans in 18 already, so 6 years ago. You know, the field in LFP2 is the level is really high, and yeah, I'm happy. I'm from 1 hour. I'm born 1 hour from Le Mans, so it's my home race, and it's good. It's a good feeling. After, you know, it's the most important is the race, so now we are focused on it.
Thanks, Paul. Paul Luchatin, and it's one Frenchman to another, Gabby Aubry with Dye.
Yes, the Vector Sport number 10. Gabby, how are you feeling?
Feeling great. Can't wait to be in the race. I mean, we've been talking about this for months and months, so it's finally time to see the green flag dropping down, and I can't wait to be in it.
When you came onto the grid, like myself, it was absolutely packed. In fact, I couldn't even see the cars. How did you feel as you approached it?
I feel great, because that's to me that's the greatest event in the world. Just not in motorsport, but we've been there for a week. We got thousands of people for an entire week in a place, and to see the support of the French fan, myself being French, is also great. But we need to get that proximity with the fans. This is what we're here for. We're here to race for the fans, and we need to get that even more every year.
What makes this race so special?
The fans. That's all these people. I mean, it's the history of it. 100 years. How many races got that history behind their back? We've seen 50 of the winners' car parading just before us. All of us are writing history every day, and the story, the humans that are behind it is we could write books all day of this race, and I wish we can one day.
We're very much looking forward to getting this race underway. Where do you think your competition will be?
Competition in LMP2, I'm just going to speak about what I know, might be a bit interesting, because there's the only category with one set of tires for the entire 24. So regardless if the track is 35 degrees Celsius or from 100 Fahrenheit to 30 Fahrenheit, whatever, you have to wear the same tires, and therefore I assume that some team are going to go flying past at some point and then start to swap position. Just going to see who survived for the longest time and who's there Sunday at 4, sorry.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. Thank you.
Down at the 22, that's the United Autosports car. Got Phil Hansen. 12 months ago, I got your name wrong, Phil. I do apologise. After a year, I know it's Phil. Phil, not the greatest qualifier, but how has the car been going overall these last few days?
Yeah, you're right. Qualifying wasn't ideal. We just missed narrowly out on Hyperpole.
but we made some nice, good steps after that, and we were pretty confident in the car, to be honest. So it's somewhat a blessing in disguise. It just took a bit of pressure off and meant us we could focus more on the race car, and we have a very strong package. And I think we're very confident heading into this race. I
don't know you watching the big screen, but they've been showing shots of a soaking wet first chicane. I mean, how are you going to handle that? Is it an advantage, or is it just more risk?
I mean, luckily Filippo will have to handle it, not me, to be honest. But we've still got about an hour to go, and it's really humid. It's quite warm. I'm sure it'll dry up. But there's going to be a few open-eyed moments, probably heading on the formation lap, making sure you're not taking any unnecessary risk. I got penalised for it in Spa, so I'm definitely on that side of things, and Filippo's going to be careful, but I wouldn't be surprised if it dries up by the time we get going.
Phil, thank you very much. I believe that Di is now with George Kurtz.
I am indeed. CrowdStrike and Algarve Pro Racing. George, your first Le Mans, how are you feeling at this moment? I know you've been asked it a lot during practice and stuff, but we're really ready to go now.
Yeah, you know, I'm just trying to relax, take it all in. Obviously, this is a super special event, and to be on the grid and just with my teammates here for the 100th anniversary is just amazing. And got my family with me, so couldn't be more special. And you know, just trying to conserve a bit of energy, relax, let James do his thing, and we'll see when I get in the car. And hopefully, it's just heads down and do what I can do.
How important is it to sort of constantly be in contact with your teammates to discuss everything that's going on as it unfolds?
Well, I think it's important, particularly today with the weather. The weather's a little bit up and down. You know, it's one of those in-betweens. Is it going to rain? Is it not going to rain? So, and on this circuit, you got sometimes it's raining in one turn and the rest of the track is dry, and you never know. So that's going to be super critical to just see how the track evolves and what happens with the weather.
How would you describe driving a lap of this circuit? How would you describe driving a lap of this circuit from a driver's perspective?
Yeah, I mean, just driving here and driving this car has been incredible. I mean, the P2 is such a good car, and this is, I would say, the most special track you could drive at. And you put it all together. You can't make a lot of mistakes, or your lap time is seconds off with all these big straightaways. But overall, it's been just a phenomenal experience, and I look forward to the race.
George, thank you.
Diana Binks and Nick Damon are our CrowdStrike pit and paddock reporters. Back with Nick in a moment's time. The cars have now all been pushed back to their traditional starting places, tails into the wall in echelon, with about a 45-degree angle pointing up towards the first corner. The grid miraculously has been cleared. We're in our countdown to green on Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit, RS1 via radiolemans.com around the world. Wherever you are, thanks for joining us, and thank you for the kind words in our countdown to green. The hashtag on @Radio Le Mans on Twitter is Haggerty RLM. And if you're in the US, or North America should I say, and you're suitably equipped, then you can also pick us up all the way through the race without any interruption on Sirius XM. It's Sirius 136 XM202. Now, talk of North America means we have to talk about Garage 56. It's a philosophy rather than a place, because they're actually in Garage 62, right at the end of the pit lane, and they've caused a stir in the best possible way. They've made a noise in the best possible way. Nick Damon is down with the NASCAR Garage 56 team, the Gen 7 Cup car, the Camaro ZL1.
With Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy, you're not going to remember this, but in 2010 I interviewed you at Daytona and asked you what would you like to achieve in your career, and you said I'd like to start at Le Mans. Well, it's only taken, I mean, I've been here every year, but it's taken you 13 years to get here.
It has, yeah. My whole professional career I've wanted to be here, but between NASCAR and IndyCar I've never had the weekend open. This year I did, and what an amazing opportunity with everyone from NASCAR, Hendrick Motorsports, Chevrolet, Goodyear, to come and drive this Garage 56 car.
Let's be honest, NASCAR and Indy put on a hell of a show, but this matches it, doesn't it?
It's incredible. The size, the scale, the pageantry, the passion from everyone involved. It is a very special event. I'm so thankful I'm here.
Right, let's talk about the race. Are you starting the car?
No, Rocky will start. I'll go in second, and then Jensen will be third. Depending on weather, you know, we might adjust that a little bit, and then maybe run some triples through the night to let the other guys sleep, and then get back to doubles since in the morning.
And I suppose the aim just to finish, or are you have you set yourself a goal of laps or average speed, or?
we will have a general classification when the race is over. The car has had good pace, and we've been in the mix with the GT cars. Our first goal, though, is to finish, and then if we're able to finish and we can have no dramas through the course of the night, maybe we could finish somewhere in the classification with the GT cars, which would be a cherry on top type of moment.
Well, of course, the good news is the car, which is in theory a couple of seconds quicker, is getting to start ahead of the GT cars, so you haven't got to get past them every time it restarts at the start. That must be helpful, at least to limit damage and incidents.
Yeah, it'd be nice to be ahead of the big GT field. I think if it stays dry, we've got a real chance to race with the GTs. If it's wet, they have a different spec tire here that's much better than what we have specs for our car. So us three drivers in the G56 car hoping for dry.
Jimmy, thank you very much.
Alexander Sims in the 311, just getting ready for the race to get underway. I know you've been here before, but what do you feel about the atmosphere this year?
It's amazing every year, to be honest, here at Le Mans, but it's certainly something that bit extra special this year. The number of fans here is just mad. It's amazing to see, witnessing a sold-out event. Yeah, it's bonkers. I mean, the racing's hopefully going to live up to it. I think the fact that not only just the hypercar class is so well represented, but even in P2 GT it's going to be phenomenal racing. So really looking forward to it. Looks like the first chicane's wet at the moment, so that's going to make it spicy at the start. So hopefully everyone can get around safely and get into the race.
Which time of the day do you like driving? I mean, I asked another driver this earlier, and he said, well, actually, I really like driving at the night time. Is there have you got any preference, or do you not have a say in that?
Well, I mean, we've got to share the driving fairly equally to get through the race sensibly. But I mean, driving these cars any time is pretty awesome. But certainly the night driving is that bit more unique. You don't get many races in the year to drive at night with your little box of light in front of you that you've got to rely on at 210, 15, 20 miles an hour. Pick your braking spots, not make any mistakes. It's just mad sometimes when you actually think about it rationally. And what other people experience on the roads is just so far away from what we have here on track. It's just mad. So pretty special occasion. We're very lucky to be able to be doing this, and just looking forward to it.
And this, just one final question, Alexander. What's the key to getting the right braking zone when you're making those overtaking manoeuvres, considering such a big grid?
Well, it's difficult, honestly. It's open to making mistakes quite often. Especially when you're on the inside more early in the race. That inside line's generally not got so much grip. There are bumps that you don't experience very often because normally you're driving on the clean line, as it were. This is where you've got to have your wits about you. You've got to overtake cleanly and get fully down the inside so that the other car's seen you properly, but that adds some risk because you're braking later. It's a whole different dynamic in a 24-hour race to get past quickly and cleanly every single time. One mistake, the race is quite possibly going to be over. But if you take caution and de-risk the situation every single time, you lose too much lap time. So it's this fine balance that you have in endurance racing to not only drive super fast when you're on a clean lap, but also overtake well, keep the car clean. It's a multifaceted skill set that you need.
Thank you, Alex.
Thanks a lot.
A bit further down the pit lane, actually, in the grid, but we have the pole sitter in GT. We've got the whole team here. We've got Ben Nicola and Nicky. Let's start with Nicky Katzberg. How chuffed are you that you managed to sort that penalty issue out?
Well, it was never really an issue. It was more of an issue online, it seems, than it was in reality, because for us it was always clear that there was nothing going on, so it didn't really mean much to us, but I'm happy that we have no penalty whatsoever.
Nicola, I mean, you had an incident, didn't you, on the first day? Did that affect your confidence? Did you realise that's how fast I can go around that corner?
Yeah, actually, I feel like, I would say obviously after an incident, I think all drivers lose a little bit of confidence, but I was lucky enough. It was in the first session, so I got to run FP2, FP3, and some laps in FP4, and I recovered all my confidence, so I feel ready for the race.
Ben, you have the greatest voice in motorsport. Sum up this fantastic event.
Thank you. I didn't hear you.
Sum up the event.
This is the Centenary 100-year anniversary of Le Mans. It's the start of the race. It's one of the greatest events in sports. I love the start. I love the flyover. My favorite part is when after the helicopter drops the flag and it turns over on its nose and comes all the way down the front straight. This is one of those sports that it looks way better in person than it is on television.
Luckily, the 300,000 guys. Best of luck for the they are now lining up, John, for the national anthem. So probably to avoid crashing it, they're maybe a couple of minutes away. Should we hand back to you?
Well, you can. I'm having a great time up here. That's our crowd strike. Pit and paddock reporters Diana Binks and Nick Damon are in the melee. And actually, it's remarkably, it has cleared off rather well. The marshals have done an excellent job. John Hindhaugh with you on the countdown to green, 91.2 FM. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans. I'm seeing a lot of rain clouds around Le Mans at the moment. We're getting your tweets at Radio Le Mans, hashtag Haggerty RLM, to say where it's drizzling around the circuit. And it's certainly up over towards Turk Rouge and down the Mulsanne Straight. It's looking pretty threatening across there. We're up on the balcony of the ACO Tribune, where we used to do our commentary from until a few years ago. LeBron James is down on the grid. Natalie wearing a light brown jacket, towering above Bruno van der Steeg, who's talking to him at the moment. And a very popular figure here. I've seen a number of things online that has been critical of the ACO bringing in LeBron James when there's so many heroes and veterans here this weekend. However, the crowd here have received him very, very well and gave him a big round of applause. He's heading down towards the start-finish line now, where the grid has been split. Pierre Fillon is to his left. Now, Pierre is not the tallest of people in the first place, and of course LeBron is towering above him as well. And we have the 100th anniversary flag with the logo and the French tricolore. Let's quickly go down to Nick. And starting further down than we would like, the first ever privateer hypercar in the hands of Hertz Team Jota. It is the Mighty 38.
Will, you've got one of the fastest cars, but you've got 58 cars ahead of you.
Yeah, it wasn't in the game plan at the start of the week, but yeah, obviously disappointing to be starting. But we honestly think we have a strong package together. And we know that we can come back through the field. Obviously, the main goal is to try and not have too big a gap to the hypercars after the first few laps. But yeah, quality's just disappointing. There was a problem with the car through no fault of anyone, so we couldn't set any laps, so we're here because of the rules. So an early safety car would be lovely, especially with these new rules. And then that gets us back on the back of the hypercar field, and then we can start to work our way through.
One of four Porsche in the field. Are you kind of comparing yourselves speed-wise? Do you think you have the same speed as the other Porsches?
Yeah, I think so far in all the practices, whenever we've had a clean session, we look strong. Obviously, they're the only ones with the same car as us, but we're not here just to beat those guys. We're not here to compete. We're here to win. As a team, we know how to win this race. Obviously, this is going to be the biggest challenge we've had for sure. But we're ready for it. Let's see where we are in 24 hours, stay out of trouble, keep it clean, and then I'm sure we'll be there or thereabouts.
Best of luck for a clean race. Thanks, Bill.
Cheers, mate.
Nick Damon, part of our crowd strike pit and paddock report, is down on the grid at the moment. We are half an hour away from the cars rolling out on our countdown to green. The formation lap a little under that. Wherever you are in the world, thank you very much indeed for joining us. RS1 around the world, around the track on 91.2 FM, Sirius 136 XM 202. Johnny Palmer is in the studio, rubbing himself down with warm halibut oil, I would imagine, for the start of this GP. It has felt a little different this year, hasn't it, to get to this point, and we haven't even started the race yet.
It's been quite a wait. I mean, to be honest, I feel like I've been building up to this particular year for about 10 years with the knowledge that the anniversary 2023 date was at an arm's reach, if you like, plus the extra rules coming in, the ability to run an LMDH car in the race, and convergence. We've had quite a lot of transitional years, if you like, trying to get to this phase with only 5 hypercars in previous 3 years, but up to 16 now in that class, and it's just guaranteed, I think, to be so tricky to predict, certainly for the first half of the race.
Mohammed bin Sulayem is here as president of the FIA, just underlining how important this event is. He's had to follow Jackie Hicks, the original Mr. Le Mans. That's a tough act to follow for MBS. Down on the grid. Is Johnny Morland with you there, JP?
Do you know he's not? He's just dived out. He's
all right, of course.
For a little while.
Of course he has. Not a problem. The start of this race last year was carnage in LMP2, and major teams taken out of the battle before they really got to through the first corner. It's trickier today. Do you think anybody's learned from that, or do you think that everybody still just gets a little bit overexcited, shall we say?
Especially in LMP2, it's very hard not to, because it is such a level playing field, and you've got 23 cars, 24 cars in that category running identical machinery, identical engines, and it's all down to the combination of drivers. But it was fascinating to me when the grid sheet was made official that predominantly, I think, in fact, pretty much all of the leading contenders in LMP2 are starting with at least a platinum or if not a gold driver. That was more so with the weather forecast, I believe. Same goes in GTE AM as well, with platinums and golds pretty much through the field there as well. So there is a concern about what the state of the rainfall is going to be when we wave this flying, and also we'll get this race going rather,
and I'm
also
Team Jota driver, racing in the hypercar class.
Johnny, thank you for the moment. Little extra blast of Will Stevens. He'll be talking us round the track in just a moment's time. I don't think we're too far away from the national anthem. We've had the national anthem of all the countries of the drivers who are competing already. The one that is saved to last, as tradition dictates quite rightly, is the wonderfully stirring Marseillaise for France. And we're awaiting the delivery of the tricolour that LeBron James will be waving in around about half an hour, 30 minutes time. The drivers and teams now with their cars pressed back up towards the pit wall on drivers' right as they come down the start-finish straight, providing a wonderful multi-coloured backdrop on that quite dark tarmac on the front straight. Now the teams are beginning to line up. The drivers pulling up their race suits that have been round their waists. It's very sticky and very sweaty down here outside and on the grid. And as I look to my left past the hockey stick, the Michelin tower that was added a few years ago, the pole sitters are halfway up towards turn 1. It's time for the French national anthem for Le Mans 2023. As in the distance, the helicopter from the French army is making its approach with the tricolour. The brass band standing behind the dignitaries, facing the main grandstand, which is absolutely packed. The TV helicopter you can hear overhead now as we're on the balcony of the ACO Tribune. And before the national anthem, I'd forgotten one important tradition: the delivery of the trophy. This year, a unique trophy, the 100th anniversary, which was designed late last year and has been on a world tour itself, delivered in style to a red carpet. This is what the front of the field are racing for, and each of the classes will get a replica. And you have to imagine that this will mean even more to any team that has one of these this year. Tom Christensen, who is the current Mr. Le Mans, will anybody beat his tally of victories? He takes his place next to LeBron James. He was the chauffeur for the 100th anniversary, resplendent in its gold spiral design. And now that that has been delivered, we await the rest of the formalities. Waiting for the brass band to strike up the Marseillaise. A packed grandstand underneath us. Oh my goodness me, what a rendition of the Marseillaise live on Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM. It's our countdown to green, Haggerty Radio Le Mans for 2023 around the world on RS1 and on XM Sirius 136 XM 202. If you're joining us from North America, you've timed it about perfectly. Cobra attack helicopter at my head height as they've gone through there at the top of the tribune. I did tell him the pattern was full, but he requested a flyby anyway. And now we wait for the delivery of the Tricolore, the French Army helicopter coming into view at the Ford chicane, just off down to my right-hand side. You know I'm not great with heights, but I am leaning out a little bit. Nick Damon is right underneath the helicopter as it comes to a hover. We saw them practicing this the other day, Nick. This is always impressive on the abseil down with the Tricolore.
Well, I've never been this close before because I've always been at the other end of the green. This is fantastic, this. There's a massive great helicopter 5 yards ahead of me. Two paratroopers have dropped down to the ground. They've secured the abseil on the floor with the aid of two of their colleagues. The man in his back has the pack of the flag. There's a second Cobra attack helicopter menacingly behind. You kind of worry if those rockets are loaded. It could be all over in a couple of seconds. There is a man on a camouflage quad who I assume is going to be what's going to happen is he is going to deliver the unfurled flag. Another man abseils down. Our fifth abseiler joins the queue, so there's a few people in that helicopter having a bit of a time getting out. They are still unloading the flagpole. I expect it's very hard to say understand. I'll bet the downdraft, you can probably feel it, but the actual helicopter is completely motionless in the sky. I think it just moved about 3 centimetres left just then, and there is some wind. And here is the flag. The flag is out and being walked. Oh, they've got a bit tangled up with the ropes there. That's not gone quite right. As they released the rope, one got stuck around the flagpole.
And the helicopter does its bow at the end of the Ford chicane, points the nose right towards me, dives underneath me as it goes through again at head height, right down the pit straight. And will it go to the right or the left, followed by the second of the Cobras. I'm very pleased that cannon was pointing up, following the right-hand curve towards Dunlop. If you're there at the moment, get your cameras ready. Here comes the Cobra. Nice wing over from the main helicopter and followed by the Cobra. You can only do that one way on a helicopter because it depends which way the rotors are turning. Let's nip back down to the grid. Nick Damon, you've never been that close to that before. That's a nice blow dry and a nice wave quick there you've got.
I'll be honest with you, I've always done it from about 200 yards away and thought, meh, when you're 50 yards away, it's blooming impressive, that's all I can say. Do you want to have a quick chat with the driver? Let's have a word with the Heart of Racing team. I always talk to Ian, so I'll talk to Alex Riberas. Alex, a late decision to come here. You took over the entry, Paul Dallana. How are you enjoying the event?
I mean, this is an absolute dream to be here, to be honest. Very many people behind this project to make it happen, and a last-minute call made it possible for us. Couldn't be more proud of the whole team and enjoying it so much.
You've raced all around the world. Buzzed by a helicopter very often?
Not that often, and definitely not in the race that I've dreamt of doing my whole life, and in the Centenary edition of the event. It's just insane. I don't have the words to really describe how it feels right now.
But yeah, we're live across the world. You're not leaving IMSA though, are you?
Absolutely not. No, IMSA is our first love. The Heart of Racing will continue to push hard and make a big effort in that championship. But now we have a second effort here in WEC, and we have to say it's been a dream come true.
Great stuff. Thank you, Alex.
Alex Riberas, Heart of Racing, took over the AMR Northwest, Paul Dallalana's team. It's been such a stalwart of this. It's a shame that he isn't here, but when he made the decision that he was stepping away from racing, he, I think very generously, said to the Heart of Racing guys, look, you know, I'm going to leave. Why don't you come in? We know you wanted to do WEC. We know you want to do Le Mans. You didn't get your entries. And they took that over at Spa, and they've carried that baton with honour. Nick Damon is still patrolling towards the back of the grid. Le Mans in the last 100 years, Nick, has been renowned for attracting celebrities from other forms of entertainment, and motor racing is entertainment as well as it is technology and reliability. This year is no exception.
Michael Fassbender, it's your second Le Mans. How different is it from your first Le Mans?
I don't know, I'll tell you after the race. Obviously having the experience last year helps. Just knowing what's ahead and what the build-up of the week is like as well, leading to the actual race day, you know, just trying to conserve energy for that.
Do you quicker drive than last year?
I hope so. I mean, otherwise I'd have to start looking at the data again. But yeah, hopefully I'm quicker.
And we've got a likelihood of mixed conditions. Is that a worry to you, or it's something you're looking forward to?
It's something that I can't control, so just see how it plays out. Obviously, you know, if it's wet, but not wet enough for, you know, rain tires or intermediates, that becomes tricky if you're using slicks and damp conditions. But like I say, that's one element that's totally out of our control, so just have to see what happens.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, a quick word with your teammate, Ricard Leeds, because I've been speaking to Ricard for the last 17 years. I've been here at Le Mans, and Ricard, you've been here as well. How's this team compared to all the other ones you've run with?
No, I mean, to be honest, Proton has been a family for me from the beginning. I would say after 2 years where I started as a factory driver, first time I met them, and then changed together with Mark Lieb to this team, and we have won quite a lot of races. So I would say the team developed really well. It's funny to see now Jonas Reed driving here, because I was there when he was born, or that year when he was born, I was driving for them. So it's quite a long journey together, and now we're here together for the 100th time of this race. So it's special for us, and we try to finish.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Jan Magnussen, great to see you as ever. Obviously, you know this place well. What are we in for?
Well, from our side, you know, we are underprepared to say the least, but I think we're in a good place. We had a good week of testing. Anders and myself and Mark pretty much up to speed. I think, you know, if we can run problem-free, maybe we can do something.
You said you were underprepared. What did you mean?
Well, this deal only came together a month ago, so we haven't been able to test anything. It's the first time any of us drove the car was this week, so I think we've caught up pretty well. But it'll be a tough one, but I'm really looking forward to it. I love being here. I love the challenge of it, even if we are not super prepared. But it'll be fantastic anyways.
This is where experience counts, isn't it?
Yes, I hope so. We'll see.
And thank you.
Diana Binks down on the grid, one of our CrowdStrike pit and paddock reporters on the front straight at the moment with Nick Damon. Nick, a final word from you as the formalities are coming to an end.
Shall I grab a quick word with someone?
Oh, you can if you want, yes.
Sarah Bowman. Sarah, we were disappointed we didn't get the big titanic battle between you and Ben in Hyperpole. That was, we want to see another round. But how overall has the weekend been?
Yeah, of course, I was a bit sad that I could not, take part to that great party, let's say. But Ben did a fantastic job, and I congratulate him, of course. I'm super happy for him. I hope we will have some good battle on track, to be honest. I think we have a competitive package, and we will do our best to, get them a bit in trouble anyway.
So looking at the field, I mean, do you feel you guys are up with the speed of the rest of them? You got a chance for the win?
You know, it's difficult to say before the first hour of the race. Obviously, we don't really know what everybody has in the pocket, so I don't want to be too optimistic or pessimistic. What I know is that everything we could have done, we have done it, so we are ready. And if we have the package to go for it, I am 100% confident that we have the team for doing it.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks a lot.
Well, drama on the grid here because we've got the teams at the front of the grid, including Ferrari and Prema and Alpine and more, dashing out from behind the wall with rain tyres. Diana Binks is towards that end of the grid. Are they actually changing? I can see people bringing out, certainly on the Alpine, they're bringing out rain tyres and they're fitting them, Diana.
Yes, they are. I'm not quite as far up as you think, John, but they are absolutely running up with the tyres. They're coming in at the midway point of the grid from access from the pit lane, and there's quite a dash going on for all the teams up the front.
Nick Damon in GT, what's going on there? I can hear the air wrenches there too.
It's slick, 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 slick. No one's getting worried about wets in GTE and world. They're all putting on lovely fresh sets of slicks. They are all sticker slicks. They've all gone for new stuff. They have got wets on the trolleys, but yeah, no. As far as I can see, they're going for dry. So I'll be interested to see if any of the top cars do go on wets. It's a very big gamble.
Well, amazing stuff. The 100th anniversary running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Thanks to Di and Nick and our CrowdStrike, well, front strike team as they were. We'll have full coverage from the pits for the next 24.5 hours. There have been 13 different configurations of Le Mans since 1923. This one has been around for a little while and it's pretty recognisable. There have been some detailed changes. Let's find out what it's like to drive a lap in a hypercar with the first privateer hypercar in the hands of Hertz team Jota. And your chauffeur is Will Stevens.
Hiya, I'm Will Stevens and I'm a Hertz Team Jota driver racing in the hypercar class. So here's our track guide for Le Mans. So obviously first corner coming up, which is what we call the Dunlop chicane. It's actually a very tricky start to the lap because as you approach it's a slight kink to the right before quite a big braking zone, but you can never get the car completely straight before you hit the brake pedal. So it's a very easy corner to make a mistake, especially when it's this early in the lap. So it's definitely a challenging corner. We approach here in 6th gear. It's actually between gears here, between 2nd and 3rd. So when we have fresh tyres on the car, we're normally in 3rd gear. But older tyres, we lose grip, we drop back down to 2nd. But this is a corner you can win or gain a lot of time, mainly because of curb use. So you'll see the guys who are protecting the car a lot here by not using quite as much curbs. But for the ultimate lap time, you need to abuse the curb strikes a lot here. 2nd gear corner, use the curbs quite a lot. Exit, big talking topic is track limits. So you'll see a lot of people getting pinged here during the race. So already you've gone from hard braking zone, using curbs a lot, you can gain a lot, to track limits, and you're only 30 seconds into the lap. So as you start to come through Dunlop Bridge, you start to drop down the hill. Again, we get up to 6th gear. Then we have the S's. It's actually a very high speed part of the track, easy to make mistakes again. The left hand is a very quick corner and also requires quite a lot of commitment. We use 4th gear here, but you can actually roll a lot more speed than you think. It's a corner where you want to turn in quite early, hook up on the inside curve a little bit, and you can just carry a lot of speed. Slight kink right and as you exit the S's. This is flat out for us. Again, on the left-hand side, if you drop a wheel off, you see a lot of cars crashing on the left-hand side here. On the entry to Tetra Rouge, they've actually added a curb on the left-hand side this year on entry, so it gives a bit more freedom for nibbing a bit more track on entry. But the main focus here is to get a good exit. For us, it's 5th gear, slight dab of the brakes, and then you can accelerate and try and get as good an exit as we can. Here, super important not to get track limits, but you want to be right on the edge because the exit's so important. We carry it all the way down to the first chicane, so that's our main priority there. Now obviously we're getting up to where the top speed of the car is. We're getting up to roughly 335 kilometers an hour down the straight here. So 7th gear, full throttle for a long way, and this is obviously where we can gain a lot of lap time in terms of car setup, and we want to maximize straight line speed. So braking zones much later than you think at those speeds. We're braking around 130 meters into the first chicane. Both chicanes are actually very similar, just the opposite directions. So it's a corner where we're using 3rd gear. It actually feels quite low in RPM mid-corner before we get back on throttle, but there's so much lap time in both of these chicanes by being very late on the brakes and then maximising corner exits. So it's very much a V-style driving style here, as opposed to trying to carry minimum speed. But big hit of the brakes. This is where we use the most brake pressure on the whole lap. Down to 3rd gear, and then you want to carry the momentum and make sure you pick up throttle nice and early to get a good exit. And this rhythm is very similar 1st and 2nd chicane. I think again one of the most tricky braking zones on the lap is into Mulsanne. Because we're braking with a slight kink, it's super easy to lock the inside front tyre here. But it's also a corner where, again, braking, you can win or lose so much lap time. It's quite a daunting braking zone because the track tightens up, and we know we have gravel now on the outside. There really is no room for mistakes. Already you can see a lot of people locking up here, going wide. So it is very challenging here. We arrive in 7th, and this is 2nd gear corner. Very tight. And then it's another one where it's a super long straight after, so we need to focus on getting the exit. There's a different curb now on corner exit here. Last year you'd see a lot of people running wide and having 2 wheels over the curb on the tarmac, but now this is gone. So I think you'll see much more people running on the track as opposed to trying to maximise using the curb on exit here. But again, 2nd gear, exit's super important. Then we've got the 2 kinks down to Indianapolis. Here it's a bit tricky in traffic because you're always hoping the car in front's seen you're coming, because everyone's line is obviously to hit the apex of both these kinks. But sometimes they're not seeing you, or they want to take up more track, so it's actually quite difficult here. You've got to really pay attention, even though it's an easy overtake on some of the cars. If you clip one of those curves, it's not going to end well, so you've really got to focus here through the race. Then for me, the most challenging corner on the track, this sequence of Indianapolis, for me is where you've really got to focus on car balance to win a lot of lap time. As we enter into the left, we're in 6th gear. It's between staying in 6th for the fast right and dropping back down to 5th. And you just got to carry as much speed as you can, and you really want to use low brake pressure to not pitch the car too much to cause instability on the rear of the car. So you really got to carry a lot of speed. You can carry a lot more than you think here, but then not run too wide to have the car straight for the exit for the tighter left-hander. Again, very easy to lock front left into here, but there's actually a lot of banking here. There's a lot of gradient into the corner, so you actually want to turn in as early as we can to use the banking, and you can roll a lot of speed because that's there helping you. So it's a tricky corner because it's fast into slow speed, but it's actually one of the most challenging ones, so it's a corner I think we all like as a driver. Then we're coming into Arnage. It's quite a frustrating corner, this one, because it's very slow speed. When you're hitting the brakes, it's so easy to lock a front without really braking too hard, and there's always quite bumpy on the braking here, so you'll see a lot of people locking rears but then afterwards locking fronts towards the apex. So because it's one of the slowest corners on track, it's actually where you can gain the most lap time. So we try to brake as efficiently as we can without locking. 2nd gear corner, and then it's all about getting the exit down to Porsche curves. Down to the fun part of the track, all the high-speed Porsche curves part. I feel we have quite a good car through this section. We arrive in 6th gear. It's only down 1 gear to 5th. Very small brake, and then you're straight back on the throttle through the first Porsche. It's a bit bumpy on entry here, so we can't attack it as much as we would. But it's a corner where you have to accept some ride limitations to then be able to run the car more efficiently for the rest of the track. So you'll see a lot of cars hitting the floor here. 5th gear, very quick. Then you've got the 2 kinks to the left, what we call Porsche 2. The first part's full throttle. It's more tricky in hypercar than it is last year in LMP2 because of the extra power, but it is still full throttle. 2nd kink to the left, it's just a very small lift, and we mainly do this just to prepare for Corvette on the right to open the entry up a bit more. Here we have a slight dab of the brakes just to get the car to turn in and get the weight more on the front of the car, and then again straight back to full throttle. Here we kind of maintain throttle depending on how much front we feel in the car. If you feel a bit of understeer, we have a bigger lift to pitch the car more. But here is probably the biggest effect of where you have new to old tyres, because the front left takes a big beating through here, and it's somewhere we have to limit front tyre wear through the race. And then a quick change of direction into karting. It's not even a brake here, it's just a lift. And then you have a very quick change of direction. Here you can get a bit of rear limitations. And then back on full throttle. Track limits again on the exit here, you've got to be super careful. As here in the race, we're only allowed 10, 11 track limits before it's a drive-through. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of those in the race. And then again, back down to finish the lap in the forward chicanes. And now that's similar to the start of the lap, there's a lot to be gained here by using a lot of curbs. But it's lap time versus reliability, so 4th gear for the first part of the forward chicane. You can use a lot of curb on the left, but on the right now the curb's pretty big, so nobody can use it. And then into the final chicane, very slow speed, 2nd gear corner. You can use a lot of curb on the left, which gains a huge amount of lap time. And then quick change of the direction in the middle, back on throttle, and then we finish the lap, hoping for a good lap time.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Disruption expected, perhaps for the next few hours here at Circuit de la Sarthe, with scattered thunderstorms in the area, humidity's up to 60% and a very light wind. But how long will these storms last? Big question marks as to which tyres all these cars need to be starting on. Most going with slicks right now. That is the weather with Flywheel, the perfect way to spend Father's Day with Le Mans heroes and spectacular aircraft.
On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM across the world on radiolemans.com. It's Johnny Palmer, Johnny Molam and Paul Truswell, with thanks to John Hindhoff and the rest of the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team for all of the big build-up that the cars now are working their way around this formation lap ahead of the 100th Centenary event and the 2023 running of a race that began a century ago with just a field of 20 manufacturers entered, all on that occasion from France, with a single Bentley and a pair of Excelsiors amongst others from Belgium. This world's oldest active endurance racing event then, with Ferrari returning after 50 years away to the top class to challenge Toyota, to challenge Cadillac, who are welcomed from the United States into the LMDH category with 3 of their cars. Peugeot are back, the 2009 winners, with a radically new designed 9X8 that did not take part in Le Mans last year. And how far can they get into the race, positioned in 10th and 11th on the grid. We've had dramas for some of the other hypercar machines, including the 708 Glickenhaus, which remains in the pit lane and will certainly have to start from there, quite possibly from a lap down. Ferrari and those are looking rather pensive down in the garages, with the cars that they have brought to the race, the 499Ps, locking out the front row. Toyota's starting from 3rd and 5th positions, with sandwiched between them the Porsche Penske Motorsport 75 of Felipe Nasr. Johnny Molam, I turn to you for a first thought as these cars then are on a green flag lap. We're a minute and a half basically away from a race that has so been anticipated. And Toyota finally have some real competition this year.
They do, certainly in terms of outright pace. without a shadow of a doubt, it's going to be very exciting. There's a number of cars that are quick enough to win this in terms of one-lap pace, but how many are quick enough to win it over 3 or 4 stints on a set of tyres, which is potentially what they would be doing if it's a dry race. The rain itself that potentially may come, I noticed that it was damp, so it will be a little bit sketchy for these guys on the first lap when they're approaching the first chicane. So there may be some incidents that we'll see on that first lap, but that could play into Ferrari's hands, because then it will allow them to actually run a little bit more often on new slick tyres. But at the moment, if it stays dry, they're going to have to triple or quadruple stint even those tyres, and the Ferrari not as kind on its tyres as the Toyota. But watching them as they're coming round down towards the Ford chicanes, they can see basically pushing the brake pedal, darting forward, then dropping back, darting forward, dropping back to try and get some tyre temp as well as some brake temp for the start as they break into Dunlop.
Let's get straight back to John Hindhaugh, watching the grid form up and come out of the Porsche curves. You're in the tribune, John.
And on the pit lane, the Glickenhaus has just been offered up a set of brand new Michelin tyres on those gold wheels on the blue 708. It's dropped down off its jacks. It will join in behind, but WEC rules stipulate you lose a lap. I'm still absolutely certain that we're going to get a penalty for the 43 for working on that car after the 5-minute board. That will be a drive-through. The 75th anniversary Porsche has pulled ahead of 2 Ferraris. They're coming through the Ford chicane now. The grandstand is packed. It's 1600 on the 10th, and the second century of Le Mans endurance racing starts now. Rain lights flashing from all the leading cars as they go through Dunlop for the first time. Already the Hertz Team Jota Porsche has made up 6 positions as it goes into the braking area. The Chase Taycan follows through, and there's applause underneath me. Everybody realising the history that they have just witnessed. It's been half of the history of Le Mans since Ferrari were on pole position, and thank goodness Johnny Palmer and Johnny Morlam. We've had a clean start, but the spray on the run down to the Daytona chicane, Le Mans 2023, is underway.
This is the absolute test now. Were the tyre choices at the start of this race the right ones, which, as you hit the brake pedal into the first chicane, and the 75 Porsches all over the road into the Daytona chicane, the Penske Motorsport offering also straight over for the 63 Prema Racing LMP2 car, and by no means huge incident for the 311 Daytona LMDH car already off the road. That's the Cadillac into the Armco barrier to drivers left, coming out of the Daytona chicane, and has absolutely ruined the front end of that car. Front left tyre pointing in completely the wrong direction, Johnny Mola.
Yeah, I couldn't believe actually how racy the Toyotas were at the start of the race, looking down the inside, locking up into the Dunlop chicane, and that was in the dry. And then they would have known from their sighting lap coming into that first chicane and on the exit of the second chicane, just be so careful with those slick tyres, because it is literally like driving on ice. And so to throw it away this early on in a 24-hour race, we're not even a minute and a half in when that happened. It's just absolutely crazy. And you saw how careful Nicholas Nielsen was being in the number 50 Ferrari through there. Super sensible, because you've got everything to lose and nothing to gain. The Toyotas were a lot braver, and now Sebastian Buemi and Mike Conway are second and third right behind the 50 Ferrari.
Jack Aitken cannot see where he's going, let alone the front wheels pointing in the same direction. But meanwhile, out on the racetrack, now heading through towards the King in Indianapolis. It's the first lead change on the opening lap around the outside for Sebastian Buemi to take the race lead over Nicholas Nielsen's number 50 Ferrari, wasting absolutely no time at all there. Toyota Ferrari is the new order into and out of Arnage on this opening lap of the 100th Centenary event of the 24-hour hours of Le Mans, and is this going to be a sign of things to come? I suggested to you that Felipe Nasr was struggling to get his 75 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 slowed sufficiently into the Daytona chicane. He straight-lined that pretty much, as did the number 4 Colin Collins-entered car of Tom Dillman, running in 13th position. But we're going to have the 311 car for sure into the pits, if indeed Jack Aitken can get that Cadillac to the end of this lap. But it's going to have to be a very, very slow final couple of sectors. The 708 Glickenhaus is still waiting at the end of the pit lane because it will not be allowed to start until it goes a lap down. So it's a pit lane start and wait for the rest of the field to complete a lap before it can get into the race. And we're going to go safety car, Paul Truswell, because of presumably the amount of debris that's been left on the racetrack, and also the contact into the barrier that will have left a massive dent in the wall on the left-hand side.
That's exactly it. Yes, it's going to be the repair to that Armco barrier, which is going to take the time. And although we wanted to minimise the amount of safety car we were going to have, if you're going to have safety car, people said this in the lead up to the race, better to do it right at the start of the race when you haven't even established any gaps between the field anyway.
I think that was me, wasn't it?
It could have been you, Johnny, but it's a sensible time to do it. And so, yeah, we go safety car very early on. But there was another car that I spotted, which was in the gravel as well,
was the Mark
which was one of the Inter-Europe Competition
LMP2.
LMP2 cars, which is going to have to be recovered as well.
Nick Damon reminding me of the CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports. We'll get to him just as soon as the 311 car is in the vicinity of the pit lane. But this is great news for the mighty 38, the Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963, because looking for the reds, Antonio Felix da Costa, that is, starting the 38 car, has already worked his way up to 45th position, overtaking...
40. I was going to say 40 is across the line, Johnny, but...
Ooh, okay, showing us 45th here, but
right.
That may well adjust in a moment or two. So has already overtaken, there's 21 GTE AMs, 9 still to go, so he's overtaken 12 cars already, and this will definitely help in condensing the field. Let's hear from John Hindhaugh in the tribute.
And the other thing is, now that we've gone safety car, when they're at the moment that the pit lane is still open until the incident is cleared, whatever that is going to take, that means you can take your pit stops now. Once we start merging the safety car, that then will close the pit lane entry, but then you shuffle the field and get the cars back in the right order. So that Hertz Team Jota will be at the very least, if no one else stops, beyond the back of the hypercar field.
It will also be, I suppose, a little bit of good news for the 708, which has now joined the race for the first time, as Nick Damon, for this CrowdStrike Pit and Paddock report, is presented with a very second-hand 311 Cadillac.
Absolutely, Johnny. The front left is destroyed. The front right's not much better, to be honest. It's going straight on the jollies. The front left peeled back into the body shell. I mean, realistically, the question is, when he hit into the barrier on that left-hand side, has he done any damage to the tub? Now, the nose is broken, fine. It's a crash structure. Bits of the wing are broken. That's fine. It's a crash structure. Parts of the carbon fibre are broken. That's fine. But it's really all about, is the damage to the mounting points of the suspension, which we have already seen once before with the Tower Motor Racing P2, punch that thing through the chassis and that's it. So Aitken stays on board, the team gets to work. Of course, is good news in a way for them, because any work they have to do is going to take them less time. But for example, there is quite a lot of intricate carbon fibre work that's sort of stuck on at the front of the nose. It's not actually part of the chassis. That's broken. That's not going to be repairable. So if this thing comes out, it's not going to come out at full power as such, or full fettle. But on the whole, yeah, this is a long piece of work, and it'd be interesting to find out exactly what happened. But Jack's staying on board.
Yeah, Johnny Molim and I have not had a chance yet to re-describe that whole incident to you. It was a weird angle to be coming out of the Daytona chicane. I wonder whether it was just a lack of traction, perhaps, from the 311 car, or whether there'd been an initial bit of impact. But I don't think I know the answer to that just yet.
I didn't see any contact. When we were on board, it looked like he went into the first chicane, turned right, turned left to come out of it, lost the rear slightly, and similar to what happened with the Mark Kwame Inter-Europol competition number 32 LMP2, lost the rear, and then it spears him off to the left into the barrier. And the trouble is there, even coming out of the chicane, you're still going quick enough, and you're hitting an Armco barrier at that kind of angle. It's going to have a huge impact on the suspension, as Nick was just describing down in pit lane. And he didn't hit it square, he hit it sort of front left in, so it is going to sort of pull all the suspension away, all the brake ducting will get ripped off. If the pickup points aren't damaged, and Nick is absolutely right in saying that will be critical, but if they aren't, there's still quite a lot of work to get that car back out again.
The other thing I don't think we've mentioned is Mark Kwame's off in the 32 car, the Inter-Europol competition car, in the gravel trap. I reckon the only bronze to be put into any of the 62 cars to start. And Kwame, I was trying to work out where his car ended up, but he was definitely in the gravel somewhere.
He did exactly the same. He lost the rear and then just speared off into the gravel. Fortunately for him, he was going a little bit slower, and it was further around the lap, and then he didn't actually hit. So you can see there, he lost the rear, you see, and then went straight into the gravel. And then going back to the onboard of Jack Aitken's crash, literally on the power, coming out in the damp, on slicks, the rear steps out, he corrects left, and then literally it grips him and sends him straight into the barrier on the left-hand side. You see that quite often, especially in prototype cars, because the mechanical grip is quite limited.
Yes.
So when they're on slicks in damp conditions like that, as we alluded to when we said when they come round on the first lap into that wet section, we're going to see some incidents, but just absolutely heart-wrenching to have it happen so early on in the race.
They also weigh quite a bit, these new LMDH and LMH cars. That's got a 5.5 lump V8 in the middle of that car, and once you start swinging the pendulum in one direction, as you say, Jack tried to correct, but then it was pinging the other way, and he couldn't keep it out of the wall. So tricky then to control a moment like that. I'm amazed that he was able to get back, yes, with the car in such a sorry state of repair, but reasonably quickly, all things considered. 5 minutes and 45 seconds it's taken him from the flag waving to him entering pit lane.
And the good news is that the tyre stayed inflated, and so he was actually able, even though he had no steering with his left front, it was towing out several inches more than you would want in a car, in any kind of race car, probably about 2 feet towing out on the left front, but he was still able to drive in quite quickly. His right front tyre, albeit damaged, stayed inflated. In fact, the left front also stayed inflated. The rears are obviously no impact there, so he was able to come in reasonably quickly, because you still got, believe it or not, even when you've got one wheel hanging off, you've still got quite a lot of control with just steering with one front wheel.
Yeah.
The side, then the rear. Looks like the side of the left-hand rear.
Okay, that is secondary problem. The problem is I don't charge. It's not charging when I brake. I have no assistance. It's really hard to brake. I need to press really hard. I have no assistance. The kilowatts don't go in negative.
Yeah, copy that. We know. We're on it. I'll get back to you when we have something, mate. Best leave it to us.
Fascinating bit of team radio there for our now race leader, Sebastian Buemi. So presumably no harvesting of power with the hybrid. He's having to push really hard on brakes that are designed to have some retardation from the hybrid system, as well as just basic brake pedal pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. In these hybrid cars now, it's so important in even a car with no hybrid, that brake bias is so important to actually have the right percentage of front to rear brake bias, in terms of you'll normally run it a little bit more front than rear, especially in dry conditions. In wet conditions, you'll still run a little bit more front than rear, but you might actually have that gap much narrower. And the hybrid system will assist rear braking when you're going into a corner. So effectively, by losing regeneration, it's almost like you're running a ton of front brake and no rear brake. It actually makes it harder to slow down. It also makes it more liable to lock fronts. So they're going to have to readjust their brake bias or find some way to get that regen in, as we're seeing now a lot of cars zooming back into the pits, taking this opportunity to pit up. The pit window is so early these days with the way the fuel and the tyres are, that I think is after about 2 laps the pit window's open. If there is a safety car, they're like, right, we're going to come in.
Let's just get a word from Nick Damon with the CrowdStrike pit lane report. There are more pit callers here than I'd expected, Nick.
Well, they'll just rejoin the queue and then be passed round again, won't they? It's a free pit stop, so that includes Hertz team Jota, who's taken some fuel. They've been stopped at the end of the pit lane, they'll be released a minute. It's about, I think the Mighty 38 is the only one the hypercars have done that. There's 4 or 5 P2s, you can get their numbers, and 3 or so of the Porsche. I can see the Heart of Racing car, the 98 is also there. And I'm still staring at the number 311 Cadillac. They're just about to strip down that full left side and see if I can see any chassis damage, but they are carrying on working, so they're not giving up. So I guess they got away with that part of the problem.
The guys from the Tribune, of course, if they'd done this in the past, Johnny Morlam, under the old regulations, they would have dropped behind under the safety car.
A lot of heavyweights on drivers left.
Just waiting for Eduardo there. They would have potentially dropped behind into the safety car, and that would have ruined their race. But they know that the 2 safety cars between them and the front of the field now are going to be withdrawn, and then they'll have the class split. So Hertz Team Jota not only getting the benefit of getting onto the back of the hypercar field, but they've pushed their pit window and they've had the opportunity to assess the conditions and potentially change tyre compound, or indeed, had they needed to, they could have gone to slicks or inters. Brilliant strategy there.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, John. Although there are 2 other safety cars out there, and the LMP2s that pit have at the moment fallen behind the second safety car, so-called safety car B. But once the incident is cleared and we move into this merging process, then what you've described is going to happen, and the cars that are behind safety car B will close up on the main queue, and we'll only have 1 queue before we go through the drop back procedure, which will then give the benefit that we were describing to the Jota car. So a very early opportunity to demonstrate how this new procedure works.
I'm only catching little bits of messages here, but I'm getting the suggestion that once all the pit stops that are needing to be taken are completed, we'll then continue with the safety car procedure and potentially wave this race green apart from the affected area after the Daytona chicane, which will remain as a slow zone whilst extensive repairs continue. I heard a brief message from Eduardo Freitas, I think along those lines, and then there was a bit of team radio that I was just trying to listen to underneath Paul Trustwell, to Michael Christensen, echoing those thoughts from the race director. I'll just leave that hanging there for the moment, but that may well be a way to negotiate the next bit of the race.
Yeah, and the Armco barrier, when Jack Aitken hit it, was quite heavily bent back and almost killed that beautiful straight line of the Armco barrier. So there's no doubt in my mind that there's some serious damage there. So they're going to have to take out at least 1, if not 2 or 3 sections of that Armco and get it put back in, because that's quite a common place on the left-hand side coming out of the first chicane for cars to spear off into it.
No, if they're going to neutralise that section only, then that's perfect, Johnny, because we'll be able to continue the race on the rest of the circuit.
I think that's what they'll do, absolutely. And also going back to what you were saying with the 38 car very quickly, obviously starting a long way down, so they're obviously using strategy, and it's easier when you're at the back like that to sort of take a bit of a gamble, come into the pits, take an early safety car, because you're way down the order, but even behind the LMP2 cars and some of the GT cars, whereas if you're like 1st, 2nd or 3rd, it's a slightly harder decision to make.
We'll get to Peter Snowden in a moment with a CrowdStrike pit report, but John Hindhaugh, you're nearing the end of your little spell, returning to the old days really, atop of the Tribune.
Well, we thought, didn't we, if we could make the technology work, it would be a good idea to go back to our roots here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. And our original home was where I'm standing now, probably about 4 or 5 metres to my left, actually. I'm right underneath the stairs that we used to come down to, where the old chicken coops, as we used to call them, were, where some of the broadcasters, radio broadcasters were. It's been an absolute privilege to be up here for Countdown to Green and the start of this race. The Goodyear airship up above, packed grandstands, both sides, absolutely brilliant atmosphere. Just had the very bizarre sight before I signed off here, gents, of safety car C going through with absolutely nobody behind it because we're so close to the start of the race. I don't think safety car B's got anybody behind it either, because that went through a moment or 2 ago. Just marvellous. The atmosphere out here is incredible. every single space, all the way up to Dunlop Bridge and beyond. I cannot see a bit of ground. And the noise and the appreciation of 30,000+ horsepower as it went past the grandstand, the singing of the Marseillaise at the end of the formalities, and the cheers for LeBron James as he took the tricolour to flag off the second 100 years of Le Mans 24 Hours in the Grand Prix d'Endurance, that lived with me for a very, very long time indeed.
John Hindhaugh on the top of the tribune pretty much with a crow's eye view of proceedings leading up to the race and indeed just into the first few laps. Unfortunately, really early on affected by safety car. You're right in that safety car C is still circulating with nobody behind. Safety car B has picked up pretty much all those pit stoppers after the first lap or so, and we have just got word that 3 of those cars that have pitted have now been reported to the stewards for going back into the race having jumped a red light. 36, 39 and 98 I think were the cars, and thumbs up from Johnny Molan. So that's the Alpine Elf 36 Orica for Charles Milesi, Guido van der Garde in the Graf Racing Pro-Am LMP2 car number 39, and Ian James in the Northwest Heart of Racing AMR 98 Aston Martin, who have all been, at least at this stage, reported for leaving a pit lane with a red light still showing.
Interesting, because there was a late bulletin which changed the regulation there, which suggested that the red light would only be on whilst the queue behind the safety car was going past. This is at pit lane exit. So for the rest of the time, the light would be green. So, I mean, you have to obey the light, whatever it is, but it may be that they didn't quite do what they said they were going to do.
Well, it depends whether some were able to sneak out before the safety car B had approached the start-finish line. Then I guess the red light goes on as the train works its way by, and then it turns green again.
Exactly.
So there must have been a spell where for one car it was green and for the next car it was red, but that was presumably ignored.
Exactly.
By 3 of them, yes. We're all getting used to these new rules, folks. Very busy again in the pit lane. Let's get a CrowdStrike pit report. Nick Damon's here.
Yeah, basically what's happened is that the last lap, a couple of P2s and a couple of GTs came in, and every other team went, oh right, it's new this year. So literally every GT AM, I'm certain, has come in, and a vast number of the P2s as well. So it's kind of honours even now, but still I believe the only hypercar to come in was the Jota car. The rest of them have all stayed out, apart of course from the Cadillac number 3, which is still receiving repairs. Jack Aitken has got out of the car now, but they are still looking like they're going to repair it. So and of course they're losing a lot less time because the car's behind the safety car. So lots of pit stoppers, but it's all very for now, because if everyone in every car in the 2 classes stop, there's no real advantage, is there?
Indeed. This reminds me a little bit of almost Daytona 24-hour style racing, which is forcing cars into the pits when you really wouldn't expect them, because you can take advantage of the, as they would call it, the full course yellow. This is a safety car that we 3 down to 1 fairly shortly, and you actually look to gain some track position, if not places themselves. Johnny?
Yeah, absolutely. I find that whole strategy, and it's music to Paul Trustwell's ears, all of this, isn't it, when there's some new regulations, and it means that you have to really be on top of it. Having said that, they do have some really clever software strategy for their pit windows when they're open. The drivers will be told if there's a safety car now, then you'll need to pit. But with Le Mans being such a long circuit, and with the 3 safety cars out there,
only one of the Toyota pits, you pit. If one of the Toyotas pits, you pit. Or if both, then you pit.
Just overhearing James Collado being talked to there in terms of telling him what to do if the 2 Toyotas in front of him box. And he's currently running in 4th place, just behind the Mike Conway, number 7 Toyota. Then Nick Nielsen, his teammate in the number 50, is in 2nd place, and still leading, obviously, Seb Buemi and the number 8 car, who we were overhearing before had that regen issue earlier on, but had just taken the lead before the safety car was deployed.
I'm I'm going to go to Nick Damon, because we saw a lot of GTE cars come in and return to the racetrack, but one is standing out to you, Nick, with his CrowdStrike pit and paddock report. Not rejoined the race just yet.
No, it's the 25, the ORT by TF LMGTE AM, the orange Aston Martin. It has sat there for some time, about a minute and a half now, 2 minutes. I think they got a problem with it. It won't refire, but they weren't trying to refire it the whole time. For a period, they were just sitting there with it on the apron, no problem at all. Now they're definitely trying to refire. This is the Al Harthy, Dean and Eastwood car. I can't tell you who's in it, and they may even change. I think some of the GTM teams. It's fired now, and it's gone. I have no idea what's going on there. So it's fired there. And the interesting thing really is whether one of the teams have changed drivers. Of course, some of the AM teams have taken the chance to put their amateur in, get some hours behind the safety car, which is a good way of burning time for the slower drivers. Others have just put some fuel in.
Well, let's run you through the GTE AM potential driver changes. That class, albeit behind a safety car, 3 safety cars, is led by the 54 AF Corsa Ferrari of Davide Rigon. Second, 57 Kessel for Daniel Serra. Neither of those have changed their driver, nor Alessio Rivera, who's been in from the start for 83 Richard Mille AF Corsa. And another AF Corsa Ferrari, Simon Mann, the silver-rated 22-year-old, is driving car 21, and he started the race, as did Alessio Picariello and Matteo Cairoli in the 60 and the 56 cars. So that's your top 6, but none of those cars have pitted, so I probably could have shortcut that whole sentence. Christian Reed's been put in the 77 Porsche, though. That is the first of our stopping GTE AMs. So car 77 has been taken over from Julian Andlauer. 88's been in, but Harry Tinknell retained as the driver for Proton competition. Likewise, Richard Leitz in the 911. Who else have stopped? Nicky Katzberg still at the wheel of the 33 Corvette racing car that was on pole position. Ben Barker's driving GR Racing as well. Rodrigo Sales did not start the 22 LMP2 car. So the number 14 car in 22nd place. The Nielsen Racing car now has Rodrigo Sales driving that. And otherwise, Ryan Hardwick will be a new driver in car 16, because the 16 entry was started by Jan Halen. So they're burning some bronze time early on in this piece as well. Why not? We're under caution.
Absolutely. The safety car's out at the moment. It's going to be out for at least another lap. And then also when it comes in, there may well be a nice long slow zone all the way through past the first to second chicane. So a very good, like you say, a very good way of actually getting your bronze drivers in and minimising the time lost, obviously with them being able to lap slightly slower than their pro teammates. So it's a very good strategy, especially again, you're noticing it's always easier to sort of play that. It somehow seems more comfortable, Johnny, to play that strategy game when you're trying to play catch up than when you're at the front of the field leading, because then you're slightly more paranoid about getting it wrong, and it somehow seems less comfortable, even though it is psychological if you're leading or in the top 3 coming in and rolling the dice, whereas when you're in the sort of latter half of the race or latter half of the grid, it's a lot easier.
Trying to get a little bit more information on the brake and generator issue that Sebastian Buemi was reporting on the radio not too long ago. Toyota are investigating that, but it's tough to do when your car is leading the race and at times a long, long way from home. But all the telemetry is being beamed back to the pit wall, so they're trying to work out what on earth's gone on and whether they can fix it. Maybe the next pit stop, I guess.
No, I suspect it's something that they'll be able to potentially get him to fix from the cockpit. And it's also quite handy for them that they had this long safety car as soon as he was developing the problem.
True.
Gives them a bit more time to sort of, rather than sort of try and fix it on the fly and get him to be changing settings as he's driving around flat out. So it'd be interesting to see if we hear any more radio communications from the pit wall to Seb Buemi telling him to try a setting, or in actual fact telling him that they've sorted the regen.
Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit, RS1 around the world via radiolemans.com, and this race Saturday and tomorrow Sunday, Sirius 136 XM 202 to enjoy our coverage here on Hagerty Radio Le Mans. Paul Truswell.
Yeah, we're just in the process of merging now. The incident has been cleared, so the safety car is getting ready to withdraw. Cars B and C, the other 2 safety cars, if they don't mind being called others, they have already withdrawn, so everybody now lines up behind safety car A. But just a note to clear up that red light that was accused accused, or that 3 drivers were accused of jumping at the exit of the pit lane, they've decided to take no further action. Now, whether it was red or whether it was green, and quite what the situation was is unclear, but no further action is required. So, as I say, the rule has changed and was changed at the last minute, so that the pit lane exit is fundamentally green and will only be red when either the safety car is approaching or the queue of cars is going past the pit lane exit.
I wonder, Paul, whether there's a little bit more leniency because they're understanding that suddenly engaging these new rules, because quite frankly, either you go past a red light or you don't, and whether it should have been green or not, if you blow a red light, whether the organisers are wrong to have had it on or not, that in itself normally warrants a penalty, and you normally don't get away with it. So I'm quite happy to see that maybe a little bit of common sense is prevailing up in race control. That's really, really good to see.
Point taken.
Yeah, so maybe a grace period for the first hour, let's say, and then
first 20 minutes.
First offence we might
23 minutes.
We might first offence we might think about ignoring, but any more then you'll be for it. To another CrowdStrike pit report. Here's Peter Snowden. You've been building them up, Snowy. Sorry, it's been quite hectic in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre till now.
Hasn't it just? So you mentioned the Julian Andlauer change to Christian Reed, which I thought was quite early, but that's fine. The 77 Proton Dempsey racing car. But I just had a quick chat with the engineers down at Toyota, who very, very patient, very kind, and just said the biggest problem they've got at the moment with this number 8 car with Sabemi at the wheel is that it's very difficult to assess the information because they're stuck behind the safety car. So they're just basically playing a waiting game, and they've said honestly, once the safety car ends, come back to us in 10 minutes and we'll tell you what's going on with that car.
Yeah, seems to be a lot drier, still a bit damp in the first chicane, the rest seems to be dry.
Copy that. And when you can again, on throttle, charging sock, 55 target.
Okay. Did we send a wrong map that I have to do that or not?
Clearly Toyota's still asking quite well. Buemi, notably, asking those guys, the brains trust on the wall, to work out which map he needs to be in. Did we make an error? Or are we now trying to do a quick reversal, U-turn and go in a different direction? But like you say, this is a dream scenario for Toyota. They've encountered problems, but at least they're not burning any time, real race time, as they solve it.
But as we just heard actually from pit lane, and it's something I hadn't thought about, but of course they're under safety car, so they're going to be in safety car fuel conserve mode, and there's a safety car button on the steering wheel which you deploy. And so at that point, obviously, although they may have time to look at data from before they went full safety car to ascertain what the problem might be, they certainly can't work out whether they fixed it or not until they actually go racing again.
It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit and around the world on RS1 on the radiolemans.com website. We will pause for the first time for a Hertz Team Jota hourly update.
The Hertz Hourly Updates, getting you to your Let's Go moments for over 100 years.
Half an hour into the race, but only one proper racing lap following the safety car being deployed on the second lap of the race, and the rest of the half hour up until now being held behind a safety car. So the positions are changed from the grid positions, but not by very much. Safety car preparing to withdraw now. Positions though on the half hour, leading the race, car number 8, Toyota Gazoo Racing, in the hands of Sebastian Buemi. He has the lead and has now completed 4 laps, 3 of them behind the safety car. Second place, number 50, the Ferrari, the Nicholas Nielsen doing the driving. Third place is number 7, Toyota, with Mike Conway. In fourth place, number 51, Ferrari 499P. He's fourth, that's James Collado. In fifth place is the Porsche Penske Motorsport Porsche 963 of Felipe Nasr. In sixth place is the Cadillac V-Series R of Earl Bamber, car number 2. In 7th place, car number 5, is the Porsche 963 of Michael Christensen. In 8th place, number 93, the Peugeot 9X8 with Paul Di Resta at the wheel. In 9th place, number 6, is Lawrence Van Toor driving the Porsche 963. And rounding out the top 10 is the other Peugeot, this one in the hands of Nico Muller. In the LMP2 class, it's actually a bit complicated at the moment because all the LMP2s are in the middle of dropping back before then catching up again. But the leading LMP2 car is the one that started on pole position, number 48, Paul-Luc Chatin, who's the man who put it there. So he's in the lead. In 2nd place is Daniel Kvyat at the wheel of the number 63 Oreca, the Prema racing car. In 3rd place in LMP2 is the Team WRT car of Robert Kubica, number 41. In 4th place is the Jota entry, the not so mighty 28, with Pietro Fittipaldi driving it for Jota. In 5th place is the 47 car of Cool Racing, Richard de Guerus, and in 6th place, number 10, is the Vector Sport car of Gabriel Aubry. In GTE AM, the leader of that class is the Davide Rigon Ferrari 488 GTE Evo, car number 54. 2nd is car number 57, Kessel Racing with Daniel Serra driving. In 3rd place is 83, the Alessio Rovero Ferrari for Richard Mille Racing. In 4th place, number 21, Simon Mann at the wheel of his AF Corsa Ferrari. In 5th place is number 60, the Iron Lynx Porsche of Alessio Picariello, and rounding out the top 6 in that class is number 56, the Rexy liveried Porsche Matteo Cairoli, car number 56. That's the hourly update for now. There'll be a lot of change in the next hour, I'm quite sure of that.
The hourly update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Into the second half an hour of a 24-hour race. We are still under safety car, which was deployed on the opening lap after Jack Aitken's huge crash as he came out of the Daytona chicane and his 311 Cadillac broke grip and pierced him or pitched him left and into the Armco barrier. But we're hoping now, with wave buys taking place and a reset of the field, to not be too far away from at least green flag running in 8/9 of the circuit. I say that because it's split into 9 sectors or 9 zones, and it may be possible to continue on with the zone around the Daytona chicane under yellow and everywhere else under green. A couple of CrowdStrike pit lane reports back to back, I reckon. Let's start with Peter Snowden, because you've been building some more information.
Yes, well, great communications, and entirely true to their word. The Toyota engineers came and found me in the pit lane and said, right, there is absolutely no issue with the car. This is the number 8 car with the Sebastian Buemi at the wheel. It is, quite simply, a setting on the steering wheel, which is exactly what Johnny Molan alluded to. So no issues for the number 8 Toyota.
Up at the 311, the Cadillac, it's well, they've done a pretty good job actually, because they've managed to replace that damaged left-hand side. The man in front is actually putting the tether strap on now, so they're getting a pretty good work on with that. Jack Aitken standing at the back, hasn't got his helmet back on again. I assume he's going to get back in the car again, but the obvious damage has been, well, 2/3 to 3/4 fixed now, so they haven't lost much because, of course, the safety car in lap terms, but they're pointing out a couple of bits that are missing, and they're still trying to find more bits. The man from Delaro, who of course make the chassis, is just checking everything's okay. But yeah, speedy work, and the repairs are very nearly visually done. I have no idea what non-visual stuff needs to be done.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
Latest instruction from Race Direction then is now for the LMGTE pack to start to drop back. LMP2s are able to overtake them. It's a bizarre sight on the Mulsanne Straight where you've got the right-hand lane reserved for GTE AMs and the left-hand side for LMP2s. It's a little bit like Operation Stack, which takes place in the UK down towards the port ferry town of Dover. Where lorries are queued up on a freeway, a motorway there, whilst they wait for their spot on the next ferry. It's still moving, at least, but nevertheless, and it becomes more complicated now because we've got a couple of kinks to involve in this situation. You can see why this has taken really several years to get to as a way of working things. It's not a quick process there, Johnny Molan.
It looks so illogical, doesn't it? Because initially you had the LMP2 cars pulling over to the right-hand side of the circuit, going down to the first chicane, and the GT AM cars coming past them. And now later on, you're actually seeing the reverse happening. So it is complicated, and the fact that they have 3 pace cars and they get rid of them, they have to bunch everyone up, and they're now doing wave-wise, which I actually think is a brilliant idea because it means that you don't actually have your race potentially ruined just by being completely in the wrong place at the wrong time in relation, if you're in class, to the overall leader. So it is a really good idea, but it does take a bit of working out, and it does delay the process of being able to go to the green restart.
Just getting some word potentially of what's going on with the number 8 Toyota. It was related to the settings under the safety car, which is what you said, Johnny Molan. Seb was a bit concerned about the contact at the start, but there is no issue. Contact at the start was, I think, a late braking 75 Porsche into the Dunlop chicane. There was somebody locked up well over to the left.
They all got very racy. I mean, Seb got super racy. I mean, it wasn't, he didn't hit anyone, but he was locked up on the left-hand side going in down the inside of the Nielsen Ferrari. I mean, Nielsen Ferrari held the lead, but it did get, there was a kerfuffle, Johnny. There was a bit of a kerfuffle going into the Dunlop chicane, and there was a little bit of contact, and then cars taking to the right-hand side, inside of the right apex of the Dunlop chicane. But they all got through, and I didn't see any contact that was more than just a touch. But that's the trouble with, you've got these dive planes on, and the aero of these hypercars quite sophisticated now with the front dive planes and also the rear diffusers. So, you know, sometimes, you know, losing 2 inches of carbon off a diffuser, you think, oh, that's not very big, and you suddenly find you've lost like 8 points of downforce. So these things can all be worrying to a driver. When you feel a little bit of contact in an aero car, you're always slightly concerned there might be more damage than you realise.
Yeah, so I reckon it was the front of Felipe Nasser's Penske Motorsport 963, just glancing the back of Sebastian Buemi's number 8 Toyota. We had a horrendous incident a good few years ago now, probably 4 or 5 years ago, when the front of a Rebellion bizarrely got loose.
No overtaking before the line.
So that the instruction from the Portuguese race director Eduardo Freitas, who is overseeing matters together with the rest of his team, amongst others Fayez Ramsey Fayez, who we've been hearing on the team radio communication system as well over the last few days. But the green flag is being waved now. In fact, the pace of the field being dictated by Sebastian Buemi as Chip Ganassi looks on to his Cadillacs that are running as 2, 3 and 311. All the bad luck going the side of the Jack Aitken and Action Express field after the safety car was deployed. We're under green flag conditions all the way around the racetrack now as well, so the repair work at the Daytona chicane is completed. Finally we get back to racing conditions. It seems like an age, it's been 40 minutes pretty much, but Toyota lead Le Mans 40 minutes into the opening hour, and catching plenty of curb there, Sebastian Buemi, as he's starting to build a tyre temp back to the operating window. Second place for the 50 Ferrari 499P of Nicholas Nielsen. Mike Conway, though, keeping close quarters to him in the 7 Toyota, and then James Collado in the 51 Ferrari is 4th. Next car through is the 75 Porsche of Felipe Nasr. I don't think carrying any damage to the front of that 963 after the first corner skirmish. So Penske Motorsport do at least have a car in the top 5, Johnny Molan.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can see on the restarts, the Toyota, I would say they're generating a slightly better tyre temp, and maybe as they're going around under the safety car, they'll be in the cockpit, they'll have absolutely all the numbers that they need to be able to see what tyre pressures they're running. And I'm wondering whether they're actually managing to maintain a little bit more tyre temp than the Ferraris are. And the rear of the Ferrari, especially of Nicholas Nielsen, just jumping sideways on him as he was going through the S's, approaching Tetra Rouge. It just looked slightly nervous in the rear. And the Toyotas definitely look a little bit more racy again, just on this restart.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing is, Johnny, is not just getting the tyre temps right now, but making sure that you're going to make it last for the rest of this stint. Because, yes, they'll have been using fuel during that safety car period, but they'll have been saving as much as they possibly could. And instead of it being a 12-lap stint, possibly 13 if you're in a Toyota, for a normal racing stint, I reckon will be at least into the realms of 15 or 16 laps.
100%.
For this stint. So it'll be interesting to see who's been able to save the most fuel under safety car and who's able to go the furthest. As normally, 40 minutes into the race, we'd be expecting to see LMP2 cars coming in for their first refuelling stop.
Even earlier than that, after the first stint, when you consider fuel burn on the green flag lap as well. Just want to mention progress being made by Harry Tinknell, and also a potential change for second place overall, because the second of the Toyotas, driven by Mike Conway's got a stellar run on Nicholas Nielsen. This is between Mulsanne Corner and Indianapolis, and swooping through the right-hand kink, the first element of Indianapolis, the Brit has passed the Dane, and Conway is up to second place ahead of Nicholas Nielsen.
Yeah, I was just about to say there, Johnny, that Mike Conway looked like he was coming out of the first chicane even. He was already lining up to get past Nicholas Nielsen in the number 50 Ferrari in front of him. And as they come further and further onto the straight, I think Paul will tell me the exact speed that they deploy their hybrid. I believe it's 150 or 160 kilometers an hour. And you actually saw that happen there as he was getting onto the straight. Got a really good run. Then the Ferrari came back at him slightly as they approached down into approach of the fast Indianapolis corner, but through the kinks he was already on the right hand side as they came into Indianapolis.
I'm going to give viewers of the live stream, by the way, on YouTube, a sheet here, folks. This is for Johnny Molam to look at for the next 23 and a bit hours.
Oh, that'll keep me occupied.
There's your details of when the speed is deployed. It is north of a certain kilometre per hour, and it is different per car. You're going to tell me it's not on there now? No, there it is.
190.
It is. So 190 for the Toyotas, 190 kilometres per hour for the Toyotas, 150 for the Peugeots, 190 for the Ferraris. So same for the top four cars currently.
Which is, yeah, exactly, okay.
Does that cover all bases?
Yes, I think so. Well done.
I think that's the first time in my career that I've managed to do that so succinctly. Over the line goes Sebastian Buemi, unsurprisingly setting the fastest lap of the race so far, because it's the first racing lap as such that we have had, full racing lap at least. Regarding possible overtaking of car 37 under a yellow flag is now being investigated. Car 37, part of the LMP2 field. That's the Cool Racing car being driven by Alexandre Coigny, currently one of a few, 9 Pro-Am entered LMP2 cars. You've got the LMP2 category and then a subcategory for Pro-Am cars, which must include at least 1 bronze. 2 Porsches absolutely side by side now between the between Tête Rouge and the first chicane, the Daytona chicane, and I reckon a place change. That was the 6 overtaking the 5, so Laurens Vanthoor squeezing ahead of Michael Christensen. They're not too far away from making it 3 Porsches in a long line, although the straight line speed of the Peugeot starting to come into the reckoning. Paul Di Resta getting his elbows out and gaining ahead of the number 5 of Michael Christensen. Can the straight line speed of the 9X8 be extended all the way into the braking area? Not quite.
That was very interesting actually, Johnny, wasn't it? When they first came out of the corner, Christensen got slightly held up by the fact that his teammate ducked underneath him on the right going into the first chicane. Coming out of the corner, the Peugeot got a really good run at him with Paul Di Resta at the wheel. Looked like he was going to make the move stick. Actually cleared him on the right-hand side of the track with the Porsche still on the left as they head down towards the second chicane. But by the time they got there, and trust me, they've both been flat out going up through the gears on the red lights on the shifting. By the time they got there, Christensen actually a good 2 car lengths ahead on the left-hand side, able to quite easily brake on the inside, already having cleared Di Resta and maintained the position.
James Colado's not that far away from Nicholas Nielsen. I wonder whether Actually, James's 4.99p slightly quicker in this phase of the race, and maybe invited to overtake his teammate. Not going to happen though into Indianapolis. That was too high risk, really. Might do it on the brakes into Arnage or towards the end of the lap.
I think it'll be a difficult one. I think James will be on the radio saying, I can lap quicker, I can lap quicker. Is there any chance of being allowed to go through? Because ultimately in these cars, it's very difficult to sort of dive bomb your teammate because it's always just a risk. And that is something that Ferrari do not want, is to see contacts between these two cars. But the fact that you're absolutely right, that Collado is so close to the car in front, actually flashing his lights at Nielsen, then that just tells you that he feels that he can get on and go quicker. And Nielsen did look a bit tentative, and don't forget, fantastic driver, but still relatively inexperienced. This is his first ever Le Mans in a prototype level car, so relatively inexperienced still, so maybe slightly tentative, and as a result of that, not quite as got the pace that Collado behind him has.
Collado's never driven two-seater prototypes. He has come from a single-seater background though, hasn't he? So relying on that knowledge of downforce very early on in his career, the Worcestershire man. I remember him things like Racing Steps Foundation helping him through the junior categories of single-seaters in the UK.
He was a fine single-seater driver, and then obviously went off and switched into GTs mostly. But he actually said to me after testing at Sebring that these hypercars, albeit obviously have downforce and they are prototypes, were a little bit more akin to a sort of heavy sort of GT, almost like the GT1 cars of old in terms of some of their handling, rather than say an LMP1 car.
Okay. The other thing is, I don't know whether you caught any highlights or indeed watched live the 6 hours of Portimao, which was the second round of the FIA World Endurance Championship this year. There were several kind of memes and GIFs, I think that's the kind of lines that are down with the kids these days, between James and his engineer, Justin Taylor, with James saying, I'm faster than the other Ferrari here, let me by. And they said, well, show the pace on the track and we might think about it, but at the moment Nicholas is faster than you. And James would just reply, no, that's not true. And those were edited up then and passed around on social media. So I wonder whether, as soon as I get a symbol that there's some race conversation, some race radio conversation between James and Justin, I'm going to whack that fader right up because it could be great for comedy value again.
Well, right now there's no doubt in my mind that James is definitely faster, and they're both slipstream back up to Mike Conway in the number 7 Toyota. So we've now got a three-way fight for second place. This is going to get very interesting.
And behind that, the Cadillac under massive pressure from at least one of the Porsches, maybe two of them. The Caddy I'm talking about is the blue-fronted car of Earl Bamber. Laurence Vantor's already got by him, and Michael Christensen wanted in on that as well.
I think they both cleared him. I think
maybe all three are past the Caddy now, though. There are three Porsche 963s all running together. This will be it, into the Mulsanne corner, because to the high side, Michael Christensen's trying to get around Earl Bamber. I thought the Caddy was quite good on the straights, but clearly not quite got the punch as the 963 have in the higher speeds, Paul.
I think what happened was the Cadillac was trying to get past the Porsche of Michael Christensen, and it kind of went wrong for him, and that's why it then dropped back.
And he has dropped behind Christensen now to confirm that.
Yeah.
So that is 8th place now for Bamber, when he was in something like 6th position not too long ago. Conway, Nielsen, Collado, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. You can say their names as quickly as they whip by you on the exit of Arnage, or rather Indianapolis now, and into the right-hand, 90-degree right-hand of the T-junction at Arnage, as we get a quick CrowdStrike pit lane report from Peter Snowden.
Yeah, I'm down in the pit with the Iron Dames entry, the Prima LMP2 car number 63. That's just come in and had rear body work, rear wing change, because there was some damage on the rear left-hand side diffuser and corner there. It's been sandwiched between something, because there's left rear damage and front left damage as well. It's had so front and rear clips changed completely on that car. Otherwise, nothing else. That's it. Routine pit stop.
Yes, it had been reported, Peter, to have its rear lights repaired at its next pit stop. So that was what was going on there. It obviously been in some contact somewhere, and there was a bit more to it than just a rear light that needed replacing, but it was the lights that the organisers were concerned about.
I'm loving the fact, Johnny, that the first, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars are all, although having said that, just as I said it, Seb Buemi pops a 3-minute 29.739, the fastest lap of the race. But behind him, every single car up till 7th position is lapping in either the 3-minute 30s, low 3-minute 30s, or a very high 3-minute 29.9 for Lawrence Vanthoor in the number 6 Penske Porsche. So it's fantastic to see 6 or 7 cars all lapping pretty much within 3 or 4 tenths, half a second max of each other. Really, really good. And it looks to me like Nicholas Nielsen has got a little bit of the hurry up, and certainly on that lap he was 2 tenths quicker than Collado, and just closing up again to the car in front, which is Mike Conway in the Toyota number 7.
Toyota is on soft, they will struggle with tires, start to put some pressure on them. We want to put some pressure on Toyota, they are on soft, they start to struggle.
That's a bit of team radio to Nicholas Nielsen in the 55.0 Ferrari 499P as he has a little look at the inside of the Toyota in second place, but that's not going to happen into the Daytona chicane. Fascinating message a moment or two ago, by the way, about Christian Ried's 77 Porsche. He's been done for track limits, and it said that lap 6 is going to be deleted. I don't think that's still the rule in the race. Maybe in qualifying, yes, but you don't take a lap off a GTE AM car. It'll be a warning and possibly nothing more at this stage. A CrowdStrike pit report from Nick Damon.
Yeah, the number 3 Cadillac came in, Sebastian Bourdais stayed aboard, but interesting they changed tyres, so yeah, they've burned through a set of tyres very early. There was quite a lot of locking early on. That was one of the cars. Medium tyres went off and medium tyres went on. It's quite convenient having those colour bars on the edge of the tyres now. So new set of boots for Bourdais. Not sure whether he was a lap or two earlier or on target, but they've done that. So two of the so one pit stop for Cadillac, one's still out the car, 2 and 3-on-1 is still being worked on as they try and get those final little bits sorted out for that big impact at the front left of the first lap.
Mike Conway's feeling very picked on indeed at the moment. He's been swamped by 2 Ferraris. One got past him.
Seb is looking after the tires. You're doing a good job.
That's the message to Mike. Seb's looking after the tyres. We want you to do the same. You're doing a good job. Well, he's allowed 1 Ferrari through. It might be 2 at this rate, Johnny Molan.
It's going to be, and that's interesting that they're obviously the Ferraris. I wondered why on the restarts they were looking slightly more pedestrian than Toyotas, and that explains it all. They're on the softer of the 2 compounds that they're going to be running during this race, and that basically means that the Toyotas rather on the softer of the 2, and the Ferraris just don't have that mechanical grip to fire up the tyre. The Toyotas do pull away, and now the Ferraris, as we're getting more and more into the stint, the Toyotas clearly, because they're on the softer compound, also under strict instructions not to overwork the tyre, are now dropping back into the clutches of not just the Ferrari, but also the following Penske Porsches as well. They're joining the party, and now we could literally can see from second, there's a little bit of a gap still from Buemi of 3.8 seconds, but from Nicholas Nielsen, who's now running in second in the Ferrari AF Corsa hypercar, back to 6th, 7th position, there's literally, it's like almost a second gap all the way back. In fact, in some cases, half a second.
Paul, can you explain a little bit more about this lap deletion process? It's effectively the lap time that disappears, but they still, race direction still recognise you have completed a lap. We're going to get a Ferrari pit stop here as well, though, for Nicholas Nielsen. So the lap's still logged, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, the lap counts. It's just that its time doesn't. And I think this is just the way that race control use to say, OK, that's your first transgression. When you get to 9 of them, then you'll be hit with a drive-through penalty, and that will then increase to a stop and go. So you say a Ferrari coming into the pits. Nick was describing the previous pit stop, which saw Sebastian Bourdais changing tyres. If they do change tyres, they will almost certainly use them again later. So they'll take them off, but they'll put them back on again later.
Here's Nick with the CrowdStrike pit report.
No sign of tyre change. This is fuel only. The first competitive pit stop for a Ferrari at Le Mans for many years in the top class, and it is just simply park the thing up, clean the windscreen, fill it up, off we go. First couple of yards, and first couple of metres done on electrical power, then it fires the engine, and away it goes and rejoins. So a simple stop, and I expect we'll probably see his teammate within a lap or so.
Yeah, probably for fuel only as well. The radio message, if you could hear that, echoing the thought. So giving the instruction to Nicholas Nielsen that it would be one of the quicker variety, because if you change tyres, it takes longer. You can't change wheels at the same time as refueling a car. That is interesting. That's what the word that Johnny Molim's trying to get out, but we can't get into air at the moment. We'll try and sort that in a second. Brilliant Bob Dawson will appear as like the Wizard of Oz from behind the curtain.
Good job on tire energy, protecting the fronts more than bike in high speed. Good job, mate. Can we get feedback on the tires when you can?
Yeah. Not so bad. What is Mike doing in terms of tire energy compared to me?
So Sebastian Buemi wanting a little bit of information of how his Toyota is behaving performance-wise compared to Mike Conway. Well, the Brit's kind of got his hands full at the moment. One Ferrari got by, then pitted. The other Ferrari 51, driven by James Collado, is up to second. In fairness, the 7 Toyota is staying with certainly the second place car. But Buemi has shot off into the distance. I'm starting to think now that this was all part of the pre-planning for Toyota to arrange one to be very, very quick in the early stages and the other one maybe to hold the rivals up a touch.
It's
the tortoise
possible.
and hare.
It's possible. I think it's unlikely, but it certainly is possible. Of course, the thing that's concerning Sebastian Buemi up at the front, of course, he's thinking about what's going to happen. He's on tyres now which have been worn a little bit. They've done a stint, nearly an hour's worth of driving. But of course, they're now going to fill him up with fuel, and that's going to change the characteristics of the car completely, because from going from a nearly empty car, it's going to go to a much heavier car. So he's concerned for that reason, because the tyre wear characteristics will change as well when he gets more fuel aboard. So fascinating scenarios. We knew it would be, but the other aspect, just taking a step back and looking at the way that the top 6, almost the top 10, they've stayed together. I mean, they're within striking distance, all the top 10, even the Peugeots, which seem to be a little bit off the pace in qualifying, they're still right there in that leading group.
So up to the Dunlop chicane will go the number 8 Toyota, leading the way by almost 5 seconds at the end of lap 11.
That was what I was going to say.
Oh, sorry,
Johnny.
No,
absolutely. Just interesting that they were telling Mike Conway a couple of laps ago, or even a lap ago, that Buemi, he's doing a good job, and that Buemi was looking after his tyres. But in actual fact, Buemi is lapping still. It'd be interesting to see now. James Collado has cleared Mike Conway in the 51 Ferrari, now in second place. But Seb Buemi, up until then, lapping quicker. The only one really consistently in the 29s, apart from behind him, Nico Müller in the Peugeot, the 94 Peugeot, in 9th place. But at this point, Buemi, even though he's looking after his tyre, still seems to be able to maintain that sort of nearly just under 5-second gap to the chasing pack. And he really has got this race at the moment under control. Be interesting to see over the next few laps whether Collado starts inching back up to him again.
So the second of the Ferraris, which took that earlier pit stop, Nicholas Nielsen, having rejoined right in the middle of the LMP2 field, is behind 6 LMP2 cars now. LMP2 is led by EDEX Sport, Paul-Luc Chatin, Robert Kubica for Team WRT, number 41 is in second, and Jota, number 28, for Pietro Fittipaldi, running in third position. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Still the threat of thunderstorms. The only problem is for the teams, they don't quite know when they are going to strike. But we had that little bit of wet weather at the start of the race, and there is some unsettled cloud cover nearby as well. Temperatures rather high in the late 20s, and the atmosphere, both in the grandstands and above, rather humid. Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel. Spend the day in the unique surroundings of Bicester Heritage.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Ben Wiltshire has chosen the 2003 race as his milestone. Aside from being the year of Ben's birth, the race
It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the track and indeed around the world on radiolemans.com. Don't forget that you can catch us on Sirius 136 and XM 202 in the United States as well. We have had an hour of this year's 100th Centenary 24 hours of Le Mans, and it has not disappointed so far. Knew that the Toyotas, with all their experience, would have some clever strategy up their sleeves. Well, they lead after 11 laps, nearly 12 completed by 4.9 seconds, but the Ferraris have certainly been distracting, plaguing Mike Conway in his number 7 Toyota, and actually Mike couldn't hold certainly one of the Ferraris back, and in a kind of two-pronged attack from the 499Ps, both got ahead before the 50 car then dived into the pits for the first of a number of pit stops for the hypercars. The order is 8 Toyota from 51 Ferrari, Buemi and Collado. Mike Conway's 7 Toyota is in third, and then there are 3, no fewer than 3, Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s for Felipe Nasser 75, Laurens Vanthoor number 6, Michael Christensen in car 5, running 4th, 5th and 6th. In GTE AM, Davide Rigon in the 54 AF Corsa Ferrari is leading by only half a second from Matteo Cairoli in the Project 1 car.
3 laps to go, fuel limited.
3 laps to go for Sebastian Buemi. Fuel limited, yes, but they have to pay close attention as well to the amount of energy, virtual energy, that they are spending during each stint as well. 75 Porsche getting really close to Mike Conway.
And also we were talked a little while ago, didn't we, Johnny, about what Collado could do on Buemi's lead. He's brought it down to 4.1 seconds and set on that last lap, the fastest lap of the race, a 3-minute 29.074. He's definitely lapping quicker at the moment than Seb Buemi, and so at the moment, with the Ferrari on the harder tyre, interesting to see a very early pit stop. I don't know what Paul Trustwell thinks about it, but for me, that Nielsen number 50 Ferrari was a very early pit stop. Be interesting to see whether the 51 is going to be following Buemi in on the same lap, or whether he'll go a lap longer. I doubt he'll be able to do a lap longer, no matter how much fuel he was saving behind the safety car earlier on.
No, I would expect the Toyota to go a little bit further on its fuel, and the Ferraris to go less, but it was only 9 laps for Nicholas Nielsen, and bearing in mind that there was almost 40 minutes of safety car running, he should have been able to go to at least 13 or 14. Buemi, given that he's got another 2.5 laps to go, from what his engineer was telling him, he'll be getting up to 15 laps. So they want to push the fuel as far as they can. Yes, they are limited by the amount of electrical energy they can use as well, but they're constrained by the liquid fuel as well that feeds the ICE.
Yeah, absolutely, but it begs the question, doesn't it, Paul, as to, you know, at best, Nielsen pitted 5 or 6 laps before he needed to in terms of fuel.
At most 5 or 6, yeah. I mean, 4 or 5 certainly, though. Porsche's side by side once again as they come down into Indianapolis. So, yeah, as I said a few moments ago, we've really got this big dogfight, but of course that's playing a little bit into the hands of Sebastian Buemi, and that lead of 5 seconds that he has established is being maintained. It's not going up very much, but it's meaning that Sebastian's run is fairly uninterrupted.
Let's get straight back to the pit lane for a CrowdStrike pit and paddock report. First of all, let's go to Peter Snowden.
Yeah, just a very quick update. Most of it Paul Truswell to digest, which I'm sure he's aware of anyway. But number 9, Prima Racing, the Orica, just came in, had an absolutely routine pit stop. This was the car that had the stop a few minutes ago, of course, for the front and rear clips to be changed. No driver change. They did put a new set of slicks into the pit lane, but they weren't fitted to the car. So quite literally, fuel only on the number 9, Prima Racing and Orica.
And a welcome to the pit lane for the first time in the race. At least you've had a busy week, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, but it's different now that the race has kicked off, isn't it? You know, I've been itching to get down here. Race is developing into, I was a little bit worried there when the Toyotas went past the Ferraris, but now I think we've got a race on, guys. I've just walked out and we walked through the United Autosports pit to access. That's my privilege of knowing people. And I think we've just seen a stream of pit stops from both the 22 and the 23. I think that's what I saw as I walked through. You guys will be able to confirm that for me.
Pioneer in adversary-focused cybersecurity. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Johnny Molam, Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell with the opening couple of hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans. It's turning into a bit of a treat in the early stages as Ryan Hardwick has an off in the number 16 Sky Blue Porsche. That is the Proton competition run car. And it has slipped off the track at the first chicane. There is gravel there, but once you've got...
Dunlop chicane.
Dunlop chicane? First chicane? No, oh, yeah, okay. Not the first chicane. That's the Daytona chicane. Dunlop chicane at the top of the hill. And that is a relatively quick recovery process for car 16 because there's an escape road just the other side of the gravel track there. Only a car's width, but Ryan Hardwick got away with one. He will have a very slow first sector though, Johnny Molam.
Yes, always tricky and always worry when you go out on the gravel like that, Johnny, for looking for punctures, picking up a puncture or whatever, and it can make a massive difference as well if you pick up some debris into the brake ducts around the... It's never good to go through the gravel. It's always slightly concerning whether you manage to get out of it or not.
That was the car started by Jan Halen, but they did an early driver change there whilst the safety car was out to burn some bronze time. And I think now that the rain hasn't emerged, you know, it's more sensible to try and get your 6 hours of bronze driving time out of the way as early as possible. But like you say, that will have done some damage to the top surface of the Michelin Pilot Sport tyres. Plenty of wheel spin there for Ryan as he tried to continue momentum through the stones.
Oh, absolutely. Always good to keep your foot in. Not too much because you don't want to wheel spin it up and beach the rear of the car when you're driving through the gravel, but you definitely don't want to get off the throttle. You want to stay in the throttle to try and drive through the gravel and keep that momentum and get out the other end of it. James Collado, sorry, I beg your pardon, James, has managed to bring the gap at the front down to 3.6 seconds, so marginally quicker than Seb Wemy, but probably only 2 or 3 tenths a lap. Honourable mention has to go out here to Antonio Felix da Costa in the number 38 Hertz Team Jota car. Only you'd say in 9th position, but remembering that it started right at the back of the field, pretty much at the back, but also took that first early pit stop under the safety car to gain an advantage there. They're right back up in the mix now, and they're actually only 13 seconds off the lead. And in terms of lap times, Antonio's right up there with the fastest guys that are ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, a safety car at the start was exactly what they were hoping for. But it's not just having got itself ahead of the LMP2 and GT cars, but he's also ahead of, what, 5 of the, in fact, 6 of the hypercars up there in 9th place overall. So, you know, it's a very good performance indeed from Antonio, as his team said it would be. And into the pits this time, again a tad early perhaps, end of his 14th lap, comes Mike Conway.
Now we're going to do a switch around for our CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports in a moment or two, but until Peter Snowden leaves pit in, you can report on this Toyota stop.
Thank you, Johnny. Well, it looks like Mike Conway's staying in it for now. Certainly, certainly no effort to drive a change. Looks pretty routine at the moment. Obviously, new set of slicks has been prepared for it. At the moment, set of mediums going on that by the look of it.
How can you tell that, Snowy? They're different panels, aren't they, on the side of the tyre? So medium is we reckon yellow. So that would, are they yellow or not necessarily big banners, but a little tiny sticker on the side?
Correct. Yeah. Mediums on that car, no driver change. So fuel, new set of mediums. Mike Conway stays in that Toyota number 7. And to Joe.
Yeah, and we heard earlier of Nick describing the new era, first ever new era Ferrari pit stop. Well, I can just report now the first ever new era Peugeot pit stop. The 94 in for tyres and fuel. Driver stayed on board, and they're on mediums just to keep that sequence going.
CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Joe Bradley and Peter Snowden bringing our CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports for 2023. It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit, RS1 around the world via the radiolemans.com website, and you can listen to us in North America as well, Sirius 136 XM 202. Don't forget to keep your tweets coming as well to @RadioLeMans. Include the hashtag HaggertyRLM. Let's stay with the CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports because Joe Bradley has more from us.
Yeah, just as I was talking about that Persian pit stop, but a flurry of LMP2 and the class leading car, that was the car you heard in the background there, the 36 Alpine, has been in fresh Goodyear rubber for that car, and that's already making its way. And there's the 39 just making its way, and then the troubled 43, the DPR Engineering 43 in for a pit stop right in the middle, being sandwiched, and their pit stop not as slick as what we've just seen at Alpine and Graf, and they are still sitting there, and now the 43 picks away. I'm not quite sure who I saw in the driver's seat, but no driver change on any of those LMP2 class pit stops.
Really busy now for the Porsche number 5, Michael Christensen and Lawrence Vantor and Felipe Nasr, who sit ahead of him on the road. So the 963s, Johnny Molam, already having to deal with the slower GTE AM traffic.
Yeah, and you saw James Callardo's gap go out to 6.7 seconds as they started hitting traffic. Clearly, Sebastian Buemi in the leading number 8 Toyota catching the traffic at better time. There's nothing worse in a prototype car than catching the traffic just when you don't want to, potentially going into the Porsche curves, having to wait through there. You give away 2-3 seconds easily. It allows a car behind you potentially to get a run on you and get past you. But the Porsches are really surprising me, actually. The Porsches beginning to really come into their own as this race progresses, and I'm quite relieved. I think Joe Bradley was saying it earlier in the pit lane. I'm quite relieved to see that we do genuinely have, it looks to be at this early stage, a genuine race on our hands. This isn't going to be the Toyota walkover that everyone expected, as we see Seb Buemi now popping into the pits in the number 8, was leading Toyota, and now the lead of the race taken over by James Callardo, who's only a few seconds ahead now of Lawrence Vantor in the Penske Porsche.
I'm not sure anyone expected a Toyota walkover, but they're not going to have it all their own way in 2023, that's for sure. So the race leader is in. This CrowdStrike pit report comes from Joe Bradley.
Yeah, the number 8 is it's taken its fuel on board now, goes up on the jacks. Some fresh Michelin going on the tyres, going on the car, I should say, some fresh Michelin tyres. Staying with the yellow markers denoting medium compound on the number 8, and that's already on its way out.
Speed, reliability, and the power of the cloud. That's protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Some thoughts from Paul Truswell after we've had quite a number of hypercars in all on that lap.
Yeah, a tad early. I mean, what's surprising is the wisdom that I was hearing before the race started was that Toyotas would go further on their tank of fuel than the Ferraris would. Now, what we're seeing is the complete reverse of that, and also worrying if you're a Toyota fan is the fact that the Porsches are still going as well. None of them have yet made their first pit stop, and here we are an hour and a quarter into the race. Okay, we had that period under safety car, so they've been able to fuel save, but whether it's due to the Ferraris and Porsches fuel saving more effectively, or whether it's Toyota just playing it safe, well, we'll have to see what the next 23 hours has to reveal.
Another CrowdStrike pit report from Peter Snowden. Certainly one of the Porsches on that lap came in for its first stop at Penske.
Yeah, the 75 car there, that's just come in, done a routine stop and out. So just as Paul Truswell was alluding to, the first of the Porsches has done its fuel stop.
And went without a flaw and a problem, so back into the race. The new order that has sort of emerged outside of the top 6 of those rejoining cars is the Toyota number 8 in 7th for Sebastian Buemi, Earl Bamber in the 2 Cadillac that lost those 3 places to the Penske Motorsport 963s. That car now in 8th position, still in the hands of Kiwi Earl Bamber, and Felipe Nasr, as Snowy just reported, 75 rejoining in 9th. So James Callardo leading the way in Ferrari 51.
Yeah, we were talking about Antonio Felix da Costa in the Hertz Team Jota number 38 car, having made very, very good progress. And of course, this is down to a number of pit stops of cars ahead of him, but he's now up into 4th place. So that Team Jota car looking very, very strong. In fact, all the Porsches looking remarkably strong at this stage in the race. Very, very early, I realise, but still very, very positive if you're a Porsche fan.
Give you an update on the 38 Hertz Team Jota Porsche, the 963, that remember had to start from anti-penultimate position. That's just about right. And it is back with the hypercars. In fact, up to 4th position and coming down pit road now, along with two of the other two Porsche Penske Motorsport cars 5 and 6. So that is Peter Snowden's end of pit road. We'll get to Joe Bradley with the CrowdStrike pit and paddock report in a moment, but I beg pardon, it is Joe's end. So a whole slew of 963s for you, Joe.
Yeah, we've got, well, we've just had the first new era Peugeot pit stop and the Ferrari. Now we've got the new era Porsche 963, the first pit stops under race conditions for the Porsche Penske cars. And bizarrely, they probably want to get this out of sequence. They've come in together, which leaves very little room between the front of the number 5 and the rear of the number 6, giving the crews very little room to move around. The fueling's going on at the moment, so it's not really a problem. But wow, and now the 6 has moved off, and now the 5 moves off, and there's the other Hertz Jota team moving off as well. No fresh tyres going on either the 5 or the 6. I think Snowy was with the Hertz car.
Okay, so let's stay, in fact, in the pit lane for a second CrowdStrike pit and paddock report. Back-to-back CrowdStrike pit reports, in fact, to Peter Snowden, who was watching the Hertz Team Jota car. Yeah, we're just slightly ahead there. Joe was with the two works cars, as it were, 5 and 6. He said I was with the 38 Jota, and the number 38 Jota managed to just get in and just get ahead of one of those works ones, jump away a bit there. So it was a jubilation by the teams and fist pumps as the mighty 38 went out into the pit lane. Lots of fans to support car 38. Thank you, Joe Bradley and Snowy, for those latest CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports, and we'll be hearing plenty more between now and the end of the race. Not sure whether Paul's done the mathematics as to quite how many pit stops we're going to have from all the hypercar field, but it is substantial. Something like 38 or 39 if you're an LMP2 runner, but the hypercars don't have to stop as frequently.
28 to 30 I'm estimating for the hypercars.
Multiply that by 16 in that case, or 15 at the moment, because we don't quite know whether the 311 is going to rejoin. Will it rejoin? It depends how much damage has been done, but you'd fancy Cadillac would want, purely from a data build-up point of view, to get that car back into the race so that they can be ready for later races in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and indeed for next year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. The Hertz Team Jota 38 had a long look at the inside there at the second chicane of Porsche number 5 of Michael Christensen. So Antonio Felix da Costa can be rather pleased, I would suggest, Johnny Molan, with his 1 hour and 20 minutes of driving so far. He had to start from 60th place, overtook a whole load of GTE and LMP2 cars, and is now mixing it with one of the Toyotas.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I'm really, really pleased to see that car going well. It looks amazing. I was fortunate enough to do the grid walk earlier on, and just walking up and looking at all the cars. They all, I have to say, close up, some of the liveries, the Penske Porsches actually look even better, in my opinion, close up in the flesh than they do on television. And the Hertz Jota car just looks amazing.
Very easy to pick out in those gold colours. I wonder whether they've got something rather special up their sleeves as well, and those here for the later sessions this week to see the car and how it looks at night, because they take on a completely different complexion. There's often various LEDs applied to the cars, or already on the cars, but not illuminated until we get to the evening hours. The 50 Ferrari leading after 16 laps then by only 1.5 seconds. Nicholas Nielsen in front of Sebastian Bourdais now in the heavily repaired number 3 Cadillac. Where on earth has that come from? Johnny Molan shrugs his shoulders. The gold-fronted Caddy, well, it only spent 1 minute and 11 seconds in the pit lane compared to Buemi, who was a further 15 seconds down pit road. that's got to be fuel only as well, Paul Truswell, for car number 3, but they didn't do tyres on many other of the hypercars either, so lots of time gained there for Bourdais.
I think Toyota took tyres on both of their stops, on both of their cars, another set of mediums, and I think now we're seeing a little bit of the pecking order has just been jumbled up a little bit, just depending on who took tyres and who did fuel only, and that's why we got Nicholas Nielsen, who pitted very, very early on, actually back in the lead in the number 50 car. In fact, this is the first time that he will have led other than the first few corners of the first lap before Buemi initially on that first lap before we got into the safety car got past him.
Yeah, so the 8 car, as Joe Bradley with the CrowdStrike pit report told us at the time, 8 car onto medium tyres. And also potentially a problem in the pits for car number 7. We're doing some investigation work. Actually, the initial line from Toyota, from Simon Strang, and thanks for this, both cars started the race on softs. Both cars have switched to mediums, and they're both running without issue, the 7 and the 8 GR010s. Side-by-side action now between the 51 Ferrari of James Collado and Earl Bamber in the blue-fronted Cadillac. It's the Caddy occupying the middle of the road. Porsche's side-by-side as well. And the 7 Mike Conway-driven Toyota wanting to get involved. So 5 hypercars, all as one, trying to thread their way through the Daytona chicane.
What a sight, Johnny.
It's good, isn't it?
It is a fantastic sight. We've got, you almost only ever came to expect this from the GTE Pro class, do you remember? And you'd see like 8 cars nose to tail for like 23.5 hours. But now we're getting it actually in the hypercar class as well. It's absolutely fantastic racing.
And of course the difference is that the hypercars are having to thread their way through the GT traffic rather than the GT cars, when they were having their battles, were having to move out of the way when the faster cars came through. So there's that added dimension for the hypercar drivers. And yes, I mean, just going back to the point about tyre changes, you're going to have to reuse these tyres, because at least every set is going to have to be double stinted at some point, purely because of the restriction on the number of tyres that are used. But the number 50 Ferrari, the Nicholas Nielsen car, was the only one of the leading runners that was able to turn the car around in the pits in less than a minute. Its pit stop was 58 seconds. The cars behind were Cadillac, the Sebastian Bourdais pit stop, which was an earlier one, of course, was 1 minute and 11 seconds, 1 minute and 26 seconds for Sebastian Buemi's pit stop, 1 minute and 22 for the James Collado pit stop. So that's why we've got the Nicholas Nielsen car up in the front of the field.
And also, he didn't take tyres, so obviously his lap time's now struggling a wee bit compared to Seb Bourdais behind, who's now got that gap down to 0.8 tenths of a second now between Sebastian Bourdais and that number 3. Let's not forget that number 3 Cadillac would have needed a lot of work, Paul, because that's the car we saw catching fire during Hyperpole just on as he was approaching the first chicane. So they've done a phenomenal job, that team, to get that car back out, and now they'll be delighted that, having lost his lap times and started effectively 8th in Hyperpole, last in the Hyperpole, he's up now in 2nd position. Dropped back a little bit on that lap with traffic. Nick Nielsen doing a fine job. We're getting interesting to see how the lap times, Johnny, will compare now with the cars that did take tyres, and like Paul says, they'll have to put them back on later on, but the cars are now beginning to already go straight into a double or a triple stint on the tyre.
Earl Bamber went to the outside of the second of the 2 Ferraris. That was for 4th position at the time, and Bamber trying to break later than James Collado into the 2nd chicane, the left-right left on the Mulsanne. There was some side-to-side contact to drive Bamber a little bit wide, but he is used to that from a number of years in IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship racing. No stranger to a little bit of contact there. And good to see it on the streets of Le Mans as well. We don't see anything more excessive than that. Bamber didn't get by James Collado, but at least told the Brit that he was there. There's quite a groove developing. Actually, John Hindhaugh was asking me about that at the Forest S's, whether that's a strip of new asphalt or whether it is just tyre going down onto the road. But there's a solid black line, much darker than the rest of the road surface, as they turn left and then right at the Forest S's.
Well, I noticed when I was actually out on track watching yesterday that the hypercars can lay rubber down on occasion coming out of the corner, so it wouldn't surprise me if that's them just laying down a nice grippy black mark all the way down out of the, especially coming out of corners like that. Must mention LMP2. I haven't talked much about LMP2, but Paul-Luc Chatin still started from the pole in the IDEC Sports LMP2 number 48 car and still leading in that with a 2.7 second lead to second place TWRT with Robert Kubica at the wheel, and then the 28 Jota car of Pietro Fittipaldi behind. But it's nice to see that he's managed to maintain that leading position.
We've got dramas for the pole sitting car in GTE AM. That was the number 33 Corvette with Ben Keating doing the time in Hyperpole on Thursday night. A CrowdStrike pit report from Peter Snowden.
Yeah, well, the car was through partway through a routine pit stop, and they'd done one set of side of tyres, and then all of a sudden there was a sudden flurry of activity to get the dollies under that car and get it flicked into the garage. It's now in the box, and there's some work going on the front right. Braking issue by the look of it, and that's where the mechanics are down there. Driver, I think Ben Keating's still on board. Yes, indeed, I think he is. No change of driver at the moment. He's still actually in the car. But yeah, it was obviously something diagnosed partway through when they got those left-hand side rims off this 33 Corvette. They spotted right-hand side rims. They spotted something, and yeah, they're doing something on. Actually, it's wishbone. Looks like the top of the wishbone. It's not brake. I've got a bit closer. It's actually wishbone right at the top. They're doing something. So drip tray going under that car now, so front right caliper coming off, so something going wrong there, whether it's a line, a fuel line. Yeah, the caliper just dropped off into, crikey, that's obviously on a dry brake, so the whole caliper and disc off the front right. It is, yeah, that's being get out of the way to quite literally get into, there's a wishbone, the suspension issue on front right of this car.
And as quickly as you can do that sort of work these days, this is hemorrhaging time for the 33 Corvette Racing C8R, one of many fans' favourite to take the victory this year in the GTE AM category. It drops to the rear of a 21 car field because of high drama down at the US team in the opening 90 minutes. There was also a straight lining of the Ford chicane a moment or two ago for Guido van der Garde, as also Porsche off the road briefly there. That may well have been the 88 car that Harry Tinknell started, and he now leads the class, in fact. Tinks in the Proton competition Porsche ahead of Ben Barker in that half and half livery for GR Racing. Tinknell staying to the right hand side because he was wanting to pit at the end of the lap, and that means we're going to get a flurry now of GTE AM pit stops if the GTs have not already made their stops. Oh, huge off for the 28 Jota, or is that the 14 Nielsen Racing car? It's absolutely destroyed the right hand side. It is the 14 car of Rodrigo Sales in the Nielsen Racing gold coloured car, exiting stage right at the first corner of the Dunlop curve, and that whole area now affected by a yellow flag. Did he go on his own or was he pushed? It happened right in front of Earl Bamber's Cadillac, and it was all on his own, I think, from Sales, although he might have been spooked by the approaching Cadillac car. That's a high-speed off, Johnny Merlin, for Rodrigo Sales.
Yeah, unfortunately, we heard Will Stevens talking about this in his at the top of the show, Johnny, in terms of that kink. I mean, you call it a kink, but you have to get on the brakes as you're coming through it. And Rodrigo there just holding it a little bit tight and losing the rear of the car. And as soon as the rear's lost, you just point it off to the right. And in these prototypes, I can't tell you how quickly that happens. It looks like, when you see it in slow motion like that, like he had loads of time to correct it. But absolutely would have lost the rear and just speared him off into the wall on the right-hand side. Massive contact on the right front, spun him back round backwards, and not too much rear damage. The right front looks to be completely off the carpool, but he's actually still able to drive the car, manoeuvring it backwards and forwards in an attempt to get back into the pits, but that's going to be a long in-lap.
They're very strong cars, these, aren't they? But I just wonder whether the Cadillac might have, the Cadillac behind, got so close. You might have just taken away some of the rear aero, because there's a little bit of wash in front of the Cadillac. Did it to possibly take away a bit of rear aero?
I don't think so. I think it was more, it's a good thought, Paul, and I don't know, you might be right, but I think it was more that he was holding it quite tight to the right because there was a car coming past him, and I think he just put a little bit more steering angle in, potentially, than he should have done. And what happens is we generate a little bit of steering angle. There's always that point where we go beyond the 25 degrees or whatever it is, it just pivots the rear, and I think it just suddenly snapped the rear, and the downforce as soon as you start moving, Paul, and you spill downforce, you're just a passenger.
Yeah. From a styler's point of view, he's desperate not to slow down a car that is running 5th overall, I suppose. So he's almost wanting to try and make space for the Cadillac, but he doesn't need to do that. It's Earl Bamber's duty to find a way by safely. You can't just suddenly tighten the line. You're on the ragged edge yourself.
Yeah, absolutely, but then you're going into that corner, in a normal situation, you'd be right out on the paint on the left before you even approach the kink, and then you can actually come and take a straight line through the kink, make sure that the wheel is almost straight before you get on the brakes. In that situation, he was already going in more in the middle of the road, so he's already making that corner more of an angle anyway.
Yes.
You're exactly right. But with the benefit of hindsight being 2020, so it is a driver error. But in his defence, it is so easily done.
We've got a Ferrari coming into the pits.
We have team radio. Hang on.
Service, full service, maximum push, full service, fuel, driver change, and tires.
So there we go. We know what's going to happen in the pit stop, and Joe Bradley with the CrowdStrike pit lane report can tell us about it in real action.
Well, we've got the number 50 Ferrari followed in very, very closely indeed by the number 3 Cadillac. While Snowy continues looking at that job that's going on the 33 Corvette. We think we're going to have a full service here, because I think the teams, having seen what's happened to that LMP2, the Nielsen Racing car, they will be preempting a safety car situation. So by getting in early now, that gets the pit stop out of the way, and then they'll be back out before that decision is made. It's right up the far end, guys, so I'm not sure as they come off the apron now. I've got a flurry of cars off the apron. I can tell you now the Ferrari's still static.
And at the other end of the pit lane with another CrowdStrike pit lane report, here's Peter Snowden. Loads happening around you as well.
Yeah, we just had one of the Cadillacs in, and I think there's another about to come in, because I've just been unceremoniously shoved out of the way for my own safety, which is quite the right thing to do. So that's about to come in. That's the number 2 car. We also had, just before that, whilst Joe was just dealing with the Ferraris, actually I think the number 2 Cadillac pit is standing down. That's all going on. So Alex Lynn was all poised there, ready to get into that car. He's now walked to the back of the garage, looking somewhat despondent, all dressed up on a Saturday night and nowhere to go for Alex Lynn. We had the 3 TF Sports Astons in. We said that earlier that there's a stacking system, and they say in England that you never get one bus, you get 3 buses at one time. We had all 3 Astons stacked in the pits together, but all 3 crews working on simultaneously. All 3 arrived together and they left simultaneously. It was absolute poetry in motion.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn.
The Hertz Hourly Update. Getting you to your let's go moments for more than 100 years.
There's also an Aston Martin in dramas now, which is the 98 Northwest AMR Heart of Racing Aston. We'll report on that in detail in a moment. But first, the Hertz Hourly Update. Here's Paul Truswell.
Yeah, Dan, where did that last hour go? The excitement just builds and builds. It's number 8 leading the way at the moment. Sebastian Buemi is still at the wheel of the leading Toyota GR010 Hybrid. In second place is number 51, James Collado in the Ferrari 499P. In third place, number 2, the Cadillac Racing V-Series R for Earl Bamber. I'm not giving you any gaps because it's meaningless. 7 seconds is a gap first to second, a further 2 seconds back to third place. In fourth place is number 6, Lawrence Vantor at the wheel of the Porsche from the Penske Motorsports stable. In fifth place, number 7 for Toyota Gazoo Racing, Mike Conway. And in sixth place, number 75, another of the Porsches, this one in the hands of Felipe Nasr. In LMP2, it's Jota at the head of the field, number 28, Pietro Fittipaldi with his Orica, and he is just ahead of the number 36 Alpine, Charles Milesi driving that one. And in third place in P2 is United Autosports with car number 22, Felipe Albuquerque driving that one. GTE Am being led now by number 86, the GR Racing Porsche for Ben Barker. He's ahead of another Porsche, number 56, that's the Project One Rexy car. And then in third place is another Porsche. No, it's not, it's a Ferrari. It was a Porsche. it still is a Porsche. So my screen changed in front of me. So it is still a Porsche in the top 3 places, and it's a number 60 car in 3rd place at the moment. That's the Iron Lynx car, the yellow car from Alessio Picariello in 3rd place in GTE. That's the hourly update. We've had an hour and 35 minutes now elapsed of the session, with not 1 but 2 slow zones now in place, in firstly just before the start finish line, and secondly just after the start finish line.
The hourly update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
91.2 FM around the circuit, and RS1 around the world via radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM. And on the race day, race Saturday and Sunday, it is also available via Sirius 136 and XM 202. So slow zones galore at the end and at the start of the lap. And where we have not got a slow zone, the Tower Motorsport car has now had a big off on the Mulsanne straight. That is Ricky Taylor, who has crashed into the barrier. Now, I didn't see who else, if anybody else, was involved with this incident. It is between Tête Rouge and the first chicane coming out of Tête Rouge. In fact, very close indeed to the exit of that corner. That's pretty high-speed exit at Tête Rouge, Johnny Molan.
Yeah, it is. And John Hindhaugh, eagle-eyed, spotted a bit of contact there with the car going into the Dunlop chicane earlier on, and that seems a really strange place. We're going to see a replay here. I don't know if that does look like there was assistance. It does look like there was contact. That was a massive hit. A massive hit. You're not going slowly there, I can tell you.
And one of the first to arrive on the scene was either the 35 or the 36 Alpine Elf cars from LMP2. Amazingly, that car was able to pick its way through. René Rast looking on from TDS Racing.
You just wouldn't go off there, Johnny. I mean, it looks like something failed.
Well, remember that car was replaced after the original version of the 13 car was crashed when during was it qualifying that session? And the original qualifying, yeah, that was red flag because of the 777 D-Station racing car of Casper Stevenson having its own moment, and then Stephen Thomas arriving on the scene and not able to react to the broadside Aston Martin. So both the 13 and the 777 cars having to be replaced midweek. The 98 car, the Northwest Heart of Racing AMR car, has made its way back to the garage, by the way. And we can get this CrowdStrike pit lane report from Peter Snowden. What's happening at your end of the pit lane?
Yeah, it's with the 98 Northwest Aston, and it's come in with the bonnet sort of halfway up over the windscreen, but very little front end damage. That may sound very, very odd, but the lights and everything's intact, but the whole front apron, whole front PU is completely loose. So it's shattered something. That's just been replaced. Splitters have been screwed on quite literally. They've changed that front end already. Oil catch tank piping has been damaged. They're just sorting that out at the same time, just literally after the windscreen, just for the bulkhead there. Driver is now, yes, undoing belts and getting out of that. So it was ever in the 98 Aston. That is going to be a driver change, but it's, as ever, there's always collateral damage. What looks to be not too much to start with is suddenly they're finding that there's always greater depth, isn't there?
LMP2, third place runner, car 22. That's the United Autosports entry, being brought into the pits by Philippe Albuquerque, who jumps out of the car. We are just waiting for the fueling to be done. The driver can change. The drivers can swap while the car is being refueled. Now that the car is refueled, it's going to be fresh Goodyear tyres going on in this 22. And right next door to it is the number 8 Toyota pit. And next door to that is the number 7 Toyota pit. And both the Toyota Gazoo Racing crews are ready to receive their car as the 22 United car pulls away. The United car in third place will obviously relinquish that third place for now, but right now we are imminently going to have the presence of the number 7 and the number 8 Toyota. In fact,
CrowdStrike, a pioneer in adversary-focused cybersecurity. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
And we'll go back to Joe Bradley. Cut you off in your prime there, sorry.
Yeah, the jingle didn't see the Toyota just coming into view. So the Toyota pulls, the number 8 Toyota pulls into the number 7 pit. Oh no, sorry, I've got that round the wrong way. I've looked that round the wrong way. The number 8 is in the number 8 is in the number 8 pit. The number 7 right up behind it. Very little room for the crew to work on, and it looks like only fuel for both of these cars right now. Number 8 already moving. Just going to wait for the number 7 to finish its fueling. Nothing untoward happened here, boys. Nothing to see here. Move along. Still on that set of mediums, both cars, and only fuel taken on board. And there's the 7 moving off now.
A neat little two-parter CrowdStrike Racing pit lane report there from Joe Bradley, and thanks to Peter Snowden for his CrowdStrike pit report prior to that as well. In fact, we can go back to Snowy because you have more updates. This is a good time to pit, Snowy, with so much of the track affected by slow zone right now.
100% so, but just with the 33 Corvette racing engine, when we came in a few minutes ago, obviously that's been back on the track a little while now, but I said that they got the caliper and the disc off there and started looking at wishbone level. It was a front right damper failure apparently for that car, so that was they changed just to one side, and that's back out on track now.
Thank you, Snowy. So your thoughts, Paul Truswell, on the fact that we are seeing stops far, far earlier than we would have expected, but this is too good an opportunity to turn up.
Well, yes, it's free fuel in a way, isn't it? It's not safety car, it's not full course yellow, but it's kind of 2/3 of a course yellow with 3 separate safety slow zones in place. It means that you're going at 80 kilometers an hour for various parts of the circuit, so you might as well come in and just top up the fuel while you can. So that's what Sebastian Buemi has done in the Toyota, and Mike Conway as well, having a second pit stop after just 7 laps. However, the number 50 Ferrari, the reason that 10 is in my head is because it's coming in after just 10 laps. It came in after the first 10 laps, which we thought was a bit early. And before we went to that slow zone, I reckon, or at least before we had 3 slow zones in place, Nielsen made another dive for the pit. So there's just a slight question mark to me over the refueling of the number 50.
We have a driver who's just stepped out of one of the United Autosports cars, a driver change, in fact, at the Anglo-American squad. So with a CrowdStrike pit lane interview, here is Joe Bradley.
Philippe, it's always a very responsible job to start any 24-hour race. It looked as ever, as frantic as ever. Tell us about your experience.
Yeah, it's always nice to take a start on this race. Everyone was actually very cautious and respectful, and not many risks. So that's nice, you know. That's beautiful to see. Now everyone is starting to increasing their risks level. But I must say that the first 2 stints were like flawless, like 0 issues, 0 contact. The car is immaculate, so far so good.
And the decisions, you know what, the decisions to pit stop, etc., Philippe, you're relying on Gary on the wall there, and that's going to change as this race continues, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. We had the plan to go for triple stint, and actually, because of the yellows and safety cars, I was even thinking to do a quadruple stint straight away because we are not really using the tires. But maybe then I said, nah, it's still too soon. The track still not grip enough for it. So, but then we decided to maximize the time of Fred. So I just came out 1 stint earlier. And I mean, I just trust on this guy. I mean, we've been together for 6 years by now.
Yes, I think he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm gonna trust for now.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Let's stay in the pit lane because Snowy's got some news from the other end with this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, the 709 Glickenhaus has just come in for a fuel-only stop, and that's on its way again. And the Halter Racing Aston 98, that had its issue with the front end there. I said there wasn't a great deal wrong with it. It's really slightly bizarre what's happened there. It's almost like it had touched a soft tyre wall barrier conveyor belting in tyres, as in there was no real damage to it, but obviously it had broken mountings. They obviously got that changed very quickly. It's all safe and secure, and it's back out on track.
CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit, RS1 around the world via radiolemans.com. And it's Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell together with John Hindhoff, who has stepped into the booth. We need to find out just how good that view from the tribune was around Countdown to Green and to watch the race start. I mean, it sounded epic.
You've been up there, you know what it's like. And I'd forgotten just how brilliant it is up there. And you're immersed in it, and the crowd noise and the cheers for LeBron and the boos for any politician ever at a racetrack. Should know better, really. But, you know, just extraordinary, the singing, the atmosphere, the emotion. It was all right there. I was quite emotional, even before we went on air, actually, just standing up there. It took me back to the very early days, Paul.
Indeed, yes. When you say the boos, you mean BOOS rather than BOOZE?
Sadly, yes, actually.
Right.
Sadly, the former. That was the only thing that was missing. There was an awful lot of people around me with glasses of champagne, and I managed not to do the Mark Beretta and get a glass of bubbly. I've failed. I failed in that one. Peugeot in the pits.
Yeah, which is the green clawed version. That has to be the 93, therefore, of Paul Di Resta. The other one turns blue, purple.
It's white.
Oh, is it white?
Yes.
I think they've changed that from the FIA WEC, perhaps, Gustavo Menezes, but easy for the team to pick the two cars apart, particularly at night, therefore, when they're coming right at the crews from the French squad.
Can I do a quick Corvette moment?
Please do, yes.
Yeah, just because it came into the pits and we were sad to see it into the pits. It had a longish stop, but then it was back in again after 2 laps. Ben Keating has now got into it and it's back out again. So a bit of a stop-start run for that car. The good news, though, is that the 311 Action Express Porsche, Action Express Cadillac is now back out on the circuit. Jack Aitken continuing on his way in a repaired Cadillac car number 311.
Fuel and tyres for the 93 Peugeot Total Energies car. There's another drama, high drama for the 21 Ferrari of Ulysse de Pauw. Now, he's the star driver in car 21 for AF Corsa. So what on earth has happened here for the car that was running in 16th position? May have dropped some places actually because of this off, but all of a sudden AF Corsa, who were spectating and enjoying a pretty decent race for their GTE AM cars, they're going to be launched into action. But having said that, in fact, there's another car off. It's the GMB Motorsport Aston Martin slammed up against the barrier as well. And it looks like maybe their trajectories have met underneath the Dunlop Bridge, because it speared the Ferrari over to driver's right and the Aston Martin to driver's left. And the Cadillac number 3 got a whack as well at the top of the hill. So that car in the hypercar class, being driven by Sebastian Bourdais, affected. It's your classic incident into a slow zone, is it not? That was the deceleration point. And as the Cadillac slowed, maybe, Paul Truswell, the 2 GT cars behind did not react.
It was actually, my first thought was coming out of a slow zone, but yes, going into a slow zone as well, because we've suddenly had this rush of incident and accidents, and I'm thinking, why is this? And maybe it is just the stop-start nature of the lap is interrupting drivers' concentration or something. You know, they have to drive like Billy-O on 2/3 of the circuit and then slow down on the other third. So, you know, it's a difficult experience for the drivers to get used to. But it seems to have been, Johnny, that was a 3-way incident up at the Dunlop chicane, or going under the bridge over, from the exit of the Dunlop chicane down into the Forest S's.
Now we're trying to gauge the damage on the back of the V-Series R of Sebastian Bourdais. Certainly rear right is the focal point of the contact. Only got to see from Sebastian Bourdais' vantage point, therefore looking out the front of the car, exactly what happened there, but he got somewhat assaulted from the rear. Now, whether that was the Ferrari first and then the Aston Martin secondary, or vice versa, but it has meant that the 21 car has crashed into the barrier on driver's right, Ulysse de Pauw, and the 55 GMB Motorsport, I'm getting that number wrong, I think. GMB Motorsport, no, it's the 55, Gustave Berg, who is up against the barrier, parallel with it. We're racing again, coming out of the first chicane, the Daytona chicane, and the Ferrari number 50 finding pretty much easy meat there for Sébastien Bourdais because his car is heavily wounded. It's the rear deck, it's the rear right wheel arch, which is starting to be levered up because of the airflow across the back of that car. All changed, by the way, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre because we welcome Bruce Jones to proceedings. I hope you've taken a deep breath ahead of this shift, Bruce, because I'm not going to be able to sit down for much of this after this race because, I don't know, there's going to be so much bouncing around in my head.
My notebook is filling very, very fast. It was a sharp intake.
You've got a second notebook with you, haven't you?
Well, I always have a second notebook. Yeah, quite extraordinary. And just walking into the booth with Simon Mann's, Ulysses de Pauw's Ferrari facing backwards, I thought, what went on here? It's not a common place at the exit of the Dunlop curve for that to happen, but the onboard footage was quite extraordinary. But it has been in between these flurries of action. The racing in the first 2 hours has been absolutely brilliant. I can't think of a Le Mans as exciting. They're really rising to the moments of this centenary event, and Ferrari must be delighted with the pace that they've been managing to show. But the Cadillac's coming up through the order. The Porsche's racing 3 line astern, using the slipstream to catch the second of the Toyotas. So much to watch, and best of all, when I was out circuit side, it's that perpetual treat, the sound, that magnificent engine note of the Chevrolet Camaro ZL1.
Still going strong as well as the Chevrolet, the innovative car entry. Just to wrap that up for that instant, or not to wrap it up, but it has caught the attention of race control, and they are investigating a 3-car incident between cars 21, 55 and 3. And I think of the 3 of them, Johnny, it was the number 3 that got away with it least affected. At least he's been able to make it back to the pit lane.
And on the face of it, you would think Sébastien Bourdais is most in the clear. I don't want to jump ahead of any instruction or decision from race direction, but he was the one minding his own business, slowing down in time for the slow zone, and then all of a sudden the car was speared left and close to the barrier. Obviously he avoided the Armco with the nose of the car. Peter Snowden is positioned now at Cadillac to be greeted by, again, a dog-eared number 3 car. Let's go to him for a CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, obviously it's just stopped right in front of it, being refueled first, naturally. Right rear damage to bodywork only. Obviously there's a rear wing ready for it here. Now there's a rear wing section that goes on, as you'll know, as Johnny and that guys will know, it involves the rear wing and a little bit at the back, but there's actually further bodywork damage with the wheel arch that's going to require the rear clip doing, which has got the shark fin on it. And indeed, right on cue, it's been on its dollies and straight into the garage. Sébastien Bourdais just flicking the door open and obviously going to exit that car as it goes into its box. So further remedial work than initially observed on that. Yeah, I think Scott Dixon's going to hop in. In fact, he's doing that as we speak, and he's snake-like just dropped himself into there. I wish I was that second still, I tell you. So the problem at the moment actually is getting the bodywork off. It's obviously damaged mounts and stuff. They've got the rear wing out of the way, but getting the rear deck off is not proving very, very easy. My mistake, my apology. They've done that and swapped it already. They've been that quick, so it's back on. I'm going to get out of the way. So I think the number 3 Cadillac's going to be back out. It looks like there's no suspension damage. Quick wipe with the screen as normal, routine. But a check over the rear suspension. Looks like nothing's happened to that. So as Paul said, or Johnny said, so it was said there, the one that's got away with it the least looks like it's the Cadillac. Or am I? There's a little bit more going into it as we speak. But yeah, I think it's going to be out back on any second now.
Thank you, Snowy. Joe Bradley asking me whether it was likely that the 55 car would be with him anytime soon, because GMB Motorsport are preparing spares for the very broken Aston Martin. But Gustav Berg, certainly his car, I don't think has moved since it was slammed up against the barrier just over the rise at the Dunlop Bridge. So it's on the left-hand side. I think I'd mixed these two up because of the direction of travel. I'd flipped around. Aston to the left, Ferrari...
No, the other way around. You're right first time.
No, because when you look at the Dunlop Bridge from the Forest S's, the Ferrari is on the left of my vantage point, and the Aston is on the right. So it's when you flip it around from a driver's perspective, the Aston Martin is to driver's left against the barrier, and the Ferrari is on the right-hand side underneath the Dunlop Bridge.
Okay.
I'm willing to be corrected on that. But
slow
to be honest,
zone.
it's all academic because both those cars look like they're not going to move in a hurry.
Well, the slow zone, according to my screen, has been removed there. The only slow zone we've got is going down the Mulsanne Straight from Tertre Rouge.
All right.
So
well, the 55 hasn't moved on the tracker just yet. 21 may well has done.
Maybe that it's been pulled back behind the barrier, and therefore they've been able to remove the slow zone.
Quite possibly, yes. We'll give you an update on that in a second. It is nearly 5 to 6 at Circuit de la Sarthe. Another CrowdStrike pit and paddock report. Let's get to, first of all, Peter Snowden to see what he has got in front of him.
Well, I did have for a second there, had a very silent Cadillac, which is, they're quite deceptive when they leave the pits here because they go out on hybrid first, so they're utterly silent, and then about 50 metres into the pit lane, almost onto the outside lane, so that's when the IC internal combustion engine kicks in. But very quick repairs on that. My first use I've seen today in this race of good old race tape, gaffer tape. That's a bit of yellow stuff on the back there, obviously broken mountings on the back of that car, but all sorted, and that's sort of was. He got away with it very, very lightly. Number 3 Cadillac back into the race.
And staying in the pit lane with another CrowdStrike pit and paddock report, here is Joe Bradley.
Well, I'm kind of rolling my sleeves up with the 55 GMB Motorsport Aston team. They are getting prepared to have their car returned to the pits. I don't know what sort of communication they've had with Gustav in the car, but they're getting all sorts of body work. They've got a front under tray ready, they've got a new bonnet ready, they've got bits and pieces of tools like tool kits, spanners, socket sets, all coming out into the pit garage and lining both the left and right hand sides of the garage. They're pretty confident that they're going to get this car back. I don't know whether you guys can tell us differently, but right now we're getting ready for it.
Just shown as stopped on our screen still. 55 is located on our tracker at Marshall Post 4, and the 21 car, I reckon they're little squares. They're called the dancing ants often around the track, and Brian Till came up with that little bit of terminology, by the way. I think the 55 square is sitting directly above the 21, so I can't see it, but there's no indication to me that the 21 Ferrari of Ulysse de Pauw has completed the first sector at Tertre Rouge. Meanwhile, we can hear from Renger van der Zande, one of the Cadillac drivers, in fact, in this CrowdStrike pit lane report with Peter Snowden.
Renger, a little bit of drama there, to say the least. Talk us through it.
Yeah, no, it's just unacceptable. I mean, we have a rule book. We know how these slow zones work. We talk about it all the time. Why is this guy in this Ferrari, first of all, not getting the message from his team? Second of all, braking way too late and hit our car. I mean, Seb is just slowing down for a slow zone how it should be. He must be on the limit, so the guy must have completely overseen it or whatever it is. It's just unacceptable. I mean, I love racing with amateurs, and you know, they should be treated like kings, but they should be also doing their homework. And that's a big of a problem here. It's unacceptable, really, really unacceptable. I mean, we had a good race going. It's so early in the race, man, and already so much drama. It's unacceptable.
On a positive side, though, fairly little damage in reality. Obviously, time's the big one, but fairly little damage to the car.
Yeah, it's little damage, but you know, this is not how we win races.
Thank you very much, Renger. I think you can get guess the mood there from Renger. Thank you very much.
Yeah, repeating the same word over and over again. We certainly get the message there from the Dutchman, although he talks about lesser experienced amateur drivers, as he puts it. Ulysse de Pauw is gold rated, silver rated, Bruce Jones?
Just having a quick flick, you threw it at me. I think he's probably gold, and he's certainly been one of the rising stars. Has some great performances in recent years. So that came as quite a surprise, but a clear indication that the blame, according to the number 3 Cadillac Racing Team and Renger van der Zande, is a blow up the back, and quite convinced it was the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari, driven by the 21-year-old Ulysse de Pauw, who's been actually he was a Sprint Silver Cup champion in the GT World Challenge last year, so clearly capable of driving a car. But there may have been a mistake up there at the crest of the hill at the Dunlop curves under the slow zone situation. Still Ricky Taylor's Tower Motorsport Orica needing to be fully cleared, so all the drivers would have already passed it at least once, and I guess that's the issue that Renger van der Zande is bringing to the fore in his frustration.
They may, of course, be able to have a conversation about that in Dutch in due course, but to confirm, the 21-year-old of Belgium is the gold in that 21 AF Corsa lineup, with Simon Mann the silver and Jordan Piquet the bronze. You must have one bronze in the GTE AM entry.
Gold is the ranking
Yes.
of Ulysse de Pauw. Just
Thank
had
you.
to double check that in the small print.
It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, via radiolemans.com, and in North America, Sirius 136 and XM 202, nearly 6 o'clock, Circuit de la Sarthe.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Still this overhanging threat of rainfall, and particularly that will worry the teams. The chance of the odd thunderstorm has not disappeared completely. It does seem like a lot of the warnings, though, have eased away. So maybe the worst of the rain has already been and gone. A few showers expected over the next couple of hours. Tonight, it will be a low of 17 degrees Celsius. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy and a high of 26.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
DAL 3D and Tactical Jedi both chose the 1956 race as their milestone. There was doubt over the future of the race as a whole following the tragedy of 1955. The ACO took on board all the recommendations of the inquiry, making track changes that cost 300 million French francs. 70,000 cubic meters of earth were moved. The improvements so extensive, the race was put back to the end of July. The ACO's Golden Jubilee celebrations were deferred to 1957. The pit straight was widened by 13 metres, a new pit complex was built, and the Dunlop Curve, Indianapolis and Maison Blanche all received significant attention. New engine regulations limited prototype engines to 2.5 litres in order to address top speeds, and production cars had to have 50 units built, sold or provided for. These changes put the ACO out of step with the FIA, and so the race was dropped from the 1956 World Sports Car Championship. The 1956 race was won by a Curie-Cos Jaguar and stands as a testament to the dedication, enthusiasm and tradition of the ACO, and in honour of the 84 who died the previous year.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
22 hours to go here on 91.2 FM, Haggerty Radio Le Mans. Johnny Palmer, Bruce Jones and Paul Truswell for the next half an hour or so. At least that combination will be. We are here throughout the rest of the race, of course, with a full post-race tech scheduled for 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon as well. It feels like we've been really through the ringer already, though, Bruce Jones. A chance to properly catch up with you. Still catching my breath, frankly. That opening 45 minutes or so was bonkers, and it feels like now we're into a stage where the race just cannot develop any sort of rhythm. A whole load of cars start this race, 62 of them, and I've always said that a motor race almost picks its continual runners. It selects the next few that will go to the next stage.
It really seems to, and I guess the car that gained the most was the number 38 Hertz Team Jota Porsche, put to the very back of the grid, or 60th out of the 62 starters, and with that very, very early safety car period and the wave by, it allowed it to get to the tail of the hypercar class, which where they hoped to have been able to start the race originally, having not set a time in qualifying. And the fact that that's up there fighting with the Penske Porsche Motorsport cars, the other Porsches in the field, the works Porsches, if you will, has been an extraordinary move of fortune for them. But to me, it's just simply the fact that when we've had these periods where we go back to full racing, uninterrupted racing, the racing has just been so fantastic, and it's really been like a breath of fresh air to see the very top class cars duking it out, lots of different manufacturers. I can't tell you how much that's thrilled me. And to the extent it's been quite hard to watch the other classes. There's so much happening at the front of the field, Johnny. And you just had the weather report at a few minutes ago, and quite simply, I can tell you what, having just come back into the booth about broadcast centre about 30 minutes ago, it doesn't feel as though rain is on the way. It's definitely the humidity's dropping. It's becoming a very warm, lovely evening. The weather's been fantastic through the race. It's been largely too hot for most people, but it's feeling comfortable here for this unbelievable record crowd at the circuit. And that is something that wherever you look, people are moving out around the circuit, enjoying the evening sunlight, going to different vantage points, and some lucky enough to stop off and have a little taste of drink or supper on the way. So conditions perfect as far as I'm concerned. But you're right. We're trying to look for find the form in this race. It's still got to settle down. But I guess what we saw first time round was an example of the new wave-by rules here when you have a safety car period at Le Mans. So they showed how it was, and we hadn't had much racing in that first half hour. But since then, it's been absolutely fantastic. Thoroughly enjoying this.
A slight additional bit of weather news. There is occasional rain expected until around 7:45 tonight. So as mentioned, next couple of hours a bit iffy, but things should improve after that with the skies partly cloudy. So additional Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel, where you can see the Bentley blower on track next weekend. We are 5 minutes past 6, just under 22 hours to go. Earl Bamber leads currently because of the current pit stop cycle. That's because the top 3 hypercars have yet to make their second stop. So Earl Bamber for Cadillac number 2 leads Michael Christensen, Porsche Penske Motorsport number 5, and the 75 Penske Motorsport 963 for Felipe Nasr in 3rd position, Paul Truswell.
This is a bit of an example where making a quick decision isn't always the best thing to do, because those cars we saw coming in to make their pit stop, whilst we had a lot of the circuit under slow zone, yes, they've made their pit stops, but there is still quite a lot of the circuit under slow zone, and now they're finding that they're coming towards, in the case of Sebastian Buemi, he's completed 4 laps since his last pit stop. Felix da Costa's completed 6. He's on his 7th lap since his last pit stop. Earl Bamber's coming up for what a pit stop that he would be due for anyway. And of course, there's still this section of the Mulsanne Straight under slow zone. So he may well get an advantage by making his pit stop whilst that slow zone is still in place. But what I expect is that we'll see that Cadillac going all the way to the end of its fuel.
Let's hear from Diana Binks for the first time in this segment. Welcome back to the pit lane, Binksy, for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Good to be back, and I've just entered into the pit lane, and the number 4 Van Wall Racing team have just brought the car in. They were about to do a driver change, but they've got some rear suspension issues, so they have taken the car onto the Jackson into the garage for the moment.
Thank you, Di. Back with you very shortly. So slow zone still out on track at Marshall Post 5, well, slow zone 3 effectively, and the next slow zone will be at Marshall Post 5, but the big deceleration area right at Tete Rouge, that's where the 7 Toyota is now, with Mike Conway at the wheel, Bruce.
And what he wants to do is get past the P2 class car and get onto the tail of the 2 cars in front of him, fighting furiously for 5th place overall. Antonio Felix da Costa, the Hertz Team Jota driver, the customer Porsche, ahead of the works car with Lawrence Van Toor chasing hard. And as soon as the number 7, Mike Conway driven Toyota, can get past the P2 class car, it'll get onto the tail. And this is what we love. This is the 3 different manufacturers having a fantastic scrap, quite in this, almost in the manner of GTE Pro in recent years, where we'd have the manufacturers nose to tail, but about a lap ago, there's a huge lock-up from Antonio Felix da Costa. They'd just gone past one of the P2 class cars, and certainly Lawrence Van Toor got a face full of tyre smoke in front of him as they brake very hard for Mulsanne. But that will not have helped the rubber beneath Antonio Felix da Costa.
Well, you better hope they're not soft tyres, because that will have chewed through the front right. And of course, every time he wants to slow now at places like Arnage and Mulsanne again, it's going to find that bit of the tyre each time. And bear in mind, it's a set that he's going to have to use later on in the race as well.
Yeah, so many gains for the Hertz Team Jota car, but that has been a sort of step backwards. But a lot of that was simply down to desperation to put a couple of cars between himself and the chasing works Porsche of Lawrence Van Toor. And Lawrence has got the scent of a scalp up in front of him, but he knows he has to strike very quickly, because once the cars get released from the slow zone, in no time at all, he'll have the number 7 Toyota of Mike Conway getting onto his tail. So the chance for Vantor to make an overtaking manoeuvre is going to be later in this lap. And you know what? The Belgian's not afraid to make attacks. Here he comes.
It's interesting, isn't it? The way that the slow zone happens is that as you go into the slow zone, you go into this yellow flag zone, and almost inevitably it means that the car behind just catches up a little bit. So even though Felix Acosta can extend the margin, or maybe coming, even if he would be able to extend the margin around the lap, it will close up anyway again when they get back to the slow zone the next time around, because that is the nature of how a slow zone works in practice, even though in theory it shouldn't.
It feels like the gain into a slow zone is greater than any that you might pick up coming out of it, because you can be later on the brakes, do as you will to really condense that gap, and then once you've closed the gap, you're going to leave the slow zone virtually together. So there's no chance of increasing it back again. We see that a lot at the Nürburgring Nordschleife as well, into code 120s and code 60s, because there are yellows first of all. Yes, no overtaking, but nothing to stop you condensing that real estate between you and the car in front.
It gives and it takes, and really the chance for them to really make a break, in the case of Antonio Felix Acosta, is to work the traffic in front of him. He's got one of the Inter-Europol competition Oricas in front of him and 2 cars from GTE AM, but as he lines up to get past them, he's going into Indianapolis. Arnage will be next. And as the Inter-Europol car moves across his nose, trying to get past the GTE AM cars, that means that dive down the inside into Arnage is not possible. And who's gained? Well, of course, it's the number 6, and it's Laurens Vantor. And they should both be able to slingshot those past all 3 of those before they get to the Porsche curve. So just when there was half a chance for Antonio Felix Acosta, it was snapped away.
Part of the reason why there's a white line, dotted white line in places down this road, is because it used to be public road, but it's very helpful indeed when you're dealing with lapped traffic as well. So you've got the hypercars on one side, and they're in the overtaking lane, and then the LMP2s and GTEs on the other side of the road. A big squirm from the tail of the 6 Penske Motorsport 963, and well controlled, in fact, for Laurens Vantor, who's trying to really hustle on. Earl Bamber for Cadillac Racing comes down pit road, and let's take a CrowdStrike pit lane report with Joe Bradley.
Yeah, I think he'd relinquished the lead before he even got to his pit box as they crossed the line. Looks like Earl's going to stay on board. We've seen these drivers being fit enough to triple and even quadruple stint. Well, the number 2 fueling going on now. We can't see, we're not allowed to do anything else to the car other than swap the driver. That decision's already been made. We're not going to do that. Earl's going to stay in. Fueling still going on. Must feel like a lifetime. You sat there just doing nothing, waiting for the fueler to finish his job. We've got some tyres ready, but we're not going to take them. We're going to keep with that set of medium Michelin tyres, and the number 2 Cadillac gets off.
CrowdStrike. Data protection 24/7. For more, go to crowdstrike.com.
And a pit stop for Earl Bamber, which, as he was taking it, the whole track went green. So slow zones lifted, and all of a sudden, that from, yes, he needed fuel, but it looked like he might be able to, really benefit from the cars going slowly on at least 1/5 of the lap. But the advantage whipped from underneath him, almost like taking the tablecloth off the table. And Earl Bamber suddenly rejoining, having lost a considerable amount of time. I mean, he was leading, and he's dropped all the way back to 11th place, Bruce.
It's just one of those things. You've pinned your colours to that master. There's nothing you can do. That is the lap in which you have to come in. You're just praying that the slow zones will last for one further lap. So all the gains, and Earl the Kiwi's been racing very, very hard indeed in that blue-nosed Cadillac. But alas for him, all that work has been somewhat unravelled. So everyone else steps up.
It'll come back to him, though, as the others make their pit stops during the next half hour, because over the next half hour, all of those people between him and, that was it, 11th he fell back to, but he should be back up to the front, provided it was a quick pit stop, and I'll check the pit stop time in a minute. But without the changing of tyres, that will have helped it be a quick pit stop. And so, as others pit, so he will gain. And the next one to pit, I suspect, of the leading group is going to be the number 75 Porsche, which Felipe Nasr has been driving. He came in time for his pit stop after 15 laps of the first stint. He's now on his 14th lap of this one, but of course he hasn't had a safety car to help him this time, so I think it will be Felipe Nasr in the third placed Porsche that comes into the pits next time around.
Jack Aitken's moving again. Did we mention the 311 car is back in the race?
Yeah, we did. And
Okay.
it came back out well quite a while ago, but it's 16 laps in arrears. So well, all they can do is pound around and see what they get.
What
but
I will
they're
say,
stone last.
He's done a 331.685, so all the hard work from Cadillac looks like that car is roughly back in the sweet spot for race pace.
331.685.
Yes, just completed.
Yeah, that's his average lap time, isn't it?
That's a good question. Showing us a personal best for the car on my screen.
Okay.
It depends how it's been configured.
Yes, okay, right.
Right, one thing
it is in blue at the bottom of the screen,
Yeah.
so that's a PB for the car.
Okay.
311 has just done its best lap of the race. Nose to tail Porsches at the Ford chicane. It is, Paul, yes?
I was going to say it's on his 12th lap, the 311 Cadillac, so going well, having had that early problem.
A little bit of team radio there for Michael Christensen, probably not too far away from a pit stop. The 75 Felipe Nasr equivalent car, 75 is into pit lane. We'll get word on that in a moment, but intriguing to see a customer 963 battling one of the cars from the Porsche Penske awning, if you like.
Well, to me, this is the echo of the fabulous days in Group C back in the 1980s, of course, when Porsche was very, very happy to have customer cars fighting against their works 956s and later the 962, and they did so famously, and some came away as winners, so it's good for them. They must be super pleased that the Hertz Team Jota Porsche got elevated by that first safety car period from pretty much the tail of the field, at least onto the tail of the hypercar class, and just brilliant to see them racing. One thing I just want to point out, if you've been away and you've missed some of the fabulous racing in the opening 2 hours of this event, it seems that we've got 4 cars out of the running. The Tower Motorsports Orica, Ricky Taylor, something we think snapped going into Tête Rouge, and a big impact on the outside of the circuit. Nielsen Racing, Rodrigo Sales also out of the race for Nielsen Racing with their Orica, and with a moment that was going off into the Dunlop curves, went off to driver's right, big impact there. And 2 cars from the GTE AM class involved in the same incident at the same time, which is the GMB Motorsport young Gustav Buch driven Aston Martin from GMB Motorsport AF Corsa. Ulysse de Pauw ended up on the other side of the track. Those cars not listed as having made it back to the pit lane. So 62 became 60, 58. That's what we've got left running.
The Colin Collis car has been in the pits for a fair while now as well. Car 4 parked up when Tom Dillman brought that in. I don't have a time that it entered the pits, but Paul Trustwell, I assume car 4 is currently in the garage somewhere. We'll try and get a CrowdStrike pit lane report in a moment or two.
Been there for 12.5 minutes, Johnny.
12.5 minutes, and apologies, Diana Binks did bring you the news about that as it happened. Sorry, spinning a few plates here, but at least you will have heard that, even if I didn't, or the full detail of it. Felipe Nasr, the 75 car, did come in and has returned to the racetrack, but it's Michael Christensen leading. He owes us a pit stop. Antonio Felix Costa has stopped 3 times already and is running in 3rd spot. It was a quick pit stop last time around, though, fuel only for the Portuguese driver.
Yes, one has to remember that he was one of the very first cars to make a pit stop at the start of the race when the safety car was called out very, very early on for the impacts on the opening lap of the race. But it's been going the right way for the gold, white and red number 38 Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963. But you've got to ride your luck a little bit, and it certainly came to them in the early stages.
And we're also hearing actually some better news for the Colin Collis car, because Tom Dillman is, or at least that car is moving again. May be a driver change there to fellow pilots. So car 4 in the entry has either Esteban Guerrieri or Tristan Vautier, a late change there to replace Jacques Villeneuve, who's not competing at the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year. It was the Frenchman Tristan Vautier piloting that. And into the pits comes the race leader, Michael Christensen, car number 5, the other, or one of the other Penske Motorsport 963s. That will leave Sebastian Buemi on lap 30 out front. It was a quicker stop as well for that GR010. still trying to work out whether right on the apex of the approach of the Ford S, not the Ford chicane, the Forest S's, whether that's extra tyre that's gone down through the course of the week, or whether a patch of it has actually been repaved. But it's providing good traction right in that the real low part of the banked corner at Forest S's, that then spit you out and on towards Tête Rouge. Bit of LMP2 traffic to help Buemi along here, falling into the draft and then jinking out at the last minute, Bruce Jones.
How many times has Sebastian Buemi raced at Le Mans, but how many times he's raced with the level of competition against Toyota? Of course, it was there in their early years and his early times with Toyota at the top level of the sport, but this is far more interesting, far more exciting, and he's doing, the Swiss driver, what he needs to do, trying to gain every second he can.
Copy. Yeah, Seb, it's correcting for higher illegal out of turn 7. It's nothing we can do about it. How is balance at entry to turn 2? Question. How is balance entry turn 2?
Big problem under braking. Big problem under braking.
So braking for the Dunlop chicane, turn 2. One is the right hand, the very fast right-hander Dunlop curve, and then turn 2 is that hard stop, the left-hand element of the Dunlop chicane. So he's still struggling with those brakes, and presumably how the hybrid interacts with the normal standard braking systems on the car. I thought they might have been able to iron some of that out during the safety car, but clearly not.
No, I mean, Sebastian was reporting that pretty much from the outset of the race, and Sebastian will always talk up, and he's very vociferous, and the team, you know, gives them a lot of feedback, but for now, the frustration you can feel is starting to slip in. And is it a quick fix? Well, we'll find out at the next pit stop, but I think it might be something rather more fundamental. But for Toyota, of course, they've got the two cars that started near the front of the grid. Those Ferraris filled the front row. But at the moment, going around the circuit, Sebastian is still leading the way by a small margin at the moment, but we're coming into a sort of flurry of pit stops, if you will.
Yeah, it feels like the flurry of pit stops is almost going to be never-ending. Well, obviously, will end at 4 o'clock tomorrow, but because they've all got out of sync, it means that you can't sort of say, well, that's in that group of pit stops, and then this one is in the next, because they're all overlapping, Paul.
Exactly, and that's what I like in a little way, because it makes it a little bit more complicated for the team strategists, because very often what they do is they just copy what the others do. And we heard your mate Justin Taylor chatting on the radio to his driver at one point, saying you just copy what the Toyota does if one Toyota comes in, and if the other Toyota comes in, then you come in as well. So, but when you're doing something different, when you're already on a different strategy, you can't afford to copy what the other guy does, because it might be wrong.
Yes. Exactly, and you might be being led down the garden path perhaps as well if one team is thinking, well, we'll sort of sacrifice one pit stop to try and lead our rivals. No, you don't think that's going to happen?
I don't think you'd do that quite.
And also, I mean, spin for the 16 Wright Motorsport liveried Proton Run Porsche, and that is
Ryan Hardwick driving that at the moment, but driving nowhere because the car's side on.
Yes, it is Tête Rouge.
Approach to the corner. He's parked up on the infield. Oh, and we've got a yellow Porsche facing backwards, which is probably the Iron Lynx car number 60. So were they running in close company? Yes, they were. Claudio Schiavone in the yellow Iron Lynx car. Oh dear, front left bodywork missing from the 16 Porsche. So clearly that has come into contact with the tail of the bright yellow car, which may or may not have had a spin. Oh, indeed, had a spin, speared across the track, just missed one of the Proton cars, and Ryan Hardwick could do no more. He was hard over on the right-hand side of the track in his own battle. So I'm afraid Claudio Schiavone has a little bit of apologising to do.
Indeed, and this is not the first of a similar moment that I've seen from Claudio Schiavone through the last few years. Unfortunately, losing it through the Forest S's, catching the grass, and then the car spearing to the right-hand side, blocking the track effectively. And despite Ryan Hardwick's best efforts, he could not get far enough over to the right-hand side to avoid the car that was coming straight to him. More team radio from Buemi.
No rain expected in next 40 minutes. Nothing expected in the next 40 minutes. There are some darker clouds though. Keep us updated on what you see.
So no rain expected in the next 45 minutes, which is what we expected. It's getting really intense on the Mulsanne straight, but we're going to go to a CrowdStrike pit lane report because Diana Binks has Michael Christensen.
Michael, it's been a full-on race so far at this early stage. What were you finding out there on the track?
Yeah, a lot of things are happening. I think it was interesting with how some of the track being wet, and then yeah, other parts of the track being fully dry. So yeah, we just have to keep focused, keep cool, and keep fighting. But yeah, for sure, there's some close racing so far, which is cool.
And let's stay actually in the pits with Joe Bradley, another CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, the 56 is the Euro Racing Porsche has just been in, and I believe that car was leading the class. I mean, there's so much action going on the track. I'm reluctant to actually tell you guys that we've got pit stops happening. Even if they are class leaders, they've had a change of driver, fuel and tyres on the 56.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
There is a slow zone at Tête Rouge and all the way along that first bit of the Mulsanne, where Claudio Schiavone and Ryan Hardwick met one another after the spin from the 60 yellow Iron Lynx Porsche slammed into the side of the 16. So clear-up process taking place now between the Dunlop chicane and Tête Rouge, but you can race everywhere else, Bruce Jones.
It has been absolutely astonishing. We've got this brilliant battle for second place. Antonio Felix da Costa in the Hertz Team Jota Porsche leading now from Antonio Fuoco, who took to the grass going down the Mulsanne straight to get past Lawrence Van Toor's Porsche. And sitting in at the tail of that is the number 7 Toyota, just watching to see if something's going to happen. But we've got 3 manufacturers covering 4 positions from 2nd through to 5th, and it's tightening up the whole time. But full marks to Antonio Fuoco. He went for the outside, the right-hand line down the Mulsanne straight, realised there wasn't much of a gap, but was coming through anyhow. And the straight line speed, when we had Fuoco a few laps ago coming up onto the tail of Mike Conway, he just simply roared past him in the straights. The Ferrari is an absolute rocket.
Now, Ramsey Fires is telling everybody to bear left at turn 6, which is Tête Rouge, and that's where all the debris field has ended up, and possibly at least still one Porsche. Claudio Schiavone's yellow Iron Lynx car shown as stopped, whereas Ryan Hardwick is moving. He did get through the 2nd sector, although it took him 176 seconds, and in a GT car you'd be doing it a lot faster than that ordinarily. And the peculiar sight of 4 hypercars working their way through. They're like slot cars. No difference in trajectory at all. And one follows the next, follows the next, follows the next, and past the stricken Claudio Schiavone car. Lovely pattern, like spirograph tyre wear on the racetrack there from the Michelins of, well, Schiavone probably, and a little bit of Ryan Hardwick mixed in as well. They would have preferred not to have made those pretty patterns on the asphalt, and in a moment or two the cars will be launched back to full speed out of the Daytona chicane.
Yeah, the pattern sort of reminded of one of those loaves you have on at Harvest Festival, and very popular in Germany as well, but like intricate. Absolutely, yeah. Like plats.
Platted pastries.
I rather like your spirograph analogy, Johnny. It shows your age.
It's been a few years, Paul.
Felix da Costa and Fuoco, the 38 and the 50 cars, the first 2 in that train, are due into the pits before the next 2 in the train. So they'll probably get another couple of laps from the Jota car, the Hertz-sponsored car, number 38, and from the number 50. But then they'll be into the pits, and that will leave Lawrence Van Toor at the wheel of the Porsche number 6 and Mike Conway in the Toyota number 7 in 2nd and 3rd places. And then we'll get another couple of laps, and they'll be in for their respective pit stops, along with Sebastian Buemi, the race leader.
Back to frenetic racing now, by the way, as the Ferrari has to go very close to the barrier on the Mulsanne straight a couple of moments or 2 ago, but was that not being released out of the slow zone? So I'm talking maybe 20 or so seconds previous, and that was the 50 Ferrari, Antonio Fuoco, trying to keep up with Antonio Felix da Costa. There's 0.7 of a second between them, but they're back into another slow zone, which actually isn't. Oh no, they're around again, actually, into the Daytona chicane. So that's a slow zone that is in position because of the aftermath of the Porsches getting together. It's about to explode into life again. Second, third, fourth and fifth all together, Bruce.
I am not hating this one little bit. Headlights on, headlights ablaze, the blinkers switched off when they get out of a slow zone, but every time you get a restart, Mike Conway seems to lose a bit of ground. He then catches up again, but every time the red Ferrari, the number 50 of Antonio Fuoco, presses on harder and harder. He's prepared to take some real risks. In the pits now we have the rather battered Glickenhaus 708 front right-hand corner, looking not how it left the factory.
Here's Joe Bradley with a CrowdStrike pit lane report on the Glickenhaus.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. It's got quite an extensive bit of damage to the front right corner that the team were already aware of and are very much prepared for. With a nose section about to be presented to the car, the old one goes off. That's damaged. It certainly had contact with something, hasn't it? It's knocked the headlight out on the right-hand side. The new nose section goes on. It is just a piece of bodywork on these prototype cars. The important bit is behind the driver. That's where the engine's stored on this thing. The 708, I can tell you, was a little bit down the order, down in 14th overall. And is the grid, I can say, 14th in the hypercar class. And it's not last in the hypercar class by any means.
Cybersecurity revolutionized. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit, RS1 around the world via radiolemans.com, and of course in the United States, Sirius 136 and XM 202. Bruce Jones, Paul Trustwell and Johnny Palmer about to step out to allow Richard Crail to head in for his first race stint. I'm hoping I'm leaving the race in good hands here, although we've not particularly treated it too well, with lots of either crashed or retired or stopped cars, Bruce Jones.
Some haven't stopped, but some are going slowly. The most recent one to hit trouble is the DKR Engineering Orica, car number 43, Maxime Martin, limping down the Mulsanne straight. Head-on shot. Couldn't tell you what the problem was, but I can tell you it wasn't going the sort of speed that the doctor would have ordered. So this race is going to continue to carry on giving, but this battle for second place, Antonio Felix da Costa, pushed so hard by Antonio Fuoco, they've decided to even chase each other into the pit lane. So they peel into the pit lane. That's second and third into the pit lane.
It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. It is time for an hourly update.
The Hertz Hourly Update. Getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
So we've had 2.5 hours of the 2023 Le Mans 24-hour race. It's been full of action, and there's action going on even as we give you the hourly update. But I'll try and pause in that and give it to you as it stands. In the lead of the race is the Toyota Gazoo Racing entry, Sebastian Buemi in front, 33 laps under his belt. Second place, Lawrence Vantour at the wheel of the number 6 Porsche 963. He's 7 seconds behind, but that is very much a fluid gap as the cars slow for the various slow zones around the place. In third place, again for Toyota Gazoo Racing, is Mike Conway in the number 7 car. He is half a second behind Lawrence Vantour. In fourth place, number 38, is Antonio Felix da Costa, except that he's just come into the pit, so he'll be losing that position in the Porsche 963 in fourth place. He's in the pits, yes. In fifth place is the number 50 car, which is also in the pits, Antonio Fuoco for AF Corsa. In sixth place, James Collado in his Ferrari 499p. Seventh place is the Peugeot number 94, with number 93, the second of the Peugeots, in 8th place. 9th is Earl Bamber in the Cadillac, which is on a slightly different strategy and has already made its equivalent pit stop, and so will be out for quite a while now. And then in 10th place in the hypercar class, Felipe Nasr leading, or in 10th place with the number 75 car. Leading the LMP2 category, still the Jota Orica. That's Pietro Fittipaldi at the wheel of the number 28 car. And he is very nearly a minute ahead of Frederick Lubin, who is second in the number 22 car for United Autosports. So United Autosports in second place, and in third place in LMP2, Job van Outert in the Panis Racing car, number 65, is a further 17 seconds behind the United Autosports car. So it's Jota, United and Panis, but in LMP2 the gap's a little bit bigger, if anything, than they are in the hypercar class. In GTE AM, it's Ben Barker leading for GR Racing, that's car number 86, and he has a 44-second advantage, quite a big gap back to Rahel Frey for the Iron Dames. That car in second place, number 85, so it's 86 leading 85. And then a big cheer for movie fans, car number 911 it is in third place. Michael Fassbender in the Proton competition, Porsche, currently in third place, just 6 seconds behind the Iron Dame. So Porsche's 1, 2 and 3 in GTE AM, with Davide Rigon in the AF Corsa Ferrari in fourth, and an Aston Martin, thanks to Michael Dynan, in the orange Aston Martin, number 25, is in fifth place. Let's round out the top 6 in GTE AM, because it's the Wolkenhorst entered Ferrari in sixth place. That's Andrew Harrianto. That's the order, with the battle still going strong on the track.
The Hourly Update.
Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit. My name's Richard Craill. Good evening to you as we work our way forward. 2 hours and 34 minutes into this race, which means there's 2 hours and 21 to go. And the racing is as if it's the final lap, a sprint to the line, but there's a long, long way to go. And right now, after a round of pit stops, the Hertz team, Jota Porsche, is dicing with Antonio Fuoco in the Ferrari, Gustavo Menezes in the Peugeot. It is furious. It is absolutely furious out there at the moment. And Philippe Nasser is in the mix too in the 75 Porsche. He's having a look down at the inside of the Peugeot at Arnage. So there's no time to take stock of this race and reflect on the craziness, the emotional roller coaster, if you will, of the first couple of hours, because this incredible battling continues. We're going to jump down for a CrowdStrike Racing pit and paddock team update in just a second. We'll just see the resolution of this battle between the Porsche and the Peugeot. So the Toyota Gazoo Racing team continues to lead as the number 6 car rolls into pit lane. Let's take this opportunity for a CrowdStrike pit paddock team update. Joe Bradley first.
Well, it's fabulous hypercar battle was kind of took a bit of a breather when we had both the 50 and the 51 Ferrari hypercars into the pits. The 51 in sixth place. James Collado got out of the car. The car took on fuel and brand new Michelin mediums. Different to that, the 50 only took on fuel, and what that enabled that car to do, meanwhile, further down, back down the pit lane, the number 38, the Hertz team, Jota Porsche, that was in the pits for its stop as well, and it must have done something differently, because the 50 Ferrari that came in behind the 38 Porsche went out ahead of the 38 Porsche. So significant pit stop tactics coming into play, even at this early part of the race. They are really are. It is a fist fight out there, guys, and a fist fight down here in the pits.
Cybersecurity revolutionized. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Fist fight is perhaps the best way I've yet heard this race described, Bruce Jones. If this is the future of top-level sports car racing around the world, I'm in. Signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. This is incredible stuff. Good evening.
Good evening, Krause. Richard, of that name, Rosie doesn't even start to cover it. The future is absolutely magnificent. This level of competition and racing, as it continues to swap either side of pit stops, is what I thought we might get 1 or 2 years down the line. And I treat this as ground zero in many ways, because this is the year in which Toyota and Glickenhaus were joined by that group we call et al. And when et al. Includes Porsche, Ferrari, Cadillac, these are huge names. And the racing, the fact the cars look different from each other, not just down to their livery, but down to just the way they go about things. And Peugeot are still in the mix, there or thereabouts. And the scrapping, any time you look at the screen, the TV director doesn't know where to look next, but certainly for the Hertz team Jota car, they've gone from the very back to the very front, and they are really maximising their opportunity. But they have to work on every single car that they pass. It's that competitive. One little lift, one loss of momentum, and those behind are going to gobble you up.
Those Porsches look really good in race trim. In qualifying trim, they didn't have that raw speed that we saw
from the hypercars. Remember the division, I suppose, in the outright class between the hypercar set of regulations and the LMDH cars that compete in IMSA in the United States, and the convergence brings them all together. The one lap pace wasn't quite there for the Porsches especially, but over a distance they are showing the ability to run with anything.
And don't forget, we were watching together in the opening stages, ambitious to be in the commentary box, but just as delighted to watch it. And those three Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s running nose to tail, maybe not quite as fast as the Toyotas and Ferraris ahead of them, but they worked together, worked so hard. Earl Bamber was having that brilliant run in the Cadillac, the blue nose Cadillac as well, to stay in that mix. There have been a few spins and cars dropping out of the race. We've lost now, I think, 5 overall, because the Proton competition Porsche that we saw spun around, and the Iron Lynx number 60 Porsche not going well. And we've got another problem out on the circuit. Front left bodywork missing on one of the United Autosports cars, and I think it has probably had contact. Went up on the dust on the inside of a GT and Porsche from Proton, and then suddenly came across.
That's a massive impact and a huge crash. So it was on the run out of Tête Rouge in the first part of the Mulsanne, I think. And yeah, it was, correction. So down the hill, the run out of Tête Rouge, and just after the kink, and the United Autosport LMP2 car was on the inside of the road, and all 4 wheels were below the dotted white line that delineates the inside of the road, and the car was unloaded. It was fired across to driver's left and made contact with that Proton Racing Porsche that was innocently minding its own business. Very big impact. As a result, we've got another slow zone in that sector, which is slow zone 3, which is the run down out of Tête Rouge towards the Daytona chicane. A CrowdStrike pit and paddock update, Joe Bradley. And we'll come back to pit lane in just a second. Hearing the Peugeot is in pit lane. That's Jean-Eric Verne making a stop, and those cars have slowly been coming into the race. Ferrari working its way through the field as well as Sebastian Buemi leads. So there's going to be a slow zone. CrowdStrike pit and paddock update, Di Binks.
The number 93 Peugeot has just come in. That was a fuel stop, holding no driver change, no wheel changes either, car changes rather. And the car has just taken off. So I'm going right down now to the United Autosports garage to see what's happening down there, and I'll come back to you with that.
And just to add, I wouldn't say insult to injury, because there's no injury for us at the moment. We're getting reports of light rain in the paddock. Light rain in the paddock. Our CrowdStrike pit and paddock team confirming that to us. So just to throw another thing into the mix as we negotiate another slow zone, and a majority of the field now into that slow zone. The leaders heading out of it, but a bulk of the cars, the 55 cars that continue to circulate now, heading into the Daytona chicane.
So just looking for clarification that we think it was the number 22 United Autosports LMP2 car that got the wheels on the dust, and that would be Freddie Lubin, I think, the young British racer, waiting for a replay to clarify that, but clearly big impact up there at Tête Rouge. And just that little mention from Joe Bradley that in the pit lane there's a little moisture falling at that corner going to Tête Rouge. That's not too far away, so it might be that classic situation, Krause, of dry track to track that's not quite dry, and the impact accordingly.
The other thing that's been noticeable, Bruce, so far is how busy it's been negotiating traffic, and the risks that the hypercars in particular are taking to overtake. And in some instances, there's been a GTE AM car completely unsighted pull out in front of a hypercar who's had to do the full Hail Mary and bail out of the way.
Look, I think the very fact that the hypercar class is so incredibly competitive, they're having to take more risks. They cannot afford any little lift when they come up to traffic.
Hitting the whole track just between 14 and 18, and it's decreasing in intensity.
Team radio to Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota that continues to lead the race. 35 laps in the books, 2 hours and 42 minutes into this race. And all the reports we've had through are that it is extremely light rain. Still quite bright here at Le Mans as we work into the early evening. Sunset approaching 10 o'clock tonight, and somewhere in the vicinity of just over 7 hours of darkness. There's a little bit of rain in the vicinity of the circuit, but we'll keep you posted on that as the battles continue. The Team Jota, Hertz Team Jota car with Yiffy Ye behind the wheel now. Chinese driver who has been very impressive in one-make Porsche racing and open wheel racing as well. And with an update on that United car, a CrowdStrike Racing pit and paddock update, here's Diana Binks.
Just come over to the pit wall to talk to the race engineer, and the 22 had contact with the GT car, and they think there's quite a bit of damage to the car, and they're worried. They think it's suspension damage to the car. It's just making its way in now, and I can see it as it comes in. And yes, quite a lot of damage to the front there. The front wing is hanging off. It looks like there is tyre. The tyre has actually got a complete hole in it. It hasn't gone flat, which is quite strange. But I'm on the pit wall looking over. So the team are now set to work, and they're going to take that car straight into the garage and check it over.
CrowdStrike. Protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Windscreen wipers on the cars at the back of the circuit, approaching the Porsche curves. The Hertz Team Jota Porsche, the Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi, that's car number 51. Philippe Nasr in the 75. They're all heading in that general direction. Gustavo Menezes is behind the wheel of the number 94 Peugeot Total Energies 9X8, and Dane Cameron not far behind that group either in another one of the Porsches. So rain starting to play a role around the back of the circuit, and one of the unique things I'm rapidly learning, Bruce, about this place is that it can be quite wet and not far away, very, very dry, and you would have no idea there has been rain falling.
No, the rain is blowing in from the western side of the circuit. That's the side that has the main grandstand. Down in the pits, I think we should throw to Diana Binks, because the other car involved with Freddie Lubin's 22 United Autosport Orica was the 77 Porsche from Dempsey Proton Racing. Died.
Absolutely correct. The car has just arrived in. There's a lot of damage to the front and the rear of that car. The rubber had come off the back right tyre, so that was actually on the metal, and the team had just very quickly pushed that straight into the garage. Now practically taking the bodywork off and making checks, but it looked fairly badly damaged from what I could see as it came into the pit lane.
CrowdStrike pit and paddock update, and there's hypercars walking around the circuit. They are going so slowly at the moment in a slow zone.
Thank goodness for that.
Rookie error.
They learn as they go.
I'll put my hand up there, Paul Trustwell, for that one. I thought it could be rain affected, and it wouldn't surprise me if at some point they do, but I'll own that. There is a slow zone, of course, at Tetra Rouge and the run down to the Daytona chicane.
Yeah, the bizarre thing is that I'm a great one for looking at lap times, and I'm doing the same mistakes as you are, looking at the lap times and thinking, why are we getting lap times in the 5 minutes? But of course, and this is why it's sometimes opportune, if you've got a kind of enough space in the fuel tank and you think the slow zone might be about to finish, it might be a good idea to come into the pits before it does, so you can get your fuel in while the circuit is not fully green. And yeah, that's what we've seen in previous situations. However, if you've only got the one slow zone, which we have at the moment, it's probably not worth doing. So very difficult strategy calls for the teams to make. But in total, get this, what have we had, 2.5, nearly 3 hours of this race so far, we've only had an hour and 20 minutes of full green running, where the whole circuit has been green.
Certainly will play havoc with when you analyse average lap times, because they're clearly going to be completely all over the place and a far higher overall number.
You just exclude all the ones that have slow zones in, but you're left with a handful then.
So Earl Bamber leads, and that United Autosport car, the accident happened, so it was there's a compression in the road out of Tetra Rouge, and then it rises up before they straighten out onto the first part of the Mulsanne Straight, and it was down hard driver's right, a long way down the inside of the road, and that unsettled the car. It was bouncing around, it fired across the road and into the Proton car, and the front wing, the right front wing on that car was launched into the air, probably 10 or 15 metres into the air. It's like there's not a spectator area down there. There's only some trees to capture the debris, because it went a long way from the car, and that's what's brought out this current slow zone.
Well, super spectacular. We'd rather not see things like that. But interesting, the Hertz Team Jota Porsche running off the circuit there as the field gets out of a slow zone, went on the inside of some of the cones and carried on. Didn't lose any position, but certainly he's got a Porsche works Porsche right on his tail and a Peugeot on the tail of that. On these little things in this moment where we're just getting this greasy circuit, you can see the smallest of mistakes could have had a big outcome.
Just quickly to add, sorry, that incident is under investigation from race control at the moment, so we'll see what that gives rise to, if anything.
Positional change on the exit of Mulsanne corner. So the 75 Porsche Penske Motorsport car of Felipe Nasr has gone past, and so too the 94 Peugeot. Gustavo Menezes passed the Hertz team Jota Porsche. They're squabbling for position in really difficult corners on the conditions on the run into Indianapolis, and it's quite wet on that side of the circuit now, and they're tippy-toeing through there, searching for grip in these 700 horsepower hypercars and struggling to do so. And now Menezes on the outside at Arnage. Nasser in the 75 Porsche goes down the inside. And they're swapping positions left, right and centre, and the cars are fishtailing as they put their power down. And it's here where the four-wheel drive grip of Antonio Giovinazzi in the Ferrari is having an advantage, because under traction, when they're putting that power down, it drives harder out of the slower speed corners with that hybrid assistance on the front axle.
It's the first time that we've been able to actually see the rain in the air, just getting a little bit of spray off the track now, and the driver having the biggest problem is the driver in the Hertz Team Jota Porsche, just tippy-toeing. We saw that little moment about half a lap ago where it went off the circuit, has come back on, but this is great stuff. But Yife Ye is just becoming accustomed to it. The rain, as we speak, it's bright sunshine on the start-finish straight, but down around Indianapolis, Arnage, and as they approach, not a fearsome place to be in the rain. The Porsche curves, positions changing all the time, and the Peugeot driver, Gustavo Menezes, is saying, chalk that one up, that's the Ferrari I've passed as well. So he goes to the front of that four-car pack. Brilliant.
And a huge roar from the parochial French crowd. Probably 40% English, let's say, but as Menezes goes past, a massive round from our FX mic, which is up on the tribune, which is halfway down the pit straight, overlooking the start-finish line, and the Peugeot has gone by. But you are correct, Bruce Jones. It is bright and sunny on the start-finish line and up into the first part of the Dunlop chicane through turn 1 and then up towards the bridge. But through the Ford chicane, it is sopping wet and the Porsche curves are even worse.
Yeah, so Gustavo Menezes in the Peugeot that went up to second place has the advantage in the wet. They move back to the dry, and then suddenly Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 Ferrari goes right onto his tail. But they can't continue fast. They're in a slow zone.
CrowdStrike pit and paddock update. Diana Binks first. There's some tyres at the ready.
Yeah, I think all the teams are now getting ready. The United Autosports 23 have got the wet tyres ready, as have Toyota Gazoo Racing 7 and 8. And as I look down the 911 Proton competition, those cars coming in the 88 and 77. Teams all have wet tyres at the ready and are awaiting the cars as they make their way into the pit lane.
The number 2 Cadillac already showed their hand. That car in from second place and already out on treaded tyres. Fuel, driver changeover out of the car. It looked like Alex Lynn getting in, but more significantly than that, they are the only team I've seen so far making that shout. And as I do that, the 923, that car's in the LMP2 class. That's the Team Turkey car. That car choosing wet tyres as well. So we're in that stage of transition where we're seeing people changing onto the treaded tyre.
So the Cadillac diving in has probably nailed that. Like, if they get wets on that car, they timed that to perfection. Heavy rain around the back of the circuit, and hearing now it is raining in pit lane. So this front that's swept across the circuit from basically the entry to the Porsche curves is now moving up past the karting track and then into pit lane itself.
But the ambient temperature is so warm, Richard. I just wonder whether it's worth going on to wet tyres, or the fact that there's so many slow zones around are going to let people just tippy-toey around and ride out the storm. It's not a storm, but ride out this period of bad weather. Just one note quickly. I've just heard a message from Race Control saying that they've requested Mikkel Pedersen, who was the driver of the number 77 Porsche, he's to go to the medical centre.
Straight down to Joe Bradley.
Quick question for Earl. Earl, was that your shout to go on the wets?
Yeah, I mean, it was a last-minute call. Came through Indy and it was pretty wet, and then all of a sudden it really downpoured on Porsche, and thought about staying out one more, but then just at the pit entry, it started raining hard and we dived at it. So I think it's the right call. I don't know.
We'll see. Sorry for butting in there, boys, but thanks for answering that.
So safety car has been called out onto the circuit down at the wettest part of the track around Mulsanne. We've got cars off. The 709 Glickenhaus has pulled off. Doesn't look as though it's had an incident. The number 100 Walk and Horse Motorsport Andrew Harrianto driven Ferrari deep in the gravel. It's now fully wet and approaching the scene. The number 3 Cadillac just has the front end breakaway. The GR Racing Porsche following is also glissading down towards that Park Glickenhaus.
Big hit into the wall for the 86 GTE and Porsche, running that beautiful split livery this weekend. It's made heavy contact on drivers left into the Armco, which is bent like a banana now. The Glickenhaus is into the fence. It's Scott Dixon behind the wheel, the vastly experienced Kiwi. It is now pouring down on the entry to the Porsche curves. More cars off. One of the Inter-Europol LMP2 cars is off. This could be an enormously beneficial strategic call for Cadillac Racing and Earl Bamber, a 2-time winner at this place. He knows a thing or two about winning here at Le Mans. That could be a very, very good call.
Yes and no. Okay, yes, I agree with you. It could be a very good call. He's already on wets. However, the safety car is out. Therefore, everybody else will be able to come into the pits. Earl Bamber is in the lead, so they'll all take their positions lining up behind Earl Bamber. So when the safety car comes back out again, everybody's going to be in the same boat. So, yeah, it could have been a good call, but I think it's all going to even out in the end, Richard, because everybody's going to use this safety car to get into the pits to get onto wets.
Yeah, so the irony is, had this incident not occurred, it would have worked beautifully. But we've seen 2 cars, 3 cars, the Glickenhaus first, then the number 3 Cadillac, which is Scott Dixon, pirouetting, and he must have just brushed the nose of that car across the Armco.
I can actually increase that as other cars continue to spin under the safety car period. Good to see the Walk and Horse Motorsport Ferrari has got out of the gravel, but as the Glickenhaus was glissading to a halt, it did have its spin. 2 other cars, one of the GTE Am Ferraris, I think it was probably car, well, it can't be car 21, I'll get back to you on that, but it'll be car number 83, slipped past, and I think it was one of the Team WRT Oricas, went between the barriers and the spinning Glickenhaus, and in fact it is a number 31 car, and it's just arriving on pit lane now, not as it left it.
And the car that hit the fence was the GR Racing number 86 Porsche that leads LMGTE Am. Ricardo Pera behind the wheel, class leader, and backed it into the Armco quite heavily. And remember, with a Porsche 911 RSR, the engine hanging towards the rear axle of that car, so rearward impact's not your friend in any racing car, least of all a Porsche shaped like a 911. Teams at the ready in pit lane. A frenetic half an hour of racing as rain sweeps across the Circuit de la Sarthe as we work our way into the 4th hour of this race. So the 3 car is in pit lane. Let's go down. I want to grab this CrowdStrike pit and paddock update with Joe Bradley.
Such a tragedy here for Scott Dixon, who the team was already out on the apron with fresh tyres, fresh wet tyres. I'm just going to have a walk around the car. He's got a little bit of damage to the front splitter on the nose of the car. Just pushing it into place. Let's get around the back. That's the right-hand front corner. Very, very slight damage there. Scott, of course, sits in the car. We're getting ready with the tyres to go on the car, so I'm going to clear off out the way. The fueling's going on at the moment, which is the process, but I tell you what, it's a bit of a tragedy that we saw Scott Dixon spinning off when the team were ready for this tactical tyre change. However, I think they've gotten away with it, boys.
Yeah, you could be right, and the 709 Glickenhaus is in as well. That was the other car of the 3 involved at that incident on the entry to the Porsche curves, and it was Esteban Gutierrez, the vastly experienced driver behind the wheel of that car, now scored 13th in the hypercar class. Deep breath. What a moment. And through all of it, Antonio Fuoco continues to lead the race for Ferrari and AF Corsa. somehow.
What really struck me, we saw one of the Europol competition cars coming in, and it was so deep, the tyres were almost covered by the water on the return to the pit lane. But when it gets back to the pit lane is dry. The 94 Peugeot pulling in now, you wouldn't know there's any rain about.
Well, this is the problem, isn't it? Because you may well find that everybody's going to be lined up behind the safety car on wet tyres. Safety car withdraws. The track's dried out. We'll wait and see what happens, but it's a very finely poised situation indeed at the moment. What would you do?
I'd sit in a dry commentary box and watch it all unfold in front of us in a thrilling edition already of the 91st running of this race and the centennial anniversary of the Le Mans 24 Hours. So Ferrari in front. Alpine Team Elf continues to lead the way in LMP2. Despite that incident, that spin, GR Racing and Ricardo Pera on top currently in the LMGTE AM class. And don't worry, the Hendrick Motorsport Camaro is next. We're going to bring you up to speed with everything that's been going on with a CrowdStrike Pit and Paddock update in just a minute. But with everything going on, I think it's the best possible time to check the weather.
Radio Le Mans weather.
24 degrees at the moment, remarkably, and very, very humid here at Le Mans. 25 degrees is the top tomorrow and about 17 overnight tonight. And it's raining, but you knew that. Crazy stuff at Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel. Spend the day in the unique surroundings of Bicester Heritage.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Daniel, aka Prokonova, has chosen a milestone that happened overnight in 2018. The number 7 Toyota passed their teammates to lead the race as darkness fell. A slow zone infringement resulting in a 60-second stop and go dropped the second place number 8 TSO50 2 minutes and 10 seconds behind the leader. Fernando Alonso put together an excellent set of stints, and by 4 a.m. the lead was reduced to 1 minute and 16 seconds. Nakajima retook the lead in the early hours of daylight. Buemi, who had been the cause of the slow zone penalty, put in fast lap after fast lap to stretch the lead to over half a minute. An off by Lopez at Dunlop and a mistake on stint lengths for the 8 extended the lead, and when the flag fell, it was the number 8 crew who took Toyota's first Le Mans victory on their 20th attempt at the race.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Let's not waste any time and jump straight down into the lane for a CrowdStrike Racing Pit and Paddock update. I think Joe Bradley goes first.
Yeah, flurry of 6.3s in for tyres, wet tyres that is. Firstly, the 38, the Hertz Team Jota car, in for fuel and treaded tyres. But then all of the Porsche Penske squad came in. That's the number 5, the number 6 and the number 75, all fuel and treaded tyres. And Paul said, what would you do? I'd do exactly what these teams are doing, because with the amount of water we've got out there, you cannot get by that area of the track on slicks, as has been proven. You're going to tear up their wet tyres in the dry bits, but I don't think you've got a choice.
The 23 United Autosports came in and put the wet tyres on and refueled and took back out to the track. But interestingly, the 7 and 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing, the teams have the wet tyres ready in the garage. I can see them, but the cars haven't come in as yet.
Thanks to our team down there in the lane for a CrowdStrike Pit and Paddock team update. It has been flat out down there. We are under safety car, 3 hours and 1 minute into this race. Ferrari are 1 and 2. Peugeot remarkably up to 3rd through all that with Gustavo Menezes, and then it's Mike Conway in the first of the Toyota Gazoo Racing entries. That's car 7. Hertz Team Jota continues to lead the way of the Porsche brigade, and Yiffy has been doing an outstanding job in this stint negotiating those wet conditions. Sebastian Buemi, who's been quite vocal on the team radio, they've been managing issues aboard car number 8. They're 6th. Now, Jota's having a particularly good little period in this race because Pietro Fittipaldi cycled to the lead in LMP2 through all of that, with Memo Rojas now and Julien Canal, the two Alpine Team Elf entries, second and third. Davide Rigon leads the way for AF Corsa in LMGT EM, and Sarah Bovey has rocketed up the order in car 85. That's the Iron Dames Porsche to second, with PJ Hyatt in Project 1 AO. That's a Rexy that has climbed to third in LMGT EM. And we were interested to see, and the big talking point, Bruce Jones, coming into the weekend was what the Hendrick Motorsport Chevy Camaro will be like in the wet conditions. Well, Jenson Button, Formula One World Champion, gets the honour of cutting the first wet laps at Le Mans in a Chevrolet NASCAR Cup car. And I would imagine with the amount of grunt that thing has got, it will be fairly eye-opening for JB.
Right, I always like to bring good news, and the Porsche curves where the rain was absolutely at its heaviest, with 5 cars glissading off there. It's now sunny down there, but there's still an awful lot of water to be dispersed from the final 3/4, when you get to the 3/4 point of this long lap. It is still raining a little bit at various points on the circuit. Jensen's just got to hang on to that Chevrolet Camaro ZL1 running. He's in the pits at the moment, so at least he can decide what sort of rubber he would like to have, with tread or not at all. But the sun has come back here in the evening at what has been a remarkable race so far. Experienced eyes. Tommy Milner, so many years racing, Corvette racing here. He just tweeted, what a bizarre start to this race. I've never seen so many incidents this close together, nor have we. It's been truly extraordinary. I think there are a few more pages to turn in this particular story.
Well, there's still 20 hours and 55 minutes of pages to turn, Bruce. It's quite remarkable. Don't forget, we'd love for you to join the conversation as well. Hashtag HaggertyRLM at Radio Le Mans as well is the place to get in touch with our studio team here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, where I can tell you it is nice and dry. No wet tyres going on in here as we negotiate this crazy little period of the race. And now, as we are under safety car, the pair of AF Corsa Ferrari 499Ps peel off into pit lane, and Antonio Giovinazzi, will be in the lane as well. So the two cars, the two leaders of the race, will take the opportunity to stop under yellow, and then we'll have a little bit of an idea about where the field actually sits on a corrected order, where everyone will have basically made a pit stop within the same lap or two, and it's the first opportunity we've got to see that for some time in this race.
Well, again, I'm going to partly agree with you. I'm not being obtuse, really, Richard. Yes, we will, but of course, because of the nature of the safety car bunching everybody up, all we're going to have is a big long queue of cars, just like we did, 3 hours ago, when the race started. So, in a way, we've not achieved anything. Yeah. All we've got is a big long line of cars all together when the safety car pulls off, with just slightly different, but they'll have slightly different amounts of fuel on board depending when they came into pits to refuel. But apart from those refueling differences, there won't be much to choose between them. So I'm afraid it's not going to become clear at all. Although when the safety car pulls off, then we're going to see some good racing.
First things first, I'm more than happy for you to correct me on this race, Paul. If anyone's going to, you are number one. Now, we just need to keep an eye on the pit lane with this safety car procedure, and there is a red light at the end of the lane. So the two Ferraris being held, 3 safety cars, A, B and C. Now, safety car C is crossing the control line now. So those cars queued at the end of pit lane, stopped at the red light, as you would be at the traffic lights on the way down to the local shop, just in something slightly more expensive. They will be able to rejoin at the end of that queue. Safety car A, as it's labelled, is going into Indianapolis and is still being caught by a whole group of cars who are down at Mulsanne Corner. And safety car B is on the run down the third part of the Mulsanne Straight towards Mulsanne Corner. The field will then stack up when they're allowed to by race control, and then they will do the wave by. Let's go down for a CrowdStrike pit and paddock update with the Peugeots now doing some changes.
Yeah, so it's both the Peugeots are in. I'm in as well, actually. So we've had a change there. Joe Bradley replaced by me. 8 and 7 both in. The 8 had to come in after 7. Came in at a jaunty angle. Had to be put straight on the dolly jacks. It's a complete change of tyres. I'm surprised they've gone for those W wets. Just so you know, the leading car, the 8, was on softs. The little white sticker telling me that. Driver change as well for the 7. I think it was Jose Maria Lopez who got in the car, but I wouldn't bet my house on it. And no driver change for the number 8. That's carrying on being, I assume, it was massive Wavy, though he's had a bit of trouble getting away. Also, I say that the United Autosports car, the 22 machine that was only very recently involved in that massive accident, has been repaired, believe it or not. And that 22 machine, any second now, will get off again on wets. So all action here at pit in.
In racing and cybersecurity, every second counts. Learn why at crowdstrike.com.
Nick Damon down there with that update, and Bruce Jones, Peugeot, leads Le Mans.
Well, the fantastic thing is the faces down the Peugeot garage. They were jumping up to take a photograph of the timing monitor with their name at the top. But Gustavo Menezes has been a real star getting that car to the front of the race. When he was in the group with 2 Porsches and a Ferrari, all going about things differently, but he was picking them off. He seemed most confident when that rain started to fall of that group in conditions changing down that most fearsome part of the track, Indianapolis, and then that's particularly the corner that wakes me up when I drive around the circuit. It was so wet. The conditions are slightly improving, but there was a message on the timing screen about 30 minutes ago saying rain possible at about 15 minutes after that. It was almost to the minute that it hit the circuit, and it wasn't just a little rain, it's what we've had before. It was very, very serious. Just to point out that one of our pit lane crew for the CrowdStrike pit and paddock team, Joe Bradley, just came back in from his stint. He just came into the booth, tapped me on the shoulder, went, "That is epic." And I couldn't disagree.
No, it's phenomenal stuff at the moment with a casual 20 hours and 50 minutes to go, and still we have this scenario where it is extremely wet on one part of the racetrack and dry everywhere else. So that tyre situation with a lot of the field having gone to wet weather tyres now will play out, especially when we go back to racing. Another CrowdStrike pit and paddock team update with Diana.
To enter Europol competition car that was in the garage, the Jan Magnussen car, has been wheeled out. They've got the wets on now. They've made the repairs to that car. It's been in the garage, I think, for about 10 minutes or so, and they have just now made their way back out onto track.
That's great news, and one of the joys of this race, Bruce, is you and the fans that have watched it for a long time will know only too well is that you can give up significant chunks of time, and with the wave-by rule that's now in place with this new safety car procedure, there are going to be opportunities to get some time back and race yourself back into contention if you've got a car that can do the job.
Entirely so, but the thing that really strikes me right now, you see images of the pit lane, you can see shadows of the sun, being cast across the pit lane by the sun there, but on the Mulsanne straight it is about as wet as it could possibly be. For a second I thought, are we going back to replays when it was at its wettest? No, it hasn't got there yet. We had the cars glissading off with the Glickenhaus, the first to fall into the Porsche curves. It seemed to dry up a bit there, it's sunny there, but as the cars brake for Mulsanne corner, it is as wet as it possibly could be. So I think the safety car might be out for a little longer than it had been planning to, put it that way.
You know, we haven't worked together for 15 years, and I was looking forward to having a really nice conversation to get your thoughts on who's been impressive and what you've seen, and just help unpick the race for my rookie Le Mans brain. It's been full-on, flat-out sprint racing stuff since day one. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Look, I think the way to keep your focus, like in any sport, do it at 100% or not at all. So maximum attack. And the person who's having to have slightly less than maximum attack, we pick him out again, Hendrick Motorsport, Jenson Button, that Chevrolet Camaro Z01, possibly not exactly the sharpest tool for when things get wet. But Jenson, don't forget, some of his greatest wins in Formula One came when we had changeable conditions, and certainly he'll be having to dial back to that part of his brain.
Was there a Canadian Grand Prix?
There certainly was.
The world's longest Grand Prix that's ever happened?
It looked a lot lighter. It looked like it was only going to affect the south side of the track, not the whole side, and not be near as intense. We see now it's the opposite of that.
That's a little weather update to Antonio Giovinazzi from the Ferrari team. Or let them call the next little segment. Nice weather update from those guys. And the focused eyes of Antonio Giovinazzi in the Ferrari. So they pitted from the lead, first and second. They've emerged in 3rd and 4th, and in ordinarily racing conditions, you wouldn't want to give up that track position. But as Truss has said moments ago, it doesn't really make a difference because the whole field is going to pack up behind one safety car. Then we get the wave arounds with the LMP2 and GTE AM cars sorting themselves out in their relative track position, and then a full restart. So it's the second time in this race we've gone full safety car conditions as the rain continues to fall here at Le Mans.
The thing that was puzzling me a moment ago, and why, if you've been watching me out of the corner of your eye, Richard, I've been madly trying to pull up information. Of course, the safety car has to pick up the leader, otherwise the whole thing doesn't work. The problem is, who do you define as the leader? Because remember, we had Earl Bamber in the lead when he came in and made that switch over to the wet tyres. But since then, we've had about 4 other cars leading the race, including the Peugeot, as you said. But it's only when we get the message on the screen saying prepare for pass around that we look at who the leader is. When we get the message on the screen saying prepare for pass around, that is when the leader is defined, and that is the leader behind whom everybody else will get bunched up. Now, because we don't really have a specific incident which has caused this safety car, it's not like there's been a car in the way or a barrier that needs repairing. Actually, when the incident is cleared, is a bit of a woolly definition. So somebody has to decide when to make the message come up on the screen, prepare for pass around, and when they do, whoever is leading at that point, that'll be the car that everybody else has to queue up behind.
Okay, so we had moments ago, we had the Peugeot team management taking photos. That's car 94, but the bottom of our screen, timing screen, is a message saying pit stop for car, yes, 94, Gustavo Menezes, under investigation. As I say that, it clears off the screen, so maybe that has been cleared up. But this race just can't stop having a sting in its tail, changing the order all the time. I'm loving it.
As I say, and I am as well, and I think everybody is on so many different levels. It's the beauty of the way Le Mans has panned out this year. You know, we've got the complexity, but we've also got actually a very spectacular race, which, you know, anybody, you know, just watching these screens, you know, it's sharp intakes of breath all around. It's yes, thrilling stuff. Wait for that message, prepare for pass around.
That will be key. We'll walk you through that process of the new safety car rules in this race, because they do take some explaining, and as always with race sporting regulations, they're very detail oriented and quite wordy, so it takes a bit to unpick them all and understand it. But I was talking to some officials earlier in the weekend, and they said in their simulations that they ran, they got the whole process down to about 20 minutes. They had gone quicker, but they got it. 20 minutes seemed like the average window to reorder the field, to sort them up, to pack them up, and then get them behind that one safety car for a full race restart when Eduardo Freitas and the team up in race control deem it worthy.
Yeah, and I think actually if it takes 20 minutes, that might just give half of the track a chance to dry out, because still going down the Mulsanne straight, it's still raining. Coming back through the Porsche curves where the rain had been at its heaviest, that really triggered this moment. It's not raining, but the car's certainly still kicking up spray. So another lap or two, another 10 minutes really wouldn't hurt too much, because otherwise I feel the cars will be released, and the very nature of the racing surface here could be feeding us into more accidents. And we've had word from our CrowdStrike Racing pit lane team update that the 2 Porsches involved in those earlier accidents, so the Iron Lynx number 60 car, it was Claudio Schiavone who was involved in that, and the Ryan Hardwick car, was it? The Proton competition number 16 are officially out of the race. So officially retired, as confirmed by Porsche, which is a great shame in the farewell for GTE AM here at this race, with the race moving to GT3 cars in the GT competition next year. So that class, which has delivered so many incredible moments over the years, from the Corvettes through to Aston Martins and Ferraris, and
the 911 RSR that has been such a staple of this place with that flat 6 wail you can hear from a couple of miles away. It's been a remarkable end. So for a couple of our key Porsche contenders, that's an unfortunate finish to their race.
Yeah, and I feel particularly sorry for Ryan Hardwick, who did absolutely nothing wrong there, but sometimes in racing it's like someone's bashed a pool cue very hard and scattered the balls, and he was just simply caught out. And also sorry for his teammates Jan Halen and Zach Robichon, so there'll be no further running for them in this 100th well, the anniversary, the Centenary. It's not the 100th running, but it's 100 years since that first race back in 1923. But these things in racing can happen, and unfortunately for the 16 Proton competition crew, it did happen.
Can we talk for a moment about the team from Tunbridge Wells? I'm talking about Jota, because they're running cars in the hypercar class, and we'll just grab some team radio from Brendan Hartley.
Feedback as you can when you go around the circuit, please, on the tyre.
I mean, right now I'm on the right tyre. From 10 to 14, it's crazy wet, also through the Porsche curves. But obviously first sector is relatively dry.
Copy. It will, the situation should evolve, so just let us know when it changes for you.
So the young Kiwi giving his thoughts on those conditions. And yeah, I mean, it's chicken and the egg, isn't it? Through all the high-speed aero stuff where these cars produce all of their downforce and all of their grip, it is the wettest part of the circuit.
No biggie, as some people say. I don't say that, though.
No.
But going back to where you were leading on Jota, I mean, they've had this extraordinary up and down race meeting so far. They're running the first customer Porsche 963 in the hypercar class. Was made to start 60th. First safety car period, moved it onto the back of the hypercar pack. It's led the race with Antonio Felix da Costa on board, but also in LMP2. Who's leading? The team from Tunbridge Wells, or if you want to be very picky, France, which is just to the south of Tunbridge Wells, on the Kent-East Sussex border, and Pietro Fittipaldi, who has really impressed me enormously this weekend. Every time I look at him, he is absolutely flying in that number 28 Orica. Yeah, you ride your form, you ride your fortune, and I've had various people pinging in messages saying, go, Jota, go. You know who you are, Valentine Lindsay. Great to have people with such racing pedigree admiring all's happened. So for the crew, David Hansen sitting in the pit garage looking on. Sometimes you think, do I want to be in the car or not? But at the moment, it's in safe hands.
From chicane 1 until Bozan, it's dangerous. It's very dangerous because there's zero visibility from chicane 1 to Bozan.
Copy.
That's Gustavo Menezes, the Peugeot driver, talking. Scored in the lead at the moment, and we're just waiting, of course, for the field to shuffle around. CrowdStrike Racing pit and paddock update. Nick Damon.
I think in all the various, well, let's call it chaos, shall we? Some of the cars which have disappeared, you don't kind of know what's going on and why it's happened. And, well, one of those is the 43 CrowdStrike Racing with, you know, okay. Are you really? Very quickly. Maxime, what's the problem with it? Oh, you're going. Okay. With two of us with the same idea, actually. I wasn't quite sure, because I thought that they needed a camera. Well, hang around. I'll come back to you in about 30 seconds.
We'll come back to you in about 30 seconds. Nick, thank you. Just some serious competition for interviews down there with the CrowdStrike Racing LMP2 entry. That was qualified by James Allen in qualifying earlier this week.
Yeah, when Nick's down in the pit lane, a lot of the drivers like to line up and see if they can get an interview with him. The competition's enormous.
He's a very, very popular man, no doubt. So, Peugeot. Let's go back down to Nick.
No, it's commenting on the fact that I'm very, very popular in the pit lane. Well, I'll explain what happens, and by then, Max, you might be able to say, but the car obviously had a gearbox problem on the start and ended up quite a long way off the run. This is the all-Belgian team. They are now, have been working on it, I assume, since a problem, because they replaced the whole of the rear left quarter. And they are currently doing that important thing where they've got a man with a kind of a big torch having a look at what the exact problem is. But given the fact we've had a number of cars have to retire, it must be quite useful this one's actually still continuing to run, or has a chance to continue to run. They've got full-on work, a lot of engineers. But then again, you might say in the past wasn't much chance, but now with the attrition, let's ask Maxime himself. Maxime, not a great start to race.
No, definitely not. It's a shame. I mean, I had an incident with a Glickenhaus where there was a lot of double yellows, a crash. I slowed down for the crash, we passed the crash, and then there is a countdown for the slow zone, and I slowed down when the countdown came, and Glickenhaus just hit me at the back. And yeah, I spun, hit the barriers, and Yeah, half of the car was completely broken, so now we have to repair and try to go to the end. Like I say, I'm really sorry for Tom and Hugo because it's the first time in Le Mans. They're a rookie here, so now we just have to try to go to the end.
The thing is, it's been such a crazy race. Getting to the end might get you a very good result.
yeah, but it's at the end it's a shame that it happens with a hypercar, which it's all pro drivers, and to happen like this, it's really bad for yeah. Anyway, for these drivers.
Well, let's hope you get out of the track pretty soon. Thanks, Maxime.
Thank you.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike, protection at every turn.
Little bit of housekeeping after that. Another car that appears to be out of the race, the Richard Mille AF Corsa 83 Ferrari. That was one of the cars that went glissading past the Glickenhaus that was at the side of the track. Lilou Wadou, who's already had a fabulous class-winning result earlier in the World Endurance Championship. Unfortunately for the young French racer on home ground, it's not going to be a result unless something untoward and that S, which has been stopped, gets removed. Paul?
That makes a grand total of 7 retirements already. Which I don't know that it is a record, but say with less than 3.5 hours gone, to have lost 7 cars, with some going on in the pits, as Nick Damon was saying a moment ago there to Maxime Martin, it's possible that just by getting out there, you might be in a position to get a good result. Last year's result, as far as I remember, saw the highest number of finishers that we ever had in 24 hours. Was it 54, Bruce? I can't remember exactly. I'd have to look back. But
well, if you think that, I would definitely bet your house on it.
I like it. I'll bet mine on it at the same time.
Well, I'll just check to make sure, but it was certainly the highest number that we've ever had in 2022 that made it to the finish. It was 53, sorry. 53 and 1 was finished but not classified, so it was 54.
I like it. CrowdStrike Racing Pit and Paddock update. Back down to Nick.
With Loic Duval, one of the drivers from the leading Peugeot. Did you expect we'd be saying the leading Peugeot a few hours into the race?
No, honestly, I mean, for sure, almost 4 hours now into the race, we didn't expect that. As you saw at the beginning, I mean, the pace that the Ferrari and the Toyota had was a bit better than ours, even though we were not too far away. We were able to stay in the train, but we don't have really the pure pace to fight at the front. But yeah, so far we did operate, the race the best we could. I think it was clean, and this is the reason why we are here now. So I mean, we take it, of course. Then it's a long race, as you know, and there is a lot to come.
But looking at how Gustavo was able to get past the other cars once he got damp, you must want the thing to be wet the whole rest of the event, don't you?
No, I mean we saw in Spa-Francorchamps actually that we had a practice over there on wet conditions, and we had both cars in the top 3 at that time. So it seems that the car together with the tires, we can make them work properly and maybe better than the others. So we were already competitive. It seems that even here in those conditions, it doesn't look too bad. I checked the radar. It doesn't look like it's going to rain much anymore. So it is what it is now.
I think what was very impressive for the team, though, was that, as you said, in those first, in the opening dry couple of hours, you weren't being dropped. You were hanging on, weren't you?
No, I mean we'll see now. We have to see how quick it's gonna dry up. It's still really hot outside. There is a lot of cars on track. So yeah, I mean you can see already that the spray is getting lower and lower. We are on wet tires. Maybe some cars are on slick tires. You never know. How long the safety car is gonna stay on track. So yeah, it's a question mark so far.
Great stuff. Thanks, Luke.
CrowdStrike, a pioneer in adversary-focused cybersecurity. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
So 3 hours and 25 minutes into this race. It's just going past 26 past 7 p.m. local time.
Really makes me laugh. A good tweet is a good tweet. Just heard from Loic Duval for Peugeot, and Peugeot Sport tweeted 10 minutes ago, wait, what? At the moment, we're leading with a photograph of the timing screens. In fact, at that point, they were running in 1st and 6th places, so didn't come here with high hopes, came here with a couple of fabulous-looking cars, but through thick and thin, through action galore, Peugeot find themselves at the front of the field.
They can join that conversation, and they have. Total Sport Team Peugeot by using the hashtag HaggertyRLM. Join the many thousands who are joining the conversation. Carol Brink, who's been a long-time listener and a great friend of ours, has got the spotter's guide up on the wall and is doing the post-it note thing where you put your yellow post-it note over the cars that have been retired from the race. And it's there's a lot of post-it notes up already after 3.5 hours.
Some people, some of our regulars are far more draconian, have a great big black marker pen, and the pen of doom is struck across the page.
It is like drawing the curtain over it with a post-it note, is it? It's not scrubbing them out. It's just, we'll just cover you up for now, and you can sit and watch the end of the race. Still rain here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. If you're joining us on radiolemans.com, on RS1, anywhere around the world. And there's a remarkable circumstance in that as the cars come out of Tetre Rouge and about 2/3 of the way down the first part of the Mulsanne Straight towards the Daytona chicane, there's a line on the road where it goes from being dry to wet. And then it's wet all the way through the second sector of the circuit, down to Indianapolis, Arnage, and then Porsche in and Porsche out. But by the time they get back to the start-finish line, it is dry and much, much lighter. It is a remarkable scene here as these drivers try to negotiate these conditions.
I just can't think why it's the most exciting Le Mans 24 Hours I've been to a very long time, and drivers past and present still tweeting in. Peter Dunbreck not long ago, begrudgingly, but finally I think hung up his racing boots and his helmet. How good is the Le Mans 24 Hours so far this year? It's good, is his reply. I think a lot of drivers might be trying to reconsider their retirements, if only fleetingly.
I was talking about the long Grand Prix that Jenson Button won in the rain way back in 2011 driving for McLaren, and it was at Montreal in Canada, the Canadian Grand Prix, that remarkable race that he won, that half of it I think was spent with the cars sitting under easy ups on the pit straight. So Jenson with some Formula One success. He is behind the wheel of the Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet Camaro, the invitational innovative class car. They're 44th outright at the moment, and their big concern coming into the weekend was that in the wet conditions, while they had a margin of performance over the GT3 or GTE AM cars in the dry, in the rain, it would certainly drop them right back into that mix. So Jenson doing a nice job at the moment. Pietro Fittipaldi still leading the way in LMP2. We are still under safety car here at Le Mans with 3 hours and 29 minutes to go.
Now another tweet that's come into RSL_studio from Ian McCarthy, referring to the Garage 56 Chevrolet. How much pressure do you guys think the Garage 56 guys are under, Ray? Pace and distance covered this weekend. Finishing is a priority. The official line will be that, but they must be white-knuckling it. I think every driver out there at the moment is white-knuckling it.
I've learnt a long time ago in endurance racing to never predict distances and records and how many laps will be completed in the course of these races, because crazy things like weather on half of the circuit happen. Just coming up on 7:30 local time, it's Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit, RS1 around the world on radiolemans.com and in the USA on Sirius 136 XM 202.
The Hertz Hourly Update. Getting you to your let's go moments for more than 100 years.
So here we are then, 3.5 hours into the race. A mere 20.5 still to go under safety car conditions, with Peugeot at the top of the list leaderboard at the moment. The car number 94 it is, Gustavo Menezes at the wheel of the 9X8 and has completed 42 laps. Second place is the number 38, the mighty 38 Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963. Yifei Ye driving that car, and that's number 38. It's also done 42 laps. It's sitting just 1.8 seconds behind, but as I say, it's in a queue behind the safety car. In third place is car number 50. In fact, in third and fourth places are the two Ferrari 499Ps. Antonio Fuoco in car number 50, ahead of Antonio Giovinazzi in car number 51. The two Antonios in third and fourth places, and again, lined up behind the safety car. Fifth place is number 2, Alex Lynn at the wheel of the Cadillac racing car. That was in the lead of the race just before the safety car was deployed. But at the moment, it's dropped back to 5th place as a result of having made its pit stop that little bit earlier. In 6th place is Kevin Estra at the wheel of the Porsche number 6. And in 7th place, number 93, is Jean-Eric Verne. That's the second of the two Peugeots. And in 8th and 9th places only are the two Toyotas. Talk about the surprise at having the Peugeot at the top. Somewhat of a surprise that the two Toyotas only 8th and 9th. It's number 7, Pejito Lopez in 8th place, and Brendan Hartley in 9th place. They're all on the same lap, by the way. In 10th place, number 75, is Nick Tandy in his Porsche, just ahead of 11th place, the number 5 Porsche. So that's the positions as far as hypercar is concerned. In LMP2, it's Fittipaldi, Pietro Fittipaldi at the wheel of the Jota car, number 28 in the lead. Memo Rojas in the Alpine Elf team car is in number 35 in second, and Julien Canal in the other Elf Alpine, number 36 in third place. In fourth, Ollie Jarvis in the United Autosports car, number 23. Matt Kaiser in number 10, the Vector Sport, is in 5th place in the class, and in 6th place is Woppan Oitert with the Panis Racing car, number 65. GTE AM, Davide Rigon leads for AF Corsa, the Ferrari at the head of the field, number 54. Second, number 85, the Iron Dame, Sarah Bovey, currently at the wheel of the Porsche. In third place is PJ Hyatt in number 56, the Project 1 AO Porsche, the green with the big wide mouth, Rexy car, and that is in third place. Fourth is number 911, the Michael Fassbender car, but that's currently in the hands of Martin Rump. His Porsche then, so it's Porsche's second, third and fourth. Fifth and sixth, though, are two Aston Martins TF Sport cars. 72, Arnold Raban is in 5th place in the class, and 6th place in GTE AM is Michael Dynan with the ORT, the orange Aston Martin. Just for completion, because we were talking about the innovative car, the Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet Camaro, Jenson Button at the wheel. He's the only car in his class. It's an innovative class, and he's 44th overall for Jenson Button.
The Hourly Update.
Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit. Let's not waste any time. Jump straight down for a CrowdStrike Racing pit lane team update with Diana Binks.
I'm with Jimmy Johnson from Garage 56 inside the garage. You're just watching the screens, Jimmy, but first of all, I've got to say, are we ever going to get any stability in the race?
It doesn't seem like it. What an interesting start to the race. And for me, being in slow zones, it's the first time I've competed in WEC and have gone through all of this. So a very interesting process, but now with the rain and the problems it's created, it's quite interesting.
Which means everyone's revisiting all their strategies.
Yeah, I'm sure that the hypercars and GTs and are very focused on strategy. But from our standpoint, we're really just trying to log every lap that we can, every mile that we can. So for us, it really hasn't been a lot of drama. We'd love to go back racing and put as many green laps in as possible, but it's not having a huge impact on us.
Okay, for the moment, Jimmy, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Speed, reliability, and the power of the cloud. That's protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit. My name's Richard Crowell. Bruce Jones is to my right, Paul Trustwell to my left. We've got a great team covering it all with our CrowdStrike Racing pit lane team updates. Diana Binks, you've just heard from, and Nick Damon's down there as well. We are 3 hours and 35 minutes into this race, so we've ticked over that, working our way towards the 5th hour of the race. 20 hours and 24 minutes remaining in this one. And into pit lane is the LMGT-EM class leader, Davide Rigon in the AF Corsa Ferrari hits pit lane, and it looks like Castellacci is going to jump into that car.
Confirmed. Castellacci in, because otherwise Thomas Floor moments ago was walking around without his race suit done up, so not him. But the Silver Ferrari's been going very, very well. So many battles have actually been almost lost in not just in the spray, because there's been so much to follow. In the pits is the car that was leading the P2 class, the number 28 Jota car sitting at a standstill. Let's go down to Nick Damon at Jota.
The interesting thing about that Jota is they're taking the tyres off the car and they were slicks, and they're putting tyres on the car and they're slicks. So the leading car has been tippy-toeing around with Pietro Fittipaldi on slicks, but they sort of think well, there's no point going for wets now, so they're putting slicks back on it. And I think most of the people who will come to the pitch from now on will be doing exactly the same thing if they've made that initial switch. They'll be switching back with the feeling that even when it does go green, which is still a couple of laps away, it'll be possible to run the cars with those non-treaded tyres.
I think that's the right decision, actually, as well, because thinking about it, when are they going to withdraw the safety car? I mean, we were just talking about that a moment ago, Bruce and I. You know, what's going to be the criteria from which race control decides withdraw the safety car now? And it's got to be when the conditions are uniform around the circuit. What's dangerous about now is that it's not a uniform situation, but it seems to be going toward uniform dry, Bruce, rather than toward uniform wet.
It does. Moments ago, looking at the cars going through Tete Rouge down to the first chicane, the Daytona chicane, dry. There is a dry line at the end of the Mulsanne straight, but the marshals, when the cars were coming around behind the safety car, were out there with their brooms trying to remove any excess water, squeegee it off the circuit, if you will. They had to move out of the way because the cars were coming down the slope towards them. So top end of the circuit, which is Dunlop Curve, Forest S's, Tete Rouge, dry. Pit lane, dry. Bottom end of the circuit, by which I mean Mulsanne, still wet. But let's go down. We just had the AF Corsa Ferrari come in from class lead in GTM. Davide Rigon down with Dai.
Davide, you've just jumped out of the car. How was it from behind the wheel?
It was very good, actually a good start for us. We have a good car since the beginning here, I would say pretty happy. The team are doing a super job. Honestly, Porsche was much faster than us on the straight. I lose the leader on the beginning of the race, but it was impossible to follow them. But let's see, everything is happening now, so we just need to keep calm, keep going like this. It's so long, this race. You can imagine how different was the track. Here is dry, and the other side of the track is a huge rain. There is a lot of water. So we just need to keep calm and keep pushing.
That's where the experience comes in, doesn't it? I mean, that must be incredibly challenging because you're making second-by-second decisions.
Yes. But thanks also to the team. They helped me with the decision. And then, yes, of course, driving, you need to have experience. This track is one of the most challenging for a driver.
So you've just changed over. Did you go back out on wets or did you put slicks on there?
Wet. We keep wet for now because it's too dangerous from second chicane to Mulsanne. I think still wet for now.
Well, not much of agreement with Davide Rigon and the AF Corsa team, because everyone else who's come in and gone out, and there's been a lot, well, 5, have gone back onto slicks. More important, that includes the 93 Peugeot, the car that's not leading for Peugeot, and the number 5 Porsche Penske, and that's the Lotterer Estra Vantor car. That's the Cameron Christian Macaviti car. Sorry, that's gone on to dries as well. So we've got slicks. We also saw the Panis Racing Team, the 65 P2 car, change up the slicks, as did the number 4, the Mike Collis car. That's gone to slicks. So I'd be interested to know if that AF Corsa GTE actually did decide to go back onto wets, because everybody else has decided, nope, I'm going to go dries.
And what else do you need?
Speed, reliability, and the power of the cloud. That's protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Sorry, jumping in there over the sting at the end. What else?
Endurance, teamwork.
Third time's a charm, Bruce.
Let's hope so. So keen to cut in there. Right, what else do you need apart from the wrong sort of, the right sort of tyres for the conditions that are so changeable? You need a windscreen wiper that works, and for the Floyd Van Wall Racing team, they're just fitting one right now. They've had quite a few setbacks. Their car is running at the moment, many laps down, listed in 52nd position overall. It has just left the pits. Come on.
So 3 hours and 40 minutes and 51, 52, 53 seconds into the race. Peugeot continue to lead the way. Another CrowdStrike Racing pit and paddock update. Nick Damon.
With Jotta van Ooit out of the Panis Racing car, that's a pretty hectic couple of hours you've had in that car, isn't it?
Yeah, it felt a bit long, but 2 safety cars, and with their new procedure right now, it just takes ages. But it was fun. I like it when it starts to rain a bit. Definitely the car feels quite okay. So it's still a long race. I need to rest, get back in the car later again for a lot more driving. So
We've had a huge number of incidents and accidents so far, way more than we normally get. Are people just driving crazily, or is it just one of those things?
I don't know. I've not seen the incidents myself, so...
So people weren't buzzing you left, right and centre then?
They are a bit... Where I drove, everyone seemed to be kind of sensible, but now when you have the hypercars also there, it's just more push, basically. So yeah, people take more risk and you have to be quick, otherwise you lose so much. But people maybe were a bit too overexcited.
You've just come in, the car's gone from wets back onto slicks again. Is it getting really quite usably dry out the back there now?
There are no puddles anymore, and since the safety car procedure will take at least half an hour longer, I'm sure it will be dry at the end. Or not dry, but drivable.
Great stuff, thanks. Enjoy your bar. He's been munching a muesli bar the entire time.
Well, we interrupt their dinner. That's the way it goes sometimes. So the number 23 United Autosport correction, and Race Control has actually just corrected themselves. It's number 32 car, which is the Inter-Europol car that was in dramas early in the race, which is Mark Kvarmy, Jan Magnussen and Anders Fjordbach. So they're under investigation for a pit stop issue for their most recent stop. Some of the leaders rolling into pit lane, Nick. The two Ferraris in the lane.
Yeah, but more importantly, we've got the Jota, that's from second place. The Mighty 38 now is the Mighty 38 on slicks. No driver change, so it's staying on board the FEE. Just ahead, the blue, the number 2 Cadillac, and obviously up at Diana's end, I'm sure she can tell us about it. We've got both the Ferraris as well.
Both Ferraris in. There looked like a driver change for the number 50, but I didn't quite catch it as I'm running up here right now, but they're both in behind each other, and it looks like it was, yeah, the number 50 did a driver change, but I thought they had just recently done that. Apologies if I've got it wrong. But it looks like fuel, tyres, and yep, back on the
Sound of the turbocharged Ferrari V6 firing out of pit lane, so they now have to sit at the end of the lane waiting for the red light and the next safety car queue, which is the one behind safety car A, which is currently in the Porsche curves. It's just gone through Porsche in and it's heading through the left-hander there, and that's got quite a queue of cars behind it. So safety car B is heading down the straight out of Mulsanne corner and the run into the first part of Indianapolis, and then safety car C is out of Tête Rouge and on the way down to the Daytona chicane on the Mulsanne straight. So they're quite equidistantly spaced around the circuit, and we've got one of the Peugeots, it's the 93 car. Jean-Eric Verne is behind the wheel and it is buried in a sand trap. Under safety car, remember.
Okay, would you not think that's possibly because they've fitted some slick tyres, as has pretty much everybody else? And as some of the drivers, including Davide Rigon, pointed out, there are still damp patches on the circuit, and a spin all on his own down at Mulsanne corner for Jean-Eric Vernon is reversed through 270 degrees and part with the tail, unfortunately, just in the gravel.
I think he got the curb on the inside, the painted curb on the inside near the old signalling pit on driver's right, and it spun that car through 180 degrees. So these cars had just been in pit lane, they just put slick tyres on. And one of the big stories coming into this weekend's race was the fact that for the first time this season, after a ban at the start of the FIA World Endurance Championship, they're allowed now to pre-warm the tyres, which is fine right up until the point when you put them on and then drive around at safety car conditions and drive for several kilometres around the other side of the circuit where it's still quite wet and greasy. Your tyres have lost all their temperature by that point that you gain by having them in the tyre ovens at the back of the garage. And as a result, you get on that painted line and you spin your beautiful Peugeot 9X8 through 180 degrees and end up reversed with the car straddling the exit curb at Mulsanne corner with two wheels well buried into the gravel. So he's going to need some assistance to get out of there. Fortunately, we're under safety car and he'll go behind the next queue of cars around, but won't lose an enormous amount of ground as a result.
Right, the 4-car train that was sitting waiting to be released at the top of the pit lane has, and the first one of the queue was Yiffy Ye in the Jota Porsche, and he's rocketed clear. The second one out is the number 2, the blue-nosed Cadillac, Alex Lynn at the wheel, as though the next 3 cars were sort of just hanging back a little bit. They're certainly not chasing off after the safety car pack, and those 2 Ferraris running behind. Just double check who is aboard those after the drivers change. It's Miguel Molina. I thought I saw the yellow and red, obviously Spanish race livery helmet on the number 50, and the other one is Antonio Giovinazzi.
Okay, we will go behind safety car A. We'll go behind safety car A, they will do the merging, and after we should be eligible for pass around. I will confirm to you, but for the merging, nothing you have to do. We are already behind safety car A.
So safety car A will pick up the field. That was the radio communication from Ferrari AF Corsa to Antonio Giovinazzi, who's in that queue behind safety car A, and it's currently heading down the Mulsanne straight before the Daytona chicane.
Actually, it was a multi-purpose AF Corsa message there, because it was also to Miguel Molina, who's sitting just in front of him in the number 50 499P, and a lift.
Information to the pit lane. Safety car is at 80. We are recovering a car at MP20. We are recovering a car with a Manitou at MP20.
Eduardo Freitas telling the teams about the recovery. That's the Peugeot he's talking about, and Marshall Point 20 is Mulsanne corner. The right-hander with that tricky braking zone after the kink at the end of the Mulsanne straight. The Manitou, if you're unfamiliar, is the tractor-type equipment with the quick lift on the front, and they strap the car through the roll hoop, through the lid of the car, and lift it up, and can drag it quite easily and quickly out of the gravel trap and back onto terra firma. Well, it will be able to continue onwards, but part of the process is they're able to slow the safety car down to a set speed to help negotiate that incident with some machinery on the racetrack.
And they should have time to do that, because the pack behind the safety car is halfway down the Mulsanne straight, halfway between the first and second chicanes, the Daytona chicane being the first of those. And by the time they get to Mulsanne corner, the 93 Peugeot should be back on terra firma, pointing in the right direction. And unfortunately for Jean-Eric Vergne, it was only the smallest of elements of the car that was in the gravel. One wheel only just into the gravel, on the other rear wheel somewhat deeper. But anyhow, that's been lifted and shifted. Good news.
The question, yeah, that's the good news. The next question is, will the car be able to fire up and drive back? Because if it can't, the Manitou isn't going to bring it back to the pit lane for the mechanics to have a look at. So, you know, that's the critical moment, is whether or not they're going to be able to get it to go again.
They are carrying that car off the circuit by the looks of things down there at the Mulsanne corner. So
if you can't get it going, it's going to have to retire.
Yeah.
This is not one of those races where they encourage you back to the pits to finish the race.
Well, I suppose from Peugeot's team's perspective, at least it was the 93, not 94. The 94 car is the one that is the better placed. How better placed? Well, it's 5 manufacturers having led this race. We've had Porsche at the front, we've had Ferrari at the front, Toyota, and who have I left out from there? Oh yes, also Cadillac as well. And that's 5 manufacturers, and someone tweeting and said, that's the most in my lifetime. Well done, Ewan Wayne. Good maths.
That's outstanding. It shows you how fiercely competitive this is. Now, we have begun the process to get this race under green. The Peugeot has been carried well out of harm's way, and the field's starting to pack up behind safety car A. So B and C have moved on, and then we'll get the wave around process. So a lot of people asking on hashtag HaggertyRLM, how long's this safety car going to last? What's the process to go back racing? Well, they've started it now, and things are moving. So we'll now go through the reshuffling process. We'll get the order correct, and then hopefully we'll see some racing. By the time we do that, this racetrack is going to be not totally dry, but there should be enough of a dry line around it for them to have no problems on a slick tyre.
Where Jean-Eric Vergne went around the track still had a dry line and a wet line. The rest of the circuit largely has a dry line, but for someone of his calibre, Jean-Eric Vergne has won so many things in racing cars. It was the lowest speed rotation you'll ever see, which would have made the frustration for Jev all the greater. Then he'd be going, please, please, not into the, oh, I'm in the gravel.
And
absolutely. And the problem is that now that the safety car withdrawal procedure has begun, the pit entry is closed, so he's not allowed in the pit lane under normal circumstances.
Now, 5 cars parked, and that's on the Mulsanne straight, so it's like a traffic jam behind the safety car, which has slowed for the Mulsanne corner. trying to navigate that incident where the Manitou is recovering the Peugeot number 93 car. And back behind, cars have spread left, right and centre. There were 2 LMP2 cars and a couple of GTE AM cars that had split across the straight, trying to take evasive action as they came across this traffic jam. And part of what's caused that is that a whole heap of cars were released from the other safety cars and were driving to catch up to the main safety car queue.
What will this race, this extraordinary Centenary race, bring us next? We could have had more cars out of the race. In fact, 3 LMP2 cars went off to the side of the circuit. Just coming over the crest, they suddenly saw, a bit like on a motorway, cars ahead had brake more than they thought. Did great evasive action, but I don't think it should be too long until the safety car is removed. But your point, Krause, is with every lap, not that it's being dried a great deal by the cars as they trickle around so slowly, but it is just drying out a little bit. But as we saw from Jean-Eric Vergne, even if it looked dry, you're out on cold, slick tyres. They're living, waiting for it to come to them, this track, but I don't think we've had the last slip between cup and lip.
Fortunately, the talent level on the racetrack is significant, so there's an enormously high quality of drivers that will be able to negotiate these conditions when we do go back to green flag running. So Gustavo Menezes behind the wheel of the number 94 Peugeot. It's Kevin Estre, who is just superb in anything Porsche in his recent part of his career. Raced a lot of the GT3 cars and GTE machinery as well in all the challenging races. He's behind the wheel of the number 6 car. And then the 2 Toyotas are next with Jose Maria Lopez and Brendan Hartley, the young Kiwi. Nick Tandy, speaking of gun Porsche drivers, a guy that burst onto the scene in Porsche Carrera Cup racing in Great Britain and then Porsche Super Cup and stepped into the factory program. He's currently running in 5th position, and then Yifei Ye in the Hertz Team Jota car runs 6th. Do you know, I think that car has been 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and possibly 7th so far in this race, and the other ones below it because they've worked their way through the field. In LMP2, Bruce, so it's still Alpine Team Elf 1 and 2 at the moment with Memo Rojas and Julian Canal 1 and 2. Ollie Jarvis for United Autosports, who have come back strongly in the second half, I suppose, of race week after a really challenging start to the weekend. They were really disappointed about missing Hyperpole, but their race pace has been strong, and Ollie Jarvis, who's got so much experience, has lifted the 23 car right into contention. And Sarah Bovey with the drama, well, with that recent pit stop for the AF Corsa Ferrari, the silver car, the Iron Dames now lead LMGTE.
Hats off to them. I think we're going to see a big shuffling of the order all over again, but for Ollie Jarvis, just doing what Ollie Jarvis does. Constant excellence. He'll be quick when he's required to, with Tom Blomqvist and the absolute young gun, Josh Pearson, the 3rd teammate, the youngest driver ever to compete at Le Mans. I think they're in with a real shout, and in many ways I think the worse the weather conditions, the more tricky the conditions, I think that's where they'll really find their mark, and at the moment doing a great job, 3rd in class.
I've just been checking social media to see if there's an update on the Peugeot, and the official team account says the 93 just spun with the slicks on the wet at Mulsanne. Well, yep, it did. Ended up in the gravel, correct. Car is being pulled off to rejoin the track and regain position. So that tweet sounds optimistic that the car will be okay. It has tumbled down the timing monitor and currently scored a moment 30th outright, having been stuck down at that corner for some time. But we will bring you up to speed with where JEV, Jean-Eric Vergne, is, if and indeed when if he has rejoined the circuit, Paul Trustwell.
Of course, it's a lot less bad than it would have been had we not had a safety car out there, because the amount of time to get him out of the gravel bed would have been just as long. But of course, the competition wasn't driving around so fast while he was being done, while he was being helped out. So it could have been worse, but certainly it's not an ideal situation for that Peugeot, who yeah, I mean, it all kind of fell into their lap, really, with getting the car into the lead. But for the other car, it doesn't seem to have been so fortunate. But I'll be the first to say it, there's a long way to go. We're not yet 4 hours into this race, and I'm sure it will continue to provide drama as we go through. 46 laps just coming up on the leaderboard, completed by that leading Peugeot, the one that's in the hands of Gustavo Menezes. Kevin Estre behind him, but of course we've got to unwind the effect of the safety car yet. Having merged, we then move into what's called the pass around, when those cars who are those cars who are ahead on the queue of the class leader will be allowed to go past the safety car in order to go round and get their lap back. After the pass around, we get the drop back, which happens in two stages, when the LMP2 cars drop back first of all, and then the GTEs drop back after all of the LMP2 cars drop back. What of the innovative car in all of that? Actually, it remains to be advised. Depending on where it sits in the race order, he will be told by race control whether he should drop to the back of the GTE AM class or whether he can start at the front of the GTE AM class.
On the pass around. Let's start thinking on the pass around. I'm just waiting for everyone to pass over intermediate one.
Eduardo was obviously listening to me and decided to tell the teams what was going on as well.
Do you have a direct line? and if you don't, you should.
I don't know. Fools seldom differ.
So that was the word. I enjoy the warning that we're about to do a thing. We're going to get up there nice and early and just warn the teams that things are about to happen, and that pass around will occur very soon. So I don't think we're that far away from going back to racing, with the safety car continuing to lead the field, with Gustavo Menezes leading for Peugeot Total Energies in the 9X8. Memo Rojas leading LMP2 for Alpine Team Elf, and the Iron Dames, it's Sarah Bovey behind the wheel of that Porsche 911 RSR that leads the way. Porsche Penske Motorsport and Toyota Gazoo Racing. 3 different brands in the top 3 of the hypercar class as we work our way to 8 o'clock local time. You're listening to Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit, and via radiolemans.com, RS1 around the world, and for the race, Sirius 136.
As much fresh air as we can to cool down the steering. Let's try to take as much fresh air as we can to cool down the steering.
Sirius X36 and XM202 in the United States. It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Radio Le Mans weather.
16 degrees will be the overnight low temperature tonight. Currently 22 degrees. It's dropped 3 since the start of the race. Tomorrow they're still forecasting showers and a thunderstorm for a top of 26 degrees. Radio Le Mans weather is the with thanks to Flywheel, the perfect way to spend Father's Day with Le Mans heroes and spectacular aircraft.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
At Crypto Cars has chosen 1965. 11 Fords versus 12 Ferraris at the front of the field. Unreliability took out the blue ovals and the works cars from Modena, leaving Maston Gregory, Ed Hugas and Jochen Rindt to win for the privateer NART North American Racing Team in their 250 LM. The first non-works win since a Courier Cos since 1957. The first international victory for Goodyear tyres, and to date, the last overall win for Ferrari.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
All of our milestone moments
on 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
All of our milestone moments for the race have been suggested by Haggerty Radio Le Mans listeners, and their input is so valuable to our coverage of the race every year, and everyone who made it into our final list that you're listening through as we continue our broadcast throughout the night and into tomorrow received a set of tickets to arrive at this amazing race and see it in person. So a really cool prize. We'll continue to roll them out throughout the course of the day. CrowdStrike Racing are bringing you our pit lane team, our pit and paddock reports, and let's go straight down to Diana Binks. Bixie?
I'm with Patrick Dempsey down here in the pit lane. Patrick, really good to see you. How are you?
Good to see you too. I'm doing okay. I'm happy to be here at Le Mans. We had a little issue with the car, but we're back out there now. A long way to go, but 100 years of history here. It's fantastic.
How would you read the race so far? It's had everyone on their toes.
Oh, it's been total chaos, to be honest with you. I mean, the weather's played a big part of it. Huge fields, a lot of mistakes from the drivers. A lot was induced by the weather. So it's really about surviving these first 4 hours. And team did a good job getting the car back out there. We're only 4 laps down, so we got to just keep fighting and think about the championship now and get some points.
I know you get asked this all the time, but back at Le Mans, any part of you thinks, so I'd really like to be still behind the wheel?
I'm happy to be here right now and not in the car with what's going on out there. I'm grateful for the time I had behind the wheel here. I achieved my goals, and I'm grateful for that, and it's just nice to be part of the history.
Why do you think this event is so special?
I think it's been so challenging. To get here, the competition, the history, the pressure, the environment, the length of it, all of it, I think just leads to just this incredible experience. It's like the big three. You have Indy, you have Monaco, and then you have Le Mans. And to be able to participate as an AM driver in this race is really quite special. And the great history, you know, certainly with all the American drivers that are here today, it's great to see what's happening in the paddock. And then, of course, through the course of each decade, there's always been some representation from America.
So what would you say is your favorite event from those three you just mentioned?
Well, Le Mans, without question, you know. For me, it's just always been a special experience here. I was a guest with Don Panos many, many years ago. And then I remember walking down pit lane and looking up at the podium going, wouldn't it be great if I could be here one day? I was just starting my racing career through the Panos Racing School. And with Joe Foster and the whole group back then. So I'm grateful for those guys for bringing me along and allowing me the opportunity to fulfill my dream.
It's an amazing sport, isn't it? It's, you know, what is it about the sport, do you think, that makes people want to keep doing it?
Well, certainly the challenge, the personal challenge, what it is for you as an individual to really push as hard as you can to find the edge, and certainly the camaraderie, the excitement. It's sexy, it's cool, it's dangerous, it's all those things that you like. And we're seeing now, I think, a lot of people really embracing motorsport because of the drive to survive. People start to understand the humanity behind the wheel, the team effort, and all the drama that goes into it. I mean, it's a great place for drama because you never know what's going to happen, and we've seen that in the first 4 hours.
Well, Patrick, thanks very much for taking the time to come and chat to us. We have a big fan base for you at Radio Le Mans.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to talk to you all, and hello to everybody back home. Thank you.
CrowdStrike. Protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Lots going on, and the best news is that the cars are now catching the back of the safety car train following the wave around. We'll then go through the reshuffling process, but we're not that far away from green flag conditions as the circuit continues to dry on what's turned out to be a nice evening. Muggy conditions here at Le Mans, still very overcast around the circuit. The light slowly starting to fade. Johnny Mullins wandered back into the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Hello, mate.
Hey, Richard.
What's it like outside? The atmosphere is pretty electric in here. Can't imagine what it's like with the good people of Le Mans outside.
Well, first things first, I thought what a fantastic interview there from Patrick Dempsey that Diana got. And when I grow up, I want to be like Patrick Dempsey. Out there, it's such a close atmosphere, and a lot of it's the humidity and the weather. But I've sensed there's an air of excitement, and it's because this is a real race. And at the front, normally you've got a fantastic race going on in GTE Pro, which obviously doesn't exist anymore this year. GT Am always gives us a good race, but that tends to get spread out a little bit. LMP2 can be awesome, but now we've got a race right at the front with the top sort of 12, 13 guys. And right now, the top 9, there's 9 cars that with a bit of luck could win this race, maybe even 10. And I find that absolutely awesome. And for one thing I will say, though, for those listeners who are wondering why this is taking so long, I mean, even I was surprised how long it takes. There didn't seem to be any barriers being fixed or anything with the wet weather and people coming in, putting on wet tyres and then being under safety car for so long that they came back in and put slicks on again. Obviously, the one thing to remember for this year that's new is that they start with 3 safety cars. In the old days, you just all go green theoretically at the same time. Didn't always work like that, but now at the end of it all, they just bunch everybody up behind one pace car, but they have to then allow entry into the pits, get the pits open, allow people to come in and out of the pits, then reshuffle everyone, get everyone lined up behind one car to allow for people in classes not to be caught out if the overall leader was maybe in between them and the car in front, and then they go a lap down, which at Le Mans or even a third of a lap is colossal, and that's taking a long time to do. Now, whether that's because it's new this year or what the reason is, but that is why there seems to be an inordinate amount of race at the moment going on behind the safety car.
Yeah, it took a long time for the circuit to get into a condition where they could start the procedure of doing the pass around, because what they didn't want to do, as I was saying to Bruce Jones a little while ago, was to release the cars out onto a mixed state track. They wanted to have it uniformly wet or uniformly dry.
I disagree with that so much.
But I think that was the objective. I hope Johnny's all right. We just had a small incident in the commentary box.
I can't tell you, Paul, how much I disagree with that statement, though. That's why I threw myself on the floor. I mean, at the end of the day, it's Le Mans, and you should be driving out there in the wet, you should be driving out there in the dry. If you're making the decision, you have to make the decision whether you can drive quickly through the bits that are wet on slicks and get away with it and make up the time. I mean, look at what Tom Christensen did in the Audi years ago. Won Le Mans for them.
You're an old-fashioned.
And that is what Le Mans is all about.
Indeed.
For me, personally.
I agree with you. I was explaining what happens. Anyway, we are in the process, and it's good to be in the process now of getting the cars. We're not yet in the drop back situation, but we are in the pass around situation, getting everybody behind the single safety car. It is, however, the duty of the individual drivers or the teams to tell their drivers whether or not they're eligible for pass around, and if they get it wrong, then they suffer a 2-lap penalty. So they lose the lap that they've gained by going past the safety car when they shouldn't, and then they lose another lap as a penalty. So they need to keep that in mind. They need to know whether they're eligible for pass around or not.
For those of you watching on the Haggerty Radio Le Mans Studio Vision, scroll back about 2 minutes from now and you'll see how seriously we take this race, because that was a moment that was had here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. So great news. The LMP2 cars have pulled to drivers right on the Mulsanne Straight just after the Daytona chicane.
All cars to wear totally to the left, no zigzagging. All cars to wear totally to the left, no zigzagging. LMP2 prepare for the drop back. LMP2 prepare for the drop back.
Radio slightly delayed because the LMP2 cars are definitely dropping back. So they're in a long queue of beautiful sports cars well across the dotted white line on drivers right on the Mulsanne Straight, and the LMGTE cars will go past, as will the hypercars, and then the same process happens with the GTE cars, and then the whole field is reshuffled. So we're not far away from green flag racing. So Johnny Molan, you're the race car driver among us. Tell us about going back to green in these conditions when you've put a set of slick tyres on 20 minutes ago now. Yes, they came out of the tyre warmers nice and warm, but almost immediately dropped temperature. We saw Jean-Eric Verne, a guy with an enormous amount of experience, spin behind the safety car for just brushing a painted curb down at Mulsanne Corner. These are some of the more difficult laps, I would imagine, that you would do as a professional racing car driver, or a semi-pro racing car driver in the case of some of the drivers out there now.
You're exactly right, Richard, and I couldn't believe it when I saw Jev making that error, and I can only assume that he had brand new slicks put on, because obviously they've still got the sealant agent that they use to get them out of the mould. And he'll have struggled to get that off, even though he was coming out of Mulsanne, which is like half a lap out of the pits.
Comes in this lap. If the safety car comes in this lap, we follow the safety car in pit lane, but you need to let car 8 go in the pit entry because of the pit position.
So that was... So team radio to Toyota. So you heard it there that they're preparing to pit, but because of the order of the way the two cars come in, they want them to swap position down to pit lane. So the LMP2 car's doing their drop back, then GTEM, but they're telling them to follow the safety car into pit lane, was the radio message.
If it comes in this lap.
If it comes in this lap.
Exactly. They can't come in any sooner because the pit lane only opens when the safety car comes in. And, you know, they're kind of caught within a rock and a hard place. The two Toyotas, Soto Maria Lopez has been out for 8 laps now, so he's on his 9th lap currently, so he needs fuel fairly soon. Brendan Hartley is also on his 9th lap, and so they'll be coming in as soon as the pit lane opens, which is effectively when the safety car comes in. But they can't bring the safety car in until the GTE cars have done their drop back. We still have to have the GTE car drop back before the safety car will come in, so it's a question of whether they manage to get that done in the track position between Arnage, where they are now, and the start-finish line. I suppose it's doable.
They've asked car 24 to start the drop back, so that's the Chevy Camaro from Hendrick Motorsport. Jensen Button behind the wheel, and he's doing so. So he's the next, and then it's the GTE AM cars.
So the Hendrick car will stay ahead of all the GTE AM cars.
So I can't see it. I can't see them being this lap. It's going to be one more lap. They're about at Porsche in, and I'm not sure between there. Maybe Porsche out to the Ford, but that's awfully late to get them reordered before going. So I can't see them going back to green this time by, surely.
Well, lights aren't out yet, and
no, they would be otherwise.
Just so they'll be doing one more lap, and that's the trouble with Le Mans. It is a long lap. So even if you're doing another couple of laps just to try and get the order back in, you think, oh well, that's not too bad, 2 laps. But when you're doing 7-8 minute laps, which they are, well, 9 minute laps, that's another 20-21 minutes it takes to get everything back into line, which is obviously a lot of time before we can go racing again.
Okay, Brendan, we're thinking to stay out 1 lap. We want to stay out 1 lap as we think the pit will be very full.
LMGTs prepare for the drop back. LMGTs prepare for the drop back.
So 2 bits of radio there. The first was to the Toyota with Brendan Hartley.
LMGTs start the drop back. LMGTs start the drop back.
And that is Eduardo Freitas telling the GT cars to start their drop back process, but they're now going past karting and then into the Ford chicane, and it will be 1 more lap, you would imagine, before we go back to green flag conditions. But at least then we're going to get some racing, we hope.
Thank you, car 24. Well done.
So for CrowdStrike Racing, our pit and paddock team have had everything thrown at them today, the elements included. Nick Damon.
Yeah, I mean, well, I've had no elements thrown at me. There has been no water on the in the pit lane whatsoever at any point. So I've just been sitting in very muggy conditions, having a bit of an international sweatathon. Just a quick report. Basically, the interior pole competition 32 car, that is in a number of pieces. That's the Jan Magnussen car, Mark Varmey and a fullback sharing with Jan Magnussen. And they are replacing a drive shaft at the moment. We're trying to get a drive shaft to seat properly in the left-hand side of the suspension. So they've got a front, the rear left is the issue. I'm not sure if they're involved in an accident because the car looks just like it's a mechanical problem, but they've been in for a while. A while ago, and I've been waiting for something else to talk about, but the DKR engineering car left the pits about 10 minutes ago. So we've got one back, we've got one back in again, but most of the walking wounded are back out on the track again. We just have the cars that are in 10,000 pieces and have retired.
Snowy?
Yeah, so we're just down at the United Autosports, and next to that, of course, is the 7 and 8 Toyota team. They came out, as I said on the talkback, they're ready with the number 7 car. But of course, as you guys were just describing, and Johnny clocked it spot on, that the GTE cars, they couldn't get out of the way in time to let the hypercar through, so another safety car lap. So the number 7 Toyota crew have stood down and gone back and taken everything back into the pit box. But I'm suspecting they may be the first out again, although I have to say, for everything they had set out here now, they've gone completely back in, and it's like normal. So I'll endeavour to find out which car might come in first if I can.
Endurance, teamwork, speed. It's why racing and cybersecurity go hand in hand. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
That was the voice of Peter Snowden for our CrowdStrike pit and paddock reporting team.
Yeah, and the fact that he's up at United as well, obviously issues with the 22 car. in LMP2 class, but they're 23 at the moment with Oliver Jarvis on board doing a phenomenal job in third place and in third place in LMP2 and 17th overall.
Yeah, just to clarify, the accident the number 22 car was involved in, that was when Fred Lubin was in the car. And remember, he was driving up on the inside, coming out of Tertre Rouge, coming onto the Mulsanne Straight, trying to get past 3 other cars who were on the outside of him, and there just wasn't room, and that was when he had the accident. So he has had some contact, so that's what Nick was describing, being repaired in the garage.
Another CrowdStrike pit and paddock team update. Peter Snowden.
Yeah, thanks. I just went and had a quick word with our good friend Simon Strang at Toyota, who's ex-Aston Martin as well, and just said, right, the crews have shut down. Do you know which car you're going to pit first? And he went, yes. And I said, which one's it going to be then? And he said, I can't tell you that. It'll be fairly obvious. So what you mean is, look at the number. And he went, exactly, with a big smile. So there we go. And I can just tell you now, as I say that, it is number 7 crew coming out first.
Yes, I mean, we did hear from the team radio who told us what was going on, but he won't be able to come in until the safety car comes in. And what they need to do is to swap the cars around because they're running in the wrong order at the moment. So they'll both be coming in together, but they'll have to swap the cars around when they come into the pit lane.
Okay, we box this lap. Box, press pit confirm. We need you to stop in front of United. Let car 8 pass him by, and then go to your position. Is the quickest for both.
So even if Simon Strang won't tell us, the race engineer for the number 7 car did.
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap. Remember, no overtaking before the line. No overtaking before the line.
We're hearing as well that United Autosport have got tyres out for one of their cars to stop, and their pit bay is the first at pit entry as they come in right next to Toyota.
Well, you heard them saying to Lopez, stop in United and let the 8 through. Now, I don't think it's going to be that tight because I think Ollie Jarvis in the 23 is far enough back that won't be a problem. But nevertheless, as a United crew waiting for your car, you don't really want a Toyota parked in your pit seconds before your own car arrives.
So the lights are out on the safety car, and we're going to have a really unique situation where the field goes back to racing, but some of the key contenders are going to peel off into pit lane to complete a pit stop immediately before they get to the line. And there's 2 Peugeots line astern at the front. One of them is leading the race. The other one's dropped a lap. So Gustavo Menezes continues to lead the race.
Overtaking before the line, no overtaking before the line.
The safety car is in. The Peugeots line astern go through the Ford chicane. The 2 Toyotas peel off into the lane. There's a Glickenhaus, a Cadillac, and a host of LMP2 cars as well. But finally, we're back to racing with 4 hours and 18 minutes on the clock. And this will be a really wild couple of minutes as everyone works out what they've got beneath them on a cold racetrack, a greasy racetrack, and cold, slick tyres. Battle going on. Car 75 is Nick Tandy in the Porsche. Yiffy Ye is going side by side and gets down the inside after the Dunlop Bridge, through the right-hander and then into the left. The Cadillac is in the mix as well with Alex Lynn behind the wheel, and then the Ferraris are hunting in pairs. Miguel Moliner is behind the wheel and Antonio Giovinazzi as well. And once again, this incredible hypercar racing is putting on a great show. The Porsche wide, they're 3 wide through Tertre Rouge. The Ferrari sweeping past now the Cadillac, with Lynn is getting ambushed by 2 Ferraris as they tow past line astern on the run to the Daytona chicane. The 51 car pulls out of the draft. It's Giovinazzi, and now the Porsche looks to the inside. They're going to go 3 wide. Porsche versus Ferrari, and there's contact in the braking zone. Giovinazzi shortcuts and through the middle of Daytona. The Hertz team Jota car's clear of all of this, and Dane Cameron in the Porsche. What a move that was, 3 wide and gobbled up a pair of Ferraris.
Yiffy Ye there, coming through and out of Dunlop, did a superb job to get his tyres fired up and get out of this melee that was behind him. And I tell you what, when it was 3 wide there, I suddenly had this vision of the car on the outside getting turned left across the other 2 cars as they approached the right-hander for the first chicane. They're now doing a similar fight going into the second chicane. The 2 Ferraris, 50 and 51, fighting each other, chasing down that Penske Porsche.
Giovinazzi has been left, he's been right, he's had 2 wheels beneath the outside of the racetrack, the out-of-bounds line. Meanwhile, out in front, Yifei is going for the race lead. Hertz Team Jota is going to lead this car race. From the back of the field, he's just pulled a move on Gustavo Menezes on the run through Mulsanne. They're in the braking zone now. The right-hander clipped the apex and power down for the run to Indianapolis. They're side-by-side for the lead. So the 93 car is out of order. It's a lap down. 94 fighting for the lead. And the Porsche and Peugeot are side-by-side. Driving up behind them is Dane Cameron in the Porsche Penske Motorsport car. And the Jota car gets in front. Now the Peugeot goes back to the right-hand side, and they're into the first part of Indianapolis. Dane Cameron round the outside. Braking now for the left-hander. Porsches are 1 and 2.
Fantastic racing there, Richard. And also bearing in mind that we're getting a dry line emerging now. But when you're offline, like the Peugeot was trying to do, he's trying to hold the right-hand side going into the fast Indianapolis right-hander. But it's wet, so he had to back off out it, and that allowed Dane Cameron to come round, sweep round the left-hand side of him. But I'm so impressed once again with the driving from Yifei there. Absolutely phenomenal for someone so relatively inexperienced at this level.
The two Ferraris sweep past the Peugeot as well on the run into the Porsche curves, into Porsche entry. So Molina leading Giovinazzi. They're now 3rd and 4th. But the Porsches leading Le Mans outright in the hypercar class. What a sight it is through the Porsche curves. The outlier in this is Jean-Eric Verne in the 93 car. So he was clear of his teammate. He got out in front. He's fighting to stay on the lead lap after that drama down. And we've got one of the Alpines, one of the leading contenders in LMP2.
Cars in front. If you do that, we'll get them in the second stint. So no.
It's a 36 car.
Very early.
Scored down in 16th now. It's Dorian P. Or Pan, I should say. Or Julien Canal, correction. So down in 16th position, has had a spin. That car was running second not too long ago before that last round of pit stops. Out in front, the Hertz Team Jota, number 38 car, leads the race. The margin 1.2 seconds. They're heading down through the Forest S's now. Dane Cameron next, Miguel Molina 3rd, Antonio Giovinazzi next, and then Alex Lynn rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, the 36 car just dropped it again. It's so difficult with these slippery conditions on the slick tyres, and just dropped it coming out of the second chicane. Speared off to the left-hand side, straight into the barrier. How many times have we seen that accident today? You lose it coming out of one of the chicanes, and it just oversteers you and then grips up and just spears you head on into the barrier on the opposite side of the track.
Do we know that the Yifei is on slick tyres, or we think he might be on wets? Because we know that quite a few of them are on wets. I think those Porsches might still be on wet tyres. And the Ferraris are
I
on
would be
slicks.
astonished if they can run that quick in dry conditions on wet tyres, but
as I say, I'm asking the question what tyres they're on.
I would assume they're all on slicks at this stage. I would assume that. And looking at the way the track is, if you watch how skittish it was for Giovinazzi going into the first chicane, he basically got out-braked on the outside, was on the damp, had to go straight, and he really struggled as he came back on. You could see the rear tyre spinning up, so I wouldn't have thought it would have been that bad if he wasn't on slick tyres, but hopefully the pit lane can help us out.
We can. Yeah, Jomo, the Yifei is absolutely on slicks. He came in, and there's been a big division now. The cars have stayed out in that queue on wets, and that included obviously both of the Toyotas and a couple of the, one of the Peugeots, a couple of the Porsches, and the number 3. I think actually the number 3 and the 3 Cadillac. They've now changed the drive. The big thing is, the one thing that happened, the Toyotas came in, they did their tyre change and fuel change, they trundled down the pit lane, but the light was red because the whole of the GTE Anfield hadn't come across. So that stop took them a dozen or so seconds longer than it should have been because they were held at the end with several other cars.
Nick Damon with that update from our CrowdStrike pit and paddock reporting team. So Race Control will be looking at that. What's your take on that one, J-Mo?
It's difficult. I mean, there's not a lot you can do about that in the situation that they're caught in. It's just one of those situations that's unfortunate, but you can see now that they're going to be back out on track. They're on the right tyre. I'm not sure that they got that strategy absolutely right under that safety car, but it is difficult when the pits get closed and then you're doing wave bys and drop backs and everything else.
Oh, the Action Express Racing Cadillac, they've had a tough day. They were in the fence early. It's Alex Sims behind the wheel, and they've had a spin They're on the Mulsanne, so they've had a drama. They've dropped back. They're a long way down the running. They lost a heap of laps early in the race. So the leading Toyota currently in 8th position. It is car number 8 with Brendan Hartley behind the wheel. The next car is car 7. It's in 10th position with Jose Maria Lopez.
Yeah, it was 1 minute 32 seconds for the number 7 car. Sorry, for the number 8 car. 1 minute 32, 1 minute 38 for the number 7 car. So both of those pit stops over 1 minute 30 in the pit lane, where a normal pit stop in just to do the tyres will be around 1 minute 10 to 1 minute 15 at the most. So yeah, Toyota lost at least 10 seconds held at the end of the pit lane. And perhaps, I mean, they had, I don't know how badly they needed to come in on that lap, or whether it would have been worth them going around again.
I think if they were on wet tyres, Paul, to do a whole lap in this dryness of this track, they would have lost at least 8 to 10 seconds.
So they were kind of
I think they were absolutely had to take that decision. Whether they could have pitted earlier in the stint under safety car, that's another.
Not once the pass around started.
No, but before that potentially.
Yeah, exactly.
But then they probably weren't thinking it was going to maybe go on for as long as it did. It did seem to go on for an enormous amount of time.
The sorting the field out, the merging and the pass around and the drop backs took longer in that session than they did in when we did it on the test day.
Race control showing a 1 minute stop and go penalty for car 3 for a technical infringement. That's Renger van der Zande in the Cadillac Racing number 3 Corvette. That's the gold-nosed car. So that's a massive penalty. Meanwhile, Porsche's running off the road. So there's a battle going on with the leading Toyota. Brendan Hartley is under pressure from Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche. They're into the Ford chicane now, and they're battling over 7th and 8th position. Meanwhile, the Hertz team Jota car leads the race by 3.1 seconds. Porsche's 1 and 2 with Dane Cameron next, and then the Ferraris. Seen them in the lane, but they're now 5.5 and 7.4 seconds respectively off the leading battle, with Alex Lynn 5th in the Cadillac. So mixed conditions, potentially mixed tyre combinations on these cars, but one thing that has been a constant, Johnny Mollum, in this race so far has been when these cars are let loose, the racing is incredibly good.
It is, isn't it? And every year Le Mans throws up a star. A few years ago it was Mike Conway, a few years even before that Loic Duval. Who's to say that this year, after 4.5 hours of racing, the Hertz team Jota Porsche is leading overall, and Yifei, in my opinion, so far from what I've seen, and we haven't had a lot of green running, so there's a lot more left to go to change this, but he is so far my star, because that restart was nothing short of brilliant.
Just coming up to 8:30 local time here at Le Mans. 4 hours and 28 minutes into this race, and the battle is as intense as it has ever been. Yifei continues to lead the way for Hertz Team Jota. You are listening to Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit, RS1 around the world on radiolemans.com, and in the United States, Saturday and Sunday, Sirius 136 XM 202. It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM.
The Hertz Hourly Updates, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
So with 4.5 hours now gone of this race, and even more change about to come, we'll keep this as short as we can whilst the racing continues frenetically on track. Leading the way then for Hertz Team Jota is the Porsche 963 of car number 38. Then leads by nothing at all from Miguel Molina at the wheel of the number 50 Ferrari 499P, and that is at the moment, get myself onto the right screen, it is at the moment a mere 7 seconds to the good. In third place is Dane Cameron at the wheel of the Porsche Penske Motorsport car number 5, so Porsche's first and third. In fourth place is a Ferrari, the AF Corsa car of Antonio Giovinazzi. In fifth place is the Cadillac of Alex Lynn. In sixth place, the next of the Porsches, this is Nick Tandy in the number 75 car. In LMP2, the leader there is number 28, Also a Jota car leading the way. In second place, the number 34 into Europol competition. Orica being driven by Albert Costa at the moment, and he is seconds only behind the Jota car, just waiting for it to come up on the screen. The gap back to him is 10 seconds behind. And then in third place in LMP2, Tymon van der Helm at the wheel of the Panis Racing car, which is in third place at the moment for LMP2. In the GTE AM class, the Iron Dames lead the way there, car number 85 ahead of the number 911 Proton competition car, with Martin Rump still driving. He's had a good long stint as Martin. And in third place in GTE AM, number 66 for JMW Motorsport has Thomas Neubauer at the wheel. That's the situation. Back to the race in a few moments.
The Hourly Update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Well, what a opening stanza it has been here at the 91st running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Good evening, welcome to the evening session, 8:30 on the nosy. And we've got just on 19 and a half hours still to go. But somebody hasn't told the drivers yet. They think it's 19 and a half minutes to go. We'll check in with the CrowdStrike pit lane team for a few updates at the moment, but let's stay with the battle for third and fourth position as Dane Cameron goes through the left-handed part of Indianapolis on a drying circuit with Antonio Giovinazzi behind him. Ifeye ahead of the field, and Hertz Team Jota by 6.2 seconds lead Le Mans, not for the first time. Slow zone coming up at zone 8. That's Marshall's Post 29. That's the entry into the Porsche curves, and that's where the battle for the third place is now. The 51 Ferrari had to back out of that there because they were coming into a slow zone. The Dane Cameron number 5 Porsche, that's the one with the black rear fin, with the four-way flashes on as they come into the zones, and one of the advertising boards out in the middle of the circuit. Unfortunately for us, not taken out by the Hertz Porsche, but it was in fact taken out by one of the Penske Porsches. But there's a problem for the car, I think, that hit that board. The number 6 right rear puncture coming through the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Porsche Penske Motorsport and Kevin Estre with a problem on the right rear, and that's a long way back home, Johnny Moreland.
It is, absolutely, and you can see that tyre's off the rim. He has to be patient. How many times at Le Mans, John, have we said this? It's so difficult in the car going down the straight. As a driver, you feel like you're doing 2 miles an hour, and you just want to get back to the pits and minimise the time lost. But if you just go that little bit too quick and that tyre actually comes off the rim completely and starts flailing, you'll take everything off of the rear car, including the rear wing.
What a opener. I remember you saying, I asked you many years ago in a booth similar to this, how slow do you have to go? And you said it doesn't matter how slow you think you're going, normally you're still going too fast.
Yes, and it is true, unfortunately. And I don't know if it was that Kevin Estre Porsche, the Penske Porsche, but that ran really wide going through the left. The second left going into Porsche, John, he just got a little bit on the damp, had to straighten the car up, otherwise he was going to spin. Took to the inside, still not quite on that escape road that runs all the way along the right-hand side up to the wall on the inside of the S's that you can take to get out of the way if you're coming in with a mechanical problem, and then completely wiped out the advertising hoarding, stuck it into the middle of the track. And I think it was the hypercar Ferrari it was following had to take evasive action as well on the left-hand side, and that's why we've got the yellow in that section.
Slow zone 8 under investigation at the moment, and a problem for the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport. Dane Cameron going wide. That was bizarre. He got a puncture as well here because he's dropped miles back. Unless he's been told to and give a position back, something went very, very wrong indeed. And he's coming up to his team car in a moment or two. That one Jim Moore, I've no clue about. What was happening with Jane Cameron there?
It looked to me like he actually got onto the wet coming out of the chicane and gathered it. I think we missed the end of him just gathering it all together. Did a really good job there.
Meantime, ahead of going down to our pit lane crew, the CrowdStrike Racing pit lane crew here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2. The adventure continues for the innovation car. The number 24 sits in 44th position at the moment. Jenson Button is driving the Hendrick Motorsport 7th Gen Cup car. This is the Camaro ZL1 on Goodyear tyres. 125 years of Goodyear this year, 75 years of NASCAR and 100 years of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Even I can do that arithmetic. It's not even maths, that, is it? It's 300 years of celebration in that one entry. And JB Jenson Button in the middle at the moment of the GTE arms. They knew they were going to struggle if it got a little bit wetter, but my goodness, it still looks great. And it's still running absolutely brilliantly well. Dane Cameron just getting, what, half a car's width offline, Jimo there, and sliding the car to the middle part of the second chicane. In fact, he's locked up the left front.
See there, he avoided what everyone else has been doing very cleverly there, Dane Cameron, because if you could see him locking up, and he knew what was happening, and if you hit the brakes hard enough, the car will straighten up, and that will avoid you doing that spearing effect where you just go straight off and bury it in the barrier. So he really, really saved his bacon there by getting hard into the brakes, lock the fronts, pushes the front wide.
Let's head down to our CrowdStrike pit lane team and pick up some little nuggets of information to pit in, first of all.
Yeah, we just had obviously the 22 United Autosport car came in and served its 3 minutes stop and go. That seemed like an absolute just a little bit further up the pit lane now. We just got one of the 43 DKR Engineering LMP car going out. And then we've got right behind that at the moment just been refueled the number 66 Ferrari. That's just been refueled as we stand sitting now. All in the right, always the jeopardy of the pit lane there. The mechanic running around with the airline got it caught on the rear wing of the JMW Ferrari. It just cost a little bit of time. You have to lift it over it to get the way back now. Out on its way.
Further up, we've just seen the return to action of 32-inch Europol car. That's Jan Magnussen's machine. That's had a few problems, but I'm mainly waiting at the Porsche garage. Number 6 car obviously coming in with some issues. They're going to have to. They kind of don't know what's. They've got a tail and they've got a bonnet. I don't know the rear engine cover ready and waiting for the car, but they've also cleared a space, so they're kind of preparing for both. What will happen, obviously, is the car will come in, it will stop on its marks. They'll stick some fuel in it and then work out what to do next. Do you want to know a bit of good news for the Ferrari?
Always.
Well, they've had a bit of good news because one of the other Ferraris has gone home and parked it. The 83 car, one of the AF Corse GTE EM cars, has retired, garage door down, but that's the one next to their pit. That gives them a whole extra garage space to get in and out of.
That's the 499Ps and the GT cars. That's right at the end of the substantive, the full-time pit lane, and into the first of the annex pits. Nick Damon down in the pit lane.
Endurance, teamwork, speed. It's why racing and cybersecurity go hand in hand. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
On Haggerty Radio Le Mans, hashtag Haggerty RLN, used to seeing Jenson Button is sideways in entry to the Ford chicane, backing it in as if he was on a MotoGP bike, thoroughly enjoying it. Hashtag Haggerty RLM as into the pit lane in front of Nick Damon. The Porsche with the puncture on the right rear. Kevin Estra has got it back in it.
He's done a pretty good job in fairness. He's jumped out and into the car has got Andre Lotra. Already the tyre has been replaced, shredded to anything, but they didn't seem to need to recover those pesky cords that can get tied around it. The new rear deck is not yet on. They got the tail off. No, they're just trying to get the deck on at the same time as the tail. A bit of a breakdown there in the usual fantastic coordination of the Porsche team. They didn't have it quite seated properly, the engine cover. That's now being turned down with these massive sort of Allen keys that look more like the thing. You know when the water board wants to turn the water off? It looks like one of those rather than anything using a racing car. Pings off it goes, and it looks like Kevin's done a fantastic job and kept the damage to virtually nothing.
Nick Damon there in the pit lane. Very difficult sometimes to hear our pit lane commentators wherever you are in the world. It's so noisy down there in the pit lane. I'd forgotten actually until I was up in the tribune for the start of the race just how much the noise of the engine echoes around. That's where we're listening to the cars as they go across the line just to our right effectively in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre as we sit at the end of the Bugatti circuit. And an evening that is already starting to heat up. What a cracking race it has been so far. Overtaking under a safety car for the best of the Porsches. Porsche Penske Motorsport, and the number 5 reported to the stewards. That's a slam dunk that car will get it. That is black and white, no shades of grey there, JMO, and that will strike absolute fear and despair into the hearts of everyone in that Porsche Penske number 5 pit.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's the thing. That all you can ask for is consistency in the way you apply the rules, and like you rightly say there, John, that there's no question about that.
Can't argue that one, I'm afraid. You either are or you aren't, and if you have, you're nicked. And that's basically what it comes down to. And what we don't know, that must have been the last slow zone at Marshall's post 21. That was the one coming out of Mulsanne a little while ago. At RSL_studio or at Radio Le Mans, hello to Right Turn Lover. Does your timing system not get the withdrawal of safety car B and C to be able to accurately and easily measure the time lost? Yeah, I can tell you that, because they go as soon as the merging starts. So I can tell you, once the merging starts, that's when we do the drop back. And unfortunately, however, that's too far down my screen to be able to get now. It was about 15 minutes at the on Saturday, on Sunday morning, and round about 17 minutes on Sunday. Waiting for the next gaggle of cars to come across the line. There goes the number 80. You can hear that one go through as it passes underneath our mics at the start-finish line. You're never in any doubt at all when the 24. The Cup car goes through. A whole bunch of LMP2s that you can hear now going across the line. Let's head back down to the pit lane where Nick Damon is waiting.
With Kevin Estre out of the slightly damaged, well, actually wasn't damaged, so great job there, Kevin. What happened there?
I don't know, I was braking for the first chicane and behind the Toyota, and as soon as I brake, the front left locked and I couldn't decelerate, so I was happy enough to get through the off zone there, go through the tires because it was quite tight, and yeah, then I saw exiting there that the rear right was there was no pressure and the rear right was delaminating, so I had no feeling for that. It just came suddenly, and we lost. I'm not sure if we lost the race, but we definitely lost a lot of time, and yeah, it's gonna be tough.
How hard is it to drive that slowly for 5 miles?
Yeah, it's terrible. I mean, it was not even half of the track, 1/3 of the track, so you have to drive at 80 kph because otherwise you destroy the car. And yeah, you are seeing the race going away from you, so it's a very tough moment.
You say that because we've had already, 2 safety cars, people being able to catch up, and it's been a chaotic race, so the chance of it going green for the rest of the 18-20 hours is unlikely.
No, for sure, we have to keep hoping, but yeah, let's see. I think the rain was a lot, the safety car was a lot because of the rain. If the rain doesn't come, it looks like the race director decided to put slow zone, which is not helping us, so now we definitely would need a few safety cars to come back, I guess.
Great, so thank you, Kevin.
CrowdStrike. Data protection 24/7. For more, go to crowdstrike.com.
Martin Webster has nipped back to Ecomoy for a couple of hours rest and recuperation before heading down to Mulsanne to watch from down there. Hello to Mark Atkins. What's going to happen to the Garage 56 Cup car after the race? Hopefully it won't be stuck in a museum for the rest of its days. I've got a feeling that now I know that it's going somewhere, and somebody told me where it was going to go on display. I'm not sure we'll see it race again though, to be quite honest. But I agree with you. Krilsey, he's massively trying to get it, even if it does some demo laps down to the Bathurst 12 hours. So let's see what happens to it. Listen, I'm still going to say I'd rather have 18 of those or 16 of those cars in different body shapes than 18 GT3s for next year. It's absolutely the right way to go. If we're not going to have the ability to have a full grid of worthy GT3 runners, then take this race out of the GT3 World Championship and put something else in instead. And that should be 20 or 18 of those Cup cars. I think that would be wonderfully entertaining. We haven't checked in with the P2s for a while. Jota leading 2 classes. Hertz Team Jota leading with Ifeye at the front of the field by now 14.5 seconds. Oliver Rasmussen in second, in the LMP2 rather, leading the best of the Pro-Am cars with Norman Nato behind the wheel by about 10 seconds. Then the Inter-Europol number 34 is Albert Costa. And in GTE Am, the Kessel Racing Ferrari number 74 has had a wee bit of an incident. It's Yori Katsu Jiziko in the Bonos black and orange car. Looks like picked up a bollard. Ooh, right rear suspension damage there. That looked like a bit too much wheel travel for me before he slams the wall in the... Where's that? Was that coming into Arnage?
No, I think that's the left. Yes, the left of Indianapolis, I think, on the outside. Yes, yes, you're
really
right.
bizarre
Right.
place to go off because he was well past.
Don't forget, though, John, when you're going off now, you're getting onto the wets in all those areas, and they're on slick tyres.
In Am, we've got AF Corsa, Frankie Castellacci leading in the 54 Ferrari by 6 seconds from Martin Rump for Protons, number 911 Porsche, Sarah Bovey for Iron Dames in the 85. She shortcutted the first chicane, the Daytona chicane, just before half past, but managed to get away with it. So again, perhaps just a little bit of an issue under the yellow, or under the difficult conditions that we've got out there, and it's catching out the very best of them at the moment, including Jose Maria Lopez at the Daytona chicane. He got into it, but not quite round it.
I've noticed actually, John, as you're going into that chicane, you're turning in, it's dry in the brake zone, and then as they're easing into the corner, they're turning in, and if you're probably maybe a foot a little bit over to the left as you turn in, it suddenly gets onto a damp part of the track, and they're feeling that as they hit it. They know if they carry on turning the wheel, they're going to spin, so they're just opening the wheel like you would at Eau Rouge, say, and just blowing the exit.
It's sometimes worse, isn't it, when it's intermittent. It's like St. Pete's, turn 1, you turn in across the runway markings, and it's grip, 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 no grip, then grip again.
Yeah.
And you've got to feel that. That's where the drivers are really working hard.
Absolutely. I mean, these sort of changeable conditions is where you really see the difference sometimes in the drivers who are feeling, and also it's visual as well. There's so much not just about feeling the car, but seeing what's in front of you in grip levels.
The G56 car, thank you Tom Firth, is at Speedfest at Brands Hatch next weekend. I knew it was somewhere where we could get to. Another issue, this time at the Daytona chicane. It's exactly the same incident that we've just had, but this time from the LMP2. Now, did they get all the way around in this one? It's Nico Pino for the 18-year-old from Santiago, and he's locked it up but was just a little bit late. It straightens up, as you mentioned before, with the Penske, with the Porsche Penske Motorsport, but he just got on the brakes a tad too late.
So what Dane Cameron did earlier in the Penske Porsche is he got on the brakes, like you rightly said, John, he got on the brakes about 1.5 seconds earlier, so that then didn't force him to spear off to the right-hand side as happened to the number 30 car.
Earlier on we mentioned the number 5 of Dane Cameron, overtaking the Falcon horse Ferrari, wasn't it? The number 100 under a safety car. He's got a drive-through penalty for that. I think that's actually not the worst penalty he could have had. He might have been parked for 60 seconds for that. So that is the least that they can give you for that offence. Now, here's a sentence I didn't think I would hear. In the battle for 12th, it's Glickenhaus against Porsche Penske Motorsport. And Glickenhaus is Esteban Gutierrez, who I think is criminally underrated as a driver. Renger van der Sande is absolutely no, that can't be right. So where's that Porsche? That is, so is that the 708 battle for 12? Oh, sorry, yes, it's number 6.
Lotter and Briscoe.
So it's Lotterer and Briscoe, excuse me.
Again,
Ryan Briscoe.
Two fantastic drivers.
And they're battling for 12th.
Yes.
Words I never thought I'd hear myself say at Le Mans.
Shows the depth of talent that we've got in this race, doesn't it?
And look through all the classes, Jay Moore. The calibre of driver that we've got out there, whether it's in LMP2, Ollie Jarvis, and by the way, the top 4 in LMP2 have just headed to the pits. Francois Perraudot in and out. He's now the leader in AF course number 80 of the Pro-Am category. That was an 8-car field at the beginning of the race, which looked absolutely outstanding. We've still got in the AMs, and I'm sorry, I've done air quotes on the radio, bunny ears, that's not going to work, is it? It's just for you on our Studiovision. Don't forget our in-race countdown with Omologato Oro, Omologato watches. And oh, the mighty 38, the leader's off. Ifeye's binned it, and he's lost the whole of the rear deck of that car. Now he's got it going again, and he heads towards pit lane. This is towards the end of the lap. Now, great news, it was at the end of the Porsche curves. He's not got far to go. Better news, he's put debris on the track. That will be a slow zone. Oh, and he's gone off coming into the pits. He's made one mistake, and then he's done what you can't do. He's made it worse, but he's managed to get it back to the pit lane. That's another change of leader as Antonio Giovinazzi goes into the lead. It was a sideways hit for Ifeye at the end of the Porsche curves, and then he, with no downforce, he's absolutely clobbered the pit lane entry curbs and got airborne. Somehow managed to airborne twice, just managed to stay in the pit lane ish. So how much damage is that going to be? Nick Damon is down at Hertz Team Jota.
Well, he's definitely run down the wall at some point, because the whole front left is covered in debris. It's smashed the front of the wing. He's taken off the rear end. I think the rear left, the rear left, I think is broken as well. Yeah, I mean, it's lumps of car, but the fact is he's going to end up, that's 0 to 0 really, isn't it? Because he's even damaged the diffuser as well. He's taken a big chunk out of that. He's ripped off the side. I mean, you can replace parts, but that's most of a car. I'm not sure how many spare parts Jota have actually got, because they're going to need a whole nother car.
And they had no spare parts at all. Here's the race director.
6, 5.
It's going to be a full course
3,
yellow.
2, 1. Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow. We are removing debris at several places on track. We are removing debris at several places on track.
Well, this is actually quite good news for Jota, because they won't lose quite as much time, but that is a big mistake from the young Chinese driver, robbed of a Le Mans victory last year when the car blew its fuel pump when he was driving for WRT, and it ground to a halt on the very last lap of the race. That's an odd one coming into the last part of the Porsche curbs. Again, I think he just got off on the wet there.
Yeah, he just went a little bit wide in the long right at Porsche curves. You kind of go out, come back in, go out, come back in again. And I think when he went out the second time, he just got a little bit on the wet stuff on the outside, took him off. I think he was probably thinking, I won't lose too much time here. I will not exactly keeping his foot in it, but sort of not backing out and aborting completely. And I think obviously at that point you get caught out, because it's not until you go out there that you realise where the tarmac finishes and the gravel begins, and then obviously obviously in his situation, he's out there thinking this is hopefully going to be a bit more tarmac and I can just ease it back on. The next minute he's in the gravel at quite high speed and then slams into the barrier, left front first, then the side and then the rear. So that's going to do the splitter, the front fender, the nose, the rear diffuser, the rear wing got ripped off. I don't think the fact that it's a safety car is going to have any real bearing on that. That's going to be a huge amount of work to get that car back out there again and running, and even then it might not be running in a straight line.
Another crash for the race leader. The rear deck is almost in one piece. They might have to go and get that back from the marshals because I'm not sure they've got that many spares, to be honest. Sim Racing Bar Steward, hashtag Haggerty RLM, says, oh, the Jordan 196 is looking a bit second-hand. Tell the kids about that one, those of you that know. And Neil Gardner Automotive, what's going on with this race? It's like nobody wants to win it at the moment. Jerry Z says that Porsche driving so quickly with damage gives me flashbacks to Jose Maria Lopez in the Toyota at Sebring a couple of years ago. That's the thing, JMO. You make a mistake, don't make it worse. And I mean, in some ways, Ife was lucky not to do more damage coming into the pit lane. He might have done the floor there, actually.
He actually did break the left-hand side of the splitter, but that had already hit, so I think he just damaged it even further. And I was just thinking, I said earlier on, potentially at that point, that restart, the start of the race, you could see he's young, he's clearly talented, and he's very quick, and he just got a little bit overexcited probably in terms of leading the race. He was pulling out at that point at like a 15-second lead, John. He was flying and maybe just still not quite understanding that Le Mans never lets you win. She just lets you play with her, and every now and again you get the better of her, and he just potentially didn't quite respect the conditions quite enough, and he'll learn a big lesson there for the next time.
It's Johnny Morlam, John Hindhaugh and Paul Trustwell in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. The Hertz team, Jota 963 is in the garage. Nick Damon is watching. It's up on the high decks.
Yeah, they've taken stock. There's actually quite an interesting little sort of a couple of laminates on the wall in the garage. So there's been a mess, and there's a list of things you need to do. First of all, assess the mess, and that's what they're doing. They are. The FIA has got out of the car. They're up on the high decks, they're looking what's broken. Remarkably, I mean, it doesn't appear to be that much. You think you'd taken off at least 2 corners. It doesn't appear to have happened. I assume probably they are slightly bent out of shape and will need to be done. There are a lovely new set of bodywork now in the sitting in the 28th pit next door, so they do appear to have enough bodywork to replace it all. But it's really the structural issue. What has he done to the suspension? What is on the pickup points? What needs to be replaced? It's just kind of really sad because that was turning into a fairy tale, and now it's turning into a bit of a Grimm's nightmare.
Oh, very well
With
done.
AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
Hello to John Curry and Team Robbo in the Hippodrome camping, a new camping site for this year. 20 of them listening on 91.2. Ife, inconsolable at the moment, rehydrating. He's a young driver with a huge future. Porsche Asia Pacific selected driver. Came up through French Formula 4 and was spotted by some of the Porsche talent spotters, helped by Sasha Masson, and then brought into the Asian Le Mans Series and won the European Le Mans Series, nearly won Le Mans with WRT as well.
I mean, you can see just from the way he reacted to when he hit the wall and the speed he came back in at, the rear deck flew off, John. He came into the pits, clobbered all the curbs. I mean, at this point, he's young, he's fast, and he's just got one setting.
Coming up to 7 o'clock, the Ferraris head into the pit lane. We'll find out what happens with the 50 and the 51. There are the leaders, Miguel Molina and Antonio Giovinazzi, into the pit lane at just before 7 o'clock on 91.2 FM, Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Radio Le Mans weather.
It's 22 degrees still at the moment and pretty sticky outside. Still with a potential of rain into the evening, 54% before 10 o'clock, dropping down to 43% into the midnight hour. Tomorrow, another 28-degree day with a 68% chance of weather. Weather on Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM. with Flywheel Festival. Next weekend, a great way to spend Father's Day at Bicester Heritage.
Le Mans Milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
This milestone was chosen by Quito. After a career-ending accident to the Belgian driver Willy Mares on lap 1 in 1969, at the start of the race in 1969, Jackie Ickx staged a one-man protest by walking to his Ford GT40 and taking his time doing up his seatbelts. Meanwhile, privateer John Wolfe ran with the other drivers, flipped his car on the opening lap near Maison Blanche corner, and not yet strapped in properly, was killed when the car broke up. 24 hours later, Ickx took his first Le Mans win. The margin of victory for the Belgian and his co-driver Jackie Oliver, about 390 feet, or 120 metres. ACO's response was immediate. For 1970, the iconic Le Mans start was replaced with the drivers in their cars and buckled in. Ironically, Ickx himself had a road accident while driving to Paris on the Monday after the race. A car pulled in front of his Porsche 911. Ickx's car ended up crushed against a pole. Ickx unfastened his seatbelt and stepped unharmed from the wrecked Porsche.
Le Mans Milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Yeah, John, I'm just running up to the Ferraris, but it's so fast going the... Sorry, John, just getting to the Ferrari pit there, just a lot of busy stuff going on at 38, obviously. Just bear with me.
Turn your mic off, Peter, don't worry. Right, we'll go back to that in a moment. We've got battles out on the circuit with the number 94 Peugeot, excuse me, sitting in second position at the moment, and Brendan Hartley right up his tailpipes. This is the battle for second position at the moment. Nick Tandy leads Le Mans for Porsche Penske Motorsport. It's all going on.
Yeah, I know, fantastic. I mean, Nick, a very, very talented driver, very understated. I mean, you wouldn't even know he was here racing at Le Mans at the top level if it was just left to him to do his own press and PR. And now he's out there leading by 5.1 seconds in the number 75 Porsche Penske Motorsport.
So down to, well, easy. That was fairly easy pass there coming down the run towards Indianapolis, which is now bathed in sunshine.
Yeah, I know.
Amazing starts to this race, and it's nearly full dry now, but nearly is not full dry, and that's when things go wrong.
On the racing line, absolutely, you're right, John. It is absolutely dry now. May not be quite as gripped in as it was. The rain probably was enough to wash away a little bit of the rubber that's being laid down. But the trick is when you go offline, and particularly at the first chicane, a little bit more at the second Mulsanne chicane, just you get a little bit offline, and that's when you can get into trouble. And also, coming through the Porsche curves, you'll see dark patches, and you just need to avoid those as much as possible, which in these conditions, like I was saying earlier, as much of it is using your eyes as well as the feel of the car to see where the patches are. The sun's going to be getting lower and lower, and of course it's going to begin to affect the drivers as well, especially if their windshields are dirty and they've been out for a few laps and beginning to get rubber. And we see Nick Tandy, no, the 94, sorry, Peugeot, pitting
from third position.
Loic Duval into the pits, nice and smooth. But Nick Tandy, sorry, still in the lead. Brendan Hartley in second place, now 4.3 seconds behind.
So the new colours for this race for the Peugeot Total Energy team. And that means that it's Porsche, Toyota. This is throwing the pit stop schedules all over the place with these slow zones and full course yellows and the safety car intervention. What an extraordinary Le Mans already, says Dr. John Bigger. Can't believe we're only 5 hours in.
Well, you've got 5 different manufacturers in the top 6, and I must admit, hats off on the BOP, because certainly in terms of straight line speed, there doesn't seem to be anybody out there with a huge advantage. It's funny, you see people who've got a little bit more advantage initially off the corner, then halfway down the straight, other cars come into it, at the end of the straight, other cars. But by and large, the handicapping system seems to have most of the hypercars really, really similar, certainly in terms of straight line speed.
Paul, how many leaders have we had, and which manufacturers have led this? Because it seems like everybody bar Colin Collins' team and the Glickenhaus has been somewhere near the front at the moment.
6 different cars have led the race. Toyota, Ferrari, Cadillac and Porsche and Peugeot. Is that 6? Toyota, Ferrari, Porsche and Cadillac, Peugeot and... I think it's 6. Toyota, yes.
Yeah, 6. Don't forget Toyota.
Don't forget Toyota. That's like Doc.
We should be saying that later in the race.
That's like Doc, isn't it, on the 712s? Where it's sleepy, sneezy, breezy, wheezy, cheesy, crazy, and who's the last one? Oh, Doc. It's always Doc.
So there's been 6 different leaders. We've had 14 changes of lead. And who's led the most laps? It is the Toyota number 8, in fact, but there's a long way to go yet.
Most of that was under safety car, wasn't it, Paul, at the beginning of the race?
So we've got the 709 Glickenhaus put into its pit box there. It never ceases to amaze me when a mechanic just jumps on the front of this multi-million-pound car just to clean the screen. The screen being clear is obviously very, very important. But it jumps on it quite literally. Driver staying in, so just refueling at the moment. And then, of course, it doesn't even look like they're going to do a tyre change, to be honest. So that'll interest Paul on his stats. It is literally a refuel. There's no tyres ready for this. 709. Yeah, fuel only for the 709 Glickenhaus.
Joe Bradley has joined us in the pit lane. He'll be getting the 2nd place LMP2. Ollie Jarvis in that car at the moment only 0.6 of a second away from the lead. Louis Delatraz and he are having an absolutely cracking scrap coming through the Ford chicane at the moment. And let's see if Ollie peels off this time around. Yes, no, that's the 23 car that's coming. That is Ollie Jarvis in the 23. Joe Bradley, welcome to the pit lane on the evening shift, mate.
Yeah, good evening. You mentioned it was very sticky. I can assure you, everybody, that it very much is very sticky here. Not a sticky situation for the 23 United Autosports car, in from 2nd place in LMP2, and Ollie Jarvis will steer the wheel. We've got tyres ready. Goodyear Eagle rubber ready. I'm not sure they're going to take rubber. The fueling's still going in. Remember, I'll repeat again, and we'll continue to repeat that nothing can be done on the car apart from swap the driver out when the fueling is being done, and that's still being done. Huge amount of fuel going in.
Massive battle at the front of the field for the lead. Nick Tandy is ahead of Brendan Hartley by all of half a second. It's a 10th here, half a 10th there, and we're 5 and a bit hours into this race. This is absolutely extraordinary stuff. Jose Maria Lopez is only another half a second or so behind. Tandy's driven brilliantly through the traffic, coming through the Porsche curbs. He goes across the line in the number 75. He's heading up towards Dunlop now. The 2 Toyotas, line astern, Hartley and Jose Maria Lopez pull out to the right-hand side and head now up the hill towards that extremely quick turn in for turn 1.
And don't forget, the reason that Jose Maria Lopez is behind, because at the last pit stop he got asked to swap to let Brendan Hartley come in front, so he'll be thinking, I want to get past.
Top 4 at the moment with Miguel Molina in 4th position. 8.5 seconds between the top 4 at Le Mans 2023, the 91st running. And it's Paul Truswell, Johnny Molam and John Hindhaugh in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. This is a one for the ages in the 100th anniversary. We cannot say enough about what we've seen so far. Frankly, if they threw the checkered flag now, I think the journos would still be writing their copy by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon because so much has gone on, Paul.
Well, we're just coming up into the last hour of a 6-hour race, aren't we?
Oh, yes, that's right.
What a classic 6-hour race this would be. But the beauty of it is that because there's so much depth in this, you've got those 6 cars battling it out. When did we last have 6 hours in, 6 cars battling for the lead of the race? I'm kind of thinking back even to some of the glory days. I don't think we'd kind of had that level of variety amongst the manufacturers and tightness.
Yeah, but Brendan Hartley being reminded by his team engineer that it is a battle for position with the Ferrari and his teammate behind, and it's the Ferrari I think they're worried about here, JMO, because Molyneux is coming, and he's coming quickly.
Absolutely, and Brendan Hartley was like 4/10 behind. Now he's dropped 2.1 seconds behind. Now most of that was down to traffic, but I think his engineer wanted to make absolutely sure that he understood the need to close up.
Jose Maria Lopez sliding the Toyota around, coming out of Mulsanne corner. Rear tyre degradation in all of these hypercars, whether it's the all-wheel drive LMHs or the LMDHs. This is where this race, for me, when it's dry, is going to be won and lost.
Absolutely critical not to kill your rear tyres when you're going to be. We haven't seen it yet because of the conditions, but if the conditions stay dry, we'll be seeing quadruple stints, potentially, certainly triple stints on a set of tyres. And looking after those rears is going to be critical to doing those 3 or 4 stints as quickly as you possibly can. It doesn't matter how quickly your first stint is if your second and third is dropping off 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds a lap. So looking after those tyres is absolutely critical.
So I'm down at the 38 Hertz team Jota Porsche, which is having its front deck put back in, and Stevens has just dropped into it now, so the driver's in it already. So rear deck's going on, hands clear at the back, so any second now. In fact, the boardman is coming out to the pit lane already. It's really that quick, so literally any second now. That's been an amazing turnaround. If you think of the damage that was done to that car, the only thing it is missing at the moment, it's got its driver, it's got its front and rear, it's been dollied out into the pit lane. Of course, it needs to put its tyres on it, which of course is happening out in the pit lane now. It's turned around, it's 90 degrees, and it's ready to go. So tyres going on that car, of course, it needs to be fueled.
Thank you, Peter. We're breaking away from that crowd strike pit report for more drama, and it's Porsche, Penske Motorsport and Dane Cameron. Can't buy any look at the moment. Cameron's got another problem, and the car is coasting to a halt towards the bottom end of the Mulsanne Straight. Meantime, Hertz Team Jota, number 38, the mighty 38 is mighty, and that was a brilliant turnaround by the Tunbridge Wells team. Johnny Moore.
20 minutes, sorry, just 20 minutes. 20 minutes in the pits.
That's absolutely fantastic. Top team, and they've proven it there. That's when the mechanics really come into their own, when a car gets thrown at the scenery and then arrives in pit lane with loads of pieces hanging off it, significant damage, and they actually turn that around in 20 minutes and get it back on track. They have dropped to 32nd overall, but they can still come back from this. Unfortunately, they lost 3 or 4 laps. They lost 4 laps.
Both Toyotas into the pits and out of the pits. Only fuel. Now the significant thing about that is that we're on soft tyres on the number 8 and soft tyres on the number 7. So that's now going to be a double stint on those softs.
Soft tyres with the white spot on them. Remember that, it's soft as you like is the white. Back to Snowy, interrupted him as the Jota was going out. Sam Hignett is with him now from the mighty 38 from Hertz Team Jota.
Sam, must be mixed emotions for you there. Your car leading, obviously not what you want ideal, but you've got to be absolutely proud of your team turning that car around in 20 minutes.
Yeah, fantastic job. I mean, would have been a lot better if they didn't have to do it, but they've done it. It's back out. Let's hope everything's okay and we see where we go from here.
Sam, obviously, Mick, I'll let you get on with that. It's obviously very tensioning, but there's big high fives all the way around, and I mustn't step over all the pile of rubbish in the middle of the pit lane, the middle of the garage there. That was the remains of that 38 Jota. If you want some souvenirs, come and see me later.
CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Amazing piece of work from those guys. They've transitioned from top LMP2 team to top hypercar team. You see the similarity there? It's just top team, isn't it?
Exactly. They know what they're doing. They know Le Mans as well as anyone. And you say top LMP2 team they've transitioned from. They're still actually currently top LMP2 team today with Oliver Rasmussen in the leading Jota.
With a little bit of damage to the right front of the nose that we just saw a moment or two ago when the car went by. It just looked like almost a puncture mark, as if it ran into the back of someone else, just to the right-hand side of the nose box there. It's not bad, but I would think it would be having an aerodynamic effect on that car and getting air underneath the back of it. Just seen a spin for the ORT by TF GT car. That was the 25 Michael Dynan machine, 8th position. Again, the action area, if you want to go and see cars and take photographs of not going very quickly, go down to the Daytona chicane and you'll have a chance, because there'll be one along in a moment. Into the pit lane for Nick Tandy. Bedfordshire's finest is in the pit lane from the lead of the race. Porsche Penske Motorsport. I know that Brittany and Felix and Evie will be tuned in and listening and cheering on as that car comes in with nearly a second's lead. So Miguel Molina will take over the lead. We'll head to our CrowdStrike pit lane team for the leader in the pits.
Yeah, that's just come in with the other Porsche just line astern, literally right behind it. Mechanics climbing all over again, lamps being cleaned. It's that time of day. We're getting to the twilight now where you need those lights good and clear. Porsche queued for us right here. It looks very simple. Nick Tandy has, I think he stayed in. I haven't seen Nick Tandy get out of the car because the car's being refueled at the moment, so I've got so many bodies around me. As the daylight switch has been turned on in the pit lane, so night lighting is on, so refueling almost done now. Now number 5 is out, 75 still sitting here, and away it goes.
On the milk float power as Nick Damon ties to cut. Now, I don't know if that was deliberate to give Dane Cameron his lap back, because that is exactly what's happened there, as Dane Cameron got out ahead of the number 75. Nick Tandy has stayed in that car. Here's the radio from Molina.
At the moment, you're leading the race. Sister car 3 seconds behind. The previous lap was too much consumption, 70.7. We need 69.5. 69.5, please. A bit more saving than previous lap.
Right, explain what was being explained there, or demanded actually, by the race engineer of Miguel Molina.
He was being very polite, the race engineer, but he was under no, you know when someone's telling you that. I actually thought Miguel Molina, he was looking a little bit sort of taily coming out of the Dunlop chicane, sort of power sliding it out, and basically they're asking him to just conserve a little bit more energy, a bit more fuel than he did the previous lap. They'll have a fuel number that will be on the dash that they have to run to. You'll be constantly, even though they have real-time telemetry, they're always asking the drivers to update the pits with a fuel number. They'll come on every 4 or 5 laps and ask you for a fuel number, and you're having to run to a certain number, because depending on when you're going to run out of fuel, that can make the difference between doing an entire extra lap. And of course that then gives you a window, if there's a full course yellow or something like that, where it could actually win or lose you the race as we get further and further into it.
I don't know what you find with these things, Johnny, but despite all the technology, I always, certainly in the work that I've been doing in pit boxes, it is tremendously difficult to actually know how much petrol is on board the car. You'd think it was kind of possible with all of this, but the best way we can do it is not actually to measure what's on board the fuel, what's on board the car, but it's to measure how much has actually gone through the engine, because the engine management will tell you how much has gone through there. So you're actually not measuring what's aboard so much as what's been used.
Loic, you are running P3 right behind the 2 Ferraris. The Ferraris are running 31.5, 32.0. Go for it.
Unfortunately, Loic Duval did go for it and threw it off the track as his engineers were talking to him. Just got a little bit of a wiggle. And where's that again? That's the number 7 car of Jose Maria.
First chicane again.
Yeah, first chicane again. Jose Maria, actually, the 7 car.
We must have seen 10 incidents in different classes going there.
In 50 minutes.
Yeah, and the only cars we haven't seen doing that are the GT cars, because they've got a bit more mechanical grip. When they run a little bit deep onto the wet, it doesn't have quite the same impact as on the prototypes.
It's been an incident at Porsche curves out. There's double yellows, and it's the 43 P2, the car that was late off the line. DKR Engineering, Tom Van Rompuy sitting in 43rd position. And 54th position, excuse me, 22nd in class for the 43 car. This was the car, remember, that had the issues at the start of the race and was late on parade, and it's exactly the same incident, but this time it's at the Porsche curves, just the second to last part, and he's managed to put it into the gravel. There'll be no getting out, and the Aston is off the 72 car. That's had damage. Oh my goodness me, TF Sport and Arnold Robert, the 38-year-old father and son together, and he's just clipped, he's sideswiped the safer barrier on the bridge in the Porsche curves, and I think that was in front of the leader.
He missed the, actually it was a second place Ferrari. He missed Antonio Giovinazzi by, I'm not kidding, a foot as he bounced back into his path.
I'm going home now. I'm going to leave you with the noise, ladies and gentlemen. You can guess what's going on. There's not a chance we're lasting to the end. I'm a damp rag in here, and we've got aircon. Another car has gone off, and that's, guess what, at the Daytona chicane, and there's somebody else in the gravel there as well. So there's a slow.
That was the 43.
Oh, that was the 43.
Yes, it was at the second chicane.
Oh, right. So
no, first chicane.
First chicane, yeah.
Yes, first chicane. Same place.
Yes, yeah, of course, the 43.
Yes,
absolutely. The DKR. So
Paul alluded to it. You've alluded to it. I know it's early days, but for me, and I've covered a few of these now, I think this is going to go down in history as one of the greatest races. There's no doubt. Unless everyone breaks down now and it becomes a two-horse race, but I can't see that happening.
Yellow zone from the Forest S's till after the Daytona chicane. The first chicane from the first part of the Porsche curves till Porsche out now. Who will jump here for any kind of pit visit? As soon as you get two slow zones, any kind of, and that's a long slow zone in the first part of the lap. What sort of stint lengths are we doing at the moment, Paul? You mentioned one or two of them, and the two Ferraris have just been in, so they're probably not quite in the window yet. They're working their way through traffic, though, and in and out of these slow zones are always incredibly dangerous. What about the cars behind? Peugeot in third place for Loic Duval.
The longest stint they've done was a 12-lapper with Gustavo Menezes, but that was done whilst the safety car was out. They're capable of doing a lot more, but they've just not been able to have the free running for it. This is for the number 94 car. The two Toyotas that came in not so very long ago did 13 laps each, which is kind of what I expected. Brendan Hartley Nicholas Tandy in the Porsche, that was the other one, wasn't it? The 75 car, he came in about the same time. He did 13 laps as well, except that all those three cars did it whilst we had a brief period of full course yellow. I think that was after you arrived, wasn't it? We had the full course yellow. So that kind of should give you a little bit of fuel saving opportunity. But this is where, the communication between the race engineer and the driver is so important, to tell him during his stint whether he's ahead or behind his fuel target, and if he has to save fuel. Because it is possible, with these slow zones, particularly if you get a full course yellow, then you can save an awful lot of fuel, and you really have to try your best to do so.
Let's head to Peter Snowden in the pit lane. More woe for Glickenhaus, Ryan Briscoe, the 708.
Well, it's stationary here, so I haven't overheard your guys saying things. I've been busy in different pits, but I'm guessing this is saving some kind of penalty because it's just stationary and absolutely nothing happened to it. But it's been here for what feels an absolute age from a driver's perspective. Yeah,
it's a 5-minute stop and go for a collision with the DKR Engineering number 43 car at Marshall Post 6. So that was at Rouge. So that was quite some time ago. That was 18:23, so that's 3 hours ago, and they're just catching up with that now. There's been so much going on. Race control and the stewards, race control report to the stewards then have to make a decision. They'll look at all the available angles. So